Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter. And, if you like fast-paced chapters, you can read from Chapter 50 and ignore Chapters 15 to 50. Uchiha. Itachi. Rashi studied the boy standing before him. Dressed in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, he looked more like a child than a shinobi. 8 years old, still soft around the cheeks with traces of baby fat, but his eyes told a different story. They carried no warmth, no childish mischief. They were the eyes of someone who had already stepped into a world far harsher than his age allowed. Yes, Rashi-senpai, the boy answered quietly. Rashi had transmigrated to this body for half a month now. 14 years old, already a shinobi who had spilled blood for years in the war with Kyumo. He had grown used to the idea of being a killer. But taking a child along on such work, that was something his mind still balked at. Even if that child was Uchiha Itachi. None of this showed on his face. He unrolled the mission scroll, ready to brief, when a sweet smell drifted into his nose. It was 9 in the morning. Sparrows hopped along the eaves, chirping in crisp tones. The air was fresh, the sunlight soft, and from a nearby shop came the unmistakable aroma of dango. Rashi's gaze slid toward the little sweets shop, where the owner was already busy preparing skewers for the day. Uchiha, cough. Forget it, I'll just call you Itachi, Rashi muttered. Understood, senpai, came the same calm reply. Hungry? Rashi asked. That finally earned him a reaction. Itachi's eyes flicked up, surprise flashing briefly before he followed Rashi's gaze to the source. A dango shop. Rashi-senpai, the mission. The dango looks freshly made, Rashi interrupted, already angling toward the shop. Fresh things taste best. Besides, what I had this morning wasn't enough. A little more won't hurt. He said it half to himself, half as a decision. And as the mission leader, there was no point in Itachi arguing. So the boy followed. Inside, Rashi ordered 4 skewers of 3-colored dango and 2 cups of tea to balance the sweetness. The skewers arrived on small green plates, each dumpling glistening softly under the sunlight, pink sakura, green matcha, and white plain rice, dusted with powdered sugar. The aroma was warm, sweet, inviting. Rashi rinsed his mouth with tea first. But when he set the cup down, his brows lifted. Only 2 skewers remained. Slowly, his gaze shifted across the table. There sat Uchiha Itachi, fair cheeks slightly puffed out, sugar dusting clinging to the corner of his lips. His calm, unreadable eyes were narrowed just faintly, the faintest flicker of contentment breaking through, like a cat savoring a stolen meal. Boss, 2 more skewers, Rashi said with a small chuckle, nudging the untouched plate toward the 8-year-old. A small blush appeared on Itachi's cheeks, but his fingers moved without restraint. Sunlight spilled through the window, scattering golden patterns across the table where the 2 sat, one a child destined for infamy, the other quietly watching, unable to suppress his smile. The dango was soft, sweet, and pleasantly chewy. A sip of tea afterward, perfect. Rashi let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. Across from him, Itachi also lowered his cup, clearly content. With that small pause behind them, Rashi finally unrolled the mission scroll. This mission is to clear out a group of bandits. There are no portraits, only reports. They used to plunder along the border of the Land of Rivers. When the Land of Rivers sent soldiers after them, they slipped across the border into the Land of Fire. The daimyo's men gave chase, but the bandits fled again, this time into the Land of Rain. Both countries dropped the matter, and just when things seemed quiet, the same group reappeared on the border of the Land of Rivers. In the end, the Land of Rivers turned to Konoha for help. His tone was almost businesslike, but his eyes narrowed slightly as he read further. According to their intel, there are no shinobi among them. Even so, they've managed to repeatedly escape pursuit without a single casualty. Numbers are estimated between 15 and 20. Since no ninja are involved, this is a C-rank mission. But because of their size, the reward is 50,000 ryo. He pushed the scroll across the table for Itachi to study. Although this is a temporary team-up, I'll state my abilities. I specialize in ninjutsu, both range and power. For this mission, combat won't be an issue. His words were clipped, but his thoughts drifted for a moment. The body he now inhabited once belonged to a border patrol shinobi. On his last patrol, that shinobi had encountered a large Kimobikure squad. 2 teammates had died, and only he had returned, barely alive, clutching vital intelligence. By the time his broken body reached Konoha, Rashi was no longer Rashi. He had awakened here, or perhaps taken over. He still didn't know. What he did know was that he carried both this boy's 14 years of memories and over 20 years from another life as an ordinary man in another world. But dwelling on it was pointless. After half a month of recovery, he had chosen this mission as a way to re-enter the world of Shinobi, something simple enough for rehabilitation. Bandits were only civilians, after all. The real challenge was finding them. He had expected to go alone, but the village had assigned him a teammate. "Senpai, you don't need to worry about me," Itachi said, his voice serious and level. "I can use ninja tools, I have some grasp of genjutsu, and I can perform basic fire release. If you judge that I'll become a burden, you may abandon me at any time." Rashi's brow twitched upward. Such words, spoken from such a young mouth. His father had told him Rashi was an excellent shinobi. And though Itachi often disagreed with Fugaku on many matters in his mind, when it came to evaluating strength, he trusted his father's judgment. Although this is only a C-rank mission, the fact that they paired a chunin with a genin means Senpai's strength must be near the top of the chunin class, without obvious weakness, Itachi added. Hearing such a measured, almost clinical assessment from an 8-year-old, Rashi couldn't help but arch an eyebrow. "Since you're that confident, you'll follow my command to the letter during this mission." "No problem with that, right?" "Yes, Senpai," Itachi replied with a firm nod. "Good. Now, about the reward." "You don't need to worry about my portion," Itachi interrupted, his tone still polite, even humble. "It's already an honor to learn from Senpai." Of course, Rashi knew the truth. To the Uchiha clan heir, 50,000 ryo was hardly worth notice. But principle was principle. He tapped the table lightly, his voice calm with no room for negotiation. "We're in this together, so don't say things like that. The reward will be split 60-40. As Chunin and team leader, I'll take the extra share. But you won't be shorted a single ryo. Is that clear?" "Yes, Senpai," Itachi murmured, his expression unreadable but his tone respectful. Chapter 2, Chapter. The land of rivers in the terminology of Earth was like a demilitarized zone in the shinobi world. It had a daimyo, a functioning bureaucracy, and even samurai who took care of the safety of the people and nobles. Yet it lacked one crucial thing, a hidden village. In a world ruled by chakra, that absence was no different from walking naked among wolves. Whenever threats grew beyond what the samurai could resolve, the land of rivers had no choice but to send requests to Konoha, Sunagakure, or even Amigakure, trading ryo for borrowed strength. This peculiar arrangement gave birth to border towns like Koizumi, strange, lively, and thriving despite the instability. There were no high walls, no gates, no checkpoint inspections, only a dirt road that ran through the town. Caravans from the land of wind brought spices, while hunters from the land of fire carried mountain delicacies. The town was bustling with people trading goods. In one of its humbler restaurants, Itachi sat before a steaming bowl of beef stew. Though his face remained calm, a trace of uncertainty flickered in his dark eyes. Their mission had been uneventful so far: smooth passage to the border, the official handover, a briefing on the bandits, and, by custom, the obligatory check with the local trading officials. "They're nothing but a rabble of filth," the chamber head had said earlier, stroking his neatly trimmed beard. The man was round-bellied, good-natured on the surface, but dismissive in tone. "They've plundered a few caravans, yes, but merely a minor inconvenience to trade." After that, he had buried them in pleasantries and empty well-wishes, his true meaning clear: deal with it quickly and don't trouble us again. Rashi had listened without any reaction, recording the information that matched word for word with the mission scroll. Then, without warning, he had shifted the topic. "Koizumi town draws goods from 3 countries, he remarked, voice casual. "It must have everything, then." Of course," the portly man replied with an eager smile. "I've heard the beef here has a unique flavor." Rashi continued, as if merely indulging idle curiosity. The man's eyes lit up, delighted to expound, "Ninja-sama. You have fine taste. If you wish for authenticity, you must try Zayman's beef stew, it is the pride of our town." And just like that, Rashi had lost all interest in further conversation. He had offered polite farewells, then led them straight to Zayman's place. Now, in the quiet shop, the aroma of the famous stew drifted thickly around them. Itachi's gaze fell to his bowl. The broth shimmered beneath the steam, it had generous chunks of beef so tender they tore at the lightest touch of chopsticks. Reddish-brown meat with a thin coat of oil, topped with crisp green scallions. The fragrance was intoxicating, various spices and herbs blending with the deep richness of simmered beef. At last, Itachi spoke, his voice so low it was almost lost in the hiss of steam. "Senpai, are we not going to complete the mission?" "The mission will get done," Rashi replied offhandedly, lifting a piece of beef to his mouth with steady hands. The moment the meat touched his tongue, the flavors bloomed, tender flesh melting with richness, layered with spice, and finished with a faint, grassy sweetness local to the land of rivers. His eyes half closed, a sigh of satisfaction almost slipping past his lips. For the first time since awakening in this unfamiliar world, the tension in his chest seemed to ease, soothed not by plans or strength, but by the simple perfection of a meal. Itachi picked up his chopsticks with quiet resignation and murmured, "I'll dig in." Rashi's lips curved faintly. With an easy motion, he lifted his hand toward the counter. "Boss, another serving, please." His eyes lingered on the lean shopkeeper, who was carefully polishing a ceramic pot. Genuine admiration flickered in Rashi's gaze. The control of the heat is remarkable, and the sauce, perfectly balanced. It doesn't smother the beef's natural flavor, it elevates it. Zaman, the cook and owner, immediately brightened. His weathered face lit with pride. Wiping his hands on a faded apron, he chuckled. "Ah, sir, you truly have great taste. We use only the finest cuts, fresh from the stables each morning. Then we slow simmer for hours to bring out this flavor. Mastering the nuances takes as much effort as mastering a difficult ninjutsu." His eyes flicked knowingly to the leaf insignia on Rashi's forehead protector, choosing his words to resonate with the shinobi. "Would you care to try our grilled beef? I still have 2 fine cuts left today," Zaman offered eagerly. "That would be great," Rashi agreed without hesitation. A small charcoal grill was soon placed at their table. Zaman personally laid the marbled slices across the grate. "This is short rib, rich in fat. And this is feather blade, very tender. Shall I handle the grilling for you?" "Please do," Rashi said with a polite nod, his eyes following the fat as it sizzled and dripped into the coals below, infusing the meat with a smoky flavor. Then, almost casually, he asked, "I've heard there's been trouble around Koizumi lately. Bandits on the roads. Has your beef supply held steady?" Zaman turned the meat with practiced ease, the fire crackling cheerfully. "Bandits, yes," he admitted. "But most of their victims are new caravans, merchants unfamiliar with the routes. My suppliers are old farmers, families with decades of experience. They know every path, every contact. Business has gone on without much trouble. And caravans now travel in larger groups, rarely stopping along the way. It's become the safer method." Itachi's chopstick stilled for the briefest moment. The trading official hadn't mentioned this crucial detail, the bandits weren't indiscriminate. They were selective. "Please enjoy," Zaman said warmly, dividing the grilled beef onto their plates. Rashi enjoyed the meal thoroughly. By the time Rashi and Itachi stepped back into the street, the sun had already dipped low, dyeing the rooftops of Koizumi town with a warm orange glow. Merchants' shouts echoed faintly as caravans unloaded goods, while the breeze carried the mingled scents of grass from the nearby forest and lingering aromas from food stalls. The food had been excellent, worth every bite. The 750 Rio bill, though heavy, equaled several days' hard labor for an ordinary villager. But with a mission reward of 30,000 Rio, Rashi considered the expense a luxury well within reason. "Senpai, are we going to investigate the caravans that were attacked?" Itachi asked as he caught up. "No need," Rashi replied without breaking stride. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where Shirakawa village's lanterns had begun to flicker. Tonight confirmed 2 things. First, those bandits deliberately avoided caravans with deep local ties. The trading official may have looked cooperative, but their concern was half-hearted, their information deliberately shallow. Second, those bandits once fled all the way into the land of rain, yet risked everything to return here, to the very borderlands hunting them. That kind of recklessness can only mean 2 things. He paused, eyes narrowing as he looked out across the darkening fields. Either they left something behind, something so important they'd rather risk death than abandon it. His gaze sharpened, settling on the familiar outline of Shirakawa. Or the simpler answer, they aren't outsiders at all. This is their home. They never left it behind. Chapter 3, Chapter. Shirakawa village, nestled along the trade route, lay quietly in the deepening night. Neat wooden fences encircled the settlement, and its heavy gate stood wide open. A handful of villagers lounged on stone stools near the entrance, chatting idly. At first, they hardly noticed them, but once their eyes fell upon the Konoha headbands and shinobi garb, their casual expressions shifted. The man in front quickly rose and bowed deeply. "Ninja-sama, you grace our village. How may we be of service?" Rashi's gaze swept across the group calmly. From within his Chunin flak jacket, he produced a scroll and unrolled it with deliberate slowness. "Konoha Shinobi," he announced, with the weight of authority, dispatched under the order of the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. The villagers stiffened instantly. Eyes flickered between one another, and the leader stepped aside without another word. Itachi, standing silently at Rashi's side, noticed the change. Rashi's manner here was utterly different from the relaxed tone he had shown back in Koizumi town's restaurant. Here, every word, every gesture radiated control. Matching his senpai's composure, Itachi remained quiet, sharp eyes observing everything. "Where is the village chief?" Rashi asked. He's at home," one villager stammered, hastily pointing the way. The 2 shinobi entered the village. Though night had only just fallen, Shirakawa was already lit with scattered lamps. The warm glow from paper windows outlined tidy homes, giving the place an air of carefully preserved comfort. At the village center, one building stood out, a grand inn in Japanese feudal style. Yet it looked eerily empty, a stark contrast to the lively lights flickering from the other homes. As they walked, Itachi felt hidden eyes peering from behind doors and windows. Outwardly calm and not showing any expression, he kept his senses sharp. Rashi, however, was unbothered, heading straight for the chief's home. An old man was there at the doorway, framed by the glow of a lantern. His back was slightly stooped, hair white with age, but he stepped forward quickly and bowed, ushering them inside with practiced respect. The house was plain but tidy. Once all were seated, the old man spoke in a careful tone, his calloused hands unconsciously twisting together. "I am Shirakawa Kisuke, chief of the village. May I ask what matter brings you two here?" Rashi leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing with the faintest trace of a humorless smile. "I imagine you already have some suspicion. Bandits have been troubling the trade route nearby. Surely you're not unfamiliar with them." I. Kisuke's forehead glistened with sweat under the oil lamp. "Officials have indeed inquired before, but I truly..." "Oh." Rashi's fingertip tapped the table, producing a crisp, deliberate sound that cut the air. "Then I'll rephrase. Are all the registered villagers of Shirakawa present within the village?" Kisuke began. "Senpai." Itachi's clear, youthful voice interjected smoothly, shattering the silence. "When we entered, I noticed several houses with windows unlit, as if no one lived there." For the briefest instant, the old man's shoulders tensed. He quickly forced a reply. "Some families, left to make a living outside." Rashi's eyes drifted across the room, noting the sturdy, finely made furniture, plain, but not poor. His tone remained even. "From what I see, Shirakawa lives comfortably. In such stability, it seems unlikely many young people would abandon home to wander." Yes, Kisuke dabbed his brow with a sleeve, words tumbling over each other. "But the trade road brings merchants and travelers. Young folk see the outside world, and their hearts grow restless. Those bandits must have become a problem for the village." Rashi said, his gaze sliding toward the empty and visible through the window. "Such a fine inn, yet abandoned." The chief lowered his eyes, his voice heavy. "Indeed. That is why I pray day and night for you, honorable Shinobi, to rid the road of this scourge." Then, as if a shadow lifted, Rashi's pressure eased. His tone softened to something almost cordial. "Then let us work together, chief. Do you have any clues you can share? Our aims are aligned. Even the smallest detail might prove valuable." Kisuke's hands tightened, his voice colored with helplessness. "I'm just an old man, I truly know nothing that could aid you." Rashi's face betrayed nothing. He ran through a few routine questions about population and recent outsiders, then rose to leave. "We'll lodge at the inn tonight. If you learn anything, inform us immediately." In the tatami room above the inn, the oil lamp glow kept flickering due to a light breeze. Itachi checked the doors and windows, confirmed the night was quiet, then turned to Rashi. "Senpai, did you learn anything from the village chief?" Rashi had returned to his gentler manner, seating himself on the mat with a faint, almost amused smile. "What do you think, Itachi?" The 8-year-old genin considered for a moment before answering confidently. "You think the bandits are connected to this village, and that the village elders know more than they admit, possibly that they're even complicit. That's why you switched to the strict tone at the gate." "It's a fair read," Rashi said, intrigued. "But if you suspected that, why not act casual to gather information quietly? Why start stern?" Itachi's brow furrowed, this had been his same question. Rashi explained, opening with a difficult posture is groundwork. Being too friendly can invite probing questions and let them cover tracks. By acting strict, we force a reaction. The villagers' heightened attention when we arrived, far beyond what merchants get, tells us something. A village with a fine inn and steady trade shouldn't stiffen at unfamiliar shinobi unless there are other reasons to worry. He paused, letting the point land. If I'd been gentle, a practiced chief would have deflected us cleanly. His reaction made clear the village can't fully separate itself from the youths who left, and the bandits' appearances. Itachi nodded. Those subtleties of social pressure and inference weren't taught at the academy. "So what next, senpai?" he asked. Rashi tilted his head and returned the question. "If you were in command, what would you do?" After thinking, Itachi replied, "I would use genjutsu on the chief to extract more precise information, where the bandits might hide. Once we have a location, we can eliminate them." "A sound tactical option," Rashi acknowledged, then steered the discussion forward. "But suppose we use genjutsu, what outcomes should we prepare for?" He raised a finger. 1. The chief truly doesn't know the core details, and the genjutsu gives little. 2. The bandits are concealed inside the village. 3, they're in the hills outside the village. The last two are messy, Rashi continued, sitting straighter. Without hard evidence and with no overt hostility, these bandits could appear to be ordinary neighbors, farmers at work from dawn till dusk. The mission brief said the Land of Rivers pursuers couldn't even identify them by appearance. That means if we uncover a location, what we find may be people who, to everyone here, look like family. He fixed Itachi with a look that weighed the moral calculus. If we strike without irrefutable proof, we risk sparking the villagers' wrath. People naturally shield those they know. They may obstruct, question, defend, anything could happen. Silence settled, broken only by the faint pop of the lamp wick. Itachi's face tightened into thought, the problem now clearly bigger than any simple takedown. This was about human loyalties, law, and how to act when facts are muddy. Chapter 4, Chapter. The halo of the oil lamp flickered in Itachi's eyes, yet no answer came to his lips. The Uchiha had a way of doing things. Genjutsu to control, force to suppress, and seize evidence later. Simple. Direct. Whether innocents were harmed or conflict escalated had never mattered. The weak did not deserve their explanation, and the strong would never ask for it. Such was the Uchiha's creed, such was the cruel logic of the shinobi world. The mission system reflected this divide. Missions involving only civilians rarely rose above C rank, the rewards capped at 100,000 ryo. But the moment shinobi entered the equation, the mission became B rank at minimum, rewards starting at 80,000, with no ceiling. Yet Itachi had never thought of this. Every time he thought of the arrogance etched into his clansman's bones, a quiet nausea stirred in him. He loathed the Uchiha's methods, and even more, the curse of power born from grief. To glorify strength bought with loss, to parade suffering as the Uchiha's pride, that suffocated him. The dark dragged him back to the memory he hated most, the day he awakened his Sharingan, staring at the bodies of his teammates. And his father's words, cold and approving, "You are indeed my son." In that instant, his heart had plunged into ice. I didn't become a ninja for the sake of these eyes. The thought had echoed inside him ever since, though he had never voiced it. Now, faced with Rashi-senpai's question, the emotions he had buried began to swell. He lifted his gaze. In the shifting glow, the faint outline of the two tomo shimmered in his eyes. "Forgive me, senpai," his voice was low. "I don't have an answer." Then, Rashi said simply, "We'll proceed my way." The following morning, before the mist disappeared, Rashi led Itachi down the stone pathway of Shirakawa. Cooking smoke rose lazily from the houses, but the tension in the air was thick. They went door to door. The villagers' guarded faces were like closed shutters. Even polite questions were met with vague replies, and more than one family, noting the shinobi were only boys, one 14, the other 8, shut their doors outright without pretense. Rashi's expression never wavered. He shifted the rhythm, beginning with harmless chatter, "The harvest looks good this year. The inn seems quieter than before." Small talk, nothing more, but each word pried, little by little, at the villagers' silence. Itachi stood by, watching everything sharply without uttering a single word. If Rashi was the hand that knocked, Itachi was the hawk that saw everything. Shifting gazes, hesitations in tone, the tightening of knuckles, he noted them all, recording each with a credibility mark in his small notebook. By sunset, the sky was filled with orange, they stood beneath an old tree at the village gate. Itachi opened his notebook and spoke in a voice that belied his age. 37 villagers are mostly away. 15 stay in regular contact. 6 more are sporadic, but with stable work elsewhere, those accounts match. The remaining 16. His eyes narrowed, their whereabouts are unclear. The villagers' claims are vague, often contradictory. Rashi gazed at the rooftops fading into the night. Not all of them are bandits. Some left for livelihood, some for adventure. But. He smiled faintly, the chief's reaction last night told me enough. He knows. Itachi snapped the notebook shut. Another pattern, the number of traveling merchants dropped sharply after the bandit raids. The inn owner reported nearly 30% less income, and villagers complain of stockpiled goods. Trade has slowed. They're suffering for it. Rashi's lips curved into a knowing smile. If Shirakawa had been a barren village, only ruthless methods would have worked. But this place had tasted prosperity before, it had known the sweetness of trade routes. And for those who had once climbed high, even a fall halfway down was bitter enough to wound. Which meant the timing was perfect. Where force alone might fail, cooperation could be bought. So the two turned back toward the chief's house. This time, Rashi's presence was colder than the night before. Village Chief Shirakawa. Rashi laid the neatly organized investigation scroll on the table with deliberate slowness. His voice was steady, almost gentle. "Now, do you have anything you wish to tell me?" The old man's Adam's apple moved with effort. His withered fingers curled into the fabric of his robe as though clinging to it for strength. I I not understand what you mean, sir. Rashi circled around the table, his footsteps unhurried, until he stood before the village chief. The last strands of sunset cut across the room, casting his shadow long and sharp on the floor. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze full of accusation. Shirakawa Kasuke, his words dropped like bombs to the old man, you know very well we could have chosen a much simpler, much harsher, solution. The air in the room thickened. Even breathing became a careful, stifled act for Kasuke. Every line recorded in this scroll represents the restraint and respect we've shown your village. Rashi's voice was calm, almost too calm. True, you can argue this isn't decisive evidence. But evidence is rarely what decides matters. People believe what they want to believe. And if I were to submit this report to the Land of Rivers, letting word spread that Shirakawa not only breeds bandits but also shelters them, what do you think would happen? Ninja-sama. Panic cracked through the old man's voice as he lifted his clouded eyes, desperation flashing within. Please, please, I beg of you, do not. Our village would never. Yesterday, Rashi interrupted, straightening with composed ease, I already made things clear. Our goals can align. We want the mission completed, the trade route secured, the threat removed. You want peace, the return of the caravans, your warehouses cleared of unsold goods. He adjusted the cuff of his sleeve, his eyes drifting toward the deepening night outside the window. As for minor details, such as where these bandits truly came from, that lies far beyond the scope of a C-rank mission. My time is limited, village chief. If you insist on wasting goodwill. The unfinished words lingered in the silence, heavier than any threat. Rashi lifted a hand, almost kindly, and patted the old man's trembling shoulder before turning away. At your age, you should know better than to protect the wrong people, village chief Shirakawa. Sliding open the paper door, he let in the evening wind, carrying with it the mingled scents of grass, smoke, and simmering meals. Let's go, Itachi. There's nothing worth eating here. Tonight, we'll dine in Koizumi town. Yes, senpai. Itachi's quiet reply followed. He cast one last glance at the village chief, frozen in place, his back bent further under invisible weight, aged another 10 years in a single moment. The sound of wooden sandals echoed on the stone path, fading step by step until the village road swallowed them whole. Alone in the dim room, Shirakawa Kasuke slowly closed his eyes. Only the faint crackle of the oil lamp's flame remained, devouring what little warmth was left. Chapter 5, Chapter. Rashi and Itachi silhouettes receded along the trade road. From the shadows, one watchful gaze finally withdrew, a figure darted back toward the village, while several others slinked after Rashi's departing shadow clone, trailing it toward Koizumi town. Beneath the broad shadow of a tree was Rashi with Itachi at his side. They watched in silence as the pursuers vanished into the distance. Itachi's eyes lingered, dark and unreadable, until the last hint of movement dissolved into the night. Inside the village chief's residence, the oil lamp burned brighter than usual, casting restless light across the room. Several of the village's elders had gathered, their faces drawn tight, the air so heavy with unease it was suffocating. I told you from the start we should have reported this. A hoarse, angry voice broke the silence. The speaker's hands trembled with contained fury. When those boys crept back in, I knew it would end like this. At first, no one in the village had known what their youths were doing after leaving home. But when news spread of bandits being hunted in the Land of Rivers, at the same time a dozen young men from Shirakawa went missing, the pieces began to align. And when those missing youths reappeared, so too did the raids. It didn't take much for the village elders to connect the dots to an ugly truth. Opposite the speaker, a middle-aged man adjusted his round-rimmed spectacles, the lamplight glinting coldly off the glass. When the pursuit team questioned us, we swore ignorance. And now you want us to change our story? What will the authorities think? His tone was soft, but every word cut clear. Life is hard, yes, but still manageable. If the outside world learns Shirakawa harbors bandits, the village will collapse. Easy for you to say. A scar-faced brute slammed a calloused palm on the low table, rattling the teacups. His bloodshot eyes burned. Your warehouse is bare. Mine still holds half a year's grain, and it's rotting by the day. If this keeps up, the whole village will starve. From the head seat, Kasuke spoke at last. His dry voice rasped as though it had been wrung from the depths of his chest. Those two ninja already know. The room froze. Silence deepened like a pit. Bang. Shirakawa Sasuke, an elder with a hawk's gaze and a mane of white hair, struck the table, sending water sloshing from the cups. His voice bore the weight of command, sharp and heavy. Kasuke. We can't waver any longer. Those aren't peddlers, they're ninja on a mission. His skeletal fingers clenched the table edge. Where are they now? Kasuke's lips quivered. I sent word to Koichiro. To have them followed. His voice faltered, his gnarled hands twisted the fabric of his robe. That child, he was only led astray by outsiders. He was a good boy once. Enough, the scar-faced man barked, voice grinding like stone. Koichiro's hands are soaked in blood. He's no child anymore. Chief, if you protect him now, you'll doom us all. Sosuke rose slowly. His hunched frame stretched into a looming shadow that swallowed Kasuke beneath the lamplight. His voice was cold. This is no longer about a few outsiders dying. Once ninjas are involved, there must be resolution. We can't hand them over, the men with glasses murmured after a long silence, his words taut as a drawn bowstring. And we cannot, must not, let the world know Shirakawa's sons became bandits. Then what do you propose? The scar-faced elder snarled, eyes flashing with animal ferocity. Sosuke closed his eyes, the deep lines of his face cut deeper by the flame's trembling blow. Since the warring clans era ended, this trade road has been our lifeline. Only in recent years have we lived decent lives. If Shirakawa's name is stained, the caravans will vanish, and every household here will fall with them. His eyes reopened, resolve burning in them. Our reputation is survival itself. Kasuke, you must cooperate. Brother, but. No buts. The old chief's faint protests were devoured by the hiss of the lamp's wick until only heavy, suffocating sighs remained. Moments later, when the watcher outside confirmed the ninjas had indeed left Shirakawa's borders, the tension in the room snapped like a bowstring. No more words were spoken. The elders dispersed swiftly, their shadows slipping into the night, carrying with them the village's secrets. Soon after, on the outskirts, more than 40 young men gathered beneath the cold moonlight. In their hands were no longer hoes and rakes, but weapons that glinted sharply, sickles honed to razors, pitchforks sharpened into spears. Faces once familiar and warm were now drawn tight, their expressions shadowed by resolve. At the head stood Sosuke, with Kasuke beside him. Behind them, several villagers carried heavy loads of wine and meat. No words were spoken, only ragged breathing and the soft clink of iron filled the night air. This was no era of peace. Barely 50 years had passed since the end of the warring clans era, when not only ninja but farmers and hunters alike had been dragged into bloodshed. Sosuke was one of the few who had crawled out alive from that mountain of corpses. He still remembered how to lead men to slaughter. Under his command, the line of villagers wound into the forest like a silent serpent, gliding toward the mountains. Did you foresee this, senpai? Itachi's childlike voice broke the stillness from the trees above the road. His dark eyes reflected the moving column below. Leaning against the trunk, Rashi shook his head slowly. The shadows carved hard lines across his face. I considered many possibilities. They might confess and beg us to keep their secret. One of them could tip us off out of conscience. Or perhaps they'd collapse into infighting. His gaze followed the cold gleam of sickles below. But this? I didn't anticipate this. Those blades were held by people he'd once greeted with casual warmth. For the sake of their reputation, for their livelihoods, they've chosen to bloody their own hands. An uneasy weight tightened in his chest. Were the villagers reckless fools, or had he been the fool, blind to the truth of this world? It is also the correct choice, Itachi said, his voice steady, far too calm for a boy of 8. His eyes remained fixed on the column of villagers. By destroying the rot with their own hands, they make atonement. And they preserve the village's foundation. Rashi turned, studying the boy's profile, the face still soft with youth, yet the eyes already saw more cruelty than him. Perhaps it was true. His own understanding of this world was far too naive. He turned away again, gaze sinking into the jagged ridges of the mountain, their outlines cut sharp by moonlight. Halfway up, hidden in a natural hollow cave, lay the bandits' refuge, a crude stockade of wooden fences, its entrance guarded by only 2 men beside a bonfire. When they saw Kasuke leading a small group up the mountain path, their faces lit with familiar ease. Chief! You came all the way yourself. And with so many gifts. One of them stepped forward, smiling brightly. Koichiro. His face was full of vigor, still boyishly handsome. He reached to take the carrying pole from Kasuke's shoulders, as though welcoming an elder relative. Kasuke froze, his step suddenly heavy. Under the flickering firelight, his smile twisted stiffly across a face creased by age and fatigue. Koichiro. Down in the village, people are investigating again. It's a commotion. You truly don't plan to leave and lay low? Oh, Chief, we already promised you. Koichiro waved dismissively, a cocky grin tugging at his lips. We're careful. We only rob foreign snakes. Never the traders who deal with Shirakawa. Those greedy merchants deserve to be bled dry. You can rest easy. His eyes flicked to the bundles, where jars of wine and slabs of meat peeked through. His grin widened, boyish delight sparkling across his face. You even brought so many good things for us. Wait, I'll call Brother Shinmi. He was just grumbling the wine wasn't strong enough. Kasuke's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. That outsider. That smooth-tongued parasite who had fed Koichiro dreams of an easy life. Shinmi, the man who had twisted a hard-working, sensible boy into this reckless bandit. Grief, rage, and despair crashed over Kisuke, threatening to break his frail body. Because he knew, here, under this merciless moon, what had begun could no longer be undone. Chapter 6, Chapter. Deep within the stronghold, Shinmi sat on a smooth stone. At first glance, he seemed utterly ordinary, average height, plain coarse clothes, a face that would vanish in a crowd. Yet when his eyes met Kisuke's, a fleeting glimmer betrayed the danger lurking beneath the surface. The daimyo's palace has sent men again, Kisuke said, his voice dry, gaze fixed on Shinmi. You all had better go into hiding. Koichiro and several young men muttered in protest, defiant. What's there to be afraid of? But Shinmi, to everyone's surprise, simply nodded, his manner sincere. You're right. We should hide. He even bowed slightly. The tightness in Kisuke's shoulders eased the faintest bit. It's not easy out there. Tonight, eat and drink your fill before you go. He gestured for the men behind him to set down their burdens. Much appreciated. Shinmi's smile deepened, faint lines creasing the corners of his eyes. Koichiro, tell everyone. Eat well, rest, and we'll leave at dawn. The cave quickly filled with noise and cheers. Though many grumbled at the thought of fleeing again, Shinmi's words soothed them easily. During the feast, Kisuke and his men were unusually warm, urging the bandits to drink more, eat more, over and over reminding them to be cautious on the road. After several rounds, Koichiro's and the others' faces flushed red, their eyes hazy and unfocused. Shinmi drank nearly 3 mugs too, yet his gaze remained sharp, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Kisuke watched him, heart sinking. Something cold coiled beneath that smile. Night deepened. The moon hung in the treetops. Only when the cave echoed with the steady rise and fall of snores did Kisuke slowly stand. He waved toward the shadows. A faint rustle came from the trees. Led by Sosuke, villagers emerged from the dark, farm tools honed into weapons clenched in their fists. Some faces wavered with hesitation, until the first scream tore the silence apart. After that, expressions hardened, and numb determination took its place. They chose this path themselves, Sosuke said. His voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through everyone's minds. Robbing merchant caravans, dragging our village into the fire. His sharp gaze swept the crowd. Think of your empty rice jars. Think of the unsold goods in your homes. Sosuke's words cut through the chaos. When the small caravans are gone, do you think they'll stop? No, they'll turn on the very merchants who trade with us. Once people taste easy profit, they never turn back. This is their retribution for trusting an outsider's poison. His last words hissed through clenched teeth. Under moonlight, dark red dripped from sickles and pitchforks, spattering the mud. Sosuke strode to Shinmi's body, driving a pitchfork through it several times before straightening. Gather your things. He didn't spare Kisuke, pale and trembling, even a glance. There wasn't much wealth in the stronghold. Sosuke divided the meager loot among those who fought, bundling the rest. These, along with. His hand pointed at the corpses littering the ground, take them to report, Kisuke. Tell those ninja this is all that's left. Say the rest was squandered by the bandits long ago. Yes, yes, Kisuke's voice shook violently. This matter ends here, Sosuke's eyes cut across each villager like a blade. No one speaks of it again. The story is simple, the bandits were wiped out by Konoha's ninja. Only when every head bobbed stiffly did he look away. The Shirakawa villagers, burdened with their pitiful spoils of war, vanished into the darkness before dawn, leaving behind silence and the stench of blood. When the horizon began to pale, a corpse twitched. Shinmi slowly sat up, brushing dried blood from his clothes. He gazed east, lips curving in a playful smile. I meant to keep them a while longer. He muttered with mockery in his tone. Now it's less trouble. His eyes swept over the villagers' bodies, once so loyal to him. His smile widened. At last, I can live peacefully in the land of tea. You're a ninja, huh? The cold, clear voice shattered the silence. Shinmi froze, snapping his head up. A young man stood atop a nearby rock, dark green attire blending with the dawn shadows, forehead protector glinting faintly. He descended lightly, as if carried on the wind. Shinmi's pupils shrank. He stepped back, muscles coiled tight, eyes fixed on the symbol gleaming on the stranger's brow, Konoha. A band of ordinary villagers, able to slip past the land of rivers into the land of fire, and even into the land of rain, there's no doubt someone's guiding them. Rashi's voice was calm, but his eyes gleamed like probing needles. Shinmi's throat bobbed, but his tone stayed steady. A gang of petty thieves, nothing more. At best, a C-rank mission. Fewer than 20 of them. The land of rivers wouldn't pay more than 50,000 ryo. His gaze lingered on Rashi's hands, wary of forming seals. This sum, Shinmi continued, subtly steadying his breathing, isn't worth 2 shinobi risking their lives. I didn't act directly, and my name's not on the Land of Rivers wanted list. If you report truthfully and let me go, the mission still counts as complete. He spread his hands, a gesture of harmlessness. Why gamble with your lives for pocket change? A shinobi battle is far too unpredictable. Rashi's fingers brushed his tool pouch. You seem to know the situation well. Kept the scale small, just enough to avoid raising the bounty high enough to spark a shinobi conflict. A faint smile tugged at Shinmi's lips. The corpses at your feet will be proof enough for your report. In theory, yes. Rashi inclined his head. But the Land of Rivers posted the request to Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Amigakure. To calculate so precisely. Tsunagakure's work. Or perhaps Amigakure. His gaze narrowed. So careful. I'd say you're. Kisuke walked last, his steps faltering as though each one might bring him to collapse. The sight of Itachi was like a stone dropped into stagnant water. The line of villagers froze, all eyes shifting to the small shinobi standing before them. Sosuke pushed forward, his bark-like face hardened by years. Ninja-sama of Konoha, the elder rasped. The bandits have been cleared. There isn't much left, just this. He pointed to the bundles. The village head will explain. Itachi's gaze swept over them, farm tools, rough clothes, all smeared with dark stains. His eyes returned to Sosuke. Rashi-senpai asked me to deliver his message. Silence fell so deep that even breath seemed to still. First, Konoha knows everything that happened in the cave last night. The words struck like ice water. Several villagers swayed unsteadily. Kisuke's head jerked up, horror etched in his face. Sosuke's expression darkened, the veins on his cane hand bulging. Second, Itachi continued, voice flat, outwardly you will give one story only, the bandits were tracked and destroyed by Rashi and myself, Uchiha Itachi. The villagers of Shirakawa merely provided assistance. He paused, locking eyes with the elder. Third, cleansing your own house is your internal matter. Konoha will neither judge nor interfere. On the condition that it ends here. No further incidents. No harm to trade routes. Sosuke's chest heaved, his gaze burning into the boy before him. After a long silence, he ground out a single word, understood. His voice rasped like sandpaper. Itachi gave a small nod. He spoke no further, simply turned, and melted back into the fading mist. His small silhouette vanished toward the mountains. Only when he was gone did whispers erupt, fear, unease, dread curling like mist around the villagers. Sosuke slammed his cane down, voice cracking like a whip. Enough. Do exactly as the ninja-sama commanded. Finish cleaning up, get to your work. And remember, if any man, woman, or child speaks one word of today's events. His bloodshot eyes swept over them, the unspoken threat freezing their tongues. Not even a graveyard could have been quieter. Kisuke glanced at Sosuke, lips trembling, but no words came. His back hunched lower, as if crushed under the weight of it all. Chapter 7, Chapter. As soon as Shinmi used the wind-release jutsu, the ground under his feet gave way. A hand covered in dirt shot up from the ground and grabbed his ankle like an iron vise. Damn it. As a strong force pulled him down, his pupils got smaller. The ground swallowed him up like a living thing, leaving only his head above the surface. He couldn't believe his eyes when the Rashi, that was full of poison Senbon, turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared into the morning air. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. And, a shadow clone. Jonin. Shinmi writhed and screamed, but the mud got tighter around him. Then pain shot through his stomach, sharp and unending. Ugh. His face twisted in pain. Wooden spikes had gone through his organs and were growing violently from the inside. Veins were full of invasive roots that spread through his blood and stabbed into his flesh with every heartbeat. More branches grew from the wounds, tearing him apart from the inside. Cough. Blood sprayed from his mouth and dripped onto the ground. Crimson flowed from his nose, ears, and eyes, soaking his chin before splattering the ground. Puppets. Senbon that has been poisoned. You're from Suna, huh? Rashi came into view, standing over him. His eyes were steady and unreadable. So, a rogue ninja. He bent down a little and spoke in a flat, clear voice. The villagers only found a small part of the loot, didn't they? Where did you hide the rest? Not on you. He squinted. Do you have anything else to say? A reason for defecting? It would make the report better. His voice stayed calm, as if he were bored. If not, I'll just make one up. Shinmi's eyes bulged, and bloodshot veins spread out like spiderwebs across them as the wood tore him apart from the inside. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was bloody foam. A broken, rasping voice came out of his throat. Too tired. Can't see hope. Every year, sandstorms get worse. Missions growing fewer. The daimyo is cutting the military budget again. War, an endless, thankless war. But still, weak, ordinary merchants had safer, better lives than shinobi who fought for their countries. Why? Why did the strong work hard, suffer, and die while the weak lived in peace? He couldn't take it. During the Third Great Ninja War, he ran away and stayed hidden until Umbu confirmed his death. He built carefully by hiring men, finding weak spots, and hoarding money. All to get freedom. All to one day be able to retire in peace. The plan had gone perfectly. He would get rid of the idiot followers when the time came. He would silence the villagers if needed. He could still see a villa in the land of tea. The roof is red and the walls are white. Camellias in the wind from the sea. Warm sunlight waking me up every day. Now, everything fell apart. His breath was short and rough. His blurry vision focused on Rashi, who stood out against the pale morning light like a black shadow. A flash of kunai. Shinmi's head fell to the ground. Rashi took a sealing scroll out of his chest, unrolled it, and put the head on top of it. His hands moved through the seals. The light sparkled, and the head disappeared, leaving behind a pattern of fading seals. Protocol. If you come across a foreign rogue shinobi, you must seal their head and send it back. Intelligence could look through it for information. There might be a bonus. At the very least, a regular bounty. Footsteps echoed at the gate as the light faded. Itachi came out, his young face calm. Done. Yeah. Rashi got up and brushed off his hands. As you told me to, I finished talking with Kasuke and the elders. I made it clear, Konoha will not talk about what happened here. You and I officially killed all of the bandits. He took out a small bag out of cloth. They turned over valuables as compensation. I accepted them on your behalf. Rashi tucked the pouch away. Good. Sweep the stronghold. See if this Sunagakure rogue left anything worth taking. He looked at the bodies that were lying around on the ground. Leave the cleanup to the villagers. At first, the bodies were meant to show that the mission had been successful for the land of rivers. That was no longer needed. It was more than enough to have the head of a rogue nin from Sunagakure. Konoha's intelligence division would figure out that he was the one behind it all, and there was no doubt that the mission was a success. What started out as a simple C-rank task had turned into something much worse than anyone could have imagined, the death of a rogue shinobi. Itachi walked toward the broken puppet parts that were lying around, being careful not to get too close to the main body. His hands moved quickly through seals to call forth a shadow clone. The clone moved slowly, reaching out with one finger to touch the wooden frame. As soon as it touched the wood, it shimmered a little and turned into a bluish-purple stain. Toxic. Not strong enough to get rid of the clone completely, but still dangerous. Itachi pushed his clone forward, which made it move faster. It carefully opened the puppet's chest and took out a sealed scroll that was hidden inside. The scroll was clean. Itachi still had the clone unroll it and check for traps before letting his real body get closer. He only looked at it with his own hands when he was sure it was safe. Itachi said quietly, "Senpai, it's a sealing scroll. Type that uses a blood seal." Rashi's eyes sparkled with knowledge. Then the rest of the loot should be inside. He didn't know how to unseal such seals. They would have to wait until they got back to the village. He took out a small, specialized tube and carefully sealed it after taking a sample of Shinmi's blood. Blood was the key. Chakra was a fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Once refined, traces of it remained in a shinobi's very cells. That's why blood could be used as a summoning medium, or, in this case, to break the blood seals created by its owner. So long as the blood still retained vitality, a sealing expert could unlock it. Rashi put the scroll in his tool pouch and then swept the stockade one last time. He dusted off his hands and turned to the boy next to him, a rare, easy smile spreading across his face. That's pretty much it. The mission is over. The only thing left to do is file the report. Itachi stood quietly, still as a statue. Rashi blinked, then snapped his fingers as if remembering something. Oh, right. Before we head back, want to stop by Koizumi town. Visit. The 8-year-old tilted his head to the side and squinted his eyes in confusion. Rashi smiled and patted Itachi lightly on the shoulder. The mission is over, he said. Can't just go home without relaxing a little. Itachi said, yes, senpai, in a calm voice. Rashi crouched down until their eyes were level, and his voice was strong but soft. This isn't a command. So don't give me a soldier's answer. Please just let me know if you want to go. The boy didn't say anything. The morning wind moved the air, bringing with it the smell of blood and the smell of grass and dirt. His eyes moved past the broken fence and followed the faint outline of the trade route that wound down the mountain. "Dango?" he finally asked, almost in a whisper. Rashi smiled even more. "Great idea." He got up and stretched slowly as the first rays of sunlight hit the edge of his shadow. "Then let's go to Koizumi town and try their dango. And while we're at it, we'll also bring back some local foods." Chapter 8. The dango in Koizumi town couldn't hold a candle to Konoha's. Its texture was coarse, and the sweetness clung unpleasantly to the tongue. Rashi grimaced, finally giving in and ordering a bowl of ramen to rinse the taste away. The ramen, at least, was worth the detour. Though not as legendary as Ichiraku's, the broth was hearty thanks to the fertile pastures nearby, and the meat practically melted in his mouth. Only the noodles disappointed, lacking that springy bite. Itachi, nibbling on his skewered dango, listened in silence as Rashi critiqued every detail. He didn't need ramen to mask the sweetness. While Rashi ate with gusto, Itachi's brush moved steadily over parchment, his small hand recording the mission report. Their agreement was clear, Rashi carried the mission's execution, and the split was 60-40 in his favor. Writing the report was Itachi's share of the work. Not that he minded. Even without the arrangement, shirking responsibility wasn't in his nature. But Rashi wasn't like the others. Itachi couldn't quite define it, he didn't even have a clear concept of laid back yet, but his senpai radiated something different from the typical shinobi mold. Senpai. Rashi looked up from his bowl, a strand of broth glistening at the corner of his mouth. "What is a ninja, to you?" "A job." The answer came as naturally as breathing. Itachi blinked. He had heard so many grand definitions, the blade of the village, the heir to a will, the foundation of peace. But never something so blunt. "I like to eat, to enjoy life," Rashi said, slurping another mouthful. "Being a ninja just pays the bills. That's all." "And you, Itachi?" "Me." The boy froze. For him, there had never been a choice. His path had been set from birth. At 4, he had stood on the battlefield beside his father. At 6, he had graduated from the academy. As the Uchiha clan's prodigy, he had never once asked why. "A ninja is just a profession," Rashi continued, setting down his chopsticks. His tone sharpened. "Strip that away, what are you? An Uchiha genius? A weapon molded by the village? What is it that you want?" Itachi stared into the steam rising from his tea, the question sinking deep. "You don't need an answer yet," Rashi added more gently. "One day, you'll find it. Just remember, ninja may sound heavy, but at the end of the day, it's just one role among countless others." Rashi suddenly grinned. "Want some ramen?" "No, thank you, senpai." Itachi shook his head, hair brushing against his cheek. "It's really good. Better than those sticky dumplings. You can't fill your stomach with sugar alone." "I still prefer not to," Itachi replied steadily, though the faintest tremor laced his voice. "Trust me," Rashi said with mock gravity, "sweet things always taste better with something savory on the side." "Senpai." Itachi's gaze lifted, uncharacteristically firm. "Sweet dango is enough, with clear tea." It was the first time he had directly contradicted Rashi. The older ninja sighed theatrically, regret written on his face, yet his lips curved in quiet satisfaction. To his surprise, a tiny smile ghosted across Itachi's own face, fragile and fleeting, like the first crack in frozen ice. The land of rivers wasted no time confirming the bandits' extermination, broadcasting the news far and wide. Rashi and Itachi returned to Konoha soon after. Submitting the mission report at the Hokage building was routine. The real work lay in delivering the rogue Sunagakure ninja's head to intelligence. The reward would depend on what could be extracted. If Shinmi's information proved useful, perhaps an extra 150,000 ryo, if not, closer to 100,000. As for Shinmi's sealing scroll, since recovering stolen goods wasn't part of the Land of Rivers Commission, the spoils naturally belonged to Konoha. Rashi left it with the village's sealing experts, confident it would yield something valuable. "Of course," said Tori, the Chunin overseeing registration at the Hokage building, nodding briskly. "If the items within the scroll contain secrets tied to other villages, Konoha will keep a portion for storage or research and provide compensation equal to its worth. Given that, the village won't charge an additional fee for the unsealing. Thank you for your trouble. How long will it take?" "Return in 3 days. By then, the intelligence division should have finished combing through the head." With the formalities concluded, dusk was already settling in. Itachi parted ways with Rashi. On missions, living rough was routine, but once back in the village, he was still just an 8-year-old child. Dinner at home awaited him. Rashi lingered, watching Itachi's small frame vanish around the street corner before turning his steps westward, toward the outskirts. His destination was an old mansion, standing for more than 50 years, spared during the Ninetales assault 3 years ago only because it lay far from the village center. Cherry blossoms flanked both sides of the estate, their nearly spent petals drifting in the wind. A few alighted briefly on Rashi's shoulders before slipping away in silence. "I'm home, Grandmama Mocha." In the courtyard sat an elderly woman in a deep brown kimono, her silver-white hair carefully combed. At his voice, she didn't look up, only inclined her head slightly. "Your body, no problems." "None. I can control this power now." Rashi lifted his palm. Emerald light unfurled in his hand, coaxing a sprout that grew rapidly before their eyes. Once, Rashi had been beyond saving, his body collapsing despite Konoha's finest medical neem. It was Grandmama Mocha who had taken him from the hospital, gambling on a forbidden hope, Hashirama's cells. The worst outcome, she had thought, was death. In the twilight of her 70s, she had carried out the crude procedure herself here in this old mansion, injecting the cells, binding them with a suppressive jutsu, and leaving the rest to fate. Rashi's body still remembered. The sensation of a dam bursting, power flooding uncontrollably. Cells like ravenous beasts, clawing through his flesh, devouring him alive. Roots splitting organs apart, branches threatening to tear through skin. Thousands of red-hot needles stabbing every inch of flesh, bones grinding and reshaping, blood seething in his veins. It had been pain beyond the limits of language. Even now, the memory left a dull ache deep inside him. That Uchiha, the so-called genius. What do you make of him? Grandmama Mocha's tone was flat, almost casual. Just a child. Rashi closed his hand, extinguishing the green light and the sprout along with it. His answer was calm, unflinching. Her lips twitched, an almost invisible ripple, like wind skimming water, and then she fell silent. Only the hush of falling blossoms stirred the courtyard. At length, she rose, her movements dignified yet faintly frail with age. "If your body holds steady." Her gaze swept past Rashi, settling on the drifting petals. Her eyes seemed to pierce beyond the present, into the dust of time itself. "Then live well, Rashi." A breeze passed, scattering withered blossoms. Her voice deepened, steeped in long-buried fatigue and sorrow. "Our clan has given too much to Konoha." She paused, eyes still on the ground carpeted with fading petals. Her words were almost a sigh, yet carried the gravity of years. "We gave up our lives. We gave up our hatred. And in the end, we couldn't even keep our ancestor's name. Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama. For the village, what remains of us?" Her whispers trailed off, thinning into the twilight. They dissolved into the silence of the courtyard, leaving behind only the rustle of blossoms, soft, melancholy reminders of a glory long gone, and a decay quietly taking its place. Chapter 9, Chapter. More than 54 years had passed since Konoha's founding. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, and the Ino, Shika, Cho clans, countless clans with secret arts, still kept their traditions and pride alive. Only the Senju were different, the name survived mostly as rumor, a memory carried by those who remembered Tsunade wandering the lands. The Senju were not destroyed so much as they chose to dissolve themselves, by Hashirama's will. Senju Momoka remembered that moonless night as if it were carved into her bones. The air had been so heavy it felt like blood could be wrung from it. Candlelight threw monstrous, trembling shadows across the tatami, the whole room felt like a threshold between life and some other, bleached world. Hashirama sat in the main seat. The familiar kindness in him was gone, replaced by a silence that pressed against the ribs. He still smelled faintly of blood and dust, but deeper than that was a weary sorrow, as if some part of his soul had been burned away. Momoka knew why. He had just ended Madara, friend, rival, the apocalypse folded closed by his own hand. Tobarama stood to one side, silver hair catching the dim light like cold steel, his eyes sharp as knives. The night wind whispered through the crack of the door, the candle flame guttered, and shadows flickered like uneasy thoughts. "After my elder brother steps down, I will take the mantle," Tobarama spoke into the hush, calm but unflinching. "Madara is dead, we cannot avoid this. Yet the danger that follows is subtle." His gaze swept the assembly, finally finding Hashirama, then returned to the room with hard lines sharpening his words. What difference will others see between a Konoha with the Senju perpetually at the head and the old Senju clan itself? They will call Konoha the Senju village. That suspicion will coil around our foundation like a poison vine. Other clans will lose heart, their will to build a shared future will rot away. The candle flared, casting Hashirama's profile in alternating light and shadow. He lifted his head slowly, the eyes that had once been as green as a forest now seemed sifted with ash, emptied by a wildfire. "What Tobarama says is true," Hashirama said hoarsely. Each word seemed to cut and scar. "I killed Madara, for the village." When ideologies clash, even the deepest friendship and the greatest power can only end in ruin. Pain threaded his voice, a grief that had strangled his closest friend, yet that very suffering had forged something else in him, a resolution as cold and inexorable as iron. We created this village to end the endless slaughter between clans, to make sure children would not grow up in oceans of corpses like we did. This place must not remain the property of one clan. It must belong to everyone. It must carry everyone's dreams. That is the path I have chosen. He drew a steady breath. For the purity of this village, so Konoha will not be seen as the Senju's private holding, so no suspicion can rot its root, so every clan can truly call it home. Hashirama's gaze fixed on Momoka. For the village, friends, brothers, and even my own flesh and blood, if they threaten its future, may be sacrificed. The words fell like a tide of ice. Momoka felt an almost physical presence press through the room, not violence, but the absolute, unbending authority of a man who had paid the highest price and found the price still not enough. Resistance before such will was not merely foolish, it was inconceivable. Hashirama spoke with the quiet finality of decision. He had chosen the village system as the only viable future, and he would accept whatever it required, including the fading of his clan's name from prominence. Tobirama continued without pause. Therefore, we will dissolve the clan. His voice was methodical, clinical. This generation may keep the name, but the next will not. He unrolled a thick scroll with deliberate care and read the terms aloud. Those who choose to leave the clan and adopt a new name will receive compensation from the clan's assets. Money, secret jutsu scrolls, land, tools, everything will be distributed under detailed regulations. Enough resources will be provided so any departing member can secure a livelihood and pursue personal development far beyond what the clan system could have afforded them. The decree hung in the candlelit room, a formal unraveling of legacy, a promise of provision, and the end of a chapter written in blood and sacrifice. The candlelight wavered, throwing shifting shadows across the room and painting the conflicted faces of those gathered. Shock and anger had come first, but slowly, calculation replaced it. To abandon the proud name of Senju. It cut to the bone. Yet Hashirama's words carried a weight no one could deny. And then there was the compensation. Scrolls of secret techniques once guarded with bloodshed, wealth that entire generations had sacrificed for, now offered freely. On top of that, with both Hashirama and Tobirama holding the mantle of Hokage in succession, who would dare lay a hand on those who shed their clan name? The reality was inescapable. Without a unified will or a leader bold enough to resist, faced with immense benefits, the shelter of future Hokage, and Hashirama's immovable conviction forged in blood and war, the will to fight dissolved like snow beneath the sun. The younger members, especially, betrayed flickers of yearning in their eyes, longing to break free from the suffocating weight of tradition and taste a life unbound. Momoka's gaze drifted between the two brothers as the low hoot of an owl echoed through the night, like a requiem for the clan's end. The Senju chose the village over the clan, the dream of tomorrow over the glory of yesterday. To erase suspicion of a Senju Konoha. To win genuine trust from the other clans. To let the idea of the village sink its roots into soil watered by sacrifice. To achieve this, they willingly dismantled the banner that had once shone with unmatched glory. Momoka bowed deeply. Resistance was not only useless, it was unwise. The age of clans had ended. In the era of the villages, shedding the Senju name might grant ordinary members more freedom, more chances, more life. Hashirama truly believed in this system. He had even cut down Madara for it. And so, the Senju would not be diminished by losing their name, for the Hokage was Senju Hashirama, and after him Senju Tobirama. Techniques and resources once won by blood could now be acquired with ease. From one angle, it was an easier, safer, more prosperous path, the future Hashirama had envisioned for them within the great family of Konoha. Thus the proud Senju clan faded like a tide, merging into Konoha's streets. Some chose new surnames, scattering like seeds through the village. Others clung to their last shred of pride, keeping the Senju name but living quietly. Momoka belonged to the latter, as did Rashi's ancestors. Yet whether they changed their names or not, all blended into the background of Konoha, as countless had before them. The Senju brothers allowed it in silence, leaving the clan's old residence in the hands of those last guardians, a faint consolation for history lost. Now, only Momoka and Rashi lived there permanently. With time, their kin drifted away into assigned apartments or bustling districts, returning only during New Year or festivals, brief visits to remember old glory and share news. Rashi's father had grown up on Senju stories and stayed in the house even after starting his own family. But when both his parents fell in battle, it was Momoka who raised 9-year-old Rashi. She watched him graduate from the academy at 11, nearly die at 14 on the Kimogakure front, and then be dragged back from the edge of death by the power of Hashirama's cells. Now, Rashi sat silently at her side, studying her profile as her thoughts wandered deep into memory. Only when she returned from that distant haze and gently motioned him away did he quietly rise, excusing himself and retreating to his room. Chapter 10, Chapter. The next morning, the sun rose over the village. Grandma Momoka, always an early riser, had already laid out breakfast, glistening white rice, pan-fried sori crisp to perfection, moon-shaped slices of pickled radish, and a steaming bowl of soup. With no missions assigned, Rashi stretched in the grove beside the house, mind already turning toward the training plan he needed to forge. He knew the script of this world. Akatsuki. Madara. The God Tree. Otsutsuki. Each name hung over him like a blade suspended by a single thread. Even though Rashi had a love for life's simple pleasures, he understood one truth: in this world, strength wasn't a luxury, it was survival. The shinobi's path to power had always been clear. Temper the body. Squeeze out potential. Hone taijutsu. Refine skills. Master ninja tools. Adapt to all change. Study ninjutsu. Expand one's methods. Bend to the environment. Among these, ninjutsu brought the fastest results, but the foundation always lay in the body. Tempering the body was forging physical energy, and every time he pushed past pain, his will sharpened. Physical strength and mental fortitude fed into one another, nurturing chakra until both reached the peak of his natural limit. Only then was a shinobi ready to pour himself fully into ninjutsu. In truth, aside from chakra and the staggering potential hidden within the 130 trillion cells of this world's humans, the logic of growth wasn't so different from Earth. As a descendant of the Senju, Rashi already possessed greater chakra reserves and a sturdier foundation than most. Now, with the perfect fusion of Hashirama's cells, his ceiling soared far above ordinary shinobi. But even that was not enough. Kage-level strength might match the Akatsuki, but beyond them loomed a calamity that only those at the Sage of Six Paths level could endure. There were only two known roads to such heights, the Otsutsuki system and the Sage Art system. The Otsutsuki, the very source of chakra, were a race of starborn marauders who devoured life force, converting it into power. The Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga all bore traces of their bloodline, strengthening themselves through chakra. The Uchiha path, as shown in the original tale, was clear: fuse Hashirama cells, gain powerful yang chakra, blend it with their own yin, awaken the Rinnegan, seize the Ten Tails, and ascend to an Otsutsuki-like state. The Senju's method was never made explicit. Perhaps it required a Sharingan, or something equally impossible to grasp. But Rashi noted a crucial detail often overlooked. Madara, who awakened the Rinnegan, was the reincarnation of Indra, son of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Hashirama was the reincarnation of Asura, Indra's brother. Both carried fragments of Hagoromo's power, once the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. That meant the Rinnegan's awakening required not just the fusion of yin and yang, but also an inherited spark from the Ten Tails itself. For Rashi, that path was still shrouded in mist. For now, he set it aside. The Sage Art system, on the other hand, offered something closer, yet still daunting. Its peak was below the Otsutsuki, but far above the limits of ordinary shinobi. The strongest known sage was Hagoromo himself, with Hashirama standing just beneath him, a living god of his era. The first step was the hardest, developing the ability to feel natural energy itself. From there, one had to absorb it, balance it with physical and spiritual energy, and refine it into sage chakra. For most, the obstacle was ignorance. They had to first believe in natural energy before they could sense it. Rashi, however, had no such blind spot. He knew it existed. And natural energy was everywhere. He even suspected it was the reason humans in this world were stronger than Earth's, why giant beasts walked freely. The land itself had been steeped in that power for generations. He had already tried once, when first adjusting to his body, but his attempts to sense it ended in nothing. This time, however, he would not fail. Upon returning from the mission, Rashi re-evaluated his path forward. There were two well-known sage regions in the shinobi world, Mount Miyaboku's Toad Sage Arts and Ryuchi Cave's Snake Sage Arts. The toad method was patient and progressive. Disciples coated themselves in the sacred toad oil to awaken sensitivity to natural energy. Those who succeeded bore the toad-like eye markings and shadows of sage mode. The snake method, by contrast, was brutal. The white snake sage forced natural energy directly into the body. Survive, and you succeed. Fail, and you die. Different approaches, same essence, forcing the practitioner into direct contact with raw, untamed natural energy. But Rashi wondered, were there other ways? Yes. The God Tree. The Otsutsuki planted it to drain planets dry, siphoning natural energy into a chakra fruit. One such tree had already risen in this world, its fruit harvested once before. If it could digest natural energy, then perhaps its echoes lingered still. And then there was wood release. Hashirama Senju's secret art could suppress even tailed beasts, absorbing chakra at its root. Rashi hypothesized that Hashirama, through his bloodline and Asura's chakra, had instinctively mirrored the God Tree's nature itself. If so, then Rashi's path wasn't simply to master wood release jutsu. It was to pierce its core, to draw out the true essence of that bloodline power. Wood release, verdant growth jutsu. His voice was low, steady. The ground trembled. From the soil, a tender sapling pushed upward, unfurling at a visible rate. Sunlight caught on its young bark, and leaves whispered as they stretched wide. When the tree reached shoulder height, Rashi deliberately slowed his chakra flow, keeping only the faintest thread of connection. "Keep growing," he murmured. He extended his senses, weaving invisible threads of perception into the sapling's spiritual core. The tree responded with startling vitality. Roots stabbed deep into the earth, spreading like a predator hunting prey. The soil swelled and churned. More unsettling were the branches. Tender twigs hardened in the light, twisting unnaturally. They swayed, then froze, every one of them aimed directly at him. The craving hit him like a wave. The tree was hungry, a raw, primal thirst for chakra. A sharp sting raced across his skin. Sweat slid down his temple. "Calm down," he whispered, hands flashing into the snake seal. The branches halted an inch from his face, writhing with frustration. Rashi pushed, redirecting the tree's focus. Guiding. Urging it toward that unseen current. Toward natural energy. And then, it shifted. Fury softened into confusion, and confusion gave way to something else. The sapling caught it. That elusive, omnipresent force Rashi himself had failed to sense now pulsed faintly through its being. Just as hope surged within him, the change came. The tree shot upward again, trunk groaning, branches stretching, and then twisting into grotesque forms. Bark blackened with flowing, unnatural patterns. Rashi stepped back instinctively. From the roots upward, a pallid gray spread like wildfire. Death in purest form. Wherever the color passed, life vanished. Bark, leaves, even the trembling tips of branches, all fossilized in moments. In 3 heartbeats, the living sapling became a flawless stone sculpture. Rashi stood frozen, chest heaving, forehead slick with sweat. He had failed. And this failure had been perilously close to killing him. Would-release constructs, even supported by his chakra, were fragile. They lacked the foundation to endure raw natural energy. Against its flood, they collapsed like sandcastles before the tide. And yet, amidst ruin, there was discovery. At the very instant the wood-release brushed against natural energy, the air itself had rippled, small, subtle waves, like a pebble cast into still water. That ripple was everything. For the first time, Rashi, who could not naturally perceive natural energy, had brushed against its aura, faint, fleeting, but real. In the quiet of the forest, he closed his eyes. Replay the ripple. Memorize it. Feel it again. This was the beginning. Chapter 11, Chapter. Days later, when they crossed paths in the quiet corridor of the Hokage building, Itachi's gaze lingered on Rashi. "Your complexion isn't very good, senpai," he said softly, eyes noting the faint shadows beneath Rashi's eyes. "Yeah, training." Rashi rubbed his temples, barely stifling a yawn. "The money's in. Let's head to Yakiniku-Q, we can eat and split it there." Itachi, already used to Rashi's ways, had told his mother beforehand and followed without hesitation. The pair slipped into the evening bustle, the streets alive with chatter and the warm glow of lanterns. The smell of grilled meat wafted from nearby stalls. Rashi hummed an off-key tune as he walked ahead, Itachi trailing half a step behind. For Itachi, there was something oddly soothing in these moments. Around Rashi, there were no probing eyes dissecting him as a genius, no suffocating weight of expectation, just the simple feeling of being an ordinary kid. The barbecue shop was overflowing with energy. Pork belly hit the grill with a sharp sizzle, fat dripping onto hot coals, sending up sparks. Rashi snatched a slice as its edges charred to golden crispness, dunked it in dark sauce, and popped it into his mouth without hesitation. The hot juices burst across his tongue, mingling with savory richness. For a moment, the exhaustion of days of training melted away in that taste. "Ooh." He exhaled with satisfaction, eyes narrowing in pleasure. Then, without thinking, he dropped another perfectly grilled slice onto Itachi's plate. "Eat more, you're still growing." "Are you working on a new ninjutsu, senpai?" Itachi asked, glancing at the steaming meat before him. "Something like that. But it's not going too well," Rashi admitted vaguely, picking up another piece for himself. "What about you? What VE you been practicing?" "Taijutsu, ninjutsu, shuriken training." Itachi lifted his chopsticks. "With a senpai from the clan." "Uchiha Shursui." Itachi's chopsticks paused almost imperceptibly. His dark eyes flicked up to Rashi. "You know Shursui. Besides you, the fastest graduate in a generation, his name is the most prominent in the Uchiha," Rashi replied calmly, sipping his barley tea. "I've heard of him, though we've never met." Several rounds of meat later, the gnawing emptiness in their stomachs was replaced by warmth and satisfaction. Rashi dabbed his mouth with a napkin and leaned forward. The rewards confirmed. That Sand Shinobi scroll contained about 10 million ryo. The number hung heavy in the air. For an ordinary chunin, that sum was more than a lifetime's earnings. "Senpai," Itachi set down his chopsticks, eyes clear and steady, "why did that sand ninja betray his village?" Rashi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he countered, "What do you think a village is?" Itachi considered carefully before giving the academy answer. "A place where shinobi live, take missions, and protect each other." Rashi nodded, though his gaze shifted to the city lights beyond the window. At first, Konoha was nothing more than a settlement, born when Senju and Uchiha set aside their blood feud. When the two strongest clans in the world clasped hands, side by side. He tapped the table lightly with his chopsticks. The other families in the Land of Fire had no choice. No clan could stand alone against such an alliance. For survival, they had to join Konoha. Itachi straightened unconsciously, listening intently. The glorious history he'd heard in the academy now sounded stripped bare. Through Rashi's calm words, the founding of Konoha wasn't a tale of ideals, it was survival, driven by power and necessity. When most of the Land of Fire's clans gathered under one banner, Rashi continued, the village naturally became the nation's strongest military force. Even the daimyo's court couldn't play shinobi against each other as easily as during the warring clans era. A thick cut of meat dripped fat onto the coals, sizzling loudly, smoke curling upward. So, at its beginning, Rashi's gaze returned to Itachi, the village was a platform. A way for clans to work together under rules that offered protection and competition. Back then, Konoha was nothing more than a fragile alliance, a dozen families huddled together against the cold. His eyes sharpened. Until the Senju clan voluntarily disbanded. Until the village began drawing in orphans, wanderers, and shinobi without clan ties. And when the second Hokage founded the ANBU. He paused, weighing his words. That's when the village gained power of its own. Power no longer tied entirely to the clans. Power that belonged only to the village. Outside the private room, the footsteps of a server carrying a tray faded into the distance, leaving a brief silence in their wake. This transition was crucial. Rashi's voice dropped, steady and deliberate. The village was no longer just a gathering of clans. Once the pressure of survival eased, suppressed desires began to surface. Individual pursuits, hidden beneath the collective, emerged, and some of those. He lifted his teacup, gazing at the amber liquid inside, were bound to clash with the village as a whole. The rising smoke from the grill curled between them, half hiding their faces. "Senpai, you once said being a shinobi is just a job," Itachi pressed quietly. "Then, how do you view rogue ninja?" Rashi's expression did not waver. "Under normal circumstances. Enemies. Because within the system of the hidden villages, shinobi are restrained. They cannot casually slaughter civilians." He dipped a piece of charred meat into the sauce, the oil shimmering under the light. "That restraint allows farmers to till their fields, merchants to run shops, families to live their lives. It keeps violence contained, lets economies grow, and makes simple pleasures like this," he gestured at the table full of food and the sizzling grill, "possible. As for rogue ninja, like that one from Suna." Rashi's tone hardened. He left his village for what he thought was a better life. On the surface, it sounds harmless. But in truth, a dry chuckle escaped him, the smile not reaching his eyes. That was just a cautious tune-in, too wary of the village's strength to go wild. But if we faced someone without restraint, who trampled human lives without a second thought? He paused, taking a sip of tea. His Adam's apple rose and fell as he swallowed. "I only want to eat in peace," he said evenly, setting the cup down with a crisp tap. "If anyone insists on ruining that, then, within my limits, I will stop them." Itachi listened without a word, his small fingers absently tracing the rim of his teacup, feeling the faint ridges of the ceramic. "Senpai," he finally spoke, voice softer still, "do you think the village system can maintain this order, forever?" Rashi's gaze shifted toward the window. Outside, dusk had settled. The streets of Konoha glowed under lantern light, shadows of families and shopkeepers moving across the roads. "No system is perfect, Itachi," he said at last. "What matters is whether it creates something better than what came before." And the hidden village system. He drew his eyes back to the boy across from him. It ended the warring clans era. It stopped clans from tearing each other apart without end. In that sense, it is better. Rashi tapped his chopsticks against the table, slow and deliberate. The village gave shinobi something new, a sense of belonging, a place they could call home. But with that came new restrictions, and new contradictions. Every system carries contradictions. Some can't ever be erased. A shinobi's personal ambitions will always clash with the village's needs. Clan traditions will always rub against the village's unified will. These conflicts can't be avoided. They can only be balanced, generation after generation. Then, "Senpai," Itachi asked cautiously, "does that mean a powerful clan should not exist within the village?" "Not exactly." Rashi shook his head. "The village still needs clans. Especially those with unique bloodline limits. Families like that are the most effective way to protect and pass down those powers." He reached for a lettuce leaf, wrapping it around a piece of grilled meat. In fact, clans lighten the village's burden. They nurture special talents, safeguard secret techniques, and act as buffers. Without them, gifted shinobi might come into sharper conflict with the village's rules. His voice dropped, calm yet firm. But a clan's power must never grow greater than the village's. Never above it. Because. He glanced at the glowing coals, at the hiss of fat dripping into fire. In the mountains of corpses and seas of blood of the last 3 wars, it wasn't only the great clans who carried the village. Many of its saviors were nameless shinobi, born without any bloodline or legacy. It was their sacrifices, the countless, ordinary lives, that allowed Konoha to stand and endure. Itachi lowered his head. On his plate lay the slice of grilled meat Rashi had placed there earlier, now cooled, its sheen dulled under the warm yellow light. In the silence that followed, only the faint crackle of burning charcoal filled the private room, blending with distant laughter and chatter from beyond the walls. Chapter 12, Chapter. Thank you for the food, senpai. I'll take my leave now. Itachi declined to share in Shinmi's ill-gotten gains. He calmly stated that he had not contributed to the matter, nor had he been part of the initial agreement for remuneration. He accepted only the 20,000 ryo stipulated by the mission. In turn, Rashi quietly settled the bill. As dusk deepened, Rashi rubbed his aching shoulders, preparing to resume his training. Just as he turned a corner, a figure in an animal mask appeared soundlessly, cloaked in shadows. Hokage-sama requests your presence. The Umbu's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Rashi scratched his head helplessly and glanced up at the crimson evening sky. The feeling was all too familiar, like being called in for overtime in his previous life. With a weary sigh, he followed the silent escort, his figure soon swallowed by the night. Inside the Hokage's office, the final rays of the setting sun spilled across the room, gilding it in warm gold. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood with his back to the door, the hem of his robe stirring gently in the breeze. Hearing footsteps, he turned slowly. Smoke curled lazily from his pipe, rising into the beam of light. This mission was carried out well. You've worked hard, the third Hokage said, his voice gentle, though his seasoned eyes remained piercing. He tapped the pipe lightly, scattering a few ashes onto the tray. Hokage-sama, you flatter me. No, it's the truth. Hiruzen's tone softened, but then shifted. When you were on border duty before, you didn't display such talent. His eyes narrowed slightly. Rashi, what do you think of that boy, Itachi? His talent is exceptional, far beyond his peers. That child has lost his comrades, as have you. The Hokage's voice grew heavier. Since you work well together, why not continue? As for the missing member of the squad, I'll arrange a suitable candidate. Rashi frowned. With my qualifications, I'm afraid I'm not yet suited to be an instructor. By Konoha's tradition, such a team arrangement left only 2 options, either he would lead as captain with 2 genin under him, or else a chunin, or even a jonin, would be transferred in, and the squad's missions would immediately escalate to B rank or higher. This is Itachi's own request, Hiruzen explained, his gaze shifting toward the twilight outside. He no longer wishes to be paired with genin. The sentence trailed off, but Rashi understood. After witnessing his comrades' deaths, the young Uchiha no longer wanted to experience that pain. If you're unwilling, I won't press the matter. The third exhaled a smoke ring, fingers tapping softly against the desk. It's not fair to involve genin in high-level missions. Nor would it be responsible for you. The office fell into silence, broken only by the faint crackle of burning tobacco. Then, with a sudden movement, the Hokage stood, his robe sweeping across the floor. Still. His expression softened, his tone earnest. I hope you'll think it over. If you refuse, there are Uchiha willing to take him on missions. But if possible, I'd rather their children not limit themselves solely to the clan. A flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. Rashi asked cautiously, and his father? What is the Uchiha clan's stance? Fugaku will not object, Hiruzen replied evenly. In that case, Rashi inclined his head, I have no objections either. The Hokage's expression eased, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his lips. As expected. Rashi, how is Lady Momoka's health? Very good, Rashi answered simply. Hiruzen nodded, then pulled an old file from a drawer. Rashi caught a glimpse, it was his own record. Without a word, the Hokage uncapped his pen and wrote on it before Rashi's eyes. For the time being, you won't need to accept new missions, he said. Use this period to prepare for your promotion to Jonin. Jonin. Rashi's eyes widened in genuine surprise. The word carried weight. Jonin were the backbone of Konoha, the true core of its strength, second only to the Hokage. Each one possessed the qualifications, at least in theory, to contend for that very seat. It was not a title granted lightly. And its numbers were always kept few. Throughout Konoha's history, only a handful had ever risen to the rank of Jonin while still in their teens, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and, in the years to come, Hyuga Niji. Such promotions demanded not only extraordinary talent and the strength to match, but were often tied to unusual circumstances or bitter sacrifices. Kakashi's father, the White Fang, had died under mysterious circumstances. Mado Dai gave his life to save his son, crippling the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in the process, and Hyuga Hisashi willingly surrendered himself to prevent a war. Konoha's promotions, then, were not always decided by merit alone, but sometimes as gestures of recompense, or appeasement. Just special Jonin, Hiruzen said at last, breaking Rashi's thoughts. Rashi let out a quiet breath of relief. Special Jonin stood in a class of their own. Unlike full Jonin, they were not promoted for all-round excellence, but for mastering a particular field or possessing talents too valuable to ignore, keen sensory perception, unrivaled medical ninjutsu, or advanced sealing techniques. Their authority was lower than that of standard Jonin but higher than Chunin, often tasked with specialized missions or serving as expert advisors. This arrangement also spared him the political wrangling a direct Jonin promotion might stir. Understood, Rashi replied evenly. In truth, special Jonin suited him better, greater mission authority and higher pay, with fewer administrative chains tying him down. It was, in many ways, ideal. The third Hokage slid the file back into the drawer with a muted scrape. Someone will inform you of the promotion process. You'll need 2 letters of recommendation from active Chunin or Jonin, and you'll have to pass an assessment in your area of specialty. His eyes lingered on Rashi, carrying a silent weight. With your ability, I doubt it will pose a problem. As for the recommendation letters, Rashi understood immediately. His parents had fallen on the battlefield. His Jonin instructor had died during the Nine-Tails attack. His comrades from border duty had perished against Kimogakure. The most obvious candidates to vouch for him were all gone. If necessary, Hiruzen would arrange replacements, but Rashi preferred to rely on his own strength. I'll handle it myself, Rashi said firmly. Grandma Momoka could likely contact some of the Senju who had gone into seclusion. Though many had changed their names and blended quietly into Konoha's fabric, they had once been the village's core strength. He had seen them at family gatherings during festivals. Several of them still held the rank of Chunin or Jonin, securing their recommendations should not be difficult. Hiruzen gave a small nod. Very well. Prepare yourself. As for Itachi's team, once it is complete, the Umbu will notify you. Yes. Rashi bowed, then turned and took his leave. By the time he stepped out of the Hokage building, night had already claimed the village. Lanterns flickered along the streets, casting warm halos across the cobblestones. A cool evening breeze brushed against his face, carrying with it the faint traces of tobacco smoke from the Hokage's office. Promotion to Special Jonin. The title itself meant little to him. But the freedom, access to higher-level missions, and more generous pay, those were things he could use. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 13, Chapter. The courtyard of the Senju old residence was steeped in twilight. The evening breeze stirred the ancient tree, its leaves whispering like faint sighs. Lanterns beneath the eaves glowed softly, scattering warm halos across the worn veranda. Grandma Momoka sat unmoving, as solid as stone. When Rashi slid open the door, her half-lidded eyes rose just enough to acknowledge him. You're back. Her voice was flat, almost indifferent. Yet her weathered gaze lingered on him for a heartbeat longer than habit demanded. Yes, Grandma, Rashi replied, settling onto the veranda with practiced ease. The third Hokage summoned me. It was about squad assignments, and my promotion to Special Jonin. He left out the details about Itachi. There was no reason to burden her with the full truth. The way Hiruzen had paired them, then dangled promotion immediately after, it reeked of negotiation. No, not even negotiation. Exchange. At that word, the fingers holding Momoka's teacup faltered almost imperceptibly. She said nothing, her gaze drifting toward the shadowed corners of the courtyard. I'll need recommendation letters from 2 active Chunin or Jonin, Rashi continued, his tone as formal as an official report. Plus a special ability assessment. For the letters. I'll have to trouble you. Recommendation letters. Momoka finally turned her head. The words seemed to still the air beneath the eaves. She lifted her cup and sipped, though the scalding tea could not mask the flicker of meaning in her eyes. Those people. In Rashi's tangled memories, they were like distant, estranged relatives. Every year, they came at set times, quiet visits to this half-forgotten residence. Their offerings were never lavish, yet always proper, a box of fine pastries, fresh seasonal fruits, or a rare trinket from beyond the village. The recollections blurred at the edges. Some faces wore the weight of nostalgia, speaking to Grandma Momoka with unfeigned respect. Their eyes turned to him, young Rashi, with a complexity he hadn't understood then, as if he were a living token of the past carried into the future. They would pat his head or shoulder, ask about his studies at the academy, remark that he had grown taller. Their words were gentle, warm even. But always held a certain distance. For the Rashi of today, those ties were paper-thin. Strangers who appeared only on festivals could hardly be called family. Yet now, in need of recommendation letters, he could only rely on Momoka, the matriarch who still bound them together. From an adult's perspective, it was the most sensible, even necessary path. Better for her, an elder, to reach out than for a 14-year-old boy to beg favor from vague uncles and aunts whose names he barely remembered. Momoka set down her cup. Porcelain met saucer with a soft, deliberate click. Her gaze lingered on his youthful face. 14 years old, already old enough, in the shinobi world, to shoulder blood and war. And yet, to her, he was still unbearably young. A recommendation letter was no simple formality. It was a declaration of stance. When a parent wrote one, it meant they recognized the child as heir to their name. When a chunin wrote one, it meant they were willing to accept the shinobi's authority. When a jonin wrote one, it meant true acknowledgement that they deemed this person a comrade worthy of standing beside them. To ask those people for such letters meant more than simple signatures. It meant bringing Rashi into their circle. Should he be pulled into that water now? After Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama's deaths, they had gathered here often, seeking to preserve a connection that could serve them in times of need. But behind that connection lurked expectations, burdens, and calculations. And for Rashi, still standing at the threshold of his path, those waters ran far too deep. About the recommendation letters. Momoka finally relented, her voice calm yet firm. I will handle them. Do I need to prepare anything? Rashi asked. You just focus on the assessment. With a casual motion, Momoka slid a ceramic cup of steaming tea across the table toward him. Everything else is not your concern, at least not yet. Rashi accepted the cup, warmth seeping into his palm. Yes, Grandma. He responded without hesitation. If the elder was willing to take personal charge, there was no reason for him to worry. The recommendation letters will be delivered directly to the Hokage's office, she added offhandedly. Rashi's gaze lingered on the cup in his hands as his mind began to drift. The body's original owner had possessed a remarkable foundation, capable of wielding all 5 elemental ninjutsu, backed by an extraordinary well of chakra. Abundant chakra meant not only endurance but also physical strength, and his taijutsu reflected that. As for genjutsu, Senju Momoka, his guardian, had once stood as a famed genjutsu master in the turbulent warring clans era, even matching wits against the Uchiha. Under her tutelage, Rashi might not have mastered illusions to perfection, but neither was it a weakness. Now, however, both the quantity and quality of his chakra had advanced to an entirely new level. His perception sharpened day by day, his senses grew keener with each passing week. The special Jonin assessment. For him, it was less a trial and more an exercise in restraint, showing the precision expected of a Jonin without revealing just how much he had truly grown. Passing was never the question. The real challenge lay in controlling how much strength to display, enough to succeed without arousing suspicion. What weighed more heavily on his mind was the training of being able to sense natural energy. Through patient training these past weeks, he had begun to faintly sense the strange ripples in the air whenever his would release attempted to draw in natural energy. The sensation was fragile, elusive, but real. Though he had not yet learned to actively absorb it, the very feedback proved he was on the right path. All he needed was persistence. At the same time, the deeper potential of wood release demanded exploration. His earlier attempt to channel wood release with natural energy had ended in petrification, a failure, but even failure carried lessons. His trees had been too fragile, their foundations lacking. Should he first focus on strengthening their resilience? Or experiment with diversifying their forms? The questions piled up, but the answer was clear: he had to understand wood release at its core, unravel the bond it shared with natural energy. Senju Hashirama's path lay before him, but Rashi needed to carve out his own. Only power, true, undeniable power, could secure his place in the shifting era he knew was coming. The assessment was nothing more than a passing ripple, what mattered was the strength he continued to forge. Outside, night deepened. The glow of lantern light softened the old residence, shadows brushing against the window frames. Momoka's eyes lingered on the boy before her, still clutching the teacup, gaze distant as if lost in another world. Seeing him so intent, so absorbed in his own thoughts, the stern lines on her face eased. She lifted her own cup, the tea long cooled, and took a slow sip in silence. Chapter 14, Chapter. The air inside the Hokage's office felt thick enough to ring out. Dim light filtered through the window, cutting across the tobacco haze in fractured beams. The drifting smoke blurred Hiruzen's features, turning the third Hokage into a shadowed figure behind the veil. Danzo's voice broke the silence, low, steady, and heavy, like a stone sinking into still water. Hiruzen, that injury report, plain as day. A wound that deep, blood loss, organ rupture, by all rights, no one should have survived. His finger tapped the hospital report on the desk. Each dull rap of his knuckles against the parchment drove his words deeper. Hiruzen did not answer. The ember in his pipe flared and dimmed, the only light in his silence. They both knew. That report described a certain death, a one-way path to the memorial stone. Yet Rashi still walked beneath the sun. Like the smoke between them, the unspoken truth lingered, dense, unyielding, impossible to ignore. Most of the Senju clan's jutsu rested in the Forbidden Archive, entrusted by Tobarama Senju himself. The clan might have developed new techniques before its decline, but what had truly allowed Rashi to cheat death was not hard to imagine. The risk must have been so great that even Momoka only dared act at the last moment. Hiruzen drew in a long breath from his pipe, the pungent smoke burning down into his lungs. He exhaled slowly, studying Danzo through the haze. "What are you trying to say?" His tone was calm, unreadable. "He's unfit to lead Itachi Uchiha." Danzo cut straight to the heart, his words sharp as a blade. "Give Itachi to me." His intent was bare, impossible to mistake. Rashi was nothing but a convenient excuse. Danzo's true prey had always been the Uchiha prodigy. Hiruzen's eyes hardened. Impossible. The word fell like a hammer, final and unbending. Even if Itachi were to undergo special training, he would never be delivered into Root's hands. Fugaku would never allow it. And with good reason. Root's members bore cursed seals, life and death bound to Danzo's will. To entrust the Uchiha clan head son, their brightest hope, to that cage of shadows. Even ordinary clansmen recoiled at Root's name. Fugaku doesn't need to know. Danzo's confidence was chilling, his tone disturbingly casual, as if bending wills was second nature. "I have ways to make Itachi join willingly." The sharp tap of Hiruzen's pipe against the desk cracked the air, scattering sparks across the wood. "No. They're already stirring." Danzo's voice suddenly rose, rough with urgency. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, smoke curling in his lungs, then released it in a heavy sigh. The haze veiled the weariness etched deep in his eyes. "The hidden cloud has sent signals for peace talks," he said, shifting the discussion. "That is our priority now." Danzo let out a cold, derisive snort but eventually followed Hiruzen's lead. After their last failed operation, Kumogakure has indeed pulled back from the border. The village can't hold out much longer either. Hiruzen's voice was steady, but the weight behind it was clear. His fingers absently traced the warm curve of the pipe. 3 years of deadlock at the border had drained both sides. For the hidden cloud, the true danger wasn't only mounting casualties. The land of lightning was a realm of mountains and cliffs, with little flat ground for farming. Its scarce fertile land grew cash crops for profit. With the collapse of trade with Fire Country and Konoha's allied nations, their grain imports had all but dried up. On the surface, Konoha was nothing more than a military village, a hired blade. It had no authority to dictate the Land of Fire's policies, nor to meddle in foreign trade. But reality rarely aligned with appearances. Danzo's route was never bound by the courtesies of diplomacy. They struck like ghosts across every route, not only ambushing merchant caravans bound for the Land of Lightning with surgical precision, but also turning the spoils into supplies, feeding Konoha's war machine. With land routes completely paralyzed, the Land of Lightning was forced to rely on sea transport alone. Grain prices soared, basic goods grew scarce, and civilian life collapsed into hardship. The rakeage, harried by mounting complaints, had been summoned repeatedly by the daimyo. The Kumogakure raid that wiped out Rashi's squad had been the last desperate lunge of an exhausted force. Its failure left only silence, a silence that spoke of collapse. Konoha, by contrast, still had food and supplies, but years of unending conflict weighed like a millstone, grinding down the villagers' patience and hope. War weariness spread like wildfire in the unseen corners of the village. With Kumogakure now extending an olive branch, both sides had finally reached the end of this war of attrition. "These past few years, the village has been stretched thin," Hiruzen said, his voice cool and official once more. "Too many missions have piled up. Rogue ninja run rampant in the land of trees and a day port. Order is fraying. Root will investigate first. Stabilize the situation. I will see to it." Danzo's reply was flat, drained of inflection. He rose with the aid of his cane, his wide robes stirring a faint draft. 2 masked Root operatives slipped out of the shadows behind him, their presence quiet, suffocating, like still water. The heavy doors creaked open. Light from the corridor spilled inside, scattering the gloom and smoke for a brief instant. In that sliver of brightness, Danzo came face to face with Rashi, who was just about to knock. "Advisor." Rashi inclined his head, his tone even. Danzo did not break stride. His hawk-like gaze, sharp and merciless, cut across Rashi as if to peel back flesh and lay bare every secret within. At last, he exhaled a faint, dismissive humph, and swept past. With the 2 Root shinobi gliding behind him, the 3 figures bled back into the darkness of the corridor until they were gone. Only then did Rashi lift his eyes again and push open the Hokage's door. The familiar smell of tobacco, heavy and bitter, mingled with the dry scent of parchment. Rashi approached the desk and set down a paper packet, his compiled mission history and personal records from the past years. Hokage-sama. His voice broke the silence. The solemn weight on Hiruzen's face seemed to ease, if only slightly. Setting his pipe aside, he regarded Rashi with a softened, almost paternal gaze. "You're here. About the recommendation letters." He slid open a drawer. Hayami and Kaji have already sent theirs. Producing 2 sealed scrolls, he placed them neatly on the corner of the desk. The assessment mission will focus on specialized ninjutsu evaluation. Your mastery of elemental techniques has always been excellent. This should not pose a problem, should it? I'll be prepared. Rashi's response was sharp, disciplined, no wasted words. One more thing. Hiruzen reached into the drawer again, withdrawing a slim file. He passed it across the desk. Regarding your squad members. This child, for certain reasons, we haven't been able to place her on a team. After consideration, I believe joining yours may be the best option. Rashi accepted the file, his eyes falling on the photograph clipped inside. A short girl with untamed, violet hair stared back at him. Her gaze carried a streak of wildness, and the faint curve of her lips hinted at a careless, mocking smile. Anko Mitarashi. Chapter 15, Chapter. Anko Mitarashi, disciple of Orochimaru, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, had once stood in good esteem. But ever since her master was exposed for conducting forbidden experiments on villagers and declared a rogue ninja, her position in the village had grown increasingly precarious. She and Rashi shared the same birth year, Konoha year 40, and had even sat in the same ninja academy class, though never in the same group. Their connection, at best, was little more than acquaintanceship, familiar faces, nothing more. After Orochimaru's fall, Anko was imprisoned by the Umbu for months. Only after exhaustive investigation was she cleared of suspicion and released, a gesture that felt more like a formality than genuine absolution. Orochimaru's crimes were too grave for even Hiruzen to shield: the murder of villagers, human experimentation, and the shattering of Konoha's most sacred foundation. For over 50 years, clans had united under the banner of hidden villages. The most basic condition of coexistence was simple: clans did not prey on each other. Orochimaru had violated that rule, and for that alone, he could no longer remain within Konoha. Yet killing him outright was another matter. Orochimaru was a Sannin, a war hero, the Hokage's own disciple. His contributions to Konoha were countless, his influence within the village vast. A clean execution might have satisfied justice, but it would also fracture the village. In the end, Hiruzen had chosen the middle road. He struck Orochimaru down, but stopped short of the killing blow, allowing him to flee. Officially, Konoha would treat him as any other missing nin. Unofficially, he had been allowed to escape. And if such leniency was shown to the master, it naturally extended to his disciples and subordinates. In a true military purge, Anko and others like her would never have walked free. But Konoha's punishment was more thunder than rain. For Rashi, this made his squad situation complicated. 2 teammates, one a child, the other fresh out of interrogation, each carrying backgrounds that would draw stares. Hardly an ideal team, but he wasn't in a position to argue. The special Jonin assessment arranged by the Hokage was still pending. The examiners were out on missions, and until their return, Rashi could only wait. Waiting, however, did not mean idleness. In the old forest behind the Senju compound, he sat cross-legged in meditation. Weeks of quiet training had sharpened his senses. Now he could clearly sense the subtle disturbances caused when his wood release drew at the edges of natural energy, ripples, faint yet distinct, like silent currents moving through the deep sea. The threshold of perception had been crossed. The next step was guidance, drawing this primal energy into himself. But to recklessly touch it with his own body was suicide. One mistake, and he would end as nothing more than a petrified husk among the roots. In the original story, Naruto had overcome this hurdle with shadow clones, using them to absorb natural energy in his stead. Rashi had something even better. Wood clones. Unlike shadow clones, they weren't just fragile copies. They could carry his power, move with his flexibility, and, most crucially, share their senses with the original in real time. Where shadow clones needed to disperse to transfer memories, wood clones were seamless extensions of self. This meant he could attempt sage training with them. Even if a clone failed and turned to stone, only the clone would be lost. His true body would remain unharmed. The realization struck with the clarity of lightning. Rashi pressed his hands together, and with a soft rustle of bark and leaves, a wood clone peeled itself away from his body. Rashi closed his eyes, mind drawn taut like a bowstring. His perception stretched outward, threading itself into the wood clone's body like unseen neural synapses, sharing its every sense. His intent pulsed clearly through the link: perceive. Guide. Absorb the natural energy drifting through this forest. The wood clone obeyed. At first, only the whisper of leaves stirred by the wind filled the silence. Then, a subtle heaviness bled into the air. The atmosphere thickened, the motes of light seeping through the branches seemed to drift sluggishly, as though weighed down. Through their shared senses, Rashi felt it. This was no longer a vague ripple, it was immersion in a vast, invisible ocean of life. Countless motes of energy, shimmering like translucent stardust, drifted and flowed around the wood clone, each particle pulsing with primal vitality. The clone reached out, guiding its chakra to brush against a single wisp. The instant that thread of natural energy entered its body, a violent torrent erupted. Brimming with vitality yet burning with corrosive force, it rampaged through the clone like molten life essence poured into a fragile vessel. The wood clone convulsed. Chakra that formed its body warped and buckled. Rough wooden textures crawled across its skin, twisting its form into something monstrous. Joints cracked and groaned as its body swelled, reshaping into a grotesque fusion of man and tree. Ugh. Rashi's brow furrowed. His face blanched as the backlash tore through their shared link. The pain was sharp, raw, as though his own flesh were being warped into bark and fiber. Yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to watch. The clone's transformation accelerated. Just before its human shape was lost entirely, a creeping pallor spread across the wooden growths. Ashen stone-like petrification devoured the rampant vitality, racing over bark and limb until the entire figure threatened to become nothing but a twisted statue. Rashi's heart tightened. His voice cut through the stillness. Release. With a sharp bang, the half-tree, half-stone monstrosity collapsed into a heap of charred wood and scattered fragments, dissolving into fading motes of dust. Rashi exhaled slowly, his eyes opening. A fine sheen of sweat clung to his brow, but a glimmer of insight sharpened his gaze. Failure, but not without reward. The experiment revealed the truth: natural energy did not strengthen everything blindly. It magnified what was inherent. For the toads of Mount Myaboku and the serpents of Ryuchi Cave, it heightened the powers of their kind. For his wood clone, forged from wood release itself, it seized upon the latent essence of wood, a shadow of the divine tree's nature, and drove it into rampant growth until the vessel collapsed. He studied the charred remnants scattered across the forest floor, thoughtful. So. Natural energy responds to the core of what you are. As the realization settled, a sudden flutter of wings disturbed the silence. A black-feathered eagle swooped soundlessly from the night sky, alighting on a branch before him. Its sharp eyes glinted as it extended its beak, offering a small wooden message tube sealed with wax, the unmistakable mark of the Hokage's office. Rashi unrolled the parchment. The familiar, slightly scrawled yet forceful handwriting of Hiruzen sprawled across it. Rashi, the assessment examiner has returned. 3 days from now, at noon, 3rd training ground. To keep the chapters coming, support with power stones. For every 200 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. And, check out my Patreon for extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 16, Chapter. 3 days later, at noon. Konoha's 3rd training ground lay under the merciless summer sun. The earth was baked yellow and hot enough to scorch bare skin, the air shimmering with heat haze. Cicadas shrilled relentlessly, amplifying the heavy dryness of the day. Rashi arrived precisely on time. He wore Konoha's dark green flak jacket, forehead protector polished and straight. At the center of the training ground, 2 figures already stood waiting in silence. Both wore the standard dark gray uniforms of the Umbu, faces hidden behind expressionless animal masks that revealed neither identity nor emotion. One was taller, his stance carrying an almost lazy nonchalance. Stray strands of silver hair slipped free from the mask's edge, catching the sunlight like slivers of steel. The other was thinner, younger, perhaps a year or 2 below Rashi, his posture perfectly straight and unmoving. Special Jonin promotion assessment. Subject, Rashi, the taller Umbu announced, his voice flat, measured, yet beneath the mask, that faint, drawn-out tone carried a trace of familiarity. We are your examiners. Demonstrate the ninjutsu you've mastered. Evaluation criteria: power, control, efficiency, and combat adaptability. Through the mask's hollow eyes, his gaze fixed on Rashi. Begin when ready. There was no ceremony, no wasted words, just the cold efficiency of Umbu. The very next instant, the silver-haired Umbu blurred. Rashi's pupils constricted, body snapping to the side on instinct. ZZZZT. A blinding spear of blue lightning carved through the space he had just vacated, leaving a blackened scorch and the sharp stench of ozone. The silver-haired Umbu stood there, right hand blazing with writhing lightning release, Chidori. Even restrained, the sheer speed and oppressive killing intent revealed the gulf in experience. Combat reaction, satisfactory, the voice murmured from behind the mask. But the assault didn't stop. His hands blurred into seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A roaring sphere of flame surged forward, cutting off Rashi's escape. Rashi's hands moved even faster. Water release, water wall. A surging wall of water burst up, colliding with the fireball. Hiss. Steam exploded outward, engulfing the battlefield in a choking white mist. Using the cover, Rashi retreated swiftly, fingers weaving another set of seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A howling gale erupted, dispersing the mist in seconds and hurtling toward the silver-haired Umbu. But his opponent's figure swayed like a phantom, slipping between the gusts as though he had predicted their flow. Earth release, earth wall. A solid barrier erupted from the ground, intercepting the wind head-on. Yet just as the wall rose, razor-thin wind blades sliced in from a blind angle. TCH. A faint click of annoyance echoed from behind the mask as the Umbu twisted at an impossible angle, barely evading. The hem of his cloak fluttered to the ground, neatly severed. Wind release control, excellent, he muttered. At that moment, the younger Umbu finally moved. He clasped his hands together, chakra surging with rigid precision. Wood release, silent strangling jutsu. From beneath Rashi's feet, thick vines erupted like awakened serpents, coiling hungrily toward his ankles. Wood release. Yamato. Rashi's heart tightened. Earth release, rock collapse. The ground beneath him split with a violent crack, collapsing into a shallow pit. The vines were crushed and tangled in the falling stone, their advance instantly stalled. Seizing the opening, Rashi leapt skyward, hands already completing another string of seals. Lightning release, ground flash. Blue arcs crackled like a spreading spiderweb, racing through the fractured ground, streaking straight toward the younger Umbu who had just finished his jutsu. The shorter Umbu betrayed no panic. His hands came together again, movement smooth and mechanical. Wood release, wood golem wall. Thick wooden pillars arched from the ground in a perfect curve, forming a seamless barrier around him. Lightning slammed into the wall with a crackling roar, leaving scorched black marks, but the dark brown wood held firm, unmoved by the assault. From the flank, the silver-haired Umbu closed in silently, a kunai crackling with dense lightning in his grip, its shrill hum sharp and venomous, like the fangs of a snake poised to strike. With a piercing screech, the blade darted for Rashi's ribs, aiming at his blind spot. Caught midair, nowhere to plant his feet, Rashi did not falter. His fingers flashed through two quick seals, snake, dragon. Wind release, gale. A powerful gust burst forth, its recoil blasting his body sideways, narrowly carrying him out of the kunai's lethal arc. He landed in a crouch, breath uneven, sweat beating on his forehead. The silver-haired Umbu dropped to the ground opposite him, expression unreadable behind the mask. Ninjutsu application, proficient. Chakra reserves, abundant. His voice was flat, clinical. With this much alone, Rashi's qualification as a special jonin was all but certain. But the assessment wasn't finished. The shorter Umbu stepped forward, his mask's hollow eyes locking onto Rashi. His hands clasped together once more. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Rumble. The earth heaved violently. Countless gnarled roots burst free, thick as pythons, writhing skyward as trees exploded into being. In moments, the open training ground became a suffocating miniature forest, a living cage pulsing with primal vitality. Branches swayed with deceptive grace in the sunlight, yet the crushing force behind them was suffocating, pressing in from every direction to strangle the lone shinobi within. The silver-haired Umbu leapt back, gaze locked on the storm at the center of the field. Rashi inhaled deeply, forming a shadow clone in an instant. Chakra surged in his body, refined and molded at a furious pace. His hands blurred through seals, fingers leaving afterimages. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. From his mouth erupted a condensed crimson dragon of flame, its heat searing, its roar splitting the air as it tore into the encroaching trees. At the same time, the clone's hands danced through its own seals. A savage gale spiraled into being. Wind fuels fire. Boom. The crimson dragon swelled monstrously, its flames turning blinding white-hot. No longer fire, it was a blazing wind dragon, incandescent and unstoppable, barreling toward the forest's weaker flank. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosion shattered the air. The blazing beast carved through the trees, ripping them apart like brittle kindling. Branches and trunks, sturdy enough to withstand lightning, disintegrated into ash and sparks under its fury. In its wake, a scorched passageway was torn open through the forest, blackened and burning, smoke curling thick in the sweltering heat. Rashi burst out from the flaming corridor, his figure cutting through the haze. His flak jacket was scorched, his face streaked with ash, but his eyes remained steady, calm and unwavering as they locked on the two examiners. The training ground lay in ruin. The lush green forest had been carved open by raw force, its smoldering edges crackling with dying fire. Charred branches collapsed with sharp snaps, the acrid scent of smoke filling the air. The silver-haired Umbu studied the destruction, then the shinobi who had emerged from it. Slowly, he lowered his lightning-clad kunai. Ninjutsu coordination, timing, power, control, excellent. His voice, though flat, carried finality. Assessment concluded. Special Jonin qualification, confirmed and granted. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 200 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. And check out my Patreon for extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 17, Chapter. The afterglow of the setting sun washed the courtyard of the old Senju compound in shades of amber and crimson, stretching the eaves shadows long across the ground. When Rashi pushed open the wooden gate, he found Grandma Momoka with her back to him, quietly trimming a potted pine. The soft snip-snip of her scissors carried clearly in the hushed air. "Grandma, I'm back." Rashi's voice broke the stillness. She didn't turn. Only a faint nod, almost imperceptible, acknowledged his arrival. "How was the assessment?" Her tone was flat, stripped of warmth or surprise. "I passed. Special Jonin qualification." The silence stretched. Rashi shifted slightly, lowering his voice. The examiners were 2 ANBU. One, silver-haired, strong in lightning release and taijutsu. The other. His gaze flickered. Used would release. At that, Grandma Momoka's hands froze mid-motion. She laid the scissors down, turned, and fixed Rashi with a gaze suddenly sharp as steel. Her voice cut through the stillness. "You countered with would release?" "No." Rashi shook his head firmly, meeting her piercing stare. "I relied only on ordinary ninjutsu." The courtyard fell quiet again, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. After a long pause, a dry scoff escaped her lips. "Hiruzen, oh, Hiruzen. You've grown so old." Rashi's eyes narrowed. "Grandma, you already knew of this would release Shinobi." She didn't deny it. Her hand returned to the scissors, but instead of resuming her pruning, her fingers absently stroked the cold metal handle. "That child's ANBU codename is Tenzo. Long before that, in Danzo's root, he was called Kino." Her voice lowered, heavy with scorn. "A defective creation of Danzo and Orochimaru, built upon a mountain of corpses. He survived, yes, and he can force trees to grow, but he is a pale shadow of Lord Hashirama, and of you." Her gaze flicked to Rashi, weighted with meanings he could not yet parse. "He is something different." Rashi's pupils contracted. Orochimaru. Danzo. The wood release experiments. Kino. Tenzo. Grandma knew these names too well. "You." His voice dropped, taut with disbelief. "You were involved." The scissors halted. Slowly, Momoka raised her eyes, her gaze like a honed blade, sinking deep into his. This scrutiny was sharper than before, a silent test of his composure. The air beneath the veranda seemed to harden, the evening wind skirting around the tension rather than dispersing it. At last, she spoke, her words slow, deliberate, and heavy. "In the earliest Hashirama cell implantation trials, the volunteers were our own, loyal, capable, trustworthy. Us. But the toll was too great for the village to bear, and so the project was halted. Officially." Her eyes grew colder. But Konoha still craved a weapon to control the tailed beasts. If their own couldn't be sacrificed, then outsiders were chosen. Danzo and Orochimaru were given silent permission to continue. And because these were Hashirama cells, the Senju could never be fully absent. Each word fell like a hammer blow on Rashi's chest, stripping away the gilded surface of Konoha to expose the rot festering beneath. Yet to her quiet astonishment, Rashi's expression barely shifted. His brows furrowed, his gaze turned inward with thought, but the storm of emotion she expected never came. Instead, he met her revelations with an almost unnerving calm, cold, and steady. There was no anger, no wounded disappointment, only a strange serenity, as though Rashi had long anticipated this revelation and was calmly digesting it now. Momoka's heart stirred. Something about this reaction was wrong. Too composed. A 14-year-old boy, hearing such dark truths for the first time, where was the outrage? The shock? Instead, his profile remained calm in the fading light. The thought that had haunted her since his grave injury, that she wished only for him to live safely, rose once again, blotting out her tangled emotions. "You." Her voice carried the faintest trace of probing, but her tone softened without her noticing, tinged with an elder's concern. "Don't you feel angry at what the village has done? Don't you feel betrayed?" Her words pressed harder. Rashi was quiet for a moment. His gaze drifted past her, settling on the moss-covered stone lantern in the corner of the courtyard. Bathed in twilight, the dark green clinging stubbornly to its surface seemed almost defiant in its quiet endurance. "An individual's moral code cannot restrain a vast collective that survives on power," Rashi finally said, his voice steady. "Nor can it be used to judge a leader forced to choose in a cruel reality." He paused, his eyes returning to hers, calm yet impossibly deep. "Survival and development are the truest correctness. Whether something is dirty depends on what it's meant to achieve, and whether there was ever a cleaner choice to begin with." Private morality can neither bind the beast that is the collective, nor serve as the sole measure for a leader wading through the mire. The words fell like stones into still water, sending ripples through Momoka's long-settled heart. The ruthless clarity, the pragmatic wisdom, they struck her harder than she cared to admit. For the first time, she felt with startling certainty that this boy she had raised had changed. No, more than changed. Reborn. That composure, that insight into the world's harsh machinery, far outstripped his years. A flicker of surprise, laced with an emotion she could not name, passed through her chest. The village does need power to balance the tailed beasts, Rashi continued. But the Uchiha's Sharingan, doesn't it also have the ability to control them? If it's truly about the greater good, wouldn't they? Uchiha. Her sharp laugh cut him off. She looked at him as though he had said something naive, almost childish. In all 54 years since Konoha's founding, the Sharingan has controlled a tailed beast exactly twice. Her eyes hardened. The first was Uchiha Madara, when he attacked the village with the Nine Tails. The second was just 3 years ago, the Nine Tails rampage. Her voice rose, edged with scorn. The Sharingan once again bound the Nine Tails, unleashing it upon the village. That night cost us the 4th Hokage, dozens of Jonin, hundreds of Chunin and Genin, sacrificed just to restrain the beast's fury. Her hand clenched faintly over the scissors. This so-called ability to control tailed beasts, in the Uchiha's hands, is nothing but a blade hanging above the village's throat, ready to fall at any moment. Rashi said nothing. There was no counter-argument, only the weight of blood and truth. Even without Madara, the scars of the Nine Tails rampage 3 years ago had yet to fade. Do I need to report back an answer to the Hokage's probe? Rashi shifted the conversation, his voice returning to its unsettling calm, as though the heavy words about the Uchiha had left no mark on him. Momoka studied him in silence. Her sharp gaze searched for cracks in his composure, for the thoughts he would not say aloud. But all she found was stillness. At last, her sigh escaped, heavy with exhaustion yet tinged with reluctant understanding. So be it. She waved her hand, as though brushing away dust that wasn't there. This old woman will make the arrangements. Chapter 18, Chapter 3 years ago, the claws and flames of the Nine Tails tore through Konoha's heart, leaving its central district in smoldering ruins. Yet in the aftermath of that devastation, opportunity emerged. The old Konoha had been little more than a haphazard settlement, born when the Senju and Uchiha shook hands and carved out peace. The founders could never have imagined it swelling into the sprawling Shinobi village of today, sheltering tens of thousands. But the growth had been chaotic. Clan compounds of later joined families sprouted in scattered clusters, jutting out like stubborn bone spurs, restricting the village's development. The Nine Tails attack, though a catastrophe, was like a brutal surgeon's cut. Those spurs were ripped away, giving Konoha's planners the freedom to reshape the village with cold, rational precision. Now, the Hokage building stood as the unquestioned core, with new residential and commercial zones radiating outward in neat order. The clan districts were pushed to the outskirts, tidy, contained, easier to monitor. And of all the clans, the Uchiha were sent farthest. The official reasoning was lofty: proximity to the police force headquarters, efficiency in patrolling, maintaining public order. But every shinobi who had lived through that night still remembered it vividly, the Nine Tails, its eyes swirling with the crimson tomo of the Sharingan. That image alone was damning. The exile could not have been more blatant. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, had swallowed it in silence. Rage and humiliation burned in his chest like molten iron, but he could do nothing. At the entrance to the Uchiha district, a small figure already waited. Uchiha Itachi. His clan uniform of deep blue bore the fan crest proudly on his back. His black eyes, calm and unreadable, turned toward Rashi. "Rashi-senpai," he said with a polite bow, voice steady. "Father instructed me to wait here and escort you." "Thank you, Itachi." Rashi inclined his head, studying the boy. Today, Itachi's presence felt even calmer, more reserved than usual. Now that Rashi had officially earned the rank of Special Jonin, he was also stepping into his new role as captain. Itachi joining his squad was already decided, but sending an 8-year-old into missions ranked B and higher required one unavoidable formality: facing Uchiha Fugaku. Rashi himself had gone to war at 11. But in the shinobi world, 8 and 11 were starkly different. One was still a child at the academy, the other, already a soldier with blood on his blade. "Senpai, this is your first time in the Uchiha district, isn't it?" Itachi asked as he led the way, his tone quiet but steady. "Yes. I was stationed at the border for years," Rashi replied, his eyes following the boy while also scanning the surroundings with measured caution. The Uchiha compound felt enclosed. An invisible barrier seemed to separate it from the rest of Konoha. Inside the entrance, the streets were immaculately kept, flanked by traditional wooden houses with tiled roofs. Small shops lined the lanes, tool vendors, modest eateries exuding savory aromas, even a refined dessert shop with delicate mochi displayed behind spotless glass. Pedestrians were few, mostly Uchiha in their clan blues and blacks, nodding politely as they passed each other, forming the air of a self-contained, insular community. It was clean. Disciplined. Almost too perfect. But Rashi noticed the eyes. The civilians, women, elders, and children looked at him with curiosity, tinged with unease. The shinobi, however, were different. Their gazes cut sharp as kunai, openly appraising him, weighing, measuring, and quietly rejecting. The district itself seemed detached, a village within a village, watchful, walled off, and quietly hostile. Rashi's steps faltered for the briefest instant. It wasn't the stairs. It was something else, an unseen gaze, distant yet unwavering, fixed on the main gate behind him. Brother. Brother. A high, innocent voice rang out, shattering the tension. From a side alley, a tiny figure, barely 3 years old, came barreling forward in a blur of enthusiasm. Dressed in a miniature clan uniform, his little legs pumped furiously as he launched himself toward Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. He ignored Rashi completely, eyes locked on his brother as he collided into him like a cannonball, clinging tightly to Itachi's leg. His wide, great black eyes sparkled with pure joy. Brother. Play shuriken with me. Right now. For the first time, Itachi's mask of calm cracked. His expression softened, melting in an instant. Bending down, he ruffled Sasuke's soft black hair with infinite gentleness. Sasuke, he said softly, I need to take Senpai to see father first. I'll play with you later, all right. Sasuke's tiny mouth immediately pouted, his round face crumpling with grievance. His large eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet despite his reluctance, he obediently nodded and let go of Itachi's hand. Before retreating, he stole a curious glance at Rashi, then scampered back into the alley, glancing over his shoulder every few steps as though unwilling to leave his brother's side. At some point, Fugaku had appeared at the entrance of the residence. He stood in silence, his expression unreadable. Only when Sasuke disappeared into the alley did his deep gaze shift to Rashi, an inscrutable glint flickering within it. Itachi straightened, his composure returning instantly. He gave Rashi a small nod, signaling to continue forward. Soon, they arrived before an imposing residence. Halting at the threshold, Itachi stepped aside with practiced respect. Senpai, father is waiting for you inside. Fugaku's eyes were already on Rashi. Rashi offered a courteous nod, slipped off his sandals, and stepped into the entryway. Itachi remained in the shadow of the outer corridor, while Fugaku stood tall within the inner hall, his presence commanding. The Uchiha patriarch was as rigid as a pine tree, dressed in dark clan robes, his face composed as still water. His gaze carried the weight of scrutiny, cool and assessing. Rashi, special jonin, Fugaku intoned, his voice deep and even, as though simply verifying facts. I have long heard of your achievements at the border, and of your recent promotion to special jonin. Truly, a formidable young man. Clan head Fugaku, you honor me, Rashi replied, bowing slightly, his tone measured and respectful. I have only done my duty. Fugaku inclined his head and gestured toward the interior. They moved into the reception room, kneeling opposite one another on the tatami mats. Mikoto quietly entered, setting down steaming cups of green tea before excusing herself. The faint aroma lingered in the air, along with a subtle tension. To Rashi's mild surprise, Fugaku did not begin with warnings about Itachi's safety or the risks of missions. Instead, he lifted his cup and asked in a calm tone. I hear you reside in the old estate on the western outskirts, raised and tutored by Lady Momoka herself. Yes, Rashi answered evenly, raising his cup. Grandmother has always looked after me. Fugaku set his tea down with a faint clink against the low table. It is said your ninjutsu is exceptional, mastering all 5 elements. War on the border truly forges talent. Only through necessity was I able to practice so widely, Rashi replied modestly. Fugaku gave a small nod, then let the matter drop. His gaze drifted past the paper screen to the courtyard beyond. Rashi-kun, you entered with Itachi just now. What impression did our district leave upon you? Rashi paused, weighing his words carefully. It is tranquil, the clan members live orderly lives, and everything one needs is within reach. It seems, the Uchiha are very self-sufficient. Self-sufficient. Fugaku repeated softly, the faintest curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. His gaze lingered on the quiet courtyard as his voice deepened. Yes. We are peaceful and self-contained. But distance from the village center also means less interaction. He let the words hang briefly, then turned back to Rashi with the calm authority of a leader. From now on, when Itachi joins missions, I will entrust him to you. His talent is great, but his experience is shallow. He will need your guidance. It will be my responsibility, clan head Fugaku. You have my word. A sharper gleam flickered in Fugaku's eyes for an instant, gone before Rashi could place it. Rising smoothly, the clan head ended the meeting. Itachi, see Rashi-kun out. Both men stood. Fugaku accompanied Rashi to the entrance but went no further. Stepping outside, Rashi blinked against the bright afternoon sun. Itachi waited quietly beneath the veranda. When Rashi emerged, the boy moved ahead, guiding him wordlessly down the street. Even as they walked away, Rashi could still feel Fugaku's gaze pressing against his back, a heavy weight of silent scrutiny that lingered until he turned the corner and it finally lifted. The air within the clan district remained thick with detachment, the faint sweetness of mochi drifting from the small dessert shop nearby. Itachi's steps were steady, but to Rashi's keen eyes, the boy's silence carried a subtle note of inner conflict. Senpai holds another identity father is wary of, Itachi thought. But the question? I cannot ask. To keep the chapters coming, support with power stones. For every 200 power stones, one bonus chapter. And, check out my Patreon for extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 19, Chapter. After meeting Itachi, Rashi's next stop was Anko Midarashi. She lived in one of the village's ninja apartments in the center of Konoha, basic, no-frills housing provided to Shinobi. One room, one kitchen, one bathroom. Simple, cheap, and just enough for a single person. Anko had no parents. Like many of her generation outside of the great clans, the endless wars had left her an orphan. Such children were raised in the village orphanage, then moved into these apartments once they were old enough for the academy. Rent was free during their studies, and once a month the administrative staff came by with allowances, checkups, and the bare minimum of care. But in the past 3 years, these apartments had become overcrowded, filled with young shinobi trying to survive. Thump, thump. The sound of knocking echoed down the corridor. A dragging shuffle followed, then a muffled, weary voice from behind the door. Coming, who is it? The door creaked open a crack. The girl behind it was nothing like the lively-eyed face in her mission file photo. 14-year-old Anko Midarashi looked worn out. Her purple hair stuck out in messy tangles, and she wore a loose black mesh shirt with faded shorts. The stale air that spilled out carried the cloying scent of rotting sweets, unemptied trash, and long-stale room air. She squinted against the corridor's light, focusing on the figure outside. The face looked familiar, especially the eyes and brow that stirred old memories of their academy days. Rashi. Rashi, she asked hesitantly, her frown showing both confusion and recognition. What are you doing here? The boy she remembered had always stood apart, cold-eyed, sharp, like someone carrying a burden heavier than his years. But the one in front of her radiated a calmer, steadier aura that made the contrast jarring. The village should have sent you a notice, Rashi said evenly, his gaze taking in her exhausted state. You've been assigned to my squad. Anko scratched her tangled hair, blinking like someone dragged out of a long daze. Ah, maybe I did hear something about that. She stepped aside, waving a hand with half-hearted casualness. Come in. But don't expect much. It's just like this. She didn't even bother to make excuses. Rashi nodded once and stepped inside. His eyes swept the cramped apartment. Empty ramen bowls littered the tatami, a half-eaten dango skewer had hardened to stone on the floor, and soda cans were scattered around the low table. It wasn't a complete disaster, but clearly no one had cleaned in weeks. The air itself felt heavy with neglect. Without a word, Rashi crossed the room, rolled up his sleeves, and picked up the broom in the corner. He began sweeping with practiced ease, every movement calm and natural, as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Anko blinked in surprise, then yelped when he moved to sweep away the old dango. Hey! Don't touch that. I wasn't done with it yet. You can't just, that's rude. Go boil some water, Rashi replied flatly, not even looking up. When a guest visits, the least you offer is hot water. Tea, if you have it. Plain water will do. He flicked several cans neatly into the trash bin without missing a beat. You. Anko's words caught in her throat. She stared at him, unsettled by the sight. How could the top student from the academy, the one who always seemed so untouchable, be cleaning her apartment like some domestic husband? And worse, acting as though it was the most natural thing in the world. In the end, all she managed was a muttered, fine, fine. Before trudging off to the kitchen. The sound of a kettle clinking onto the stove drifted out. Meanwhile, Rashi worked quickly, trash gathered, bowls stacked, curtains yanked open. Fresh air and sunlight spilled into the room, sweeping away the stale gloom in an instant. When Anko returned with 2 steaming cups, the space already felt different, lighter, livable. She set a cup in front of Rashi, kept the other for herself, and sat cross-legged across from him. Her expression was conflicted, caught somewhere between embarrassment, annoyance, and the strange warmth of being cared for. Rashi reached into a paper bag and slid it across the table toward her. Inside were several skewers of glossy, sugar-glazed 3-color dango, still warm, their sweet aroma filling the air. Anko's eyes lit up, only to narrow with suspicion a moment later. What's this? Trying to bribe me? You were never like this before. Her voice carried both wariness and confusion. I bought them on the way, Rashi said simply. He pulled out a skewer, bit into it, and closed his eyes briefly in satisfaction. Soft, chewy, sweet. Much better than that dried-out rock you were chewing on. His tone was light, casual, like he was simply sharing food with a friend. Anko stared at him, then at the tempting dango. Her stomach growled audibly, betraying her. She hesitated, chewing her lip, but finally reached out. Taking a skewer, she bit carefully into it. Warm, chewy mochi and sugary glaze melted on her tongue, and a long-forgotten sweetness spread through her senses. Her eyes half-closed in pleasure, a small sigh slipping out before she could stop it. It's good, she muttered, cheeks faintly pink as she ate, sneaking sideways glances at Rashi all the while. The young man in front of her sat calmly, eating dango, with a faint trace of dust still clinging to him from cleaning the room. Something about that sight made her feel both strange and unfamiliar. You've been living off these all this time? Rashi tilted his chin toward the instant noodle cups and snack bags littering the floor. His tone wasn't accusatory, more like he was confirming what he already knew about her situation. What else? Anko muttered around a mouthful of dango, her words slightly slurred with apathy. No missions, eating out's expensive, and I can't be bothered to go outside. She didn't add the truth, that she couldn't bear the sympathetic, scrutinizing, or wary stares waiting for her beyond her door. Border skirmishes have eased up. Plenty of missions piled up, merchant routes, rogue ninja cleanup, caravan escorts, border patrols. C rank, D rank, take your pick. The village hasn't assigned you any. Rashi swallowed before speaking again. Anko froze, her gaze fixed on the glossy bamboo skewer in her hand. They did. Fetching pets, pulling weeds. I didn't take them. Her voice fell to a whisper. It's boring. Boring, or is it that you can't bring yourself to care? Rashi's calm eyes dropped to her hand, gripping the skewer so tightly her knuckles whitened. His voice stayed steady. Anko's head snapped up, irritation flashing in her eyes at being read so easily. But beneath it was something heavier, weariness, confusion. Does it even matter? Whether I care or not. It's all the same anyway. She turned her face toward the sunlight spilling through the window. Back then, with him, I always had a goal. To grow stronger. To learn. Now. Her lips curled into a bitter smile, mocking herself. Now it feels like my bones have been stripped out. I can't bring myself to do anything. Orochimaru, sensei, why? Her words broke off into a harsh gasp, choked with hatred and despair. Rashi listened without interrupting, offering no comfort, no false wisdom. He only reached for another skewer of dango, chewing unhurriedly, giving her space to bleed her emotions out. The room filled with the sound of her uneven breathing, punctuated by the faint chirping of birds outside. That quiet, unpressured presence made her chest feel a little lighter. Anger, hatred, it's normal, Rashi finally said once her breathing steadied, his voice as even as if he were commenting on the weather. But life doesn't stop. Locking yourself away, rotting on instant noodles and stale dango, what good does that do you? He dropped the empty skewer and looked at her directly, his words blunt. Even the dullest missions pay enough for fresh meals and dango that isn't hard. Missions keep your body moving and your head busy. That's better than wasting away in here. Anko stared at him. From anyone else, those words would have felt shallow, ignorant of her pain. But Rashi, who had quietly cleaned her room and brought her fresh food, spoke with a grounded weight she couldn't ignore. No sympathy. No lecturing. Just the plain truth, life must go on. You really have changed the way you talk. Anko's lips tugged in a faint pout, her tone complicated. Yet the dullness in her eyes had softened. She glanced at the fresh sugar glaze glistening on her half-eaten dango, its sweetness catching the sunlight. Fresh really did taste better. Abruptly, she shoved the rest into her mouth, chewing fiercely as if to swallow something deeper along with it. But you're right. She swallowed, wiped the sugar from the corner of her lips, and looked up. Pain still lingered, but there was a faint spark now, fragile but real. I can't just rot here. It really is pointless. She hesitated, then asked with a flicker of her old spirit, Captain, when's the next mission? C rank. B rank. The corner of Rashi's mouth twitched upward. I won't let you sit idle. As for the mission, wait for the notice. In the meantime. He rose, scanning the room that, though tidied, still felt empty. Thoroughly clean this place again. Next time I come, I want it kept this way. And, hot tea. Ugh, you're so demanding. Fine, fine. Anko groaned, though her tone lacked true resistance. Watching Rashi's back as he headed for the door, the protest almost sounded alive. As he slid the door open, she blurted, "Hey, Rashi." He glanced back. "Thanks." Her voice dipped, eyes shifting away. After a beat, she added, "For the dango." "And the cleaning." Rashi only nodded, silent as ever, and stepped out. When the door shut, the quiet pressed in again. Yet it felt different now, lighter. The sweet aroma of dango and the scent of fresh sunlight lingered in the air. Anko looked at her empty hands, then around the clean room. Sunlight spilled across the floor in warm, unbroken patches. She drew in a long, deep breath of fresh air through the open window, and slowly exhaled, as though expelling something stale from her chest. Her eyes fell on the broom leaning in the corner. She walked over, gripped it tight, and this time, on her own, began sweeping up the last of the trash. To keep the chapters coming, support with power stones. For every 200 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. And I am trying to get the amount of extra chapters to 30 before the end of the week. Check out my Patreon for extra plus 15 chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 20, Chapter. With the team roster essentially settled, Rashi's focus shifted to something more practical, squad tactics. This was no longer the straightforward formation of his previous team. One member specialized in ninja tools and genjutsu, another in taijutsu, while he himself served as the ninjutsu-type chunin, responsible for firepower suppression in complex engagements. This new team, however, had an unusual and volatile structure. He spread paper across the desk, pen scratching steadily as ink bled into crisp points and notes. Uchiha Itachi. Advantages: a prodigy far beyond his peers. His ninjutsu mastery has already reached chunin level, his fire release, genjutsu, and ninja tool precision especially stand out. Combat awareness is sharp, with analytical and observational skills bordering on frightening. He wields a two-tomo Sharingan, proof of his overwhelming potential. Limitations: only 8 years old. His body remains underdeveloped, stamina, explosive strength, and sustained combat power are a far cry from that of adult shinobi. While his chakra reserves outstrip those of his peers, they're still insufficient for long, drawn-out fights on the chunin level. Real battlefield experience remains thin, particularly against high-pressure, multi-layered combat scenarios. Positioning: cannot serve as the main attacker or centerpiece in extended battles. More suited as a tactical core and support unit, leveraging his Sharingan's insight, genjutsu, precision tools, and decisive fire release strikes. His role should be to create openings and control the flow of combat from mid-range. Absolutely avoid prolonged close-quarters combat that demands relentless taijutsu or extreme chakra consumption. Mitarashi Anko. Advantages: a textbook elite chunin. Strong taijutsu fundamentals, balanced in speed, strength, and agility. Wide-ranging ninjutsu repertoire, particularly fire release, earth release, and the hidden shadow snake hands techniques. High poison resistance from long-term venom exposure. Endurance and willpower that had always bordered on unyielding. Considerable real-world combat experience. Limitations: current state: Orochimaru's defection left her mentally scarred. The trauma has plunged her into despondency, leaving her unstable and sluggish in battle. Her combat will is low, reflexes dulled, her overall effectiveness laced with uncertainty. Positioning: by rights, she should be the frontline spearhead, a primary attacker tearing open enemy defenses with her taijutsu ninjutsu combination. But her present psychological state complicates matters. Temporary strategy: until her condition is confirmed, she should not shoulder the heaviest close combat pressure. Better to deploy her on flanking maneuvers, second-wave assaults, or as mid-range disruption, using ninjutsu and serpent techniques to inject chaos and spread damage without forcing her to carry the front line immediately. Rashi's pen lingered on Anko's name, leaving behind a heavy blot of ink. No matter how cleanly the analysis looked on paper, it remained a theory. The lively, battle-tested kunoichi described in her file clashed violently with the dispirited woman he had seen firsthand. Did her taijutsu still bite with the same ferocity? Could her snake-style ninjutsu still flow freely? Would her instincts hold firm in the face of real danger? These were unanswered questions. It was, in truth, a non-standard team riddled with flaws. Itachi's brilliance shackled by his youth. Mastering 5 chakra nature transformations is nothing short of genius. Hiruzen's reply was a soft, unreadable hum, the smoke of his pipe curling slowly toward the ceiling. Core assessment: chakra control and endurance. Kakashi's voice was steady as he laid out the key point. During the trial, he executed no fewer than 6 different elemental techniques, including a wind-fire combination to counter deep forest emergence. Despite fluctuations in his aura, there were no clear signs of depletion, and his concentration remained sharp throughout. His chakra reserves far exceed that of an ordinary jonin. He paused briefly, then added, almost reluctantly. He surpasses me. Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes, smoke curling from his pipe. Kakashi's chakra was considerable in its own right, even with the constant drain of the Sharingan, his strength still outstripped that of most Jonin. Rashi's background and years of records flashed through the Hokage's mind. In the past, he hadn't reached such a level. The issue wasn't the number of techniques, it was the sheer difficulty of transforming and molding different chakra natures in rapid succession. The strain was far greater than repeatedly shaping a single element. Yet Hiruzen pressed no further. His tone was slow, thoughtful. 5 nature transformations, how was his application? Proficient. Kakashi's reply was crisp. Basic techniques, water wall, great breakthrough, earth flow, were deployed with precise timing and smooth transitions. His wind-fire combination displayed excellent control over both chakra nature and shape transformations, producing considerable explosive force. His choices emphasized practicality and battlefield adaptability, with no noticeable weaknesses. Taijutsu. Adaptability. His foundation is solid. Movement and evasion are efficient, seamlessly coordinated with ninjutsu use or disengagement. His battlefield awareness is exceptional, under ambush or heavy suppression, his judgment stays calm, his decisions decisive, and he consistently finds optimal or fallback solutions under pressure. Kakashi's eye flickered with memory, the image of Rashi bursting through a corridor of flame. Overall, his ninjutsu mastery and practical application not only meet, but exceed, the standard for special jonin. The qualification is deserved. The office grew quiet, broken only by the faint crackle of burning tobacco. Hiruzen's gaze grew distant, clouded. How did he respond to Tenzo's wood release? Kakashi thought back. His first responses were conventional ninjutsu, executed swiftly. When confronted with deep forest emergence, he chose a high-risk, high-reward wind-fire combination to break through. He didn't attempt to counter with any secret techniques. More importantly, throughout the entire engagement, he revealed no trace of wood release himself. He hesitated, then added. His composure was excellent, but the instant deep forest emergence activated, his chakra flow stagnated for a heartbeat. He recognized it. His decision to push through aggressively was tactically sound, but it may also suggest a deliberate choice to avoid exposure or comparison. Hiruzen's brows lowered slightly at that. Kakashi's final words cut through the smoke. Even silence in the face of wood release is a statement in itself. The Hokage grunted, gave no further comment, and dismissed him with a wave. Kakashi replaced his mask and slipped into the office's shadows, vanishing as if he had never been there. Left alone, Hiruzen's gaze turned toward the deepening twilight beyond the window, the glow of the setting sun blurring through the drifting smoke. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 200 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. And, check out my Patreon for extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 21, Chapter. The sandy ground of Training Ground 3 shimmered under the brutal afternoon sun, heat waves warping the air. Rashi stood at the center of the field, his sharp gaze flicking between the 2 figures before him. Uchiha Itachi, clad in a dark blue clan uniform, stood straight-backed, sweat trickling down his youthful yet taut cheeks. His dark eyes fixed on his opponent with unwavering intensity. At just 8 years old, his slender frame seemed almost too small for the vast training ground. Opposite him, Enko Mitarashi wore a faded black mesh shirt and shorts. Her purple hair clung to her temples with sweat, her hands shoved casually into her pockets. Her posture was loose, but her sharp glance at Itachi betrayed the readiness of a coiled spring. Live combat assessment, Rashi's voice cut through the heated air. Show me how you cooperate effectively. Rules, stop before causing serious injury. Begin. Whoosh. Itachi moved first. His body blurred into an afterimage, speed ghost-like among his peers. Yet to Anko's eyes, his path was clear. 3 shuriken whistled through the air with a shriek, aimed not to kill but to disable, her shoulder, her knee, her wrist. Anko exhaled through her nose in a sharp snort. Her body snapped forward like a released spring, swift and fluid, every motion echoing Orochimaru's taijutsu drills. With a single, precise sidestep, the shuriken grazed her clothes and buried themselves deep into the sand. Fire release, flame bullet. Anko's seals blurred, faster than a blink. 3 condensed fireballs roared forward like cannon shells, closing in on Itachi in a triangular net of heat and flame. His pupils tightened. His Sharingan had not yet been revealed. Faced with the searing onslaught, he stomped hard and veered right. The fireballs tore past his arm, the scorching airflow searing his skin and nearly throwing him off balance. Humph. Anko pounced on his stumble. From her sleeve, her hand shot forward like a striking viper. Hidden shadow snake hands. 2 venomous snakes burst out with a hiss, scales glinting, striking at Itachi's ankles where he had just landed. In that instant, his eyes bled red. Twin Tomo spun to life. The snake's strike slowed in his vision, every muscle twitch clear. He twisted violently, barely grazing free, the cold brush of scales raising the hairs on his legs. But the awkward dodge sent him staggering. Anko lunged, a cannonball of speed and killing intent. In the blink of an eye, Itachi's tomo spun faster. He didn't resist the stumble, he let it carry him backward, his small body bending as though broken. Anko bore down, fist aimed straight for his ribs, yet her focus wavered. Harsh lights. Snake eyes, slitted and uncaring, abandoning her without a glance. A genjutsu. Her mind froze, terror flooding her vision. Though she snapped herself free an instant later, her body lagged, her attack faltering for just a breath. And that was enough. Bang. Her fist struck only wood, the Itachi before her dissolving into a substitution log. The real Itachi emerged silently in her blind spot, blade pressed cold and steady against the fabric of her back. Not piercing, just a reminder. Time stopped. Anko froze mid-strike, every sense alive to the faint breath of Itachi behind her and the bite of steel at her back. That's enough, Rashi's voice broke the silence. The tomo faded. Itachi stepped back, his small chest rising and falling, his face flushed but calm. He wiped the sweat from his brow, retrieved his water bottle, and drank in small, careful sips. Anko turned stiffly, as if her body had rusted. Frustration surged like a tide, cold and bitter. She had lost. Lost to an 8-year-old boy. Is this why you left me, Orochimaru-sensei? Her pale lips pressed together, her face drained of color. Then, unable to contain it, she spun and drove her fist into a wooden post. Bang. The post cracked with the sunken imprint of her fist. Rashi glanced at the two, one calm, one trembling, without comment. He moved to the corner, retrieving a cloth bag. Instead of weapons, it carried neatly wrapped rice balls and a bamboo flask. Take a break, Rashi said evenly, his tone oddly domestic. He handed one rice ball to Itachi, then held the other out to Anko. Anko's shoulders were stiff, trembling. Steamed before I left. Chicken filling, teriyaki flavor. Not bad, Rashi said casually. After fighting, you should at least eat. I don't, she began hotly, but the rich aroma of warm rice and sweet savory chicken cut her words short. The scent was worlds apart from her usual stale noodles and cheap dango. It pried at her defenses with gentle insistence. Rashi didn't push. He simply kept the rice ball extended, then sat down, unwrapping one for himself. He ate with calm, unhurried bites, poured himself tea, and leaned against the post as if he were in his own backyard. Itachi ate quietly too, savoring the chicken in small mouthfuls. Anko stared at the rice ball, then at Rashi's unshaken profile, then at her own fist print on the post. The warm smell mingled with her exhaustion, dissolving her anger into a dull, heavy fatigue. She finally snatched the rice ball, biting into it as if to vent her frustration. The burst of teriyaki flavor soothed her more than she wanted to admit. The three of them ate in silence. The only sounds were chewing, swallowing, and the faint whisper of wind over hot sand. Rashi made no remarks about the battle, his composure steady as stone. When the food was gone, he quietly packed the wrappers, rose, and brushed the dust from his pants. Rashi walked to the center of the field, his gaze sweeping briefly over Itachi, who had recovered somewhat, before settling on Anko, who had silently finished her rice ball. Her eyes remained shadowed, dark and complex. Feeling better? Rashi's tone was steady, probing. Good. Next, both of you. Together. Try to attack me. He stood there casually, hands at his sides, no stance, no seals. His relaxed posture made it seem less like a fight and more like an idle exercise. Anko's head snapped up. Surprise flickered across her eyes, quickly replaced by a rekindled fire, stubborn, hungry, unwilling. She glanced at Itachi, then back at their maddeningly calm captain. Itachi's gaze sharpened. Though his Sharingan lay dormant, his focus regathered. Their eyes met briefly, silent agreement passing between them. All right. Anko growled. Her hands blurred. Ninja art, snake net binding. Chakra coiled into serpentine shadows, slithering out to constrict Rashi's flanks and rear, hemming him in like living walls. Her seals shifted again, fire release, dragon fire jutsu. And a spear of flame screamed forward, straight for Rashi's chest. At that moment, Itachi's form melted into shadow. He did not follow Anko's direct assault but instead circled wide, reading Rashi's movements with uncanny precision. Shuriken spun from his hands, cutting strange arcs through the air, aimed at Rashi's ankles, knees, every point of balance. The timing was flawless, the flame at the front, serpents at the rear, Shuriken closing the gaps. A perfect pincer. Rashi's face didn't flicker. Water release, water wall. A thick surge erupted upward, intercepting the dragon fire. Steam hissed violently into the air, blinding the field in a cloud of white mist. Hidden within it, Rashi shifted half a step, the smallest of movements, just enough. Itachi's shuriken grazed harmlessly past, thudding into the sand. At the same time, Rashi's right hand flicked outward. Wind release, wind reversal. Air swirled violently, twisting Anko's chakra serpents into a vortex. Their hissing cries tore through the mist before they unraveled and dissipated. TCH. Anko's hands blurred again. Ninja art, hidden shadow multi-snake hands. This time, 8 real serpents exploded outward, scales glinting as they lunged at Rashi from every angle. Rashi leaned back, unfazed, foot stamping the earth. Earth release, rock spikes. Stone pillars shot upward, skewering 2 of the snakes mid-lunge. The rest scattered with furious hisses. And in that heartbeat of distraction, Itachi struck. Kunai gleamed, his Sharingan locking onto every twitch of Rashi's body. He aimed for the exposed ribs of Rashi's backward-leaning posture. But Rashi moved as if he had eyes in his back. His body twisted sideways at an impossible angle, the kunai kissing only air. He spun with the momentum, hands flashing through seals. Wind release, wind cutter jutsu. Invisible blades shrieked through the mist, slashing straight for Itachi's joints. Danger flared in Itachi's chest. His tomo spun to life. The invisible blades slowed into deadly clarity, forcing him into a desperate backbend and a crossed kunai guard. Clang. Clang. The clash rattled his arms to the bone. He staggered back, fresh gouges carved into his kunai. Anko seized her chance. Her fingers blurred, eyes gleaming. Fire release, serpent's fangs barrage. 10 sharp, fang-shaped fireballs erupted from her lips, streaking toward Rashi. Unlike before, these weren't random blasts, they darted like living predators, arcing in from vicious angles toward his vitals. Their speed and precision outstripped her earlier jutsu. Rashi remained calm. Earth release, earth-style wall. The ground surged upward, forming a massive stone barrier. Bang. 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 The fireballs struck, exploding into sparks and smoke, the wall holding firm until the barrage faded. Anko was panting now, sweat dripping down her temples. The strain of chaining jutsu was catching up to her. Stop, Rashi's voice cut through the haze. The earth wall crumbled back into sand. Rashi brushed invisible dust from his sleeves, his breathing unchanged, as if all of this had been nothing more than a warm-up. I've seen enough. His gaze slid over the two, both visibly winded. For the next few days, we'll continue training here, refining your coordination. He raised one finger. Of course, this kind of training drains energy. Itachi, unsurprised, quietly sipped his water, already knowing what was coming. As captain, I'll take responsibility. Rashi's lips curved into the faintest smile. His eyes moved between them. With this much chakra spent, how about replenishing with meat? My treat. And, check out my Patreon for plus 30 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 22, Chapter N. Bonus chapter on reaching 200 power stones. Konoha's streets glowed softly in the embrace of twilight. The air was thick with the aromas of dinner drifting from countless homes, mingling with the fresh scent of greenery carried on the evening breeze. Rashi led the two down a quieter alley, stopping before a shop marked by an indigo-blue curtain. The fabric bore an old-style character for a pot, embroidered in white thread. From within came a warm yellow glow and faint, sweet steam that curled lazily into the night air. When Rashi pushed the curtain aside, a rich fragrance, soy sauce, sugar, mirin, and the savory fat of prime beef, washed over them like a welcoming embrace. The dining area inside was small, its natural wood furnishings softened by cushions around low tables. Only a handful of customers spoke in subdued tones, giving the room a hushed, intimate atmosphere. Unlike the noisy bustle of a yakiniku joint, this place radiated the simple, homely comfort of hot pot cuisine. Welcome. The proprietress, clad in a plain kimono, greeted them with a gentle smile before leading them to a table tucked at the back. Embedded in its center was a black clay pot atop a small gas stove. Sukiyaki for 3, Rashi ordered smoothly, his eyes sliding to Anko and Itachi. That all right? He already knew their taste for sweeter flavors. Anko's eager nod came instantly, her eyes locked on the menu. Yes, of course, she exclaimed. Itachi only offered a quiet, though the faint anticipation in his eyes betrayed his calm front. The homely air of the shop gave him an unusual sense of ease. Special selection beef, tofu, konjac noodles, shiitake and enoki mushrooms, shungiku, leeks, and ise udon, Rashi continued, rattling off the sides without hesitation. 1 raw egg each for dipping. The proprietress nodded cheerfully and disappeared toward the kitchen. Soon, the clay pot was set before them, filled with a glossy dark brown broth. The stove hissed to life, blue flames licking the bottom as tiny bubbles broke the surface. The sweet aroma thickened, curling upward in steamy tendrils. Then came the side dishes, thin slices of marbled wagyu, frosted with veins of fat, soft white cubes of tofu, translucent gray konjac noodles, plump shiitake caps, slender enoki, crisp greens, and diagonally cut leeks. Alongside them, 3 bowls of beaten raw egg gleamed pale gold. As the broth reached a rolling boil, Rashi used long chopsticks to lower several slices of beef into the pot. The meat curled almost instantly, pink giving way to a deeper shade as fat melted into the broth, layering the air with an even richer aroma. Eat the meat first, Rashi instructed. Anko hardly needed telling. She snatched up a glistening slice, dipped it swiftly into the egg, and popped it into her mouth. The tender beef melted across her tongue, the silky egg mellowing the sweetness of the broth into something decadent. She closed her eyes with a muffled sigh. This sweetness is amazing. And the beef, unbelievably tender. Itachi followed, slower but precise. He dipped his beef, then tasted. The umami of the meat, the smooth egg, and the sweet savory broth blended seamlessly, warmth spreading through him. He chewed with quiet focus, though his pace betrayed enjoyment. Behind the rising steam, his eyes softened. Rashi watched their satisfaction before tasting for himself. The meat was rich, its sweetness drawn out by mirin, but his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He washed it down with a sip of tea. For hot pot, he still preferred a clear broth, or something with spice. The proprietress returned with the last of the vegetables and the thick strands of ise udon. Her smile deepened at the sight of them leaning into the bubbling pot. 3 guests, all dishes are here. Please enjoy. Thank you. Rashi inclined his head, then asked casually, you seem busy tonight. Is something special happening? The woman's smile grew warmer. Thanks to customers like you, business is steady. But these past few days, yes, the mood in the village is lighter. She lowered her voice, sharing the news as if it were a gift. Everyone's saying Kimogakure is finally sending an official delegation for peace talks. Her eyes shone. After so many years of fighting, people finally feel there's hope. Families are coming out again, eating together. She gestured toward several tables where children laughed quietly beside their parents. Peace talks. Rashi's chopstick stilled in midair. That such news had already reached ordinary shopkeepers. Delegation. Anko mumbled around a mouthful of broth-soaked shiitake, her words muffled. Is that news really true? Those Kimogakure shinobi weren't exactly the gentle type before. True. A woman seated nearby, dining with her child, couldn't resist joining in. Her expression brimmed with hopeful anticipation. My husband does odd jobs in the administration office, he heard it firsthand. They say the delegation is high-ranking, led by one of the Reikich's closest confidants. With someone like that heading the group, they can't possibly be coming to fight. They must truly want peace. She gently patted her child's head, voice softening. If the war could really end, children might grow up in peace. Yes, peace is worth more than anything. An elderly diner at another table gave a weary sigh. Too much blood has already been spilled on the border. For a moment, the small dining room filled with quiet hopes and wistful murmurs, the clinking of chopsticks softened by the rising steam from simmering broth. Then, like smoke dispersing, the conversation shifted back to food and family, and the proprietress returned to her other customers. Kimogakure. Anko swallowed, licking sweet sauce from the corner of her lips. Her playful expression faded, replaced by the sharp scrutiny of a kunoichi. The Reikich's confidant leading the talks. That's a bold move. Makes me wonder what their real game is. It's the natural course, Rashi replied evenly, dropping a perfectly soaked tofu cube onto Itachi's plate. Kimogakure can't win outright. Peace talks are their only road forward. As for sincerity. His gaze lingered on the bubbling pot. Words don't matter. It's what they do after, and the price they're willing to pay, that tells the truth. Itachi quietly ate the tofu, tender and saturated with sweet savory broth. His dark eyes studied Rashi's calm profile. Despite losing comrades in border skirmishes, Rashi's voice carried no particular bitterness toward the hidden cloud. Anko puffed her cheeks, uninterested in such practical talk. Bah, forget it. Why think so hard? Her attention darted back to the pot. These konjac noodles, after soaking in the broth, they're heavenly. Owner, another order of konjac noodles. And 4 more plates of beef, Rashi added, matter of fact. Shinobi appetites were not to be underestimated. Outside, the lamps of Konoha glowed against the deepening blue of twilight. Inside, warmth radiated from the clay pot, filling the shop with the sweet comfort of simmering broth. The 3 sat together, sharing food and silence, the rich flavors easing the day's fatigue and washing away the tension of training. Anko leaned back at last, sighing in contentment, one hand on her stomach. Itachi set down his chopsticks and sipped his tea, his movements quiet, composed. Rashi took a long sip from his own cup. His eyes drifted, noting Anko's faded mesh top, its black almost gray at the seams, the cuffs fraying from use. Beside her, Itachi wore a neat dark blue uniform, plain, functional, the standard attire of his clan. Full. Rashi set his teacup down, his voice cutting through the post-meal quiet. Good. While we still have time. He rose to his feet. The team just formed. As captain, I should make some kind of gesture. Anko and Itachi exchanged puzzled glances. Let's go buy a few things, Rashi said casually, as though he were planning their next training exercise. His lips curved faintly. Captain's gifts. No refusing allowed. And, check out my Patreon for plus 25 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 23, Chapter Aoki Ninja Tool Shop. The lighting inside the shop was dim, casting long shadows across the neatly arranged shelves of shinobi tools. Behind the counter sat a lean, white-haired old man with a monocle perched on his nose. Under the glow of a desk lamp, he patiently filed the edge of a kunai, the rasp of metal against metal steady and unhurried. The curtain rustled as Rashi entered with Anko and Itachi. The old man's gaze lifted. His eyes lingered briefly on the Konoha forehead protector tied across Rashi's brow before sweeping over the two younger shinobi behind him. He gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before returning his gaze to Rashi. 2 sets of combat uniforms, Rashi said, walking up to the counter. Durable material, with built-in cushioning at the joints. The old man set aside the kunai and file, then moved to a back shelf, pulling out several rolls of thick fabric in muted colors. Dark gray, indigo blue, and dark green, he explained. The indigo and dark green are new blends, 30% more elasticity and protection. But they cost 50% more. Rashi turned to his teammates. Pick your own colors. Anko, you also need new weighted leg wraps and arm guards, yours are worn down. Make sure they meet standard Chunin specs, he added for the old man. For Itachi, the gear needs to be lightweight. Prioritize mobility. Normally, genin wouldn't invest in expensive combat gear. Their missions rarely demanded it. But Itachi wasn't just any genin, he was now part of a team meant for higher-level missions. Anko pouted at the dull fabric options, her eyes drifting away, until they caught on a dark purple, hooded trench coat hanging from a rack nearby. The coat's fabric had a unique matte finish, sharp cuts at the shoulders and elbows, reinforced for battle yet stylish. It radiated a sleek, untamed feel. That counts as protective gear too, right? She asked, pointing at it, her voice almost hopeful. The old man followed her gaze. A combat trench coat. Treated to be light and breathable. A little less protection than a vest. I'll take it. The purple one, in my size. Anko's eyes brightened immediately. Just the sight of that coat seemed to lift her spirits, as though its vivid purple could cut through the shadows lingering in her heart. Itachi quietly pointed toward the indigo blue roll of fabric, then indicated his height with a small gesture. The old man made a note of their choices and disappeared into the back storeroom. While they waited, Itachi's gaze slid toward the glass display beneath the counter. Inside lay rows of specialized shuriken. One design in particular caught his attention, its edges lined with faint reverse serrations, gleaming faintly blue under the lamp. His eyes lingered. Interested? Rashi asked, following his gaze. Those are new Fuma shuriken. Stronger armor-piercing and tearing effects, but harder to control. With your current wrist strength, you'd barely manage. Push it, and you could injure yourself. Next year, when you're stronger, you'll be ready. Itachi gave a short, wordless nod and looked away. The old man returned soon after, carrying the ordered gear. Anko eagerly claimed the dark purple trench coat, running her fingers across the smooth fabric. Itachi accepted his indigo blue uniform with quiet composure. That will be 178,000 ryo, the old man said evenly. Anko froze mid-motion. Her arm stiffened around the trench coat, and she turned wide-eyed toward Rashi. She knew shinobi gear was costly, but this was a fortune. Captain, she blurted, her voice halfway between disbelief and awe. You're not secretly a millionaire, are you? Treating us to dinner was one thing, but this gift. She hefted the delicate paper bag in her hand. Rashi didn't so much as flinch. He pulled out his money pouch, thumbed through a thick stack of bills, and handed them over with quiet decisiveness. His gaze slid sideways to Anko, his tone flat but edged with a warning. If it bothers you that much, you can pay for your own. I earned extra on the last mission. Anko gave an awkward smile, clutching the trench coat tighter to her chest, and wisely said no more. The old man counted the bills, nodded, and the transaction was complete. The trio stepped out into the evening. The sky above was fully dark, Konoha's commercial street glowing brighter beneath lanterns and shop signs. Anko clutched her coat, her expression a little stiff. Itachi carried his package neatly in one arm. Rashi's voice cut through the hum of voices and street noise. Since we're already on the subject of money, it's time we establish rules for mission pay. He didn't stop walking, his gaze flicking across the two. From now on, 40% of all earnings go into team funds, for tools, medicine, and consumables. He continued without pause, of the remaining 60%, I'll take 40. You two split the rest evenly. Any objections? Itachi nodded almost instantly, his young face calm, betraying no objection. Rashi was the captain, the strongest among them, of course he deserved the larger share. Besides, Itachi reasoned, most of the team's public funds wouldn't even be spent on Rashi. His fighting style hardly required the use of tools or consumables. Anko, on the other hand, looked relieved. A grin spread across her face. In that case, I won't object. Thanks, Captain. The three soon reached a fork in the road, the path splitting toward different districts of the village. Anko, clutching her new gear, waved lazily before disappearing into the bustling crowd drifting toward the apartment blocks. Rashi turned to Itachi. Want me to walk you to the clan compound gate? No need, Captain, Itachi replied, bowing slightly, the indigo blue paper bag held firmly in his hands. Rashi said nothing more, striding off toward the western edge of the village. Itachi continued on alone, his steps measured and steady. The tall silhouette of the Uchiha compound walls soon loomed ahead, their solemn presence unmistakable in the faint glow of the street lamps. Just as he rounded the corner, a voice, clear and familiar, slipped out from the deep shadows beneath an old roadside tree. Itachi, you're back. Itachi didn't falter. His eyes lifted toward the shade. Shursui. From the darkness, the tree's shadow shifted, and a figure emerged as though born from the night itself. Uchiha Shursui stepped into the dim halo of a lamp, his high-collared dark blue uniform crisp, a short sword strapped across his back. His forehead protector gleamed faintly under the light. He wore his usual easy smile, gentle, effortless, as if it belonged there. His gaze lingered on the paper bag in Itachi's arms. How was team practice today? Shursui fell into step beside him without effort, their movements syncing as naturally as breathing. Captain Rashi is very strong, Itachi said evenly, his voice calm but edged with respect. After training, he treated Anko-senpai and me to sukiyaki, and bought us ninja tools as gifts. He added, almost as an afterthought, combat uniforms. Shursui blinked, the faintest note of surprise breaking through his smile. That's unusually generous. A captain isn't expected to buy equipment for his team. As one of Konoha's top jonin, he knew well the unspoken rules. Tools and gear were almost always a shinobi's personal responsibility, or provided by their clan. Itachi was aware of this too. His previous jonin instructor had been competent, but never this, considerate. Captain Rashi is thoughtful, Itachi murmured, eyes fixed on the lantern-lit road ahead. Gentle. Shursui's lips curved a little higher. Do you like him that much? Itachi's pace faltered for the briefest heartbeat, as though weighing the question carefully. Then he nodded, his voice steady, but with a quiet certainty. Yes. With Captain Rashi. He hesitated, searching for the right word. It feels easy. Not like the suffocating weight of clan meetings. Not like the tense atmosphere of the training grounds. And certainly not like the invisible pressure pressing down whenever he stood before his father. With Rashi, he could eat without restraint, receive clear guidance, and glimpse the shape of a life that felt, almost, promising. Oh. Is that so? Shursui's voice carried a warmth of genuine relief. That's good then. To have found such a comrade. His gaze softened. Truth is, I had been considering applying to Hokage-sama to become your captain myself. Itachi stayed silent, his footsteps light on the stone road. The night air filled with little more than the rhythm of their strides and the faint chorus of crickets. After a few breaths, Itachi finally spoke again, his voice edged with something faintly uncertain, but Captain Rashi seems to have another identity. Father is very cautious about it. His dark eyes lifted toward Shursui, quietly searching. Shursui, is there a special clan in Konoha? One without a surname. And, check out my P at Trian for plus 30 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 24, Chapter. If I had to name one, it would be that clan. The Senju. Senju? Itachi slipped off his sandals at the door. The paper bag holding his new indigo combat uniform rested in the shadows near the step. As he walked down the wooden corridor, a door slid open a fraction. A strip of warm yellow light spilled out, framing the silhouette of Uchiha Fugaku. You're back. His father's voice was quieter than usual, less the stern tone of a clan head, more the voice of a father at home. Yes, father. Itachi stopped respectfully. Fugaku's gaze drifted to the paper bag. You bought something. A gift from my captain. Itachi lifted the bag and offered it forward. Fugaku accepted it, his fingers pressing lightly against the fabric through the paper. He waited for a moment before glancing up. This must have been expensive. Did he only buy it for you? Anko-senpai received one as well. I see. Fugaku handed the bag back, his movements deliberate. Since it's a gift from your captain, keep it in good order. He paused briefly, then added, I will prepare a return gift in due course. Father. Itachi's tone shifted, calm, but edged with inquiry. The Senju clan, Itachi asked directly, a clan once as renowned as ours, where are they now? I've never seen any clan lands allotted to them within the village. The faint warmth in Fugaku's expression drained away, replaced by solemn gravity. Silence stretched between them before he finally spoke. The Senju stand beyond the boundaries of all other clans. That is what makes them the Senju. Itachi's pupils narrowed. Fugaku went on, voice measured. The clan declared its dissolution during Lord Hashirama's era. Naturally, there is no Senju compound on the village map. But his gaze sharpened. Every talented shinobi you see without a clan name may well carry Senju blood. Even Lord Tobarama's students, Koharu and Hamura, the current advisors, it would not be strange if traces remained. Itachi's voice softened, almost hesitant. So, the Senju never truly vanished. Fugaku shook his head slowly. The dissolution was real. Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama themselves enforced it, and every clan witnessed it. But after Lord Tobarama's death, one figure still carried great influence among the Senju's remnants. Through that person, a connection endured, subtle but resilient. Was it Lady Tsunade? Itachi asked. No. Fugaku's denial was firm. Tsunade Haim has long since left the village. I speak of another, the former aide to both Senju brothers. Senju Momoka. Momoka. The name stirred ripples within Itachi's mind. He recalled, with sudden clarity, his father's casual-seeming question when Rashi had first been welcomed, I heard you've been living in the old house in the western suburbs. Raised and instructed personally by Lady Momoka. The path connected in his thoughts like pieces falling into place. My captain, he. Itachi's voice carried the weight of realization. Fugaku's gaze fixed sharply on his son, heavy as stone. If nothing has changed, then after Lady Momoka, the one who still holds those threads together, who preserves that hidden influence. His words cut with precision. That would be your captain. The air in the Japanese-style room thickened, as if the paper walls themselves were listening. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, crackling faintly in the silence. Fugaku leaned forward, his voice low but commanding, each syllable pressing down with intent. Itachi, this is the Uchiha clan's opportunity. Morning came softly, pale sunlight piercing through the mist over Training Ground 3. The sand shimmered faint gold, and after several days of drills, the field already bore the clear imprint of Arashi squad. Left flank. Itachi, cut him off, don't let him leave signs. Anko's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, carrying the edge she hadn't shown in weeks. She blurred across the sand, her new dark purple windbreaker snapping open like a streak of violet lightning. Her hands flashed through seals. Hidden shadow snake hands. From her sleeves, 3 gray-brown serpents shot forward, not straight at the target, but fanning out to seal its escape routes. Almost simultaneously, Itachi's silhouette flickered into the wooden stake's blind spot. His 2-tomo Sharingan spun, catching the clone's eyes in silence. A whisper of genjutsu surged outward. The enemy shadow clone froze, caught mid-motion. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Rashi's calm voice came from an angle no one expected. He had already repositioned to the perfect vantage point. A roaring fireball spiraled forth, engulfing the immobilized target hemmed in by snakes. Boom. The explosion scorched the air. Heat shimmered, flames billowed, and the shadow clone dissolved into a puff of white smoke. Seamless coordination. Stop. Rashi raised his hand. Anko lowered hers, panting, strands of hair clinging to her damp forehead. But the defeated slump in her eyes was gone, the spark of a kunoichi had returned. Itachi calmly deactivated his Sharingan, walked to the sideline, and opened his leather notebook, already recording formations, timing, and chakra expenditure. The snake's angle can be tighter, 2 points more restrictive, forcing the target's hand space narrower, Rashi observed, stepping beside Anko. As for that hood, if it cuts your vision at speed, fix it or lose it. Function first. His gaze shifted to Itachi's notes. Good detail. Your genjutsu timing was precise, and chakra flow steadier than yesterday. Anko tugged her hood, grumbling, got it, I'll adjust. But there was no bite in her tone. Itachi simply hummed, already revising diagrams with steady focus. The rough edges between them had been sanded down these past few days, replaced by an unspoken rhythm. 15-minute break. Rashi headed for the tree shade and sat cross-legged. Anko bolted for her canteen, gulped down water, then tore into a biscuit. Itachi sat nearby, sipping quietly, eyes glued to his notes. Rashi, meanwhile, closed his eyes and sank inward. His nightly regimen hadn't faltered, even alongside days of relentless training. But his attempts with natural energy. 8 times out of 10, his wood clones collapsed, structure warped, petrified by the violent backlash. Yet every failure carved a sharper outline of that vast, elusive current. Natural energy. Unlike chakra, born of the physical and spiritual energies of life, it was something deeper, primal, raw power woven into the bones of the world itself. Chaotic, yes. But brimming with overwhelming vitality. The path is right, but something vital is missing. His Senju blood, even the Hashirama cells in his body, gave him a foundation most could only dream of, yet still, it wasn't enough to contain and refine that power. Captain. Itachi's clear voice pulled him back. The boy held out his notebook, formations neatly drawn. If the opponent were sensory type and evaded genjutsu early, should the suppression angle of fire release be shifted? Rashi opened his eyes, scanned the diagrams, and gave a nod. Good. Contingency variations are necessary. Training resumed. Again and again, they dissected movements, refined timing, and tested angles. By late morning, Anko's serpents were striking with sharper precision, Itachi's Sharingan was weaving genjutsu with chilling efficiency, and Rashi's ninjutsu support cut in exactly where gaps remained. Piece by piece, a rough but reliable system began to take shape. As noon burned overhead, their shadows shrank. And then, a figure appeared in the tree-line, silent as a breath, merging with light and shadow. Standard Umbu uniform, animal mask, and chakra smothered to near nothingness. Rashi, Specials Jonin. The voice was flat, the authority undeniable. Rashi turned at once. Itachi and Anko halted mid-step, wary eyes fixed on the masked intruder. Hokage-sama summons you. The Umbu's words cut through the heat and stillness. Proceed to the Hokage's office. Immediately. And, check out my P at Trian for plus 30 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 25, Chapter. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat as he always did, smoke curling from his pipe, paperwork spread across his desk. His sharp eyes lifted to Rashi, who had just stepped in. There were no pleasantries, only the blunt words of a leader. Your team building has gone well. Their coordination in recent days has been solid. The third Hokage's voice carried a trace of approval as his gaze settled on Rashi. Based on your judgment, is your team ready for a mission? Anko Madarashi's mental state has largely stabilized. Rashi answered with deliberate caution. Given that, I judge this team capable of handling a B-rank mission. He emphasized the rank. For their first official deployment, he needed a buffer, he would not allow Konoha to throw them into a firestorm too soon. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. In the past, Rashi had been direct, confident, even sharp, rarely cautious to the point of restraint. Was this change the scar left by his last mission, where he was gravely injured and a comrade lost? Or was it because of the boy on his squad, the 8-year-old Uchiha with a name too heavy for politics to ignore? The thought flickered and passed. The Hokage pulled a scroll from the pile on his desk. With a casual flick, it landed in Rashi's hands. A B-rank mission, escort a merchant caravan to Dei port. An escort mission. B-rank. Rashi untied the cord and scanned the neat handwriting. Client, Tanzai. Profession, cloth merchant. Cargo, a shipment of fine cloth from the land of fire. Destination, Dei port. Mission rank, B. On the surface, it looked routine, an international trade escort. Yet the B-rank designation spoke otherwise. Dei port lay on the southwestern coast of the Land of Fire, within the peculiar borders of the Land of Tea. The Land of Tea possessed two fragmented enclaves, wedged into the Fire Country southwestern and southeast. You are as perceptive as ever. Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe, the smoke briefly veiling his expression. Recently, a group of rogue shinobi has been active near Dei port. They've proven troublesome. Understood. Rashi gave a small nod. Have we gathered detailed intelligence on them? A team of 5, Hiruzen replied, retrieving 2 thinner scrolls from a drawer and laying them on the desk. They call themselves the Black Snake Group. They move in secret and employ dangerous, insidious techniques. Not to be underestimated. He pushed the scrolls toward Rashi. This mission carries 2 layers, he continued. First, escort Mr. Tanzai's caravan safely to Dei port. Second, investigate the Black Snake Group. Should the opportunity arise, you may choose your course. He tapped the scrolls with his pipe stem. An A-rank directive, eliminate the Black Snake Group. A B-rank directive, scout and gather precise intelligence. Judge accordingly once on site. If the risk is too great, focus solely on the escort and return alive. That is your priority. Hiruzen leaned back, his tone final but steady. For administrative purposes, your team will retain its old designation, Team 5. Rashi's eyes lingered on the scroll marked Team 5. The number of his old squad, the one that had fought and bled with him on the border, from which only he had returned alive, carrying fragments of intelligence. He said nothing, simply taking the 2 additional scrolls detailing the Black Snake Group. Hiruzen rose from behind his desk and walked around, his robes brushing softly against the floor. He laid a hand on Rashi's shoulder, a gesture of comfort, but his gaze wandered past him, out the wide office window toward the bustling heart of Konoha. The Land of Tea's commissions are vital to Konoha's finances, he said, his voice low. We can't afford to lose them. Withdrawing his hand, his tone carried a tinge of weary helplessness. The Kumogakure delegation will arrive soon, and our forces are stretched thin. Umbu and regular squads are all tied to their security in the peace talks, which leaves only your Team 5 to reach Daiport first and assess the situation. Yes, Hokage-sama. Rashi's expression betrayed nothing. He gathered the 3 scrolls, turned, and stepped out. The heavy office door closed with a final thud, cutting off the smell of tobacco and the weight of duty. The hallway beyond was dim, but Rashi's steps were steady, his thoughts already racing. The Black Snake Group, rogue shinobi, dangerous unknowns. Investigating them, perhaps even eliminating them, on top of escorting a merchant caravan, the difficulty was far from trivial. Itachi's genius was real, but limited by age and stamina. Anko had recovered her spirit, but her sharpness had not fully returned. For their first mission, carrying dual objectives deep into contested territory, the risks climbed steeply. But the Hokage's meaning had been clear. For 10 long years, Konoha had known only a single year of peace, between year 50 and 51 of the village calendar. Even a village as wealthy as Konoha now bore crushing financial strain. The Land of Tea could not be abandoned. Team 5. Rashi murmured the number under his breath. The memories it carried, even second-hand, tightened something in his chest. With a long exhale, he forced the thoughts down and quickened his pace, heading for the 3rd training ground. It was time to prepare the new Team 5 for their journey. The sun was already blistering overhead by the time Rashi returned to the training field. Anko was hammering away at a reinforced stake, practicing sharper angles for her hidden shadow snake hands. Sweat plastered her dark purple windbreaker to her back, but her eyes were bright with focus. Off to the side, Itachi sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration, cycling chakra with the quiet precision of someone beyond his years. Noticing Rashi, Anko stopped and wiped her brow. A spark of anticipation flickered in her gaze. Through this boisterous tide of humanity, Rashi led Itachi and Anko with his usual confident stride. The mission scroll's address brought them to the rear courtyard of an inn with a weathered signboard reading Sofeng. There, among stacked bundles of vividly dyed fabric, they found their client, Tanzai. The man was every inch a seasoned merchant, plump frame wrapped in a once fine brown silk gown now dulled by dust, round spectacles perched on a rounder face, eyes sharp and restless as they tracked the movements of his laborers. 6 employees worked with exaggerated care, loading bolts of southern weave cloth into reinforced carts, their reverence for the fabric betraying its worth. When Tanzai's gaze shifted to the new arrivals, his smile faltered. It lingered a moment too long on Anko, her dark purple windbreaker crisp and new, her expression already impatient, before flicking to the boy beside her. Itachi, small for his age, wore a ninjutsu pouch strapped neatly at his side, his face still soft with childhood. A flicker of doubt crossed the merchant's eyes. 2 adults and 1 child. His thoughts raced behind the lenses of his glasses. This girl looks troublesome. And this boy, is he even 10? My southern weave is worth a fortune. But years of wheeling and dealing had trained Tanzai to bury instinctive reactions. In a heartbeat, his expression thawed into something almost absurdly welcoming. Konoha Ninja-samas. At last you've arrived. He bustled forward, his voice booming for all to hear. You must be exhausted from such a long journey, truly, truly. His gaze flicked to their forehead protectors before settling on Rashi. With practiced deference, he asked, this distinguished gentleman must be the captain, yes. May I have your honored name? Special Jonin, Rashi. Rashi's eyes, cool and steady, passed over him to rest on the carts brimming with expensive cloth. Tanzai clasped his hands together with a laugh. Ah, Captain Rashi. Forgive me, forgive me. His genial smile didn't soften the merchant's shrewd undercurrent. His eyes darted back, probing. And these 2 spirited young ninja-samas are? Anko Mitarashi. Uchiha Itachi. Rashi's reply was short, sharp, offering no room for elaboration. The moment the name Uchiha slipped free, a spark lit in Tanzai's gaze. His smile gained an extra shade of warmth, though doubt still churned beneath the surface like dark water under thin ice. Of course, he gushed. You must all be starving after your travels. There's a stall at the post entrance, ramen with broth so rich it'll wake your very soul. Allow me to treat you. Very well, Rashi agreed without hesitation. A shinobi needed fuel as much as weapons. Tanzai turned with theatrical briskness, bellowing at his workers as they struggled with the carts. Faster, faster. I'll return with our distinguished guests, and then we depart. Anko curled her lip at the display. Itachi, however, stayed rooted, his quiet gaze sweeping across the busy employees and stacked goods. Captain, he murmured to Rashi, I'll remain and watch over them. Rashi gave a brief nod. With that, he and Anko followed Tanzai out of the courtyard's din. The ramen shop Tanzai promised turned out to be a humble roadside stall, rickety tables packed with merchants and porters, the air thick with pork bone broth and soy sauce. Tanzai ordered 3 bowls with practiced ease. When they arrived, the broth was cloudy, slices of translucent char siu and limp bamboo shoots floating lazily atop the noodles. Rashi dug in first, blowing gently on the noodles before eating with steady appetite. Seeing her captain start, Anko reluctantly followed, though her frown deepened at the greasy broth. Tanzai, by contrast, only toyed with his food, clearly distracted. At last he set down his chopsticks, leaned forward, and spoke with the mixture of worry and complaint that only a merchant could perfect. Captain Rashi, as you can see, this cargo is no ordinary cloth. Southern we from the land of fire, worth a king's ransom overseas. To speak frankly, I have wagered my entire fortune, my very life, on this batch. He paused, studying Rashi's expression, then lowered his voice. For the commission, I've scraped together 100,000 ryo. At first, I thought the route to the land of tea was safe enough, a C-rank journey at most. A few chunin would have sufficed. But then. His voice softened with just the right note of awe. Hokage-sama himself classified it as B rank. And sent you, a jonin captain, to lead. Such thoughtfulness, such care for us humble merchants. I scarcely know how to show my gratitude. Rashi swallowed the last of his noodles, lifted the bowl, and took an unhurried sip of broth. His movements were calm, deliberate, nothing wasted. When he set the bowl down, his gaze settled on Tanzai, steady and unblinking. The merchant's words unraveled in his mind like puzzle pieces snapping into place. 100,000 ryo reward. His entire fortune staked on this shipment. Originally expected rank, C rank. A C rank mission usually fell between 30 and 100,000 ryo. B rank ranged from 80,000 to 200,000. Tanzai had offered exactly 100,000, the ceiling of C rank, but the floor of B rank. He had even emphasized that he had scraped it together, signaling both his limit and his original assessment of the risks. Risks, he clearly believed, did not reach true B rank levels. And yet, the Hokage's office had upgraded the commission. Rashi's thoughts sharpened. C rank meant no expectation of hostile ninja, at worst, bandits or wild beasts, handled by a chunin with genin support. B rank, however, explicitly signified a real chance of enemy shinobi, requiring a seasoned chunin squad or even a jonin. But Tanzai's manner, his words, his concerns, none of them reflected fear of ninja. He spoke of gratitude toward the village for raising the mission's rank, as though the Hokage had done him a favor rather than a warning. If he truly believed his fortune was in danger from a rogue nin group like the Black Snake, he would never have stopped at 100,000. A desperate man would have found another 10, even 20,000 to push his case solidly into B-rank territory and secure the strongest escort possible. No, his fear wasn't shinobi. It was something else. Tanzai-san, Rashi's voice cut through the background clamor with the clarity of steel. What was it you truly feared? What made you decide this cargo required 100,000 ryo worth of protection? The merchant froze, clearly not expecting the directness. His lips tightened, then curved into a wry smile. His eyes flickered behind his glasses. Captain Rashi, your insight is very good. To be frank, the road to Dayport is usually safe. Few bandits, no real trouble. But, the forests are vast, and there are always small-time gangs, 24 here, 30 there, using the terrain to their advantage. For an isolated caravan, they can be a nightmare. With goods as valuable as mine, I feared being overwhelmed and stripped bare. He hesitated, lowering his voice. And near Dayport, there's a stretch called No Chapo Forest. Lately, it's been restless. A group called the Chima Gang has entrenched themselves there, 2, maybe 300 strong. Desperados, cutthroats, dangerous men. Chima Gang. Rashi echoed quietly. That explained it. For a merchant, a mob of hundreds was more terrifying than a handful of rogue shinobi. Enough to warrant staking everything on a top-tier C-rank escort. And yet, the name Black Snake had never left Tanzai's lips. A rift yawned between the village's intelligence and the client's perception. That was no accident. Either Konoha's intelligence was flawed, the Black Snake operated in deep secrecy, or their targets simply didn't overlap with Tanzai's trade routes. Perhaps there was more still, hidden beneath the surface. Understood. Rashi didn't press further. He only nodded, finished the last of his broth, and set the bowl aside. His eyes flicked to Anko, who was already prodding impatiently at her half-eaten meal. If you're done, head back. We depart soon. Finally. Anko tossed down her chopsticks with relief. Tanzai scrambled to his feet, regaining his practiced smile. Yes, yes. At once. With you here, Captain Rashi, my heart is truly at ease. When they returned to the Songfeng Inn's courtyard, the carts were already packed, vivid cloth hidden under heavy tarps. Itachi stood guard beside them, his quiet nod confirming all was in order. Depart. Tanzai barked. With a chorus of creaking axles and snorting horses, the caravan rolled out of the inn's gates and merged into the crowded main road of Nansho Post, turning southwest toward the long, uncertain road to Daiport in the land of tea. And check out my Patreon for plus 30 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 27, Chapter. Within the land of fire, a Konoha forehead protector was the greatest shield one could ask for, its mere presence guaranteed safety. Because of this, the caravan advanced without hindrance. Only when they crossed the border into the land of tea did the porters begin to glance about nervously, their movements tightening as if sensing unseen eyes. Rashi immediately began dispatching shadow clones to scout ahead. Any small bandit group lurking in the forest paths was eliminated by his clones before they even realized they'd been discovered. Sometimes the clones returned with spoils, much to Tanzai's delight. The merchant's smile grew wider with every pouch of pilfered coin or weapon recovered. But as the caravan neared the ancient woodland of Nochapo, that easy cheer was smothered by the shadows pooling beneath the trees. Captain Rashi, Nochapo lies just ahead, Tanzai urged, his horse edging closer, voice trembling. That Chima gang. The slope camp is empty. Rashi's tone was calm, but his gaze never left the emerald rise in the distance. His clones had already scouted it, an entire bandit stronghold, large enough to house hundreds, stood abandoned. No corpses. No signs of battle. Just a clean, deliberate evacuation. Tanzai blanched. Empty. Then, where have they gone? I don't know. Rashi's reply was clipped, his eyes sweeping the thickening tree liens on either side of the road. His vigilance was taut as a bowstring, every sense spread outward like a spider web. Hundreds of missing brigands, vanished without a trace, the weight of it pressed over them like a gathering storm. That tension remained until the caravan finally bypassed Nochapo and entered the open stretch leading to Daiport. The merchant sagged in his saddle, relief flooding his features. We're past it. Thank the heavens, thank you, Captain Rashi. To him, the threat seemed over. But Rashi's gaze lingered on the port city ahead. Gray-white walls leaned against the mountainside, while tall masts speared the sky above the harbor. Yet the closer they came to the towering city gates, the sharper Rashi's unease grew, the silence of Nochapo still gnawed at him. The caravan flowed toward the gates along with traders and townsfolk. Several guards in leather armor blocked the entrance, halberds in hand. Though their posture seemed lazy, their eyes were sharp as hawks, gleaming with scrutiny and something darker, greed. When Tanzai's turn came, the scarred guard captain sauntered forward, eyes flicking over the travel papers and tarped carts. A thin, false smile curled on his lips. Cloth merchant, Tanzai. His tone dragged mockingly. By order of the city's new regulations, all incoming goods are subject to a special transit tax, 40% of their value. F40. Tanzai went pale, his voice cracking. Impossible. There's never been such a law. Sir, surely you're mistaken. His cry was like a signal flare. From the shadows around the gate, dozens of armed men poured out, circling the caravan with predatory precision. Anko's hand twitched beneath her purple coat, rage burning in her eyes. This wasn't law, this was robbery. But she didn't move. At the rear, Itachi's gaze turned cold, dissecting every detail, the attackers' weapon calluses, the faint tattoos hidden under their armor, and the feral gleam in their eyes. These were no disciplined guards. Tanzai's shirt clung to his back with cold sweat. Instinct screamed at him, don't provoke them. Bowing repeatedly, he forced a sickly smile. Sirs, please, forgive me. It was my foolish tongue. I cannot pay 40%. Allow me to sell inside the city first, then I'll return with your tax. Surely an exception can be made. Ninjas had no mandate to confront another nation's government. Not openly. Ever since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, created the Umbu, missions involving political entanglement or humiliation were quietly filtered. Official postings were always the same: escort, protection, subjugation. Anything messier never touched the public mission boards. An exception. The guard captain sneered, his eyes gleaming as they swept over the carts. No coin. Then leave 2 wagons as tax. Do it. Yes. The guards roared, rushing forward like wolves tearing into prey. Stop. The word wasn't loud, but it sliced cleanly through the chaos, chilling the air. Rashi stood before the 2 targeted carts, his figure blocking the path as if he had always been there. He didn't raise a weapon. He didn't even lift his hands. He simply stood, calm, immovable, his shadow cast long and heavy across the ground. For the rushing men, it was like colliding headfirst with a stone cliff. The 2 men who had rushed forward froze at the silent obstruction, their momentum breaking like waves against stone. The scar-faced captain's triangular eyes narrowed to slits. His gaze raked over Rashi, lingering on the unmistakable leaf crest etched into the forehead protector. The corner of his mouth twitched. Swallowing his anger at being challenged, he forced his voice into a pompous, authoritative bark. A ninja from Konoha. Look carefully. I am this city's guard captain. Collecting taxes according to regulation is our duty. What's this? Are Konoha ninja planning to interfere with the Land of T's internal affairs, attack officials lawfully performing their duties? Rashi's tone was steady, but his gaze struck like an ice pick, drilling into the captain's eyes. We accepted a mission. Our contract is to escort this caravan and its goods safely to Dei Port. His voice hardened, each word carrying weight. What you're doing is openly robbing the property of Kanagakuru's client. The last word landed like a hammer. An invisible pressure erupted from Rashi, a suffocating, murderous aura, as if it had clawed its way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The air itself seemed to wither, drained of warmth. Several guards closest to the cart staggered back, their faces drained of blood, hands trembling so badly their weapons nearly clattered to the ground. The scar-faced captain's bluster shriveled instantly. His throat bobbed in a hard swallow, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. This calm, expressionless young ninja radiated a danger far greater than any beast lurking in the wilds. He didn't doubt, if he gave the order to attack, the men before him would drown them all in blood without hesitation. Anko shifted her stance subtly, feet sliding into place to intercept any flanking attempt. At the rear, Itachi's eyes were like twin obsidian blades, tracking the positions of the guards stationed farther back. Silence choked the gate. The only sounds were the nervous snorts of packhorses and Tanzai's ragged breathing. Among the gathering crowd, several onlookers exchanged uneasy glances. One slipped away. The captain's eyes darted frantically. Seconds stretched into eternities. His facade cracked, and the false authority he clung to crumbled. Finally, he forced a smile so stiff it barely resembled one, his voice brittle and dry. Hey, a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Everyone, fall back. Don't disturb our honored guests. The ring of men scattered instantly, like prisoners granted reprieve from execution. Tanzai nearly burst forward with relief, eager to push through the gate, but Rashi's calm voice stopped him in his tracks. Pay them. By the old rules, whatever the amount is. The suffocating aura had vanished, leaving Rashi's tone as composed as before. Tanzai blinked, then fumbled as though waking from a nightmare. With shaking hands, he pulled several banknotes from his pouch and offered them with both hands. The captain snatched them, shoving them into his pocket without even a glance. His smile returned, wide and sycophantic. Let them through. Quickly now, let them through. The merchant nearly fell to his knees with gratitude, thanking Rashi in a trembling voice as he herded his men toward the docks. But Rashi did not head for the port immediately. Instead, he led Anko and Itachi into a damp, narrow back alley, the smell of salt water heavy in the air. Captain, just now. Anko's satisfaction at putting the guards in their place was tempered by a deep frown. Her voice dropped low. Will the village think we overstepped? Could they hold you accountable? Rashi leaned casually against the wall, the light at the mouth of the alley splitting his face into shadow and glow. He didn't answer her right away. Instead, his eyes turned to the boy who had been quietly watching everything. Itachi. What did you see? The Uchiha lifted his gaze, calm as ever. Many of those guards had tattoos, partially hidden. The kind common among the Chayama mountain bandits. They didn't seem like regular soldiers at all. Anko froze, then the pieces clicked. Her memory flashed back to the telltale marks and expressions. Understanding struck like lightning. Rashi smiled faintly. Exactly. Newly reformed bandits. Always running from shinobi hunts, but never shedding their old instincts. They've yet to learn what it means to play at being guards. And, check out my Patreon for plus 30 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 28, Chapter. The caravan finally came to a halt before the designated dockside warehouse. The sea breeze, thick with salt, rushed over them. The air was alive with the port's chaos, sailors bawling out shanties, horns of incoming ships bellowing, the screech of ropes and pulleys as cargo was hoisted. Porters got straight to unloading, while Tanzai bustled about with forced cheer, his smile the brittle kind one wears after narrowly avoiding disaster. Rashi found a quiet stone step near the warehouse, where he could keep the docks and the main road in view, and sat down. Anko stood nearby, arms folded, the hood of her dark purple trench coat draped carelessly over her head. Her sharp eyes never stopped scanning the crowd. Itachi settled silently at Rashi's other side, expression unreadable. The land of T's governance over its territories is loose, Rashi explained, his voice calm, his gaze still sweeping. As long as taxes are collected and no major incidents break out, they hardly care who's really in charge. That's how those bandits managed to turn themselves into officials. Likely, they were granted authority directly from the daimyo. Still, for a band of mere highway brigands, even 200 or 300 strong, to be officially sanctioned. Unlikely, unless there were deeper reasons. In this world, raw numbers meant little. Soldiers, no matter how many, could not withstand a ninja's ninjutsu. Even a genin, with some patience, could infiltrate using transformation jutsu and scatter such a group from within. Piecing together Konoha's intelligence with Tanzai's very different account, Rashi was already forming conclusions. By now, Tanzai had wrapped up the first round of business. He hurried back over, wiping sweat from his forehead, wearing a smile equal parts gratitude and unease. Captain Rashi. Esteemed sirs. You've worked so hard, truly, truly hard. The Heifi pavilion in here on the docks is clean and well kept. I've already booked rooms for you. Please, I beg you, stay a few days so I can properly express my gratitude. Of course, all expenses will be on me. That was the excuse. In truth, cargo handovers would take several days, and Team 5 had technically completed their mission the moment they reached Daiport. After helping resolve the entry tax extortion, they could have walked away. But Tanzai knew better, if the guards discovered his escort had left, trouble would soon follow. Keeping Rashi and his team close was his only safety net. It was his own mistake for not considering risks beyond simply reaching the city when he posted the mission. All right, Rashi said after a brief pause of thought. Tanzai nearly bowed to the ground with relief, thanking him profusely before personally escorting them to the inn. The Heifi pavilion stood on a quieter street at the fringe of the docks, a 3-story wooden inn whose simple exterior was well kept. The innkeeper, a reserved middle-aged man, betrayed a flicker of reverence when he saw the 3 Konoha headbands. He quickly arranged the best rooms on the top floor. Rashi's room was at the far end. From its window, he could see the sprawl of the harbor and the endless blue sea. Anko and Itachi retreated to their rooms to rest, while Rashi lingered by the window, watching the bustle below. The streets were noisy, disorganized, and crawling with the so-called guards, Chayama gang thugs now dressed in armor. They roamed in packs of 3 or 5, tossing unfriendly looks toward the Heifi pavilion, but none dared draw too close. Before long, Anko returned, her trench coat swapped for a dark combat outfit, her hair tied back in a loose knot. She looked impatient, almost eager. Captain, there are some shady types watching us from downstairs. Want me to clear them out? Now that their true nature was exposed, Anko had no qualms about using her fists. Itachi stepped in as well, having finished unpacking. That was when a stir rose from the lobby below, followed by the innkeeper's strained voice. Wasabi-sama. Why have you personally? A measured, steady voice cut in, gentle yet carrying undeniable weight. It's fine. I heard that Konoha's esteemed guests are here. Jirocho has come to pay his respects. Please announce me. Wasabi. Rashi recalled that Daiport was dominated by 2 major families, the Wasabi and the Hijis. For years, they alternated authority over the city. If the Chayama gang had forced their way in, then at least one of these houses had been displaced. Anko, Rashi said, his tone even. Let Wasabi-san up. Yes, Captain, she replied, sing-song but alert. Moments later, heavy yet steady footsteps sounded on the wooden stairs. A middle-aged man in a dark gray silk kimono entered with Anko. He carried himself with unhurried dignity, his build tall and sturdy, the walk of someone trained in taijutsu. His neatly combed hair, lean face, and composed demeanor framed eyes that were kind on the surface yet sharp with worldly wisdom. Wasabi Jirocho, head of the Wasabi family, had come in person. His gaze swept across the room, pausing first on Anko's impatient frown, then on Itachi's calm, unreadable expression, before finally settling on Rashi by the window. Though Rashi and Anko seemed to be of similar age, their presence couldn't be more different. The same men who had acted with such force at the city gates now stood reserved and composed. Jirocho quickly concluded, such decisiveness was no act of impulse. I must apologize for this unannounced visit, Jirocho said with a practiced humility, bowing slightly. I am Wasabi Jirocho. May I have the honor of your name, distinguished guest? Rashi, came the calm reply. Rashi pulled out a chair, his voice steady as stone. Wasabi-san is being too polite. Please, have a seat. Jirocho nodded his thanks and sat down. His tone sharpened. Rashi-kun, your actions at the city gate were rather reckless. TCH. Anko shifted against the doorframe, arms crossed, her scoff as cutting as a kunai. Rashi's expression didn't so much as twitch. He tapped a finger against the wooden tabletop, thud, thud, a soft rhythm that underscored his even tone. Oh. And why do you say that? Jirocho's smile lingered, though his eyes carried weight. Hokage-sama himself left me with words meant for Rashi-kun, should you arrive in Dei Port. The statement drew a subtle reaction. Itachi, silent until now, finally turned, his dark eyes narrowing with quiet thought. Rashi remained still, his calm unbroken. His voice came like still water, neither hurried nor hesitant. I'm listening. Jirocho folded his hands. The Wasabi family and the Hiji's family have long contested the right to govern Dei Port. Until recently, we were evenly matched. But half a month ago, the Hiji's family allied themselves with the Chayama bandits lurking outside the city. With their numbers, they seized control of the town. He leaned forward, his composure cracking with indignation. Had it ended there, for the sake of stability, we might have endured it. But to secure their loyalty, the Hiji's family has given those wolves free rein. They extort merchants, levy absurd taxes, and exploit the people without restraint. If this continues, Dei Port will rot from the inside out. His gaze hardened. That is why I turned to Hokage-sama for aid. And, check out my Patreon for plus 30 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 29, Chapter. Anko, Itachi, from here on, you two will be in charge of guarding Tanzai-san's warehouse. The two gave a crisp acknowledgement. Rashi then turned his calm gaze toward Jirocho. I understand your concern. If what you've told me is accurate, then your situation, Wasabi-san, may not remain safe for long. Indeed, for Jirocho to openly seek out Konoha Shinobi was a move that would not go unnoticed, and likely be seen as a threat. Rashi had half expected Jirocho to invite him back to his residence immediately. Instead, after a brief hesitation, Jirocho bowed slightly. My affairs are stable for now, but there are matters I must arrange. If you don't mind, Rashi-kun, please wait here. Once I've settled things, I will personally return to offer a proper apology. Then I won't keep you, Wasabi-san. Go on. With another polite apology, Jirocho withdrew. Rashi watched him depart with a handful of guards, his expression faintly thoughtful. That guy, Anko muttered, arms folded. He's the one asking for help, yet when you offer protection, Rashi, he backs away. She'd clearly caught on to Rashi's intent, but Jirocho's refusal made it obvious he was holding something back. Perhaps he already has protectors in the shadows, Rashi replied evenly. If so, he'll need to make arrangements before showing his hand. Anko let out a weary sigh. This mission is a mess. As expected of a special jonin, though, your mind's sharp, Rashi. You don't let it get under your skin. With that, she dropped onto the bed, sprawled like someone finally letting her exhaustion show. Itachi's eyes shifted sideways, catching every word without comment. Anko grumbled on, still, since Hokage-sama already accepted the Wasabi family's request, why keep everything so vague? If we'd known the real situation from the start, we could have dealt with those thugs at the gate. Finally, Itachi broke his silence. His tone was quiet but firm. As shinobi, we cannot openly move against official figures, Anko-senpai. So they say. But then why bother with the merchant's commission at all? By now, that part of the mission should be considered finished, right? If we can't handle this in the open, why not deal with it at night? They're just ordinary people anyway. Itachi's gaze flickered. The village gave us more than one objective. Either those bandits are tied to rogue shinobi, or there are shinobi among them. He recalled his first mission with Rashi, when a supposed bandit gang of a dozen turned out to be led by a rogue ninja. That's why Captain didn't act rashly. But... water. Rashi interrupted, pouring himself a glass. Anko perked up. I'll take some too. She slid into the chair opposite him. Rashi passed her a cup and spoke, his tone as measured as ever. As Itachi said, for the Chayama gang to be accepted into local power, there must be someone backing them. As for Hokage-sama not spelling it out. His eyes narrowed slightly. It's not unprecedented. He thought back to the Wave Country mission. Tazuna couldn't afford to commission shinobi for a direct fight against rogue ninja, so he cleverly issued a C-rank escort request. Yet the reality was far beyond what he'd paid for. For a civilian, the deception was one thing. But as shinobi, especially at jonin level, you quickly learned how much the village itself chose to overlook. Konoha's review process wasn't so simple that a client could lie and get away with it. The Hidden Mist's demon brothers, then Zabuza himself. Kakashi must have seen through the inconsistencies. And yet, he continued the mission. Perhaps because villages did take care of lower-level rogues when convenient. But against a former mist swordsman of Zabuza's level, especially while leading 3 genin, it was a gamble with layers of intention behind it. The most likely scenario was that Konoha, still reeling from the shock of the Uchiha clan massacre, had been searching for new mission sources and, at the same time, testing the waters in the wave country. Feigning ignorance of Tazuna's true intentions fit the village's strategy perfectly. In truth, during the wave country incident, both Tazuna and Konoha had been seeking each other out. That was the most reasonable explanation. This escort mission, however, was a different matter entirely. Tanzai had simply posted what he believed to be a top-tier C-rank commission. Konoha, spotting the opportunity, and finding the payment acceptable, reclassified it as B-rank, dispatching Team 5 to handle Daiport's situation. The Black Snake Group's involvement was still uncertain, so the 2 additional tasks were listed as optional. Only the B-rank escort portion was mandatory. As for why the details hadn't been laid out explicitly. Perhaps the one being tested is me. Rashi had already formed a rough idea. His current approach was a far cry from the old Rashi. From the very first mission he had chosen after recovering, to his detached attitude toward the second assignment, nothing resembled the boy who once sought to prove that the Senju's glory still burned brightly. Even in his past life, when a model employee suddenly stopped striving, their boss would inevitably come down in person, concerned something had gone wrong. So this was that kind of mission. A mission with little real difficulty, where the degree of success depended entirely on Rashi's own initiative. He could simply finish the bare minimum escort work. The village would not blame him for ignoring Wasabi Jirocho, since Jirocho had no official token proving Konoha's acceptance of his plea. On paper, this B rank would look like nothing more than a reward for a war hero, an insignificant line on his record. Afterwards, the village would likely conclude that Rashi, nearly killed in the war, had lost his edge, and his career path would be adjusted accordingly. That was probably the outcome most aligned with Grandma Momoka's expectations. And truthfully, it suited Rashi's own self-image as well, just an ordinary, unlucky yet fortunate man, with no particular brilliance or talent. But reality didn't permit such complacency. The Uchiha clan's downfall, for instance, was not only a wound to the village's strength, it threatened the stability of the environment Rashi lived in. To shield himself from the ripples of such events, he could not afford to remain too low in the village's hierarchy. Ninja villages interfering in another country's affairs is never something they'll admit openly, Rashi explained to Anko. That's why they sent a Jonin team instead of a lower rank. We're given discretion to act as the situation demands. Hey, then I'll just leave it all to Special Jonin-sama, Anko chuckled, stretching. A simple kunoichi like me is only good for following orders. Her lazy, almost mocking tone earned her a sidelong glance from Rashi. If only it were really that simple, for him to just lift a finger and be done with it. Meanwhile, as Jirocho concluded his visit, the current captain of Daiport's guards reported the city gate incident to a tall man. He wore a brown kimono beneath a white haori, a samurai blade resting at his side. Jubiai-sama, how should we deal with those ninja? About the city gate tax. Jubiai's eyes narrowed, sharp and sinister. Watch them. Do not provoke Konoha Shinobi. Forget the city gate tax for now, we'll revisit it after they're gone. His gaze darkened. Control your men. Understand. The captain paled, dropping to one knee at once. Why yes, sir. At the same time, in the Wasabi household, Jirocho was in quiet discussion with another figure. Oh. Special Jonin Rashi, was it? It makes no difference, the other replied. If he's curious, let him come. Then I'll extend another invitation. My earlier refusal must have raised doubts in him, perhaps even suspicion about my trustworthiness, Jirocho said with a polite smile, rising to his feet. The figure chuckled. No matter. Once he meets me, he'll understand. Of course, Jirocho replied smoothly. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 30, Chapter. With his plan set, Rashi first spoke with Tanzai. The merchant, visibly anxious, tried to dissuade him again and again, but Rashi's steady, unwavering gaze left no room for negotiation. With 2 Konoha shinobi remaining behind to guard the warehouse, Tanzai finally relented, though unwillingly. Not long after, Wasabi Jirocho returned, this time personally inviting Rashi to the Wasabi estate. The Wasabi family referred not only to the household itself but also to the clan-like organization it led. The estate wasn't extravagant, but it housed dozens of the family's core members and their kin. Its perimeter was fortified with guards armed with bows and even firearms, an unusual sight for shinobi-trained eyes. Watchtowers rose before the rear courtyard, manned at every hour. Inside, the atmosphere shifted. Jirocho commanded genuine respect from his kin, and that same courtesy extended to Rashi as he was led deeper in. They passed through an ornate sliding door decorated with pine and crane motifs. Beyond it lay a serene garden, raked white sand, stepping stones, and carefully trimmed greenery. Corridors ringed the space, connecting tea rooms and private residences. Rashi slowed slightly, taking in the refined atmosphere. This feels like the inner residence. Indeed, Jirocho replied, continuing without pause. There is someone here Rashidano should meet. The words triggered Rashi's inner alarm, and he readied himself. Before a secluded courtyard screened by slender bamboo, Jirocho halted. Bowing low, he announced. Konoha's special jonin, Rashi, has arrived. The door slid open with a soft rasp. A young girl peeked out, dark blue casual wear, neat black hair cut short, and a delicate face with calm, intelligent eyes. She couldn't have been more than 17 or 18. The moment her gaze fell on Rashi, surprise flickered there, quickly buried beneath polite composure. Shizun. Recognition clicked immediately. And if Shizun was here, then the one inside could only be. His guard eased. Please, come in. Shizun stepped aside, her voice steady, gentle. Jirocho did not enter. After a final bow, he withdrew to wait quietly under the veranda. Rashi followed Shizun into the courtyard. The first thing he saw was the figure by the stone table. Sunlight filtered through bamboo leaves, scattering dappled shadows across the garden. A woman sat lazily on a stool, clad in a loose green robe. Her golden hair, untied, spilled down her shoulders like molten light. Several sake bottles sat before her, some drained, some half-filled. She raised a heavy ceramic cup, tilting it back with a practiced ease, swallowing greedily. Her profile in the shifting light was breathtaking. Smooth, youthful skin. Sharp brows. The kind of beauty that seemed untouched by age, no older than her early 20s. Tsunade. As expected. Tsunade set the cup down, wiping stray liquor from her lips with the back of her hand. Slowly, her head turned. Her amber eyes, dulled with alcohol, wandered toward Rashi, hazy but penetrating all the same. Lady Tsunade, you've had too much, Shizun chided softly. Rashi-kun is here. Oh, Tsunade dragged the word out, her voice rough, thick with drink. So that brat's finally here. Her gaze sharpened just slightly. Old Momoka isn't dead yet, is she? Rashi's face tightened despite himself. Of all things, he couldn't take lightly the one elder who had given him genuine care and warmth. Grandma is still full of vigor. Honestly, she may be healthier than you right now. Hey, good. Tsunade accepted the jab without flinching, as if his words slid right past her. Or perhaps, in her haze, she simply didn't care. She pushed against the stone table and rose unsteadily, the faint tremor in her body betraying just how much she'd had to drink. Her steps carried her closer, unhurried but heavy, until the scent of sake lingered thick in the air between them. She leaned slightly forward, eyes narrowing as if to pierce through him. Her amber gaze, though blurred, still held the scrutiny of someone weighing far more than appearances. I heard you were dying once. Grandma Momoka even sent me a letter, begging me to save you. Tsunade burped softly, her amber eyes half-lidded. But looking at you now, lively, standing tall, seems you're doing just fine. She lazily extended a finger toward Rashi's chest, but stopped midway, pulling it back with a slurred murmur. Since you're alive, why not just stay in the village? She's already 78, she shouldn't have to keep worrying about you. The heady mix of alcohol and faint perfume hung thick in the air. Rashi frowned and instinctively shifted a step back. The village has assigned me a mission, he replied, steady but curt. I intend to see it through. Village, village. Tsunade repeated the word like a bitter chant, her lips curling as if she could taste the syllables. Even Grandpa, one after another. And in the end, what did it change? Before Rashi could respond, she suddenly closed the distance with startling speed, far too sharp for a drunken stumble. A slender, deceptively delicate hand slammed onto his shoulder, crushing down with monstrous force. Ugh! Rashi gritted his teeth as an overwhelming weight crashed onto him. The blue stone beneath his feet groaned in protest before cracking apart, jagged lines spiderwebbing outward. The haze in Tsunade's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, piercing clarity that cut like a blade. Her gaze locked onto his. You. Grandma Momoka used that on you, didn't she? The pressure was suffocating. Rashi's only option was to flare his chakra. In an instant, a condensed blaze of blue surged from his pores, rippling with raw vitality. Boom. The stone beneath him exploded, shards flying as a violent shockwave swept the courtyard, scattering white sand and whipping bamboo leaves into a frenzy. Rashi forced his spine straight against her crushing strength, the pit beneath him sinking deeper with every heartbeat. Umph. Tsunade sneered, a flash of complicated emotion crossing her face. Then, just as abruptly, she released him. The weight vanished like mist. Her posture softened, arms crossing as she leaned back casually against the stone table. As though nothing had happened, she lifted her sake cup again, swirling the liquid. "So tell me," she asked coolly, her gaze still sharp despite her languid air. "What kind of mission could be important enough for the old man to send you?" Rashi brushed his shoulder where no dust lingered, his voice calm as if the ground hadn't nearly swallowed him whole. "You misunderstand. Grandma Momoka's attempt was never announced, it was an accident. At most, the third Hokage has his suspicions, nothing more." He paused, then added evenly, "As for the mission, Jirocho-san has already explained." Tsunade's amber eyes narrowed, her lashes casting thin shadows across her cheeks. The courtyard fell into silence, broken only by the restless rustle of bamboo. Off to the side, Shizen stood tensely, her brow knit, her gaze flicking between master and shinobi with faint worry. Finishing the last of her cup, Tsunade let it fall onto the table with a muted clink. She didn't look at Rashi this time. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively, reaching for another bottle. "Go, then. Do whatever you came here for," she muttered, her voice already thickening with drink again. Rashi bowed slightly. "Yes, Lady Tsunade." He turned and followed Shizen toward the gate. Just before stepping out, he stopped. Without looking back, his voice carried clearly across the courtyard. "Grandma misses you. If you have time, it would be good to return to the village and see her. And check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 31, Chapter. Lady Tsunade, you were too rude." Shizen finally burst out after Rashi left. "To speak like that, and even strike him. TCH. That brat wasn't exactly polite either, was he?" The Senju princess waved her hand dismissively. "Besides, he didn't seem to care, so stop fussing. Return to the village, what would that accomplish?" Tsunade's gaze drifted toward the courtyard, where green bamboo swayed gently in the wind. All that waited there were heavy stares, silent, burning expectations. And she was someone who couldn't even face blood. What use was she now? She couldn't shoulder anything, couldn't endure anything. That was why she wanted to see Rashi. To confirm with her own eyes whether that boy truly carried that power. The brief clash in the courtyard caused no ripples outside. When Rashi stepped out, Jirocho was already waiting by the corridor, standing respectfully with a perfectly measured humility, as though the muffled crack of shattered stone just moments ago had been nothing more than the wind knocking loose a tile. He led Rashi through winding halls to an elegantly furnished reception room at the front of the estate. Regarding the Chima gang, Rashi began as soon as they sat, his tone direct, deliberately sidestepping the matter of Tsunade. "Do you have more precise intelligence?" Jirocho straightened, his expression grave. "No Chapo has always been a den of ronin and fugitives. In the past, their numbers were small. Both my family and the Hijis would send men regularly to clear them out, barely keeping the trade routes safe." He paused, brows furrowing. "But about 4 months ago, everything changed. A wandering samurai appeared. With sheer force and ruthless methods, he united the scattered bands in No Chapo, forged them into a single force, and even built a stronghold on the hillside. At that time, both our houses realized the matter was far beyond our ability to handle. We petitioned Konoha for a mission, but no response ever came." A hint of bitterness entered his voice. "In the meantime, we could only strengthen patrols along the trade roads, doing our best to hold on." His tone dropped lower. "The turning point came half a month ago. The Hiji's family suddenly declared that they had completely eradicated the No Chapo bandits. At the same time, they announced they had recruited a new unit of elite guards to guarantee the safety of Dei Port. Almost immediately afterward, an envoy from the daimyo's palace arrived. My family was reprimanded for ineffective governance, allowing bandits to flourish, while the Hijis were praised for eliminating evil and restoring peace, a great service to the region. The daimyo then transferred management of the port to the Hijis for the next 4 years. After securing the daimyo's favor, the Hijis appointed a man named Jubai as the city's defense chief." Jirocho's expression hardened. "And you understand, Rashi-kun, those so-called new guards are none other than the former Chima gang, and Jubai is the wandering samurai who forged them into one." Rashi listened in silence, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the polished edge of the low table. The situation was far messier than he'd expected. "How strong is this Jubai?" he finally asked. Jirocho's face grew grim, his words measured. "He is a dangerous, ruthless man. As for his true ability, forgive me, we found only scattered rumors. They say that during the suppression, he displayed strength and speed far beyond an ordinary warrior. Some even whisper he wields techniques akin to ninjutsu. Jirocho bowed his head slightly, his tone apologetic. But we have no concrete proof. Rashi pondered briefly before shifting the topic. Then, what about the Black Snake Group? Have you ever heard that name? A flicker of hesitation crossed Jirocho's face, as though weighing whether to speak. After several seconds, he finally began. Indeed, I've heard of them. About 2 months ago, the sea route from Daiport to Naki Island was plagued by vicious pirates, causing severe losses. The daimyo's palace was furious. Not long after, word spread that a band of wandering ninja, the Black Snake Group, accepted a commission from the daimyo himself and wiped the pirates out. He paused, watching Rashi's expression before continuing. But after that incident, the Black Snake Group seemed to vanish completely. No further sightings in Daiport or its surrounding waters. Perhaps they simply collected their reward and left. The daimyo again. I understand. Rashi gave a small nod. Your information is valuable. Thank you, Wasabi-san. I'm glad I could be of use. Jirocho bowed slightly, then cautiously asked, may I know what Rashi-kun intends to do next? If the Wasabi family can assist in any way, please give the word. If possible, continue to gather intel on the Chayama gang. Rashi rose to his feet. I'll return to the inn to make arrangements. He had initially come concerned for Jirocho's safety. But with Tsunade, one of the Sannin, residing here, and Shizun near Jonin level, even if Tsunade chose not to act, Jirocho was in no real danger from assassins. If anything urgent arises, send word to me at Heifei Pavilion. Understood, Jirocho said respectfully, personally escorting Rashi from the reception room. At the pier, Anko leaned casually against a wall, the hem of her new purple trench coat lifted slightly by the sea breeze. A blade of grass hung loosely from her mouth as her sharp eyes swept over the busy port, porters shouting as they hauled crates, guards in worn leather armor patrolling with lazy steps, their gazes lingering too long on piles of valuables. A caravan of fully loaded wagons clattered toward the docks, guarded by several men. The owner spoke in hushed tones with the port official, who quickly waved laborers over to prioritize the shipment. Beside them, Tanzai muttered indignantly, his face twisted with frustration. Anko's ears caught a few of his words. Damn it, straight onto the ship as soon as they arrive. My goods left behind again. If only I'd bought weapons too. Weapons. Anko's expression sharpened. She pushed off the wall and walked over. Tanzai-san, who are those people? They're weapon merchants, Hongshan spat bitterly. I don't know why, but someone's buying up weapons in bulk. Their shipments get priority, while my cloth has to wait days before loading. Anko-sama, I must rely on you. He continued, pleading for her protection. Now that Rashi had gone, the merchant's sense of security rested entirely on Anko and Itachi. The boy was still too young, so Tanzai clung to Anko like a lifeline. But Anko only gave a distracted reply. Her hand slipped behind her back, fingers flicking lightly. From the shadowed sleeve of her trench coat, a thin gray serpent, no thicker than a finger, slid out soundlessly. It hugged the ground, darting swiftly into the shadows between crates and wagons, vanishing without a trace. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 32, Chapter. After leaving the Wasabi family estate, Rashi sensed someone tailing him from the shadows. He didn't bother shaking them off. Instead, he strolled through the city, pausing at shops, casually chatting with vendors about market prices, then settling down at a street-side tea house. A pot of coarse local tea and a few sticky rice cakes soon arrived. The tea was bitter, the cakes chewy, ordinary fare, but the idle chatter drifting through the tea house confirmed Jirocho's warning. The Chayama gang's disguised guards had built up a month's worth of simmering resentment, like smoldering charcoal waiting for a single spark. By the time Rashi returned to Heifei Pavilion, night had already fallen. Tanzai looked surprised to see him back so soon. After a short exchange, Tanzai retired to his room, leaving Rashi alone. Moments later, a knock sounded. At the door stood Anko, tapping her forehead with 2 fingers in a playful salute. You're back early, Captain. Don't tell me the Wasabi family bored you. Rashi glanced up at Anko. She smirked. Well, I dug up something interesting. Rashi smiled faintly. Then I'll trouble Lady Anko to enlighten us. When you visited the Wasabi estate, a shipment came into the docks. I checked it out, ninja tools. Kunai, shuriken, protective gear. Do you know where they were sent? Rashi's tone sharpened. I already dispatched Itachi. I'd have gone myself, but I stand out too much. Her smile turned wry. Pretty faces don't blend in at the docks. It was then that Itachi entered, bowing politely. Captain, Anko-senpai. I confirmed everything. The entire shipment went to Naki Island. From what I gathered, they've been quietly stockpiling ninja tools all month. Rashi nodded, then asked, and Tanzai-san's goods? They're safe. I watched the docks all afternoon. The guards kept sneaking glances our way, but they weren't interested in the cloth merchant's cargo. I see. Rashi then recounted the information Jirocho had given him, carefully omitting Tsunade's involvement, mentioning only that Jirocho had hired a powerful ally and there was little need to worry about security. When he finished, the three fell into thoughtful silence. Anko broke it first, frowning. The Chayama gang's desperate for money, the Black Snake group pops in and out of nowhere, and Naki Island's secretly buying weapons. These things, they're like beads scattered on the ground. I just can't see the thread tying them together. The Black Snake group connects to Jubai, Itachi offered. At that moment, Tanzai returned upstairs, announcing dinner. Rashi glanced at Anko. She raised her hands dramatically. Yeah, I get it. Come on, kid, she said, clapping Itachi's shoulder. Let's help that poor cloth merchant carry dishes before he bursts into tears and ruins dinner for all of us. Without a word, Itachi followed her out. The door clicked shut, sealing off the noise of the hall. Alone now, Rashi rose and pushed open the window. A cool breeze stirred his hair as he gazed into the night. Kunai and shuriken were called ninja tools for a reason, ordinary people didn't use them. Even for shinobi, in close combat a sword was more decisive, Umbu standard gear proved that much. For an ordinary group, especially one outside the village system, to buy weapons like these in bulk was anything but normal. And the Chayama gang, openly clawing after money ever since their takeover, looked less like greedy thugs and more like a force funding something larger. Their hunger wasn't just bandit nature. Their eyes were fixed on shinobi. Just then, the door creaked open, and a hotel attendant entered with a tray. Dinner was typical port fare, a steaming bowl of thick fish stew, creamy broth topped with floating scallions, a plate of small sea fish fried until golden and crisp, and the house specialty, fish paste cakes, springy and white, flecked with red pepper for a kick. For the shinobi, Tanzai even brought out a plate of seasonal fruit. Everything all right? Rashi asked casually as he sat down. No issues. Anko deftly set out the bowls and chopsticks, while Itachi quietly placed the fruit platter in the center. Rashi's gaze swept over the fragrant dishes. Once the mission is wrapped up, we'll find another chance to try the local specialties. Then you're paying, Captain. Anko's eyes lit up, her tone shameless. The chef's skills were commendable, the fish fresh, the seasoning simple but precise. By the time Rashi finished, he found himself oddly charmed by Daiport. He decided that once their mission was complete, he would linger a few days to soak in the sights and flavors, assuming, of course, the current mess could be untangled without disaster. When the dishes were cleared, silence settled over the room. Rashi broke it, his voice carrying clearly. I've been thinking. The Black Snake Group's true aim may be to establish a ninja village here in the land of tea, with the Chayama gang propping them up. A ninja village? Anko nearly spat out her drink, eyes wide. With just a bunch of strays. What a joke. Even Itachi's expression shifted, surprise flickering in his usually calm features. It isn't impossible. Rashi's tone was steady, matter of fact. The 5 great nations aren't the only ones with ninja villages. Many smaller countries have their own. As long as they don't infringe on the great power's core interests, no one has the will, or even the resources, to wipe them all out. When war breaks out, the major villages are too busy with their own fronts, leaving gaps in influence. The nobles of smaller nations still have needs, still face threats. Without their own standing force, their safety becomes fragile. That's why founding a ninja village under their direct influence is a logical choice. But, what about guardian ninja? Anko protested. Can't a daimyo just hire powerful shinobi to serve as personal guards? Isn't that enough? The principle is different. Rashi shook his head. Guardian ninja are private soldiers, bound by individual loyalty. They can be swayed, corrupted, or turned against their masters. A ninja village, his voice sharpened on the word, is institutional. It holds legal recognition, sustained funding, and clearly defined boundaries. That stability is what makes it valuable. He paused, letting his words sink in. And frankly, only this explanation fits why the land of tea tolerates the Chayama gang's behavior here in Daiport. Anko opened her mouth, ready to retort, but no counterargument came. With a frustrated sigh, she ran a hand through her hair. So what's the play, Rashi? She finally asked. First, get this unlucky merchant's goods on the ship, then rush back to the village and dump the headache on the Hokage's desk. Rashi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his robe and withdrew a scroll, placing it on the table. The black A-rank mission scroll, marked with Hiruzen's personal seal, gleamed coldly in the lamplight. The village, Rashi tapped the scroll with one finger, his gaze meeting both Anko's and Itachi's, has already given us the authority. And it has a preference. The words were unspoken but clear: expel or annihilate the Black Snake Group. From the Land of T's perspective, having its own ninja village was appealing. If resources were going to be invested, why not invest in power rooted on their soil, serving their interests first? But Konoha's view was very different. In the early days, the smaller villages formed alongside the 5 great ones had been ignored, either because they were distant or because Konoha lacked the manpower to care. The Land of Fire's wealth had always provided sufficient missions to sustain the village. Now, though, things had changed. Konoha had thousands of registered shinobi, with numbers still growing even in peacetime. The Land of T, a stable and lucrative source of missions, would never be ceded, unless there was no other choice. A cool night breeze drifted through the open window, curling the edges of the mission scroll. Under the lamplight, 3 shadows stretched long across the wall, silent and unmoving. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 33, Chapter. Jubi was a wanderer. He'd never had a fixed abode before, and even now, despite holding the title of Chief Guard of Daiport, he still shifted his residence daily. Not even his own men from the Chayama gang could find him unless he chose to appear. Just a little longer, the final stretch. The Konoha shinobi would be leaving soon. They were only here for an escort mission. And yet, unease gnawed at him. The Wasabi family had reached out to those Konoha ninja, and one of them had even paid a return visit. A bad sign. But this wasn't the right moment to act. Jubi felt a stab of regret. Hijizuma had long wanted him to eliminate Wasabi Jirocho, but back then Jirocho had been far too obedient. Dissatisfied though he might have been, he'd stayed quiet and caused no trouble. Now, striking at the Konoha shinobi was too risky. But doing nothing wasn't an option either. So, Jubi made up his mind. The next morning, Rashi rose early and wandered the streets as usual. By the time the mist burned away and the port glittered gold under the morning sun, he returned to the inn. Tanzai had been waiting nervously, and the instant he saw Rashi his face lit up like a man sighting a savior. Captain Rashi. Great news. The port has approved it, my goods can be loaded today. I'll trouble you few to escort. Given permission, the cloth merchant wasted no time. Workers were quickly arranged, his eagerness plain, he wanted out of Daiport as soon as possible. The docks were their usual chaos, shouting laborers, creaking cargo, and the smell of salt and fish in the air. Tanzai's men carefully carried the heavy, cloth-wrapped bolts from the warehouse to the cargo ship waiting at the berth. The thuggish guards lingered nearby, watching. But the 3 shinobi could tell, their eyes weren't on the goods. They were on them. Rashi strode calmly toward Tanzai, who was bent in hushed conversation with a port official. Anko fell in step half a pace behind him, casual in posture but alert in intent. Together, their figures slipped into the narrow passage between stacked cargo and bustling dockworkers. Immediately, the distant guard's attention sharpened. Now. Perched idly on a cargo box, Itachi lifted his head. Sunlight glinted off his eyes, 2 crimson tomo spinning in silent command. Like ripples spreading through a still pond, the gaze unsettled several guards, their pupils briefly unfocused. It lasted only a heartbeat. When clarity returned, Rashi was already at Tanzai's side, pointing toward the ship while Anko stood with arms folded. 2 figures, nothing unusual. A guard blinked, confused. Where was the boy? He turned, and there was the black-haired genin, forehead protector gleaming, still seated on the cargo box, calmly watching the laborers. The guard exhaled slowly, convinced he'd imagined things. Shielded by Itachi's illusion and Anko's presence, Rashi left behind a clone and quietly slipped away toward the Wasabi estate, masking his movements. The fact that Tanzai had been permitted to depart early told him all he needed, the enemy was already on edge. He had to accelerate his own plans. The Wasabi residence remained tranquil. In the garden, Tsunade lounged against the veranda, a plain white sake cup in hand. She stared at the dappled light and shadows drifting across the gravel, the faint fragrance of alcohol mingling with the morning breeze, her posture steeped in lazy decadence. Wasabi Jirocho sat nearby, dutifully keeping her company. Jirocho, someone's here for you, Tsunade murmured without moving her gaze. The head of the Wasabi family stiffened, then excused himself and walked briskly down the corridor. At the courtyard gate, as expected, Rashi stood waiting. Without exchanging words outside, Jirocho led him back into the reception room. I'll be direct, Wasabi-san, Rashi began. You've realized the true purpose behind the Chayama gang, haven't you? Jirocho didn't answer outright. Instead, he replied evenly, my family began as fishermen and peddlers of Daiport, who joined together to defend against wandering shinobi raids. The Wasabi family has always cared only for matters within the port. Beyond that, it is thanks to Konoha's protection that Daiport has long been spared much suffering at the hands of ninja. Today's chaos is nothing more than opportunists chasing profit. And Dei Port despises their greed. So, the Wasabi family was the port's local faction. Then, by contrast, the Hiji's family doesn't seem to share that view, Rashi said quietly. Those Hijis are outsiders, they only care about money. The middle-aged man's lids drooped. They're relatives of the daimyo's former wife, they're not like us. You have proof the Chayama gang hasn't been wiped out, yes? Of course. Jirocho's eyes flashed, sharp as a blade. Everything's prepared. Rashi tapped the table once, deliberate. Would you be willing to present this to the people of Dei Port? Will the Wasabi family report these events to the daimyo? Jirocho's brow tightened. Report to the daimyo. What would that accomplish? Much of this chaos had the daimyo's silent tolerance. This young ninja, however earnest, didn't seem to grasp the convoluted politics of adults. Rashi's smile was calm. The daimyo of the land of Tea has never accepted brigands as the official guards of Dei Port, nor approved a bandit leader as town guard responsible for public safety. They'll refuse to accept the evidence, Jirocho muttered, planning out the possible blowback. They might even scold us for being petty, and use it as an excuse to move against the Wasabi family. Exactly. Rashi's tone remained steady. And if not for Konoha? The reception room fell silent. Sunlight striped Rashi's face through the lattice as he met Jirocho's uncertain gaze and spoke each line with measured clarity. You simply need to state in your report to the daimyo, under the escort of the ninja squad dispatched from Kanagakur, it's been confirmed the Chayama gang, previously entrenched in Nochapo, was never truly eradicated. The Hiji's family, whether through a hunger for recognition or because they were misled by Jubai, recruited these bandits as Dei Port guards. This led to the collapse of port order and widespread grievance from merchants and travelers. We request the daimyo launch a full investigation, restore order, and placate the populace. Confusion, doubt, even a faint hint of condescension melted from Jirocho's face as if thin ice had been thrown into boiling water. Surprise and sober realization replaced it, his breath sharpened, his back straightened. He shook his head in admiration. Rashi-kun, you don't seem like a mere ninja. To craft such a strategy at your age is remarkable. Rashi's words made the point obvious, the daimyo would avoid direct confrontation with Konoha. For the land of Tea, a homegrown ninja village might be desirable if it succeeded, but it was not worth a direct clash with a great nation. Why draw that conclusion? Rashi laid out the logic. First, the Black Snake Group needs the Chayama gang to launder and accumulate wealth. If a nation were truly backing them outright, such clumsy, small-time methods wouldn't be necessary. Second, the Chayama gang's attempts to legitimize themselves, with ceremonies and public-facing trappings, suggested the land of Tea wanted plausible deniability and room to maneuver. In short, the land of Tea could offer limited assistance while keeping plausible ignorance. That meant the fastest way to flush out the hidden Black Snake Group was to remove the Chayama gang, their fundraising arm, and force the higher players to act. Direct action against the core would be far riskier, exposing their tool first was far smarter. So, Rashi asked again, quietly, will the Wasabi family take the lead? Jirocho's face hardened into resolve. This is what my family exists for. Tell me what to do. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 34, Chapter. Tanzai stood at the gangplank of the cargo ship about to set sail, a wide smile plastered across his face. Yet beneath the sunlight, small beads of sweat glistened on his brow. He clasped Rashi's hand tightly. Rashi-sama. Words cannot express my gratitude. If it weren't for you this time. His voice was loud, but his eyes flickered nervously toward the shadows near a warehouse on the dock. Several men in leather guard armor stood there, arms folded. The goods are finally on board, and now I can breathe again. He wiped his sweat, then lowered his voice to a whisper. But, are you truly not coming with the ship? I fear those people have taken a grudge against you. That incident at the city gate. Rashi smoothly withdrew his hand, his face composed as ever. Rest assured, Tanzai-san. His gaze swept over the guards, who instinctively shrank back the instant his eyes met theirs. Ah. Your words put my mind at ease. Tanzai's worry instantly dissolved into an obsequious grin, as though his earlier anxiety had never existed. Rubbing his hands, he said, I've already paid for 5 days at Heifei Pavilion. Please stay there without concern. I had hoped to properly host you as thanks, but alas, the ship cannot wait. Please, accept this small token of appreciation. He produced a bulging pouch of coins as if from nowhere, pressing it toward Rashi. It was my duty, Tanzai-san. There's no need. Rashi raised a hand and gently pushed the money back. Tanzai accepted it again with a bow. If I ever need another mission, I will surely seek Konoha's shinobi once more. Then, I must take my leave. He ascended the gangplank, looking back 3 times with each step. Only when the ship's dull horn echoed and the vessel pulled away into the busy lanes of the port, fading into the horizon, did his figure vanish from sight. Almost at that same moment, the air in the Wasabi family's estate at the heart of Daiport grew heavy. Inside a dimly lit Japanese-style chamber, even the finest incense could not mask the tension. 7 or 8 well-dressed men sat formally on tatami mats. They were the power brokers of Daiport, heads of the fishing guild, the dockworkers union, and several of the largest trading houses. Only the Hiji's family was absent. Every gaze was fixed on Wasabi Jirocho, seated in the main position. He wore a dark gray formal kimono, his back straight as a pine. The humility that usually softened his gaunt features was gone, replaced by grim resolve, as if he had already burned his bridges. On the low table before him lay a thick scroll of documents and several rubbed portraits, their blurred lines still revealing cruel, unforgettable faces. "Gentlemen," Jirocho's voice was quiet but cut through the silence like steel, "I invited you here today to expose a lie that threatens the very survival of Daiport." He lifted one of the portraits, a man with a scarred eye and brutish expression. "This is Shianzu, a ruthless bandit of the Chayama gang in Nochapo. 3 months ago, his men ambushed 3 merchant caravans from Nansho Post, leaving 17 dead or wounded." He raised another. "And this one." One after another, he displayed the portraits. Under the dim yellow lamplight, each face looked more sinister than the last. Jirocho's voice tightened with restrained fury. These men, and nearly 300 desperate followers, were not annihilated as the Hiji's family claims. They are here, under our noses. They hold the gates, the docks, the streets. Cloaked in the guise of a special transit tax, they are bleeding merchants dry and strangling this city. A ripple of shock swept through the room. The elderly president of the fishing guild spoke, trembling, "Jirocho, this is no trivial accusation. Without undeniable proof. The proof is here." Jirocho slammed the thick bundle onto the table. From the tokens left at the Nochapo hideout, to the testimony of escaped laborers, and even the tattoos they failed to conceal. He drew a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the startled, wavering faces. Then he struck the final blow. More importantly, all this evidence was collected and verified with the assistance of a Konoha Shinobi squad, on an official guard mission. Rashi, Special Jonin. Konoha. The single word dropped like a boulder into a still pond, sending ripples through the men's hearts. Where there had been doubt, their expressions grew complicated. "Precisely." Jirocho's voice deepened, seeing the shift in their eyes. "I have already dispatched envoys to the capital with the evidence and our letters. The daimyo will know the truth. And I ask that when you return to your homes, you ready your men and sharpen your blades. Together, we will purge these jackals from Daiport." Silence fell over the room. The prominent figures exchanged looks, sending quick, wordless messages. Some ignited with anger and nodded vigorously, others frowned, fingers tapping their knees in thought. At last the old president of the fishing guild spoke slowly. "If a Konoha shinobi testifies and these material proofs," he nodded toward the documents, "are genuine, then we accept it. We'll return and make preparations." He hesitated, changing tone. "That said, the Hiji's family currently holds authority here, and those people were appointed by them. It would be unwise to move without an order from the daimyo. Once his order arrives, however, we will purge these parasites at once." "Exactly. We should wait for the daimyo's command." The others echoed the sentiment, "We believe Jirocho and the evidence, but not a single man will act until the official word comes down." Jirocho had expected this. These old foxes wanted him to do the dirty work, then use his hand to strike the cancer the Hiji's family had fostered, yet they refused to risk anything until the dust settled. He showed no disappointment. Instead, he nodded solemnly. "What you say is true. Without a formal mandate, words fall flat, without words, nothing succeeds. I understand. We wait on the daimyo's judgment. Prepare thoroughly now, so when the moment comes, we may strike and finish it in one blow." "Of course. Rest assured, head of the Wasabi family." They rose, bowed in ceremony, faces set with solemn calculation, and departed in a hurry. The tatami room emptied, and only the faint scent of incense lingered. Almost as the dignitaries left the gate, secret messages, quick as insects trapped in a web, began to vibrate through different channels. Outside the center of town, in a dim, ragged room facing a broken shipyard, daylight was mostly blocked by tarpaulins and the air tasted of cheap tobacco. Jubai sat cross-legged in the deepest shadow, his katana across his knees. A lean man knelt before him, voice low and urgent. Wasabi Jirocho gathered them, showed papers and portraits, said it's irrefutable. Said a Konoha ninja helped obtain it. He's sending it to the daimyo. The order arrives tomorrow. He'll move once the order is in hand. Jubai's half-closed eyes snapped open. The scabbard on his lap seemed to hum. So that's it, the old man sought Konoha's endorsement. reporting to the daimyo. Jubiai's lips curled into a thin, dangerous smile. The old fool moves fast. He didn't know, and didn't need to know, how the daimyo would react. Deny the evidence. Send an elder tied to the Hijis. Or, seeing Konoha's involvement, quietly abandon the Chayama gang. None of that mattered. The messenger had to be silenced so the daimyo never saw the proof. Jubiai rose, his tall shadow swallowing the room and pinning the kneeling subordinate in its pressure. Where are the Konoha ninja now? At Heifei Pavilion. We're watching them. Arrange constant surveillance on the Wasabi family. His voice was a command. Yes. As the men left, Jubiai spoke into the dark, have Shoshire eliminate the Wasabi messenger. Genshoku, shadow the Konoha ninjas. A figure detached from the gloom. Deep sockets framed iridescent green pupils, a snarling dog tattoo shaded beneath his eyes. Feathers and bone threaded through his unkempt hair, a copper coin clamped between his teeth, a patchwork kasaya hung on his frame, a bell marked food jingling at his wrist. Something's off, Genshoku muttered, the coin muffling his words. The samurai ordinance replied coldly, it's irrelevant now. We've invested too much. Dealing with Konoha was always part of the plan, only now it comes sooner than expected. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 35, Chapter. The sea breeze, heavy with salt and the stench of fish, whipped through the ship's cabin. The wooden hull groaned under the crashing waves, each sway turning the messenger beside Rashi a shade paler. He was a capable young man under normal circumstances, but now he clutched at his clothes with white-knuckled fists, his eyes flicking nervously toward the churning, dark blue sea beyond the porthole. They're chasing us. Hurry. Get your weapons, harpoons, now. Above, the sailors' rough shouts rang out across the deck, mingling with the sharp clang of metal. The steady rhythm of the voyage shattered into chaos. Meanwhile, Rashi sat cross-legged on the damp floorboards, his eyes closed, body rising and falling in time with the ship's pitch. He looked as unshakable as a stone in a storm. The messenger's panic didn't ripple him in the slightest. They're here. His eyes opened, calm and unhurried, and he rose smoothly, his movements flowing with the ship's sway instead of against it. Stay put, he ordered, halting the messenger who was about to stand. The cabin door creaked as Rashi pushed it open. He stepped onto the deck, behind a row of sailors bracing harpoons with pale knuckles, their eyes wide with fear. His gaze fixed on the sea. A figure was racing across the waves, fast and steady, skimming the surface of the water with practiced steps. Tall. Lean. Clad in a sleeveless black bodysuit beneath a dark breastplate that gleamed coldly in the sun. A mask hid his face, leaving only eyes sharp as a hawk's visible. Rashi's eyes narrowed. Black Snake Group, or just one of their men. To chase a ship so far, balancing on open water without faltering, the chakra reserves and control required put the enemy at least at the elite Chunin level. If this was only a subordinate, then the Black Snake Group's true strength was even more formidable than his initial estimate. At the same time, back at Heifei Pavilion Inn, a shadow slipped in through the first-floor lobby like smoke, merging seamlessly with the bustle of waiters, guests, and the innkeeper. Despite his outlandish appearance, no one seemed to notice him. Their eyes slid past as if he wasn't there. Genshoku. His ears caught every sound. His senses extended upward. From the 3 rooms above, he felt them clearly, 3 distinct life forces, each sharp, condensed, undeniably shinobi. Konoha ninja, all here, he muttered. He didn't climb the stairs, but the pulse of their chakra signatures was unmistakable. Yet unease gnawed at him. Wasabi Jirocho had been anything but discreet, gathering the port's leaders, flaunting his evidence, declaring he'd already sent a messenger to the daimyo, and invoking Konoha's name to add weight. It was too loud, too obvious. A provocation daring his enemies to respond immediately. If that was the case, then why were all 3 Konoha shinobi still here? Was the messenger who left just a decoy? Did the real courier already slip away in secret? But then, why had no news come from the daimyo's palace yet? The chakra upstairs was real, he confirmed again. No illusion. No clone. Or, had Konoha sent reinforcements he couldn't sense? Genshoku's thoughts churned, and unease coiled in his gut. He turned on his heel, slipping out into the street. The wind carried the bustle of day poured around him. He scanned upward, and froze. From a half-open window on the top floor, a pair of calm eyes stared down at him. His chest tightened. Instinct kicked in, he leapt back several paces, wrist rising. The bell tied there, carved with the character Shoku, rang with a low, urgent hum. An invisible ripple spread out, cloaking his body. No genjutsu. No barrier trap. He exhaled once, steadying his breath, and lifted his gaze again. The eyes were still there. Watching. Unblinking. This time, 3 figures appeared behind the window: Rashi, Anko, and Itachi. Their eyes, calm and unyielding, fixed on Genshoku with identical indifference. Shadow clone jutsu. Genshoku muttered, fury and caution flaring at once. So that explained it, 3 distinct chakra signatures, yet only a single scent. Damn clever. He hissed, the copper coin gritting between his teeth, scraping faintly. To divide chakra into 3 while keeping each clone strong enough to fool him, that meant the real one was elsewhere. Likely the captain himself remained, while the ones dispatched were only the kid and the kunoichi. With Shoshi's strength, those 2 would be easy prey. That left Genshoku with one task: pin down this so-called captain. Keep him rooted here in Heifei Pavilion until Shosher succeeded, or force him to move first and expose a weakness. Abandoning his attempt to peer deeper into the inn, Genshoku melted into the street's shadows. The bell tied at his wrist gave off a steady, low chime, like a serpent's tongue tasting the air before a strike, as an invisible field spread outward, slowly enveloping the pavilion. On the 3rd floor of Heifei Pavilion, Rashi stood at the window, watching Genshoku's form vanish into the darkened street corner. Through the unique sensory link of his wood clones, the information synchronized instantly, the main body intercepted at sea, Genshoku lurking here. The bait is taken. Diversion begins. At his thought, the 2 wood clones behind him, shaped as Anko and Itachi, slipped wordlessly to a corner. Their forms unraveled, crumbling into blocks of wood that clattered to the floor. The chakra they carried did not dissipate, but returned to the clone at the window like rivers flowing back into the sea. Though his Sage Mode training was still incomplete, Rashi's relentless practice had honed his chakra control to a razor's edge. Especially with wood-release clones, he could split, reclaim chakra with ease. Time shifted back, just after Tanzai's cargo ship set sail. The plan splits 3 ways, Rashi said evenly, standing in the inn room with Anko and Itachi. First is the messenger. I'll take that route myself. Since Jirocho openly reported to the daimyo, the enemy will likely focus on intercepting him. That path has the highest chance of encountering the Black Snake Group's core or their elites. Key intelligence will come from there. Anko crossed her arms, brow arched. And here? What about Old Man Wasabi's place? Heifei Pavilion must look as if all 3 of us remain here. It serves 2 purposes, misleading scouts and acting as bait for any ninja bold enough to investigate. That's why I'll leave behind clones to impersonate us. His gaze swept over them both. Clones, huh? If you're using shadow clones, won't your chakra get shredded, Rashi? Anko asked, frowning. Splitting chakra evenly between multiple bodies, on top of combat, was no small burden. It'll hold. Rashi gave no further explanation. He had no intention of revealing the secret of wood release. Anko clicked her tongue, but didn't press. Fine. Then Itachi and I take the 3rd route, the Wasabi estate. Correct. If the enemy targets the Wasabi family directly, they'll be facing more than assassination, they'll bring numbers. A single Jonin can keep Jirocho safe from small strikes, but if the enemy commits to a full assault. Rashi's voice grew heavier. Shizen's medical ninjutsu won't be enough. And Tsunade, once blood is spilled, her presence could turn into a liability the enemy might exploit. So, Itachi and Anko's task was clear: reinforcement, should the enemy strike the Wasabi family in force. Before dismissing them, Rashi added one final instruction. The person at the Wasabi estate is an exceptional medical ninja. Trust her. But don't ask questions about her background. Consider that a personal request from me. Anko scratched her cheek with a crooked smile. A request from the captain, huh? Guess I'll keep my mouth shut. But, you know what I mean, Rashi. He did. After Orochimaru's defection, Anko had no patience for secrets that endangered the village. If this truly touched Konoha's safety, she would report it regardless of sentiment. Itachi, however, only gave a quiet nod. Knowing Rashi's true identity, the Uchiha understood better than anyone, this was the last person who would ever betray the leaf. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 36, Chapter. Rashi stood balanced on the rolling sea, chakra flowing beneath his feet as if anchoring him to an invisible reef. Across from him, Shosher also stood on the waves, his black chestplate catching the pale light of the sky with a cold, metallic sheen. With a flick of his wrist, Rashi summoned the scroll Wasabi Jirocho had entrusted to him, the damning evidence of the Chayama gang's crimes, along with the letter to the daimyo. Meeting Shoshi's piercing gaze, his voice cut through the roar of the tide. There are 2 copies. One with the messenger, one with me. If you strike that ship, I'll head for Naki Island and deliver this straight to the daimyo myself. Or. His tone sharpened, we settle this here. I promise that ship won't budge until one of us falls. Shoshi's lone visible eye narrowed. A low, metallic rasp escaped his throat, halfway between a chuckle and the grind of rusted gears. A Konoha ninja, so your aim is me. Interesting. He tilted his head, vertebrae clicking like clashing blades. Good. Saves me the trouble. As you wish. The instant the words left his lips, he moved. Not forward, sideways, unnaturally fluid. A black blur ripped across the waves between them. His right arm. It had stretched grotesquely long, skin a bluish-gray, ending in hooked claws with nails like obsidian. The air itself seemed to sour with a sickly sweet stench as it streaked for Rashi's face. The strike was so fast it left only a warped afterimage. Rashi's pupils contracted. Chakra flared at his soles, propelling him diagonally across the water in a sharp glide. The claws grazed his vest, shhht, tearing a thin line across the fabric. Missed. But Shoshi's eyes didn't flicker. His elongated arm twisted in midair like a whip without bones, snapping back at a sharper, crueler angle, straight for Rashi's exposed back. At the same time, Shoshi's own body skimmed over the waves, drawn forward by the arm's momentum, gliding like a phantom. Suspended in midair with nothing to brace against, Rashi exhaled. His core muscles coiled, twisting his body mid-flight. His right hand snapped into his pouch, 3 kunai flashing between his fingers. With a single whip of his wrist, he launched them not at Shoshu, but precisely at the joint of the grotesque arm. Clang. The kunai bit, but the arm was like striking an oil-hardened vine. Only shallow marks scored its hide before the blades were knocked aside, vanishing into the sea. The whip arm barely slowed, carving forward. Hard as iron. Rashi landed on the water, chakra locking him steady. His hands blurred into seals. Water release, water shockwave. The ocean itself surged at his call. The sea roared upward, a towering wall of water crashing forward with crushing force. It swallowed Shoshu whole, arm and all, in a foaming deluge. Boom. The waves detonated in spray, drowning the battlefield in white mist. Rule of Shinobi combat, never assume the enemy is down. Don't stand and admire your strike. Don't get greedy. Move. Rashi had already begun his retreat when. Gurgurgich. A guttural, inhuman rasp vibrated just above him. A shadow burst from the collapsing wall of water. Not an arm. A head. Shoshi's neck had stretched as grotesquely as his limb, extending several meters. His face lunged like a chained flail, jaws wide. The stench hit first, rotten sweet and suffocating. The mask loomed inches away, its single eye burning cold green. His mouth yawned open, 2 rows of serrated teeth bared, dripping with strands of viscous, greenish fluid. Rashi's body arched backward, almost parallel to the sea's surface. At the last instant, his left palm slapped the waves, chakra exploding beneath it. The recoil shot him skimming backward across the water like a silver fish. His right hand whipped up, kunai flashing. Puffed. The blade drove into the side of Shoshi's outstretched neck. But instead of the clean give of flesh and bone, Rashi felt resistance like stabbing into slick, unyielding rubber. The kunai sank barely an inch before locking in place, the texture both revolting and unnatural. The strike knocked Shoshi's head off balance, but those eerie green eyes never wavered. They fixed on Rashi with a predator's hunger, and the stench rolling from his fanged maw thickened in the air. Hiss. The sound was inhuman, scraping from deep within his throat. His neck twisted violently around the embedded kunai, serpentine and grotesque, jaws snapping at Rashi from an impossible angle. Rashi didn't cling to the weapon. He released it instantly, retreating on the momentum, fingers already flashing into seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. The sea answered his call with a furious roar. Water churned and surged upward, condensing into a colossal dragon of raging current. Scales of spray glittered in the dim light as it coiled high, bellowing before it dove. Its cavernous jaws crashed down toward Shoshi's lunging head, and the twisted body behind it. Rumble. The impact tore across the sea like a natural disaster. A towering column of water erupted skyward, waves collapsing outward in a torrential downpour. Foam and shattered spray pelted everything within reach, while the ocean itself was gouged into a vast crater of white water and turbulence. But as the mist thinned, Rashi's eyes narrowed. Shoshu was still there. Standing. Unmoved. His grotesque arm and elongated neck recoiled with unsettling flexibility, shrinking back into place as if nothing had happened. At his throat, the kunai's wound peeled open to reveal bluish-purple flesh, yet no blood spilled. Instead, a viscous black tar oozed from the edges, writhing like living sludge as it stitched the gash shut before Rashi's eyes. His chest plate bore only shallow dents and chalky white scratches from the dragon's crushing blow. Hardly more than cosmetic. Shoshu raised a hand, smearing the black liquid from his healing wound across his fingertip. He stared at it for a moment, then dragged his crimson tongue over it with slow, deliberate malice. The gesture was utterly wrong, bestial, obscene. When his gaze lifted again, the mocking coldness was gone. In its place burned raw cruelty, the thrill of a predator that had just found its prey. Konoha's ninjutsu. His voice rasped, low and jagged, is nothing special. I wonder, his teeth glinted in a twisted grin, what your blood will taste like. He leaned forward, arms loose at his sides, black nails extending like hooked talons. Every joint in his body ticked with quiet, dreadful clacks, like weapons being primed. Rashi's expression remained unreadable, but his thoughts raced. So resilient. Water release barely dents him, and even direct cuts won't pierce that altered flesh. His skin, his organs, engineered for endurance, for survival. But his eyes flicked once more to the dark breastplate covering Shoshi's chest, the only part of him that hadn't flexed and healed like the rest. That armor, it may be the key. And check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 37, Chapter. A shrill screech split through the crash of the waves as Shoshi's arms and neck snapped outward, writhing with unnatural flexibility and power, like a boa constrictor striking from every angle at once. His gray-blue limbs sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, fingertips glowing faintly as they wove together into a deadly net, cutting off every avenue of Rashi's escape. Rashi's body spun and twisted atop the rolling waves like a top on the verge of collapse. Every shift of the tide carried him just enough to slip past the onslaught, his evasions honed to the very edge of possibility. Rip, rip, rip. Claws grazed his forehead, shoulders, ribs, each swipe missing by a hair, the air itself tearing with every strike. The rancid wind they carried stung his skin, and fresh rips split open across his vest. Fibers hissed as they blackened and curled, poisoned at the edges. Even so, Rashi's form traced a phantom's path across the water, his movements unpredictable and fluid. But Shoshu only grew more frenzied. His limbs lashed like wild whips, battering the sea and sending curtains of spray into the sky. A guttural roar bubbled in his throat, feral and delighted, as though savoring the kill before the blood was spilled. Water release, water thousand needles. The spray and droplets suspended in the air crystallized into gleaming senbon, hundreds upon hundreds. Shoshu barked out a manic laugh. Pointless. Absolutely pointless, boy. But Rashi's eyes didn't flicker. His hands sealed again, his voice calm and cutting through the storm. Wind release, raging current. Two techniques fused as his chakra surged. Compound ninjutsu, stormy rain thousand needles. Water as bone. Wind as blade. He inhaled deep, his chest swelling like a bellows, then exhaled with ferocious force. Whoosh. A hurricane tore free, so dense it seemed almost solid. Countless needles, hair-thin yet honed to killing points, spun with savage speed within its gale. Propelled by the storm, they became a torrent of destruction, blue and white rain that howled toward Shoshu like the wheel of a Shinigami. The maelstrom swallowed him whole. Every limb, every grotesque extension of his body vanished into the shredding storm of needles. Shoshi's wild grin faltered. His instinct screamed warning. With a sharp cry, he wrenched his limbs back like serpents recoiling to the nest, curling inward. Arms crossed over his head, legs bent low, his entire frame hunched to shield the chest plate beneath. A dense glow of gray-blue chakra flared across his exposed skin, hardening it against the storm. Puff puff puff. The sound was relentless, like monsoon rain battering giant leaves. Needles slammed into his arms, shredding gray-blue skin into pale gouges before breaking apart in sprays of mist. His defense held, but only barely. Viscous black liquid oozed from new scratches, revealing sinewy purple-blue muscle beneath. And still the storm raged. No matter how tightly he curled, there were gaps. The torrent sought them out, slipping through, burrowing in. Needles hissed into the chest plate with metallic fury. Clang. 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 Each strike sparked violently across the dark armor, scattering light like fireworks over midnight steel. The relentless barrage sent high-frequency tremors shuddering through the plates, drilling vibration deep into Shoshi's body. His frame convulsed beneath the storm, battered as though an invisible giant pounded him with hammer blows. The armor rang with shrieking protest. Pockmarks cratered its surface. Edges bent and warped under the unceasing rain. Then. Crack. A fingernail-sized plate, worn down by dozens of consecutive impacts, split apart with a screech of metal. The fragment tore free, tumbling into the foaming sea below. The moment the broken plate clattered into the sea, Shoshu froze mid-defense. Through the gap in his crossed arms, his cold green eyes locked on Rashi, and constricted with raw, instinctive fear. It wasn't strategy. It wasn't pride. It was something deeper, primal, a terror that cut through his nerves like lightning. His hand shot to his chest, clutching the exposed gap in his armor with frantic speed. The movement was so desperate, so undignified, it reeked of panic. So that's it. A sharp glint lit Rashi's eyes. This strange ninja's sleeveless body was hardened everywhere by his cursed flesh, except where he guarded with armor. The chest plate wasn't decoration, it was protection. A weakness. You dare. Shoshi's roar shook with fury and shame, his voice fraying into something inhuman. He tore his arms from his guard, his mask twisting in rage. His pupils narrowed into bestial slits, the sickly gray-blue sheen of his skin intensifying. Black fluid bubbled from the wounds on his arms and neck, boiling over the surface, sealing the flesh while spreading a putrid, sweet stench. He had abandoned all defense. His arms elongated violently, whipping forward like colossal, barbed hammers. They tore through the air, aiming to crush Rashi head-on. His assault was pure frenzy, an exchange of wounds, death for death. But behind that violence, his heart churned worse than the waves. The water needles were still pouring down in endless torrents, wind-fed and merciless. Such a technique should drain oceans of chakra. Yet the Konoha ninja before him showed no sign of strain, calm, controlled, inexhaustible. If this drags on, I'll be crushed before he even bleeds. For the first time, a serpent of doubt coiled in his chest. Beneath his rage, retreat hissed its tempting whisper. And in that instant of hesitation, the slightest pause betrayed him. Rashi moved. One step forward. One breath. One seal. Water release, reverse vortex coffin. The sea roared in answer. Tens of meters ahead, the water convulsed as though cupped by an invisible giant hand. For towering whirlpools erupted upward, thick water walls spinning with thunderous force. Each wall churned like a grinding millstone, encircling Shoshu in an instant. His claws slammed against them. Thump. Thump. Spray burst outward, the walls trembling under the blow, but they held. Worse, the spinning current recoiled his strength back into his own body, driving him stumbling. Pain lanced through his arms, making his blood boil. Shoshi's eyes widened. The rotating prison sealed every path, the sucking current dragging even his massive frame toward its walls. Every strike he threw was swallowed, redirected, and hurled back at him with multiplied force. Outside, Rashi stood like stone against the gale, one hand outstretched, fingers spread, holding the cage steady with effortless control. His hair lifted in the sea wind, his gaze fixed, cold and merciless, like a judge passing sentence. Inside, Shoshu was reduced to a grotesque insect caught in amber. Dim light filtered through the spinning walls, broken into flickers. The deafening roar of churning water filled his ears, smothering thought. His elongated limbs lashed and lashed again, but every blow was neutralized, his body buckling under the recoil. Black ichor poured from the gashes in his skin, struggling to seal his wounds. But the high-speed currents ripped the healing away, shredding it faster than it could mend. His chest plate, battered and cracked, gleamed under the dim light. And through that small, fatal gap. SHHHHKT. A single jet of water pierced through. It slipped past the flailing limbs, through the armor's wound, and drove clean through his body. Blood gushed. Shoshi's struggles faltered. His limbs sagged, then collapsed, his monstrous form dragged down by the torrent. The ninja, who moments ago raged like a beast, fell silent at last. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 38, Chapter. Rogue Ninja, Hunters, Lone Wolves, shadows that civilians avoided yet whispered about in fear. To the powerful, they were tools to be despised but used. To the clans, they were wild dogs and vermin. To the great villages, they were rot that refused to be cut away. Jubai didn't care for such labels. Power was the only truth. He knew this well. For years he led the Black Snake Group, pillaging, selling blades for hire, killing without hesitation. As long as they didn't provoke the great behemoths that ruled the continent, the hidden villages, their lives were easier than most rogues could ever dream. He believed he had mastered survival in the cracks of this world. Until those eyes found him. Cold, serpentine, unblinking. An interesting life. The voice was soft, almost effeminate, yet carried a chill that slithered down the spine. Let me see where your limits lie. Pinned by an invisible force, Jubai felt his bones strain, his very soul laid bare under that gaze. The power he had relied on, the strength that made him a predator in the wilderness, became nothing more than a child's toy in those hands. They were caught, played with, then discarded like waste. You brought me a moment of amusement. But in the end, you're still defective products. That voice lingered like venom on a wound. If not for those flies chasing me so tirelessly, perhaps I'd have found some use for you. Orochimaru. Once one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Now a rogue ninja. Even hunted, even cornered, his shadow was enough to reduce men like Jubai to trembling prey. Should we join a village? Someone rasped after a long silence, lungs still heaving. The darkness stilled. Join a minor village, another spat. Stable, maybe. But poor as dirt. And they'd never risk taking us in. What about the great villages? Ha! You think they'd let us walk in? They'd get us, strip us of every secret, then chain us as the lowest dogs. Die on their orders for scraps. The whispers crawled through the dark like insects, bitter and venomous. Dependence. Servitude. The thought festered in Jubai's heart like poison. Then another idea, mad, arrogant, irresistible, flared to life. Then we'll build one ourselves, he snarled. His voice sliced through the muttering, raw and desperate. A village of our own. And so the search began. Remote lands lacked wealth. Central lands were death traps. But after long searching, the land of tea emerged as the perfect target. Far from the wars of the Shinobi world, yet rich enough to support a village of its own. They could not approach the daimyo directly. Jubai chose no Chapo. He united the scattered bandits into the Chayama gang, while the Black Snake group, masquerading as pirates, unleashed terror upon the sea route to Nozaki Island. Merchant ships sank. Trade collapsed. Panic spread like fire. And they again emerged as saviors. Finally, the daimyo sent an envoy. Your strength is remarkable. The land of tea will not forget your aid in resolving this sea crisis. The envoy's tone was polite, but his eyes weighed Jubai carefully. Yet. Kanahagakure has long been our ally. To change course so suddenly is no small matter. Lowering his voice, the envoy added, if you establish a foundation, prove your village can stand, then mission contracts will follow. The daimyo will open doors of convenience. Doors of convenience. Suppress the Wasabi family, elevate the Hijis, and let the Chayama gang step into the light. But a village cost money. Vast sums of it. Tools, strongholds, recruitment, every step bled Rio. Their savings were a drop in the ocean. And so, they seized no Chapo and Dei. Every street, every merchant, every traveler, bled dry to fund their dream. Now, as Jubai lowered his gaze from the enshadowed outline beneath the gray sky, a scarred captain hurried over and whispered his report. Only one figure remained inside Heifei Pavilion. The other two must have gone to guard the messenger. Shosher should have handled a regular jonin without issue. Yet no word had come. Something had gone wrong. Jubai frowned. With Shoshi's strength, defeat was possible, but death? No. Impossible. That left only the Konoha Shinobi in play, and perhaps one or two hidden pieces under Jirocho's sleeve. But only one or two. If Jirocho truly had more, he would have already unleashed them against the Chayama gang. Reinforce Shosher. Throw more men at the messenger's route. No. If the first interception failed, sending reinforcements would only be too little, too late. Chasing after the courier now risked scattering their strength and missing the real opportunity. Better to show power, not scatter it. There was only one clean solution. Kill Wasabi Jirocho. Remove him, and that ironclad evidence would have no owner, just a story the Wasabi house had fabricated. The daimyo could discard it, accuse Jirocho of conspiracy, and the whole scandal would collapse with him. Remove the head, and the rot beneath would die with it. Gather the men, Jubai ordered, his voice flat and iron true. Lock down the city. Sir? The reason. The scarred captain flinched, sweat beading on his brow. We can't suppress everyone, this'll spark backlash. Their freedom to roam the city so brazenly had depended on the other factions' worry about the daimyo's favor toward the Hijis, on hesitation, not consent. A sudden, sweeping lockdown would shred that fragile equilibrium and force every guild and household to choose a side. Jubai's eyes, sunk beneath a shadowed brow, were cold as wells, the outline of the Wasabi house reflected in them. Murderous intent coiled there, and the scarred man swallowed the rest of his protest. Jubai's snort was contempt itself. Good. Let them be vigilant. The captain's face shifted as realization clicked. Once the lockdown began, the city's leaders would lock their doors and pull their men in, convinced chaos was the goal. In that panic, even Jirocho's allies would be rooted to their own gates, unable to rush to his aid. An assault on the Wasabi house would need elite power, not the common thugs of Chayama. The gang's job was to frighten and confuse, make every fish slip back into its hole so the hunters could strike. Yes, sir. Immediately. The captain bowed, then fled, boots thudding over rotten boards, his sword sheath rasping the doorframe. Silence swallowed the room. Wind moaned through the broken window as Jubai's fingers tightened on his sword hilt. Wasabi Jirocho. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 39, Chapter. Rashi had given instructions before he left, so when Anko and Itachi arrived at the Wasabi estate, they instinctively kept their distance, no needless chatter, no probing questions. Shizune, however, moved first. Noticing the two younger shinobis' guarded posture, she closed the gap with careful steps. "I'm Shizune," she said softly. "I used to live in Konoha, but I left with my teacher. It's been 7 or 8 years." She offered her background plainly. At the name of Konoha, the tension in Anko's shoulders eased. A genuine smile broke through. "Shizune-senpai is already a jonin, right?" "No." Shizune shook her head, serious. "I was only a chunin when I left, and I still am." Her gaze flicked around before she lowered her voice. "My ninja registration is 010800. Anko Mitarashi, chunin." The purple-haired kunoichi introduced herself readily. A proper number lent Shizune immediate credibility. "Uchiha Itachi, Genin." The black-haired boy's reply was brief and polite. "Rashi mentioned you before he departed." Shizune inclined her head. "I specialize in medical ninjutsu. If you get hurt, come to me. And, for combat support, I do have some self-defense jutsus." She wasn't a talker by nature, but speaking to two village juniors stirred an old connection. Her calm, honest demeanor slowly put Anko at ease. "Shizune's teacher." Anko began, then clamped a hand over her mouth. "Sorry, that was rude." "It's all right." Shizune's voice was gentle. "My teacher retired. I retired with her." A muffled commotion cut through them from the Wasabi courtyard. Jirocho burst back through the sliding doors, his face storm dark. "The city gates are closed," he barked. "They declared an emergency lockdown. Jubi is making a move." Shizune stepped forward immediately. "Move to the backyard. We'll hold the front." Itachi and Anko exchanged a look. Itachi melted into the corridor's shadow, part of the plan. He would observe, unseen, and strike when the moment came. Jirocho shook his head. "No. Their target is me. If I hide, they'll sweep to the back of the house." He looked to Shizune and Anko. "A ninja who watches from the shadows gains the advantage, but if I conceal myself, you'll be the ones forced into exposure." He inhaled, steady. "I'll take the front courtyard with my men. When to act is your call." The head of the Wasabi family bowed deeply to them both, then glanced toward the corridor where Itachi had slipped away and offered another solemn bow. "Everything, entrusted to you. For Daiport, for the Wasabi family. I will not forget this." He turned then, shoulders squared, and strode toward the front, resolve stealing him like armor. Anko watched his retreating back and breathed, "This Wasabi-san, he's a good man." "Indeed," Shizune replied softly. "He was my teacher's friend." Tension thickened in the courtyard. The metallic rattle of armor, the muffled commands of guards, and the glint of blades being drawn all wove together into a taut hush. Shizune fell silent, checked her tool pouch, and rolled back her sleeve to inspect the shuriken launcher strapped to her arm. Anko's grin vanished too. Her right hand slid into the wide purple sleeve of her coat, fingers finding the familiar weight of a kunai. Minutes crawled by like hours. The front guard's breath was audible, their knuckles white on hilts. Every gust of wind over the wall sounded like approaching boots. The whole estate held its breath. Suddenly. Boom. A deafening blast shattered the stillness. The heavy front gate of the Wasabi house shuddered as if struck by an invisible battering ram, the door and its wooden frames warped, splintered, and blew inward. Splinters sprayed like a furious rain. Through the choking dust, 3 silhouettes strode over the wreckage, dawned as if from the mouth of some hellish rift, then slowed into the front courtyard. The man leading them was Jubi himself, the city guard captain. His white haori snapped in the blast wind. He kept his katana sheathed, but the air around him pulsed with a palpable, chilling killing intent. The nearest Wasabi guards staggered back, faces drained of color. To Jubi's left stood a figure more terrifying than any thug, his left arm bound in blood-darkened rags, fingers pale and unnaturally sharp as bone. A filthy crimson sash hung from his sleeve. His left eye was a dull, dead amber, vacant as a fish's, and it swept the courtyard with clinical indifference. To Jubi's right, another silhouette slouched beneath an oilskin cloak mottled with mildew and salt stains. The hood shadowed a gray-green jaw and cracked, bloodless lips, as if the man had risen from some drowned grave. Slung over his shoulder was a hulking brown gourd, half a person's height, its surface slick with moss, an object as heavy and uncanny as the figure who bore it. Their arrival chilled the courtyard as if the temperature had dropped 10 degrees. The Wasabi guards felt their courage drain away, weapons trembled in white-knuckled hands beneath an utterly inhuman pressure. Jubi's gaze, a cold edge, cut across the trembling defenders and landed on Wasabi Jirocho in the center. A humorless curl touched his mouth, his voice, low and calm, rolled across the courtyard like distant thunder. Wasabi Jirocho, your road ends here. His eyes swept the assembled men again before returning to Jirocho's face. The final words fell like a guillotine. And these insects? They'll be crushed along with you. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 40, Chapter. Martial law fell over Daiport like a tightening net. The clamor of the docks was cut off in an instant. Heavy barricades were rolled into the streets as Chayama thugs, spears and short swords in hand, barked orders, dispersing crowds and forcing shops to shutter. Panic rippled through the city like a stone dropped in still water. The city's usual din gave way to the crisp clip of hooves on cobblestones, crude commands, and the occasional choked sob. An electric, suffocating tension hung in the air. At Heifi Pavilion the inn's doors were bolted fast. The owner's face was pale with sweat as he shepherded frightened guests back to their rooms and urged them to lock their doors. Then, breath steadying, he climbed to the third floor and knocked at the room with the best view. Ninja-sama. His voice trembled only faintly. The city is under martial law. It's chaotic outside, they say they're searching for bandits. If you have no urgent need, please remain inside. If you require anything, tell us, we'll do everything we can. Understood. Thanks for the warning. We'll handle it, Rashi answered calmly. Through the sensory link with his would-release clone, everything his main body felt at sea, every shock, every change in the city, synchronized instantly. The bait had worked in part, a ninja with strange secret techniques had been caught. But interrogation was never Rashi's strength, and this opponent had kept silent, closing off every lead. The original plan had been modest, lure out one or two shinobi, capture them, and then use interrogation or Sharingan Genjutsu via Itachi to extract intelligence. If that failed, bring the prisoner back to the village's intel division. Rashi had not expected such decisiveness from the enemy. Martial law and the mass deployment of Chayama troops would cow the city's other powers, forcing guilds and merchants to fall back and seal their defenses, but such a show of force could not be sustained. Whoever ordered it sought a quick, crushing blow. They aimed to seize the Wasabi estate inside a narrow window, and to do that they needed more than common thugs, they needed shinobi. So far the Chayama gang's only confirmed ninja had been Jubiai. Now the corpse on the deck and the shadow prowling near Heifi Pavilion had proven otherwise, 2 enemy shinobi were already on the field. The Wasabi house's remaining defenders might theoretically hold against Jubiai. Theoretically. The Black Snake Group's true strength and placements were still unknown. Considering the worst-case scenario, Rashi knew it was time to act. One last chance, he said to the captive on the deck. Name. Shosher bared blood-stained fangs, then clamped his eyes shut. Whether Rashi intended to torture, threaten, or bargain, silence remained his choice, for his comrades, for his cause. Rashi drew a steady breath. He had hoped this final exchange might crack the men, confirm his allegiance. It hadn't. Leaving a living shinobi with secret techniques and unbroken will in the middle of a collapsing operation would be like burying a live bomb. The decision hardened in him. The burden of intelligence fell to his blade. He did not approach theatrically, just a precise motion. A kunai struck true, piercing the man's heart. When life ceased, Rashi unrolled a sealing scroll and wrapped the corpse. Last time he had left part of the body behind, preserving the secret of his would-release. This time there was no such reservation, the men carried no unspeakable jutsu that needed hiding. He would bring the whole body back to Konoha so the village could study the technique and learn what it could. Rogue shinobi, always troublesome. Half a day of planning, and still the Black Snake Group remained a shadowy enigma. Rashi turned to the pale messenger beside him, a young man clutching the scroll tube as if it were his lifeline. The boy's knees nearly buckled under the weight of fear. The plan has changed. Rashi's tone was steady, resolute. Return at once to the waters off Daiport. There's no need to head for the daimyo's palace. Simply patrol the sea and wait for my signal. The messenger's eyes widened. Sir? But, this evidence. The evidence matters, Rashi cut him off, gaze sharp as a blade. But rushing to the palace now is even more dangerous. Do you understand? Without me there, who can say if the daimyo would spare your life? There's no need to gamble it away. The boy met Rashi's eyes, and something in their unshakable calm anchored his spiraling thoughts. He swallowed hard, then nodded again and again. Yes, sir. I understand. Rashi said nothing more. His figure flickered, vanishing from the doorway. In the next instant, he was atop the tallest mast at the stern, cloth snapping in the sea wind. He cast a single glance toward Daiport, then blurred into an afterimage, stepping across the waves, racing toward the city locked under martial law. At Heifi Pavilion, a thin sliver of lamplight slipped through the curtains, falling across the face of Rashi's wood clone. The main body's choice and movements registered instantly. It was time to act. Still, that stubborn rogue ninja proved one thing: capturing him alive was possible, but forcing answers from him was nearly impossible. And yet, intelligence remained paramount. At the very least, Rashi needed confirmation: was this man truly of the Black Snake group? What was their structure, their purpose? He pushed open the wooden window frame with a faint creak, barely audible beneath the occasional shouts echoing from the street. Rashi didn't lean out, but let his calm gaze settle into the thick shadows pooling at the corner below. Watched me for so long, aren't you tired? In the darkness, Genshoku's fluorescent green pupils shrank to slits. He hadn't expected the Konoha shinobi to slice through the thin veil of silence first. His canines ground down on the copper coin between his teeth, the bitter metal sting keeping him sharp. Konoha ninja, always sharp, Genshoku rasped, his voice like sandpaper dragged across steel, muffled by the coin. He stepped half a pace into the light, his oilskin cloak gleamed faintly, wet with mildew and shadow. The small bell at his wrist, etched with the character Shoku, stayed unnervingly still. But this isn't the time for idle words. The brim of his hat cast his face in shadow, revealing only a grayish jaw and bloodless, pressed lips. His tone was cold, almost mocking. The merchant you were guarding. His cargo is already at sea. Mission complete, isn't it? So why sink deeper into the mud of Daiport? What did Wasabi Jirocho promise you that's worth gambling your life? The wood clone's face betrayed nothing. Listen, Konoha shinobi, Genshoku's voice dropped lower, edged with a sinister pull. The Wasabi estate is lively tonight. Old man Jirocho may not live to see dawn. Staying here won't change that. Why not? He paused deliberately, the bell on his wrist giving the faintest tremor. Leave Daiport. I guarantee safe passage. Take your reward, and go back to Konoha alive. Oh. Rashi's calm reply cut through the night like steel. You speak as though you know exactly what's happening at Wasabi House. Then tell me. His gaze pressed down on Genshoku, heavy as iron. Who do you represent, to offer such guarantees? Inside and outside the window, their eyes clashed in the silent air. The dead port, locked under martial law, seemed to fill with the invisible smoke of a battle about to ignite. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 41, Chapter. My name is Genshoku, said the wandering shinobi, his appearance austere, almost ascetic. As a member of the Black Snake Group, I can guarantee your safe departure. Black Snake Group, the wood clone's voice was flat, stripped of emotion, yet his words cut precisely into the cracks of Genshoku's claim. Then tell me, Genshoku, can you speak for the entire Black Snake Group? Will Jubai, the Chayama gang's leader, agree? And what of your other companions? Each question landed like a stone plunging into deep water, testing the hidden currents beneath the surface. Genshoku's jaw tightened. He had almost answered reflexively when a spark of alarm jolted through him. No. The Konoha shinobi's aim wasn't to negotiate, it was to draw out information. If he hesitated, the balance would shift. He had already laid his trap. There was no room left to wait. Naturally. He began, but his words trailed off into silence as his right arm, concealed beneath his wide kasaya, suddenly whipped upward. The ancient bronze bell on his wrist, engraved with the character Shoku, food, quivered violently. Ding! The bell's sound rang out sharp and shrill, like a funeral knell. At once, the floor, the walls, even the ceiling of the in-chamber flared with light. Dark red markings surged outwards, writhing like living veins, weaving themselves into a sinister ceiling array that spread in an instant. The air seared as the array came alive. From its core, several chains of condensed crimson energy erupted like bloodthirsty serpents, lunging straight for Rashi's form. But instead of triumph, a sharper instinct screamed in Genshoku's chest, warning, urgent and unrelenting. Chilla. The opposite window shattered with a deafening crack. Splinters of wood and shards of glass sprayed outward, scattering across the midday sun, glinting like blades. A figure burst through the wreckage in a clean arc, landing squarely in the middle of the deserted street below, dust curling at his feet. Rashi. His stance was steady, his presence cutting through the silence like a blade, facing the very shadows where Genshoku hid. A clever trap, Rashi said coolly. But just a little too slow. A flicker of fury sparked in Genshoku's chest at the slight, being underestimated, but he smothered it at once, burying the anger beneath cold calculation. To lash out was to stumble into another snare. Without another word, his hands moved in a blur. Several luminous shuriken whirled out, tearing through the air toward Rashi's upper, middle, and lower openings simultaneously. At the same time, his left hand's fingers blurred through seals, the movements too fast for the untrained eye to follow. All around, the cracks in the stone pavement, the damp shadows clinging to the alley walls, dark red ceiling arrays flared to life. Smaller than the first, but just as vicious, they pulsed hungrily, leeching chakra from the air and warping space around them. The result was a twisting, invisible vortex, a distorted field meant to drag Rashi's movements into sluggish hesitation. Rashi's gaze narrowed slightly. As it would clone, his chakra was finite, and unlike his true body, he could not refine more. Reckless techniques would only hasten his undoing. His toes brushed the gravel, his body flickering aside with fluid precision. He evaded the glinting shuriken and skirted the drag of the invisible vortex beneath his feet. The shuriken slammed into the ground and walls behind him with heavy thuds, quivering in place. And in that same instant, his own hands had already completed a silent string of seals. Wind release, Chiba slice. Rashi's palms clapped together, and before him a compressed cyclone burst to life, a disc-shaped whirlwind no larger than a shield, pale green in color, spinning so rapidly it seemed woven of countless razor-fine wind blades. It wasn't a raging storm but a compact, surgical edge of wind, condensed to deadly precision. The incoming shuriken struck the rotating shield with a shriek of metal on metal, sparks flying as steel was shredded by invisible blades. The shuriken, fragile as paper caught in a gale, were shredded mercilessly by the whirlwind of blades, twisted, torn apart, and scattered in a glittering rain of steel fragments that clattered against the walls and cobblestones. Wind release, turbulent arrow. Rashi's seals shifted in a blur. From the compressed air around his palms, several pale white bolts of wind shot forth, sharp and visible to the naked eye, streaking straight for Genshoku in the shadows. But halfway across the courtyard, the seals that Genshoku had prepared, tiny, blood-red patterns hidden beneath his feet and along the walls, suddenly ignited. Puff. 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 The dark arrays flared, and with each pulse, the wind arrows slowed as if striking invisible tar. The red force fields twisted, dragged, and finally swallowed them whole, leaving nothing but a faint, shivering breeze in the aftermath. The instant Rashi's attack dissolved, Genshoku's eerie green eyes flared with triumph. Now, caught you. A hiss slipped from his throat, half ecstasy, half pain. The copper coin clenched between his fangs clattered from his mouth, spinning through the air before dropping into a crack in the stone. The restraint was gone. Wild dog's dream. His fingers snapped into a grotesque seal, hands moving with savage speed. A guttural growl rumbled from deep in his chest, the sound of a starving hound worrying rotten bone. The shoku bell on his wrist shrieked as it vibrated, its tone twisting higher and sharper, until it became a soul-piercing howl. A whoa. The bell amplified the sound, unleashing a wave of raw chakra. Black and viscous, like a flood of tar breaking through a dam, it seized the chakra signature Rashi had left in the air and surged forward, smashing through smoke and distance alike. It hit the wood clone with brutal force. Rashi froze. An emptiness tore through him, so profound it was as if his organs had been ripped out, leaving only a hollow cavity gnawed by plague. That void burned into frenzy, stripping reason away, flooding him with the raw, primal urge to destroy and consume. A ravenous instinct, molten and suffocating, burst from the pit of his consciousness. His vision spun, awash in crimson haze, his heartbeat thundered like a war drum, his ears filled with the snarls and howls of countless starving dogs, fighting and tearing in some abyssal pit. The dam of reason cracked, buckled, on the verge of collapse. The wild dog's dream had descended. Drool seemed to drip from the edges of his mind, cold and feral, as if he had been chained in hell's kennel and the leash had finally snapped. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 42, Chapter. Hunger. The wind cut across his face like a dull blade, its chill gnawing into his skin. Snow bit at his ankles, dragging every step into a leaden struggle. His vision swam, his body heavy, his stomach a black hole burning him alive from the inside. Starvation and cold pulled him into a pit without light. You're about to die, kid. The voice was low, gravelly, carrying a weight that cut through the blizzard. A shadow loomed, blocking the storm. Forcing his eyelids open, he saw only a towering silhouette, blurred by snow, tall, armed, with the shape of a sword at his waist. Hunger. Survival surged stronger than fear. A pitiful whimper, like a dying beast, escaped his throat. Oh. You want to live that badly, the voice drawled with amusement. Then follow me. If you can crawl your way to the next town alive, I'll let you live. Hunger. Jubi. Genshoku, brother, mentor. Ugh, ah. Reality stabbed into Genshoku's mind like a shattered mirror. A searing pain tore at the core of his soul. The backlash of the wild dog's dream, never had it been this brutal. The hunger and madness he inflicted on his prey now turned back on him, multiplied 100-fold. Countless invisible hounds seemed to sink their teeth into his nerves. His fluorescent green eyes flooded with red veins, clouded and wild. Drool spilled from the corners of his mouth, stringing down his filthy kasaya. His clenched white teeth ground together with a clack, clack, gums bleeding from the pressure. Every breath carried the hot tang of iron. Kill him. End the link. Only then will it stop. The roar came from the pit of his soul, twisted by his own jutsu, tearing apart his final threads of reason. Dragging himself forward as if shackled by a 1,000-pound weight, Genshoku advanced on Rashi's frozen clone in the center of the street. Each step made the stone slabs groan beneath his feet. His body shook with agony and desire, yet still he marched, compelled by the savage, obsessive instinct of the wild dog's dream. Above the sea. Rashi's true body darted across the rolling waves, sea wind cutting at his face. But the other end of the mental link snapped open, the torrent of madness tearing through his wood clone flooded violently into his own consciousness. GHH. He choked, vision flaring blood red. The chakra platforms beneath his feet shattered. His body, like a bird with broken wings, pitched into the freezing sea. Cold engulfed him. His nerves screamed. Instinct jolted him awake and he kicked, forcing his body upward until he burst through the surface, hair plastered to his cheeks, salt water dripping down his jaw. Genjutsu. A clone, under a genjutsu. It shouldn't have been possible. Genjutsu works by invading the target with chakra, warping the five senses, disrupting the chakra network. Breaking it requires. First, the victim realizes they're trapped and releases their chakra to disrupt the illusion. Against masters, this rarely succeeds. Second, the common way, a comrade forces chakra into the victim, severing the link. And third, possible only for ninja with vast stamina and chakra reserves, clones. Shadow clones, wood clones, other variants, all extensions of the caster's mind and chakra. They had bodies, but no true flesh. For them, genjutsu should be like trying to set fire to empty air. And yet, his wood clone had fallen. At that moment, on the other side, Rashi wiped the seawater from his face. His surprise lasted only an instant before discipline took over. Instead of merely receiving the clone's distorted senses, he forcefully reversed the link, drowning the genjutsu-corrupted consciousness under the sheer weight of his own will. Drawing in a deep breath of salty air, chakra once again surged beneath his soles. His figure skimmed over the waves, racing toward Daiport, even as his mind sharpened into a blade, focused on the wood clone far away in the street. On the street, Genshoku had already closed in. His bloodshot green eyes locked onto the paralyzed Rashi, his breath rasped like bellows, froth and drool spilling unchecked. His right hand trembled as he drew a kunai from his sleeve. The motion was stiff, bound by invisible shackles, but the killing intent it carried was undeniable. Die. The broken word scraped past his teeth. The kunai's tip, cold and merciless, pressed against the clone's throat, then slowly, deliberately, sank in. Click. The sound was faint, yet unnaturally sharp. Wrong. There was no give of flesh, no crunch of bone, only the brittle grind of stabbing into hardened roots. And in the clone's eyes, beneath the haze of madness conjured by the wild dog's dream, a sudden razor's gleam cut through, cold and clear. Within that sharpness, unmistakable, flickered the main body's will, and even a trace of quiet admiration. So that's it. Rashi's voice rang out, calm as still water, as if the blade lodged in his throat did not exist. A two-way sensory link. Forcing your own state into the target's mind. His eyelids lifted, gaze steady. Even a wandering shinobi should never be taken lightly. As he spoke, the false marks of pierced flesh on the wood clone's neck dissolved like mist, retreating to reveal the smooth, grain-marked texture of wood beneath. What? Genshoku's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Impossible. His senses had clearly felt chakra flow, life force. A substitution jutsu. No, the wild dog's dream would have exposed any such anomaly instantly. A puppet. Ridiculous. No puppet could generate such vivid chakra responses, nor willpower. Instinct screamed at him to sever the link and retreat. Too late. Puffed. A wooden hand, swift as lightning, drove clean through his chest. Cold, unyielding grain replaced the warmth of flesh. GHH. Genshoku's body jerked violently, vision dimming. From the wooden arm, countless fibrous tendrils unfurled like living roots. They spread mercilessly through his veins, muscles, and chakra points, draining, invading, devouring. His strength bled away, leaving behind only the chilling sense of being hollowed out from within. Well done, Genshoku. The wood clone's voice was flat and final, like a judge pronouncing sentence. Your companion on the sea also fought hard. Shosure is dead. Despair burst in Genshoku's murky eyes, mixed with madness and pain. A beast's death rattle tore from his throat. So it's true. Black Snake Group. Rashi's eyes narrowed far out at sea. Shosure, Genshoku, 2 down. If Jubiai is also one of them, the rest will be no ordinary foes. But this wood clone had already reached its limit, forced to endure genjutsu backlash, counterattack, and would release all at once. The clone watched as the light drained from Jinshoku's eyes. Through the wooden fibers, Rashi could feel the last pulse of fading life. Slowly, the clone withdrew its arm. A spray of dark blood misted the air, threaded with fine wood splinters. Jinshoku collapsed forward like a puppet with its strings cut. Dust rose where he fell, and the Shoku bell on his wrist rolled aside, clattering once before falling silent forever. The clone glanced at its palm. Thin cracks had begun spreading up its fingers like a spider's web. Wasabi Estate. I can't rely on this clone much longer. And, check out my Patreon for plus 50 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 43, Chapter. The stench of blood from the Wasabi house's front yard had already drifted up to the looming watchtower in the rear. Itachi stood motionless at the parapet, as still as a carved statue. His black eyes remained fixed on the three figures below, their very presence steeped the courtyard in death's shadow. And then there was the katana, its merciless arc reaping lives with each swing. Every flash of steel came with the shriek of shattering blades and the sickening crunch of human bodies being cut down. The desperate screams and defiant roars of the Wasabi guards rang hollow, fragile and powerless before such absolute might. Itachi's fingertips pressed unconsciously into the cold stone. Only three. Only three had come. That alone had shattered Jirocho's worst estimates and made a mockery of their contingency plans. If dozens had stormed the compound, they would have mostly been Chayama gang fodder, perhaps bolstered by one or two shinobi. Against such numbers, Shizen, Anko, and the Wasabi guards could have held the line, maybe even repelled them. But only three arrived. That alone made them more dangerous than an army. Had the Black Snake group finally stepped from the shadows into the open? These three weren't expendable pawns, they were likely the core of the organization itself. Perhaps even its entire fighting force. The killing aura rolling off the leading samurai with every lazy swing of his blade was proof enough. The pressure radiating from the two behind him only confirmed it. Danger. The mission priorities had to change at once. Repelling the enemy was no longer possible. The objective now was singular: create chaos, and in that chaos, cover Wasabi Jirocho's escape. Kid. The voice came from behind him, a woman's. Itachi reacted before the word finished echoing. His body snapped like a drawn bowstring, kunai flashing into his grip and slicing backward in a lethal blur. The air whistled as steel cut through it. But faster than sight, an arm materialized. Not to block the blade, but to touch. Fingers brushed his wrist with the precision of plucking a string of silk. A wave of force, powerful yet impossibly gentle, surged through him. Itachi's arm went numb, the strength in his grip dissolved, and the kunai clattered harmlessly to the stone at his feet. Good reflexes. The woman's tone carried the faintest trace of approval before flattening again. I am Shizen's master. Itachi's body remained taut, yet the words made him instinctively ease the smallest fraction of his guard. He turned sharply, and his gaze locked onto a woman with casually draped golden hair, her beauty striking in the play of shadow and light. She wore only a simple green robe, leaning carelessly against a wooden pillar inside the tower. Her eyes flicked briefly over Itachi before settling on the massacre unfolding in the courtyard. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. In that moment, Itachi knew, this woman was no ordinary shinobi. She was a powerhouse, one who had appeared at a critical juncture. Perhaps, with her, their original plan could still hold. But her next words snuffed that thought instantly. No. I will not act. Itachi's frown deepened. Shizen's master, surely she was a Konoha shinobi. Why refuse to fight? The question flashed across his mind, but he banished it just as quickly. A shinobi of her caliber would have her reasons. Demanding them here was meaningless. Tsunade offered no explanation. She only steadied her own simmering unease, then lifted her right hand. Resting on her palm were four palm-sized slugs, pristine and glimmering faintly, radiating a soft, life-giving chakra. Take them, she ordered, her tone leaving no room for hesitation. Attach one to yourself. Through them, I'll transmit chakra to you. Her gaze swept the battlefield below. The other three, you know who to give them to. With these, so long as it's not instant death. She trailed off. The unfinished words hung heavy, but the meaning was clear enough. Then her golden eyes shifted, sharp and deliberate. Where is your captain, Rashi? The captain is on a separate mission. Itachi's reply was short and emotionless. He slipped one tiny slug beneath his collar. The instant it touched skin, a vast, warm current of chakra, like a living hot spring, poured from the slug into his limbs and bones. The amount of chakra stunned him inwardly, though his face betrayed nothing. He stowed the remaining 3 slugs with careful hands and refocused on the courtyard below. It was a tableau of hell. More than half the Wasabi guards lay dead or broken. Limbs, shredded armor, and ruined weapons littered the blue stone, blood painted the slabs a deep, dark red. Jubi moved through it as if walking a garden path, each casual arc of his blade reaping one or several lives. At his flank, the bandage-wrapped man with the bone claw watched with detached appetite. The hooded figure with the great gourd remained an immobile, uncanny presence, its intentions unreadable. Enough. A dark purple blur launched from the side hall like a springing leopard. Anko's eyes burned. The hem of her new trench coat snapped in the wind. Hidden shadow snake hands. From her fingertips sprang a volley of brown, venomous snakes, sharp, hissing projectiles that darted for Jubi's throat, his heart, and his lower body. The strike carried the venom of long-smothered fury. At almost the same instant, a dark blue shadow drifted across the courtyard like smoke. Shizun moved with grim purpose. She did not engage Jubi, she darted to the side of several gravely wounded guards. Emerald medical chakra flared in her palms, a soft, life-bearing light seeking to steady rapidly draining vitality. Jubi's blade stuttered mid-arc, snakes. His hawk-like eyes caught the Konoha symbol on Anko's forehead protector and the woman's furious young face. She's the one from the city gate, she and Orochi, and the kid, where is he? Ambushed. At sea. If he was guarding the courier, why hasn't Shosha returned? Could a child truly have held him off? Questions sharpened into alarm. But the arrow had been loosed. Doubt hardened into ruthless resolve. Whatever Konoha's intentions, this had to end now. Wasabi Jirocho must die. Jubi flicked his wrist. His blood-dark katana carved a cold arc and sliced through the hissing snakes as if they were thread. Momentum unbroken, the blade's lethal edge whipped toward Shizun, who knelt to protect the wounded, and Anko, who had just landed and braced for combat. And check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 44, Chapter. The sharp clang of steel rang through the blood-soaked courtyard, then suddenly fell silent. Anko gritted her teeth, staggering half a step back. A numbing ache spread through her wrist and palm, the kunai in her grip felt almost ready to slip from her hand. Protecting the Wasabi family members forced her into several direct clashes, but her short kunai was no match against the enemy's heavy samurai blades. Each block sent a brutal shockwave of force tearing down her arm, making her muscles quiver with strain. A miscalculation. Anko's heart sank. There were fewer enemies than expected, yet each one fought like a monster. The Wasabi guards, fighting desperately, weren't just failing to help, their stumbling movements clogged her and Shizun's escape routes, leaving them as easy prey for the enemy to cut down and use as distractions. Jubi clearly had no intention of letting the shinobi adapt or counter. Now that Konoha's ninja had revealed themselves, he didn't hold his allies back any longer. Water erosion. The cloaked figure to Jubi's right moved at last. From beneath his mildewed oilcloth cloak, the giant gourd on his back tilted with a dull creak. The stopper was pulled free, silently, deliberately. No seals. No chance. From the gourd's mouth, a tide of viscous black liquid gushed forth, carrying a stench so foul it curdled the air. It oozed downward like living tar, slow, but impossibly heavy, spreading wide as it descended toward Anko and the Wasabi guards clustered behind her. Move. Shizun's voice snapped sharp as a whip, her face pale with alarm. Anko's pupils shrank. She bit down on her half-formed jutsu and launched herself sideways, toes carving furrows into the dirt as she flashed to the flank. But the black tide was vast, too vast. Though sluggish, it shifted midair as though it had eyes, sliding hungrily to follow her escape. Worse still, droplets splattered outward, striking the slower Wasabi guards helping each other retreat. Hiss. Every fragment of metal they touched dissolved instantly, iron melting like wax under a forge's heat, belching streams of acrid white smoke. One guard, too slow to dodge, screamed as a spray of droplets struck his calf. His leather boot corroded in an instant. Then the tar reached flesh. Ah! His howl tore through the courtyard. Before their eyes, his skin blackened and sloughed away, the wound rotting at a terrifying pace. And worse, beneath the festering wound, tiny shapes squirmed. Barely visible parasites writhed under his skin, gnawing into muscle and burrowing down into bone and veins, feasting as they spread. The man thrashed, clawing at his own leg, his screams dwindling into a broken, guttural rasp. Anko's scalp prickled, a chill racing down her spine. If that tide hit her head-on. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. The courtyard erupted in blazing light. A massive fireball, over 2 meters wide, roared forward, its heat searing the air itself. It smashed into the falling tide of black water. Boom. Flames and corrosion collided, exploding in a violent spray of sparks and steam. A deafening hiss shrieked through the courtyard as the fire seared the liquid into smoke, filling the air with the stench of burning rot. A thick, suffocating mist, scalding white, reeking of char and rot, erupted outward like an explosive shockwave. It swallowed the courtyard in an instant, drowning Anko, the wounded guards, Shizun, and Jirocho in its choking veil. With vision cut off, chaos reigned. Another one. Jubiai's eyes narrowed as a small silhouette dropped lightly into the mist. That faint figure was enough. The Chayama gang leader recognized him at once. That brat. Then what was left at Heifei Pavilion? And who faced Shoshir? Itachi landed silently, hands blurring through seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Crimson. Over a dozen flame-wrapped shuriken shot forth, crimson meteors piercing through the fog, hurtling toward Jubiai, the cloaked water erosion, and the corpse-eyed Gaiku. Not to wound, but to pressure. To pin them down. Fall back. Everyone into the inner house, move. Jirocho's hoarse roar cut cleanly through the smoke. His voice cracked with age, yet carried the iron weight of command. Though no shinobi, his seasoned instinct seized the moment. The white mist was their only shield. The surviving guards jerked awake as if from a nightmare. Wounded and terrified, they clung to one another, staggering through the fog toward safety, boots clattering in frantic, uneven rhythm. But Jirocho wasn't the only one to read the battlefield. Humph, think you can run? Jubiai scoffed, swatting aside the flaming shuriken with a casual sweep of his blade. His gaze cut through the fog like an eagle's, already fixed on the retreating silhouettes. Gaiku. Stop them. To his left, the bandaged man stirred. His blood-soaked wrappings quivered as he lifted his left arm. Those dead, indifferent eyes flickered faintly in the mist. With a motion as casual as swatting away a fly, Gaiku brushed aside a flaming shuriken. Then his claw twitched beneath the bandages. Crack. The air curdled with the sound of splintering bone. From his forearm slid a pale length of sharpened bone, nearly a foot long, its edges glimmering faintly with a sickly, greenish frost. Cold vapor curled from its surface as though the weapon itself exhaled death. Gaiku gripped it with his right hand, gave a flick of the wrist. And the bone blade vanished into a streak of pale light, faster than sight, darting toward the thickest cluster of retreating guards. At the fog's edge, Itachi's kunai were already flying. 2 blades, each bearing explosive tags, whistled through the mist, not aimed at the bone, but at the stone tiles lying directly in its path. Boom. Boom. Twin detonations shook the courtyard. Shards of stone blasted skyward, fire and grit colliding with the bone blade's flight. The weapon's trajectory faltered. More importantly, a smoke screen of dust and embers billowed between Gaiku and his prey. Through that haze, Itachi moved. His figure slipped through the fog like a phantom breeze. In a blur, he swept past Anko, Shizun, and Jirocho, brushing each with precise, fleeting contact. 3 small, moist, cool objects, each radiating a pulse of vital chakra, were pressed into their palms or tapped against their collars. Lady Katsuyu. Shizun's eyes widened. That familiar warmth spread instantly through her body, soothing her ragged chakra flow and uncoiling the tension in her nerves. Anko felt a sudden weight on her shoulder, a gentle, steadying pressure. The slug's chakra seeped into her, easing the numbness in her arm and quelling the ache in her battered organs. Her surprise lasted only a breath before it hardened into a fierce, rekindled fire in her gaze. Jirocho, too, felt vigor flood his body, washing away his exhaustion. Jirocho-san, withdraw at once. Itachi's voice was cold, sharp, cutting through the haze like steel. The Wasabi leader did not waste a heartbeat. He nodded firmly. His presence here would only hinder them further. I leave this to you, he barked, then turned, disappearing into the fog, joining the limping guards as they rushed for the inner house. Anko flexed her recovered arm, fire returning to her veins. With Katsuyu's warmth steadying her, she drew a deep breath. Her eyes blazed as she fixed once more on the towering figure ahead, the sword-wielding shadow looming in the mist. Jubiai. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 45, Chapter. The smoke and dust from the explosion, mingled with lingering vapor, rolled across the yard, creating a chaotic barrier that bought Jirocho a precious moment to breathe. He had no intention of staying to fight. Using the confusion, the head of the Wasabi house swiftly withdrew into the safety of the inner corridors. Once under cover, his decisiveness revealed itself. Forcing down the tremor in his chest and the grief of seeing his guards slaughtered, he barked out orders. Carry the severely wounded at once. Move them through the secret passage. Everyone still able to stand, prepare for evacuation. After issuing commands, Jirocho steadied himself with a deep breath. He shed his blood-stained clothes for a fresh outer robe, his stride firm though weighed with a quiet heaviness, as he made his way toward the veranda veiled in bamboo shadows deeper within the estate. There, the golden-haired Senju princess sat cross-legged, half-shrouded in darkness. Her amber eyes remained closed, her expression tranquil, while Katsuyu on her shoulder streamed chakra steadily inward. Jirocho halted respectfully, waiting in silence until Lady Tsunade's eyes finally opened, their gaze falling on him like judgment. Lady Tsunade. He bowed deeply, holding the small, pristine Katsuyu in both hands, reverence and gratitude in every gesture. My thanks for your aid. I return this to its rightful master. He quickly detailed the guard's injuries, his voice taut with urgency. The wounds fester with unnatural speed, and something alive seems to writhe inside them. Standard salves are useless. Is there any remedy, even a temporary one? Tsunade's brow furrowed. That isn't water, she said grimly. It's insects. Microscopic venomous insects. The battlefield isn't the place for delicate treatment. She lifted her hand, pointing toward a modest wooden cabinet tucked into the veranda's corner. You'll find emergency trauma supplies there. For the Blackwater wounds. Her gaze shifted to a sealed clay jar beside the cabinet. In the left jar is a potent insect-suppressing ointment. Apply it only with a clean cloth or gauze, never touch it or the wound with bare hands. Understood. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Jirocho bowed again, his tone solemn. At once he summoned the waiting attendants, relaying her instructions word for word before sending them rushing off with the medicine. Turning back to her, his voice lowered, tinged with unease. Lady Tsunade. Given the current situation, must the Wasabi House prepare for the worst? Her answer was calm, blunt. It depends on whether Rashi returns in time. With only Shizune and those 2 children, holding this place will be difficult. Even if they stall the enemy, their survival isn't guaranteed. Jirocho's jaw tightened. After a heavy silence, his resolve hardened. The Wasabi family does not cling to a manor. I will arrange for everyone to evacuate to the stronghold outside the city at once. He bowed low, deeply respectful. Once again, my gratitude, Lady Tsunade. Please excuse me. With that, he strode away with urgent purpose. Finding the elder directing the wounded, Jirocho's command was iron. Begin the evacuation immediately. All wounded, women, and children through the secret passage to the stronghold. Move swiftly. The elder's face twisted with reluctance. Master, you. Jirocho's hand cut him off, his gaze as sharp as steel. I remain here. Select a few volunteers to stay and cover the retreat with me. The elder's protest was immediate, almost desperate. You are the pillar of the Wasabi family. Leave the sacrifice to me and the guards, you must. Silence. Jirocho's voice thundered like a blade striking stone, filled with unshakable authority. His command crashed through the elder's words, brooking no further argument. Jirocho fixed the elder with a piercing gaze, his words measured and unyielding. This is the duty of the family head. Do you expect me to abandon my men, abandon our guests who came to aid us, and flee first? If I fall, another will rise in my place. The elder faltered, crushed by the unshakable determination in Jirocho's eyes. His lips moved as if to argue, but in the end, only a heavy sigh escaped him. He bowed low. As you command. Without another word, Jirocho strode to the weapon rack. He pulled down a well-kept hard bow, testing the string's tension with practiced hands. Then, from the inner chamber, he brought out a heavy sealed wooden chest. Inside, neatly arranged rows of explosive tags glimmered with sealing runes. He distributed them personally. Follow me, he ordered in a low voice. With a handful of chosen guards, Jirocho scaled a watchtower overlooking the battlefield. From here, they could glimpse the front yard below, a choke point that also blocked the path to the inner residence. Front yard. With Jirocho and his guards withdrawn, the courtyard suddenly felt emptier, the pressure easing if only slightly. Anko gasped for air, her kunai arm still sore despite the warm chakra flowing from Katsuyu. Her earlier clash with Jubai had drained her, but her fighting spirit remained unbroken. She grit her teeth, ready to hurl herself back into the fray. Anko, stand down. Let me take over. Shizune cut in front of her, her expression grim. She had seen the truth, Anko's weapon and strength were no match for Jubai's. To continue would only mean disaster. As the senior kunoichi, the burden had to fall on her shoulders. Shizune-senpai, I. Anko's protest died under Shizune's steady gaze. She swallowed her frustration. This wasn't the moment to be reckless. That one with the gourd, he's yours. Shizune's eyes sharpened, flicking to the cloaked figure with the massive brown gourd. His chakra was hidden, his presence obscure. His jutsu is strange. Be extremely careful. Jubai, unfazed by their exchange, didn't move. Yet his killing intent pressed down like a mountain, locking simultaneously onto both Shizune at the front and Anko at the flank. Gaiku. His voice was ice. His hawk-like gaze cut to the bandaged man at his side. Don't let the rats escape. Chase them down. Kill them all. Gaiku's cloudy left eye twitched, lifeless as a dead fish. His gaze shifted toward the retreating guards disappearing into the inner residence. His intact hand slid toward the blood-soaked bandages, ready to call forth that monstrous pale bone blade again. But just as his focus shifted, a small figure lunged from the side. A kunai hissed through the air, aimed precisely at the joint of Gaiku's reaching arm. The man halted, forced to retract his hand and block. Itachi's body felt light. The Sharingan no longer drained his chakra as before. He was certain this opponent he could handle. Yet while Itachi's attention was locked on Gaiku, and Shizun and Anko were pinned under Jubei's suffocating aura, the cloaked figure with the gourd stirred. He stepped back, as silent as a shadow. The gourd tilted, and from beneath his cloak seeped a thread of black liquid, impossibly thin, blending with dust as it crept into the cracks of the bluestone floor. At the same time, his true body faded, slipping into the chaos. His form wavered, blurred, and dissolved like smoke carried off by the wind, leaving behind no sound, no chakra, no trace he had ever stood there at all. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 46, Chapter. Anko had no time to watch water erosion. Jubei's onslaught pressed down like mountain and sea, forcing the two Konoha shinobi onto the defensive. Damn it. She spat the curse under her breath, eyes scanning the ruined ground. Snatching up a long spear abandoned by a wasabi guard, she braced herself. The academy taught some weapons handling, but combat training focused on the three basic jutsu, taijutsu. Spears and halberds weren't Anko's specialty, but length could be a great equalizer. With a sharp cry she swung the shaft like a heavy club. A flicker of disdain crossed Jubei's face. He angled his blade and struck the center of the spear shaft, clang, sending a brutal shock up Anko's arms. The force nearly wrenched the weapon free. She staggered back, chest heaving. Before she could recover, Shizun's left hand blurred across the dart launcher strapped to her arm. Whoosh! 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 A storm of tiny, poisoned senbon, each a whispered sting, fanned out from impossible angles, honed to bite joints and weak points. They were not meant to maim so much as to disable. Jubei reacted like a living blade. He spun, his katana carving a glittering curtain. Metal rang as most of the senbon skittered off, but a few found the gaps, embedding themselves into the flesh of his sword arm, left thigh, and the soft strip of ribs at his waist. For an instant he paused. He looked down at the senbon embedded in his arm, and the dark purple poison rapidly spreading around the wound. With two fingers like iron tongs he plucked one free, puffed, black blood spurted. The bruise of poison spread rapidly beneath his skin, veins darkening to an eerie bluish black. That's a paralyzing neurotoxin, custom-made, Shizun called out, tension seizing her voice. You won't shrug that off. Her relief was short-lived. Anko's shout cut through the air like thunder. Shizun, watch out. Shizun's head snapped up. Jubei's face betrayed no pain, only a cold, indifferent stillness. The spreading purple seemed not to worry him at all. The katana, slick with blood, descended toward her with patient inevitability. The delay caused by her long absence from frontline duty crystallized into a brutal mistake. She only had time to raise a kunai. The blade shattered it, clang. Crack, bone screamed. The katana smashed into Shizun's raised arm, splintering the dart launcher and driving in deep to the bone. Ugh. Pain stole her vision, she dropped to one knee. The protection of the broken tools had prevented a fatal strike, but her right arm was wrecked, her combat effectiveness gutted. Katsuyu on her shoulder overflowed with healing chakra, knitting flesh and steadying breath, but it couldn't instantly restore every lost advantage. Anko's eyes flared with wrath. She hurled the long spear like a javelin at Jubei's back, then launched another volley of hidden shadow snake hands, 10 thick, venomous serpents that lunged for his neck and the arm wielding the sword. Jubei seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He didn't even glance at the whistling spear, just shifted his body a fraction, letting the tip scrape harmlessly across his haori. The snapping snakes lunging for his throat and arm. He ignored them entirely. PFF. PFF. Their fangs sank deep into his flesh. A guttural, beast-like roar tore from Jubei's throat. He didn't flinch, didn't so much as acknowledge the venom flooding into him. His gaze locked on the battered Shizun sprawled across the ground. The long sword lifted again, its edge thirsting for her neck. The snakes, taut with Jubei's furious movements, yanked Anko like a rag doll across the dirt. Gritting her teeth, she held on with all her strength, her jutsu alone keeping Jubei's killing stroke at bay. The blade stopped just shy of Shizun's throat, half a foot away from ending her. Through the blur of blood loss and blinding pain, Shizun seized the moment. Her left hand glowed an emerald green as she pressed her palm over the ruin of her right arm. Mystical palm. Katsuyu's vast chakra poured into her like an endless tide, amplifying the jutsu beyond her limits. The severed vessels stitched together at lightning speed, muscle fibers writhed and reknit, and the gush of blood slowed to a crawl. Her wound was closing, but her body quivered violently, her face pale as parchment. And Jubei, he was worse than any nightmare. The snake's fangs had torn open his flesh, poison spreading fast, veins crawling black across half his face. Yet he moved as though nothing touched him. No pain. No hesitation. Only the same cold, merciless eyes, unchanged, unrelenting. With a brutal motion, he ripped the snakes free. Anko hit the ground hard. The samurai raised his sword again, his intent unchanged. Shizen's name was already carved on death's ledger. The scales of battle tipped violently toward despair. Jubiai's killing blade hauled down once more. Only to meet something even sharper than steel. A figure appeared in front of Shizun, as sudden as a flash of lightning. No grand entrance. No wasted motion. Just 1 foot, descending with absolute precision. Clang, boom. The courtyard erupted with a roar like heaven's wrath. The foot, clad in a simple shinobi sandal, pinned Jubiai's blade flat against the earth as if it were nothing more than scrap. Stone slabs shattered under the impact, pulverized into dust. Cracks splintered outward like a spiderweb, the ground itself rebelling from the force. Time froze. For the first time, Jubiai's rigid mask twisted with raw shock. The veins on his arm bulged like steel cords, muscles straining to pry his weapon free, but the pressure pinning it down was immovable. As if the other's foot had fused the sword to the bones of the earth itself. Dust swirled in the air. Shards of stone settled. The newcomer stood tall, 1 foot crushing the blade beneath him. He turned slightly, revealing the calm profile of a young man, his gaze briefly softening as it fell on the trembling Shizun and the bloodied Anko. "Sorry," he said quietly, almost gently. "I'm late." That single voice shattered the suffocating despair. Then his eyes met Jubiai's blood-red glare, rage, disbelief, and something else flickering in those inhuman pupils. "And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 47, Chapter. A little earlier, beyond the dusty chaos of Jubiai's battlefield, another deadly clash was reaching its peak. Gaiku's uninjured right hand gripped a pale, grayish bone blade, every swing broad and merciless. His left arm, wrapped tight in blood-soaked bandages, moved like a hidden scorpion. Without warning, the bindings would split apart, spitting out short, razor-sharp bone spikes, silent, sudden, cutting off Itachi's escape routes precisely. Itachi's Sharingan spun furiously, his vision tracking every shift of motion. Katsuyu's chakra pulsed through him, lending borrowed strength to his exhausted body, keeping him balanced on the knife's edge between survival and collapse. But his mind never stopped calculating. Water erosion jutsu has vanished. Shizun and Anko are in danger. And whoever is sustaining this chakra network from the backyard, how long can they hold out? If the enemy that disappeared resurfaces now, this fragile balance will shatter. Captain hasn't arrived yet. I'm the only one who can turn this fight. I can't keep defending. I have to end it. Resolute, Itachi slipped past another volley of bone spikes, his Sharingan locking on the hollow, sunken eyes before him. In that instant, his decision crystallized. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Gaiku froze mid-swing. Darkness swallowed him whole. A cold iron table beneath his back. Blinding white light above. Whispers, like venom, coiling in his ear. The mutation exceeds expectations, activity remains acceptable, try this. A snake's hiss. Crack. Pain beyond pain. His arm twisted grotesquely, bones pried loose one by one, peeled away like brittle twigs. Ah! The scream ripped from his soul. Reality bled through. Gaiku's body arched, his howl a twisted, inhuman shriek that tore through the battlefield. The Sharingan had unearthed the nightmare buried deepest within him. His blade arm trembled violently, his offense collapsed, his form frozen in torment. Now. Itachi lunged, swift as lightning, kunai aimed for the enemy's exposed throat. But fear of death awakened something primal. Gaiku's bloodshot eyes bulged, veins throbbing, locking on Itachi at arm's reach. The crushing fear of death eclipsed even the genjutsu's torment. Like a cornered beast, he abandoned everything, defense, reason, survival, his right arm slashed upward in a mad bid to drag Itachi into mutual destruction. Puffed. At the last instant, Itachi twisted his body, avoiding a killing blow. Even so, the bone blade's eerie edge grazed his uniform at the waist, trailing a chill that gnawed at his core. Ha, ha. Let's go to hell together. Gaiku spat blood, clutching at his pierced throat. Scarlet foam bubbled from his lips as he collapsed, kunai buried deep, his final breath laced with both hatred and grim relief. Itachi glanced at his waist. The Aoki Ninja Tool Shop combat uniform bore a 1-inch gash, the protective metal plating beneath scarred. His gift, damaged. His skin chilled, but the mark was shallow. Barely a scratch. Nothing serious. Then, a strangled cry cut through the dust from the main battlefield. a body fell with a heavy thud. Itachi's head snapped up. Through the haze, he saw Shizune, her right arm drenched in blood, stagger, stumble, and collapse. Instinct surged, his foot shifted to rush to her aid. And that's when it struck. From the shallow graze at his waist, a bone-deep coldness exploded outward. Like barbed ice picks, it burrowed through his veins and chakra, spreading fast. It wasn't mere poison. It was alive. The frost gnawed at his pathways, worming into his nervous system like a maggot burrowing into bone. His vision blurred, a blood-red veil draping over the world. His body grew unbearably heavy, every limb numbed, as though his very blood had turned to ice. He tried to steady himself, but his legs felt heavy, like molten lead filling his bones, or like he was sinking into a bottomless swamp. A violent wave of dizziness hit, and he collapsed to one knee. His kunai dug deep into the fractured stone beneath him, the only thing anchoring his reeling body. Every breath felt like swallowing knives, air scraped down his throat and shredded into ice shards inside his lungs. His Sharingan still glowed red, but the pupils wavered, their focus blurred by the storm raging within his body. He clenched his teeth, forcing his head up through the dizziness. Through dust and drifting blood mist, his blurred vision fixed on the storm's center. Meanwhile, in the Wasabi House backyard, along the shadowed corridor leading to the inner residence. The air hung heavy, stagnant, thick with blood. Not even the ocean breeze could wash away the iron tang. Water erosion stood like a phantom risen from a swamp, the wide gourd on his back tilted forward, its mouth yawning open toward the corridor's heart where panicked figures huddled deeper inside. From its depths, a foul tide poured forth, thick, ink-black water that reeked of rot and decay, gurgling and bubbling like something alive. It spread across the floorboards, swelling and churning, an ominous flood of filth. Wherever the water touched, wood blackened and rotted instantly, pillars hissing as smoke curled upward. The sound, subtle, corrosive, insidious, was like death whispering. The tide crept closer, steady and unstoppable. Just as it was about to surge across the threshold. Whoosh! A sharp whistle split the silence. From atop a tall watchtower, an arrow streaked down like a falling star, an exploding tag flapping at its tail. It slammed into the floor half a step before water erosion's feet, right at the black tide's edge. Boom! The world erupted in fire. A thunderous blast consumed the corridor entrance in flames, the impact scattering stone and splinters in every direction. The foul tide screamed as the explosion ripped it apart. Black droplets hissed in the heat, burning, shrinking, evaporating into foul-smelling smoke. The air filled with the stench of charred rot. The shockwave made water erosion's floating form sway, his cloak whipping violently. Whoosh! 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 More arrows rained down without pause, 3 at once, exploding in a triangular pattern around him. On the tower parapet stood Jirocho, posture unbending. Behind him, several guards had stayed behind. Their faces were pale, but their eyes carried the same steel as their patriarch. One knocked arrows with practiced hands. Another tied exploding tags to shafts with steady fingers. Each movement was fast, disciplined. Steady. Aim at his feet. Interrupt his jutsu. Jirocho's voice cut through the thunder like iron. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted in rapid succession, tearing through black water, scattering filth into mist, flames climbing skyward. Shockwaves rolled through the air, dust and debris shrouding the battlefield in a storm. Don't stop. Suppress him. Jirocho roared. He seized the arrow himself, drawing back his hard bow. The string groaned under the pull, his breath calm, his eyes locked like a hawk's on the shadow writhing below. One arrow after another rained like meteors of judgment. Each blast drowned out the world, flames rising and fading, forcing water erosion back, pinning his tide of corruption at the corridor's mouth. The black water writhed and boiled under the relentless bombardment, unable to advance, its cohesion unraveling under the chain of explosions and the furnace heat. Even the swarms of black, dust-like insects flickered and faltered in the firelight, scattering in momentary disarray against the sheer weight of destruction. The watchtower stood tall, while below, death itself was forced to halt. To keep the chapters coming, support with power stones. For every 100 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 48, Chapter. Jubiai's fingers slipped from the hilt of his sword. The once deadly blade, an extension of his very being, clattered to the blood-soaked stones with a hollow clang, unnervingly loud in the suffocating silence of the courtyard. He staggered back several steps, widening the distance between himself and Rashi. His gaze swept across the scene, a butcher's gallery of carnage. Gaiku's body lay rigid in a widening pool of crimson, while not far away, the Uchiha boy knelt on one knee, trembling, breath ragged as though each inhale tore at his lungs. Gaiku is dead, Jubiai rasped, his voice raw. And killed by a child, no less. From the backyard came the muffled thunder of continuing explosions. Hebisu. Jubi muttered, the words bitter as ash. So even he can't be trusted. The suffocating killing intent that had filled the air peeled away. His shoulders sagged for an instant, then stiffened once more. He fixed Rashi with a hollow stare. Deep in the shadows of his brow, his eyes burned like two bloody pools on the verge of drying. Genshoku said you were at Heifei Pavilion, he said, voice low. Yet here you stand. Does that mean Genshoku is dead too? Though it carried the shape of a question, his tone left no room for doubt. He didn't wait for Rashi's reply. And Shosher? The one who could stretch his arms and neck at will. Rashi's voice was flat, like a blade scraping stone. Dead. I killed him. Dead. The word echoed inside Jubi, hollow and mocking. An empty numbness spread through his chest, mingled with absurdity and a bone-deep chill. A muscle in his cheek twitched, twisting his face into something caught between a grimace and a smile. How? How could this boy have done it? The question flared and died almost instantly, smothered beneath a heavier weight of despair. It didn't matter anymore. This ragtag squad from Konoha, a thrown-together team that even dragged along an 8-year-old child, had obliterated the Black Snake group. Genshoku and Gaiku, once lethal against any opponent unfamiliar with their tricks. Shosher, the strongest fighter aside from Jubi himself. Gone. All of them. And even if he burned everything left in him to kill Rashi here and now, to crush the last 2 Konoha shinobi in the courtyard, what then? What would it change? The grand vision of a new village, crafted and refined over sleepless nights, gambled upon with everything he had, now seemed laughable. A fragile dream, melting like frost beneath the noonday sun. Where had it unraveled? Was it in doubting the daimyo's messenger and sending Shosher too carelessly to intercept him? Or in his own hesitation, failing to strike swiftly at the Konoha ninja? Or perhaps in leaving that old fox Jirocho alive long enough to gather evidence and deliver a fatal blow? The questions churned and collided, then sank into a final, suffocating silence. Jubi's foot hooked beneath a fallen blade. With a sharp motion, he flicked it upward, the sword arced through the air and landed squarely in his palm. The steel was cold against his skin. Heavy. Final. His last anchor in a world slipping away. Konoha shinobi, Jubi's voice deepened, oddly calm. State your name. Rashi. Rashi. Jubi let the name roll in his mouth like something bitter. Then he offered his titles, each syllable heavy in the air, Jubi, leader of the Chima gang, and Maishoku, leader of the Black Snake group. The words had barely fallen when the skin along Jubi's forearms erupted in a web of sickly blue veins, as if something alive writhed and burned just beneath. The air around him warped and heated, a blistering, oppressive aura radiated outward. Deep within his bones came the sound of snapping, an audible reshaping, his bulk seeming to swell as muscle tightened and his skin took on a bruised, dark red cast. Secret technique, ghost fire, burn out. He had opened hidden acupoints near his heart, forcing latent reserves to the surface. This was no opponent his ordinary body could match. Shizun, Rashi's voice, calm, unshaken, cut through the pressure. Can you still move? Shizun's face was pale, but she forced a nod. Yes. Sorry. I was careless. Look after Itachi. Rashi's gaze flicked to the kneeling Uchiha, whose breath barely stirred. He's in bad shape. Understood. Shizun pressed the small slug on her shoulder and staggered toward Itachi, steps unsteady but determined. Anko, Rashi shifted his focus to the purple-haired Kunoichi. Jirocho needs support in the backyard. Got it. Relief tightened Anko's jaw at the captain's return. I'll send others the moment we're clear. I'll leave this one to you, Captain. She pivoted, springing into motion toward the backyard's explosions. Wait. Jubi's hoarse command, like iron grinding, cut through her movement. Anko froze, spinning back. Her eyes flared with confusion and rage as she stared at the hulking, burning thing before her. That little girl, Jubi's crimson gaze fixed on her through the wavering heat. What is your relation to Orochimaru? Orochimaru. The name hit her like ice. Her pupils pinched, blood rushed to her head. Her hands clenched until her knuckles cracked, nails biting into palms. What are you talking about? She managed, voice tight with barely controlled fury. Snake ninjutsu, Jubi said, almost dreamlike. That cold, slimy stench, I wouldn't mistake it. Regret tinted his tone. Orochimaru toyed with our group once, left us gifts. I should have crushed you earlier. You're his disciple, aren't you? You. Rage boiled so hot it nearly drowned her. She bit her lip until it bled. Betrayal and doubt cut deep. But Rashi's calm return, Shizun's injured arm, Itachi's shallow breathing, one by one they washed over her fury like a cold tide and forced it down. Anko inhaled, chest heaving, and forced her voice level. I'll kill him with my own hands someday. She spared Jubi no more than a glance, then spun away. Her dark purple coat snapped behind her as she shot toward the backyard, swallowed by flames and explosions. In the courtyard center, only two figures remained. One was a living inferno, Jubi, swollen with uncanny power and haloed in that eerie blue heat. The other was a Konoha special jonin, Rashi, tall as a peak, his presence deep and still as an abyss. To keep the chapters coming, support with power stones. For every 100 power stones, one bonus chapter. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 49, Chapter. And, bonus chapter on reaching 100 power stones. Enjoy. At the edge of his vision, Rashi caught sight of Shizen kneeling beside Itachi. The flickering green glow of her mystical palm technique washed over the boy's trembling body, his breath shallow and ragged. Further away, Enko's figure blurred into the chaos, sprinting toward the thunder of explosions erupting in the backyard. If he'd arrived even a little later, would Shizen be dead? Would Itachi have fallen? What about Enko? Would Tsunade have made it in time to save them? When Rashi first awakened in this body and took on this name, he thought he had steeled himself. Taking lives brought no hesitation. Drawing up battle plans required no sentiment. But now, seeing allies who should still have years ahead of them on the brink of death, he felt his composure fracture. For just a moment, a strange daze clouded his mind. The original story, it was only ever a guide. The true future belonged to the people living it. Before him, the brat, distracted, almost careless in his movements, dodged each swing with unhurried grace. That infuriating calm made Jubi, leader of the Black Snake Group, see red. Don't you dare act like I'm not here, brat. Jubi's roar shook the courtyard, his blade cleaving down with murderous weight. The dark blue flames cloaking him flared as though soaked in oil, surging higher with every step. The ground cracked underfoot, groaning at the sheer force pressing down on it. The whistling of his blade grew shriller, sharper, like death itself tearing the air. Rashi's eyes narrowed. He forced down the storm inside him and slammed his palms to the ground. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Chakra surged like a flood. The hardened stone beneath them softened at once, collapsing into bubbling mire. The swamp yawned open directly in Jubi's charging path. His own momentum betrayed him, like a runaway chariot, he plunged straight into the sucking mud. Viscous sludge rose to his thighs in an instant. It clung to him with the grip of the dead, dragging him deeper. Ugh! Jubi snarled like a beast, dark flames flaring wildly as he thrashed against the pole. Mud splattered in violent waves, but it only bound him tighter, refusing to let go. Rashi's fingers blurred through seals. Rat. Tiger. Dragon. Ram. Rooster. Dog. Lightning release, firefly electric net. From his fingertips, countless hair-thin arcs of blue-white lightning burst forth, a storm of fireflies dancing across the air. The current crackled eagerly along the wet mud, streaking toward the beast trapped at its center. Ah! Jubi's roar scraped raw from his throat, defying death itself. His body bulged with terrifying strength, and the blue flames ignited in a violent eruption. Boom! A circular shockwave ripped outward, obliterating swamp and lightning alike. Mud exploded skyward, and the crackling arcs were shredded into nothing. Even the smoke itself scattered under the sheer force. The swamp collapsed into a gaping crater, sludge raining back down like a storm. But Jubi paid a price. His upper garments disintegrated entirely, revealing his scarred frame beneath. Bronze skin stretched over corded muscle, every inch carved with grotesque scars that looked like coiling centipedes. His chest and abdomen bore twisted, bone-deep gashes, the marks of countless battles that should have ended his life long ago. One diagonal scar ran from shoulder to ribs, as though someone had once tried to cut him clean in two. This man should have died 100 deaths. Yet here he stood, alive, relentless, and still terrifyingly strong. Ha, ha. Jubi wheezed, steam puffing from his lips, crimson eyes boring into Rashi. See that, Konoha brat. I'm used to this kind of greeting. Used to it? Not at all. His bluster didn't rattle Rashi, it focused him. The man's bravado was a mask. The injuries mattered less than what they hid, how Jubi could shrug off pain and poison and keep fighting as if nothing were wrong. This technique, these wounds, Rashi thought, narrowing his gaze. Where is your life stored? Jubi's pupils pinched to pinpricks. The smug smile froze like a cracked mask. Rashi lunged. He snatched a kunai from his pouch with his right hand and drove it for Jubi's right shoulder joint. Jubi twisted with uncanny speed and the blade missed by a hair. Before Jubi could recover, Rashi's leg snapped like a steel whip toward the scarred left thigh, the one Shizen had struck with a poisoned senbon. Bang! The impact landed, but Jubiai only wavered for a heartbeat before steadying, a mocking grin crawling across his face as if to say, "Is that all?" That grin didn't last long. Rashi's assault exploded into a storm, punches, elbows, knees, and kicks raining down. He no longer aimed only at vitals, he attacked joints, ligaments, and insertion points, every structural weakness that kept a body functional. A gusting right fist smashed into the inside of Jubiai's right elbow. The muscles in Jubiai's shoulder tightened like rebar. He twisted his arm so the blow grazed the outer forearm and spat blood rather than allowing the elbow to take the brunt. A sweeping kick aimed for the pivot at Jubiai's right ankle. In the nick of time, Jubiai planted his left foot, lifting the right foot a few inches to protect the joint. The kick thudded into thick calf instead of crippling the ankle. Those tiny, protected motions, subtle, precise, revealed everything. Jubiai didn't fear poisoned organs or shredded muscle. He could endure those. He did not, however, tolerate structural destruction, severed limbs, shattered joints, the collapse of the body's framework. This scarred titan was less a man than a living war armor, an instrument built to take punishment so long as its core structure stayed intact. So how was that structure controlled? Chakra cords? No, Rashi dismissed the idea. If the body wasn't puppet from outside, the cockpit had to be inside. The image from his probing, what he had felt during their earlier exchanges, fell into place. He saw the only plausible location. And in that realization, Rashi decided. You are going to die. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 50, Chapter. Rashi subtly shifted his stance, his left hand brushing his waist. A second kunai slipped into his palm, its blade tip hidden in the shadow of his sleeve. Focus. Refine. Pale blue chakra flared to life, burning like ghostly fire as it surged over his entire body. Boom. A violent gale burst outward from where he stood. Dust, rubble, and shattered weapons were flung away, crushed beneath the weight of raw chakra pressure. Jubiai faltered mid-swing, surprise flashing across his face as the sheer force of chakra alone interrupted his motion. So this wasn't even the boy's peak strength. For a teenager to wield chakra like this, it was monstrous. So this is the power of a great ninja village. The thought flickered, but his face betrayed nothing. Bluffing. Jubiai snarled, forcing his massive frame to stabilize under the crushing pressure. His blade swept sideways in a molten arc, a curtain of fire aimed to cleave Rashi clean at the waist. And in that instant, Rashi found his opening. Whoosh. From within his sleeve, his left hand lashed out, faster than sight. The concealed kunai shot forward in a perfect, ruthless line, driving straight for the old scar beneath Jubiai's right chest, just under the ribcage. There. Ugh. Jubiai's body lurched with desperate speed, his arm flying up to shield himself. Too fast. Too close. Too late. Time seemed to stretch thin, freezing the moment in glass. The massive man stopped cold. His blade hovered midair, the eerie blue flames around him sputtering like dying embers, flickering wildly before beginning to gutter out. In his crimson eyes, the frenzy drained like a retreating tide, leaving only bottomless weariness and emptiness. With agonizing slowness, he lowered his gaze. There it was, the kunai buried to the hilt below his right rib, seeping a warm, viscous fluid that wasn't quite blood. Droplets spattered against the cracked blue stone at his feet. His colossal frame swayed. The flames winked out, revealing skin collapsing into decay before Rashi's eyes. The result. Jubiai, no, my Shoku, leader of the Black Snake Group, lifted his head, staring past Rashi at the courtyard sky. His eyes held no hatred. No regret. Only endless exhaustion, and sparks long extinguished. It didn't succeed. His words fell like stones. Then his body toppled, crashing to earth with a thunderous impact that sent dust spiraling into the air before settling in silence. Rashi wrenched the kunai free, shaking off the viscous residue that clung to it, too strange to be called blood. He hurried to Shizen's side. Her palm, glowing with green light, pressed against the boy's waist. Itachi's face was deathly pale, lips tinged with blue-purple. Shizen-san, how is he? Rashi asked. It's not poison, Shizen replied quickly, her brow furrowed. It's something else. An erosion of foreign energy. Itachi-kun can't move for now, but with Katsuyu-sama's help, I can keep it from getting worse. From the backyard, the rumble of explosions and shouts swelled, growing more urgent. Rashi rose, resolve hardening. I'll leave him to you. I have to end this fight, only then will we have space to save him. He strode toward the inner residence. At the corridor's far end, the Hebizim master of the water erosion insects, enraged by the ceaseless bombardment, aimed his gourd at the watchtower. Black water spilled forth, and instantly writhed upward, pulled by an unseen will. It twisted and gathered, reshaping into monstrous serpents, each formed from wriggling swarms of insects. The black pythons reared, countless mouthparts forming hideous heads that shrieked with piercing cries before lunging toward Jirocho and his guards on the watchtower. "Jirocho-sama," a guard shouted, yanking him back just as a python struck. Crunch! A scream tore the air. One guard was skewered clean through, his body instantly engulfed in a flood of insects. The sound of chittering mandibles and tearing flesh filled the courtyard. In mere seconds, the man's body collapsed into a smoking skeleton, gnawed clean before horrified eyes. "No," another guard screamed as a python's strike grazed his arm. The flesh blackened instantly, rotting as countless tiny insects burrowed deep beneath his skin. He collapsed, writhing and shrieking in agony. Jirocho, bloodied and fallen, eyes blazing red with rage, seized an arrow bundled with explosive tags. With the last of his strength, he hurled it at the nearest insect serpent. Boom! Flame engulfed the swarm. The massive python convulsed, its outer shell of insects curling up, burning to ash in droves. But the explosion's shockwave was too close. The blast hurled Jirocho and his two remaining guards from the tower, slamming them to the ground like ragdolls. Debris rained down. Jirocho's vision swam, his chest heaving, his ears ringing with white noise. Every breath seared with pain. Yet still, he tried to rise. Ugh! Jirocho struggled to push himself upright. A metallic sweetness filled his throat, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The insect pythons coiled, ready to strike again. Hidden shadow snake hands. 3 brown serpents shot out toward Hebizu. He didn't even turn his head. His wide, oilcloth cloak rippled though there was no wind. From the mouth of the gourd, viscous black water surged like a living shield, rising to intercept the snakes with uncanny precision. The serpent struck the black water, and the swarm waiting within it. Shhhk. The sound was horrific. Their scales and flesh dissolved as if plunged into acid, shredded by countless gnawing mandibles. In a single breath, 2 snakes were reduced to nothing, no bones, no scraps, not even ash. Tch. Anko's scalp prickled, her face paling. Then, like a spark in the dark, a memory jolted her, Itachi's diversion earlier, the watchtower guard's constant barrage of explosive tag arrows, each blast forcing the insects to recoil. Her eyes sharpened. She wove hand seals, drew in a deep breath, her chest rising high. Fire release, dragon fire jutsu. A crimson torrent of flame ripped through the damp, stagnant air, streaking straight for Hebizu and the writhing swarms before him. The fire dragon struck true, slamming into the skull of a rearing insect python. Boom. The collision erupted in a shower of fire and shrieks. Countless insects screeched as their bodies curled, charred, and burned to ash. The python's entire head disintegrated, its body collapsing into chaos, scattering backward in retreat. It works. Anko's eyes lit up. Fire, they feared fire. But Hebizu reacted even faster. The remaining insect pythons whipped around, black serpents snapping through the air like giant lashes, hissing as they tore toward Anko. The swarm carried with it a foul, fishy wind that made her stomach churn. Watch out! Jirocho's hoarse roar rang from the watchtower. On his knees, he fumbled with trembling hands, strapping the last explosive tag to an arrow. Blood ran down his fingers as he notched it to his bow. Too late. The pythons were already upon her. Anko's pupils contracted. She twisted desperately to dodge, but her exhaustion and the slick ground betrayed her, her foot slipped. Twang. Jirocho loosed the arrow. Boom. The explosion detonated at Hebizu's feet, flames and shockwaves surging skyward. His cloak caught fire instantly, torn apart by the blast as his body was hurled several feet, crashing into the dark corridor beyond. From the remnants of his cloak, an ear-splitting shriek tore out, the death cries of countless insects incinerated at once. The python lunging at Anko unraveled midair, collapsing into a black rain. Insects pattered against the ground, most twitching once before curling into ash. Opportunity. Anko's eyes gleamed. Forcing her stand steady, she formed seals again, chakra surging. Her target, the prone figure of Hebizu, sprawled in shadow, struggling to rise. His cloak was gone, revealing the grotesque gray-blue flesh beneath. Fire release, dragon fire jutsu. Another roaring stream of flame erupted, barreling down the corridor. The inferno engulfed him. Wooden beams splintered, flames devoured the walls, and the stench of burning insects mixed with the sharp tang of charred flesh. The air filled with a deafening chorus of sizzling, shrieking, and snapping wood before the flames drowned it all out. The fire's glow painted Anko's face in shades of red, her sharp features fierce and resolute. Jirocho slumped against the ground, his chest heaving, his pale face finally easing with relief. He gazed at the churning inferno in the corridor's depths, listening to the roar of fire devouring everything. It's over. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 51, Chapter. Rashi pushed open the familiar courtyard gate, his gaze sweeping across the quiet garden. The dry landscape remained unchanged, the stone steps were cool beneath the shade, yet the woman with golden hair and a sake cup in hand was nowhere to be seen. The veranda lay empty. His eyes drifted toward the closed paper door. Silence lingered beyond it, not even the faint clink of glass or the rustle of movement. He walked to the edge of the veranda, hesitated, and instead of opening the door, sat down on the polished wooden floor, his back resting against it. Do you need chakra replenishment? No answer. He continued calmly, Katsuyu can transfer your chakra to others. So I assume the transfer isn't one way. Still, silence filled the space. Inside, Tsunade leaned against the wall, half hidden by shadows. Her amber eyes were half-lidded, her expression unreadable. In theory, it was possible. But she was Senju Hashirama's granddaughter and Uzumaki Mito's descendant, both powerhouses of chakra. Combined with her Ein seal, Tsunade had always been the one to heal others, not the one to receive aid. For her, letting someone replenish her energy was almost unthinkable. Yet the boy outside, his chakra was powerful. Itachi's condition isn't good, Rashi said after a pause. Shizen-senpai believes that to completely remove the insects from his body, it'll take your personal intervention. Itachi's injury isn't external. A soft, almost mocking snort escaped from within. Of course she knew, Katsuyu was her eyes, and what Katsuyu saw, she knew. After a long silence, the paper door slid open just a fraction, enough for a single hand to slip through. A large summoning scroll was pushed out, landing beside Rashi with a muted thud. To channel chakra through Katsuyu, you'll need to sign a contract, Tsunade's voice said, cool and steady. Rashi hesitated for a moment. If I gave you the wrong impression, I don't seek Katsuyu's power for myself. But, if you're willing, there are some things I'd like to ask. Don't flatter yourself. Tsunade's voice rose sharply, tinged with irritation. I just don't want that old hag Momoka bothering me again, ordering me to save someone's life. She exhaled softly, closing her eyes. Whether in strength, judgment, or resolve, this boy could probably bear more than her worn self could now. If that was true, then she'd count this as the price for her retreat. A passing of power. This is a one-time opportunity, the Senju princess said flatly. Consider it payment for saving Shizun. Rashi nodded. Since she'd said that much, there was no need for false modesty. He unrolled the scroll, bit his finger, and signed his name and seal in blood. Then, he summoned Katsuyu. Ordinarily, it wouldn't be this easy. Normally, one needed to form a bond with the summoned creature first, trust before contract. But the three great summoning sanctuaries were special. Their summoning populations were hereditary, a signed scroll was enough to establish a connection. Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave followed that path. Only Shikatsu Forest was different. The being there, Katsuyu, was singular. Every other slug was merely a split body of the Shikatsu Forest slug sage. The scale of the summon depended solely on the summoner's chakra. And Katsuyu was kind. Its voice was soft, its temperament gentle, polite even to strangers. Unlike other summons, it required no test of strength to acknowledge its partner. Summoning Jutsu. A wisp of white smoke drifted away, revealing a small, palm-sized slug, pure white, soft, and faintly luminous. It lifted its antennae, black eyes gleaming like ink droplets as it regarded Rashi. Its voice was serene and melodic, carrying a strangely soothing warmth. Greetings, Rashi-kun. Thank you for summoning me. Clearly, this Katsuyu already knew of him, its shared memories linking it to the other split bodies that had served Tsunade. Hello, Lady Katsuyu. Rashi gave a respectful nod, his tone steady yet respectful. This summoning isn't for battle. I've come to ask a favor. The small Katsuyu tilted its soft body slightly, its voice as gentle as ever. Please speak, Rashi-kun. I wish to use you as a medium to transfer my chakra to Lady Tsunade, Rashi said plainly. She needs to recover her strength to heal my teammate. For a moment, the little slug seemed to freeze, its tiny antennae twitching with surprise. To replenish Lady Tsunade's chakra. It quietly attuned itself to the flow of chakra pulsing from Rashi's body. After a brief pause, its warm voice returned. Understood. With your level of chakra, this is indeed possible, Rashi-kun. As long as you trust me and are willing to open your chakra network, I will ensure a safe and stable transfer to Lady Tsunade. Katsuyu added softly, also. Since Lady Tsunade has permitted you to sign the contract, you may summon me anytime. No matter my size, I will always do my best to assist you. I'm deeply grateful, Rashi replied with a sincere bow. The little Katsuyu climbed slowly onto his shoulder, its tiny voice calm and reassuring. You may begin, Rashi-kun. Inside the room, Tsunade's body trembled faintly. An immense, warm current of chakra surged through her, flowing into her exhausted body like spring water into parched earth. Her overdrawn energy refilled rapidly, her fatigued spirit, dulled from strain, began to shine anew. Leaning against the doorframe, she closed her eyes, long lashes fluttering as she surrendered to the warmth that coursed through her veins, soothing, restoring, steadying. Time slipped quietly through the still courtyard. Only that unseen stream of energy connected the two through the paper-thin door. After a while, the faint glow surrounding Katsuyu dimmed. The small slug moved its antennae slightly. Rashi-kun, Lady Tsunade's condition has mostly stabilized. Hearing this, Rashi slowly drew back his chakra. A sharp whoosh broke the silence as the paper door slid open completely. Tsunade stood there, golden hair gleaming once more. Though her expression carried its familiar languidness, the fatigue between her brows had vanished. In the depths of her amber eyes, a brilliant, molten light flickered back to life, the fire of the legendary Sannin reignited. She glanced briefly at the small Katsuyu on the floor, then fixed her gaze on Rashi. Her eyes lingered, searching his calm expression for something unspoken. At last, she gave a short snort, bent down to pick up a fallen sake cup, and saw a thin pool of clear liquid at the bottom. Tilting her head back, she drank it in one smooth motion, then tossed the empty cup carelessly onto the veranda. I'm going to check on that Uchiha brat, she said, her tone cool but no longer weary. As for you, you've got your own tasks, don't you? Without waiting for a reply, Tsunade turned on her heel and strode down the corridor toward Itachi's room. Rashi watched her retreating figure disappear around the corner, then looked down at the small Katsuyu at his feet. Lady Katsuyu, you may return for now. Thank you for your help today. I'll have more questions for you later. I am always happy to serve you, Rashi-kun, the small slug replied warmly. With a soft thud, it vanished alongside the Shikatsu forest summoning scroll. Rashi straightened, exhaling quietly. Summoning Katsuyu, that had been an unexpected gain. And with Tsunade's strength restored, Itachi's situation should finally be under control. Still, there were other loose ends to tie up. Chapter 52, Chapter. The curfew's remnants still clung to the streets, overturned crates, torn banners, and the faint scent of smoke, but the suffocating chaos had already faded into uneasy calm. At a quiet corner near Heifei Pavilion, Rashi was taking care of the final loose end. Jin Shoku's body would never return to the village, it was to be erased here. The fire crackled quietly, its orange tongues devouring what remained. Since he seemed to hold information about Orochimaru, Rashi decided he would be brought back to the village for interrogation. Gaiku and Hebizu had already been sealed within scrolls, to be delivered to the higher-ups. They'd likely be exchanged for resources, or funding. After this battle, both Anko's and Itachi's gear were in need of repair, or replacement entirely. Tanzai's commission payment was far from enough. Once they returned, they'd have to negotiate with the village about expense reimbursement. Under these circumstances, perhaps the Annihilation mission and the intelligence-gathering objective could be counted as completed together. Daiport, meanwhile, was slowly recovering from the chaos. After the Black Snake Group's ambush failed, the Chayama gang lost its leadership and quickly unraveled. Without Jubei's iron grip, they were nothing more than ordinary thugs, easily crushed by the port's local forces. The Hiji's family had kept their gates sealed since the curfew began and showed no sign of lowering their guard. The local merchants had no intention of crossing the daimyo, and Wasabi House was still busy tending to their wounded. No one dared stir further trouble. Through Wasabi family's connections, Rashi managed to secure several key members of the Chayama gang from the Fishery Association's chairman, including the scarred former captain of the City Gate Guard. Perhaps, with a bit of pressure, he could pry something useful from them. Inside a guest room of the Heifei Pavilion Inn, Rashi sat bent over a desk, organizing the compiled intelligence. His pen scratched steadily across paper. The door creaked open. Anko stepped in and dropped a stack of hastily scribbled confession notes on top of his report. A bunch of spineless cowards, she scoffed, dragging a chair over and collapsing into it with a heavy sigh. Her boots landed on the edge of the table. They pissed themselves before the snake even showed its fangs. None of them knew a damn thing. Part of my memory, he sealed it himself. And he left a cursed seal on me. Her voice was flat, but the tremor beneath it betrayed something fragile. But he didn't kill me. She paused, as if chasing a thought that had just surfaced. Rashi, I think. I'm starting to remember. It wasn't that Orochimaru abandoned me. Her lips trembled slightly. It was me. I chose to stay in the village. Her head lowered, shadows gathering across her face. Konoha is my home. The place where my parents lived, where my comrades are. But when I came back, the Umbu locked me up. Her tone faltered, quiet, hollow, like something long buried clawing its way out. That room had no windows. I stopped keeping track of time. Every so often, they'd come in, the interrogations, again and again. Her breath hitched. Hokage-sama came once. He said it was necessary, for the safety of the village, and to give the families of those killed by Orochimaru some kind of answer. Her shoulders trembled. So many people died because of him, Genin, Chunin, Umbu, even Jonin. I understand all of it. She stopped. The rest caught in her throat, a surge of grief that swelled until it broke free. Her vision blurred. Tears welled up, unbidden, spilling down her cheeks in silent drops that struck the dark tabletop. Plop. Plop. Each drop spread into a faint circle on the thin layer of dust. Anko pressed her forehead to the cold surface, her voice stifled, trembling. She didn't want anyone to see her like this. The scratching of Rashi's pen stopped. Only her muffled sobs remained, soft and uneven in the stillness of the room. Then, a hand, calloused but warm, gently came to rest on her head. He said nothing. Words were useless here. The warmth from his palm slowly seeped through her tangled dark purple hair, into the space between silence and sorrow. Anko's body stiffened. Her sobs hitched, then returned, even more raw, more human. She didn't lift her head. She simply buried it deeper into her arms, trembling like a wounded girl that had finally found a place safe enough to break. Rashi's hand remained there, steady, wordless, feeling the quiet, fragile shaking beneath his palm. The next morning. Dawn broke through thin clouds, spilling soft light over the Wasabi House estate. The courtyard, once drenched in blood, had been cleaned overnight. The heavy copper scent of battle was fading, replaced by the rhythm of hammers, the creak of wood, and the murmur of workers rebuilding what had been destroyed. Shizune moved briskly among the wounded. Her right hand was tightly bandaged, but her touch remained deft as she treated a guard's mangled arm, her brow furrowed in focus. When Rashi and Anko stepped into the courtyard, she only gave them a brief nod before returning to her work. There was no time for words. Itachi had been moved to a quiet room deep within the estate. Sunlight filtered through the paper door, drawing golden lines across the tatami floor. The young Uchiha sat by the window, leaning against a cushion. His complexion was pale, but his eyes were clear, steady. His breathing had returned to normal. The worst had passed. Tsunade sat beside him, calm as ever. It was just residual foreign chakra, laced with natural energy. Nasty mix, she said, setting down her teacup. But it's been completely purged now. Itachi inclined his head slightly. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. His voice was quiet, controlled, but beneath it, there was the faint echo of the rage that had driven him to the brink of death the night before. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 53, Chapter. After explaining the situation, Tsunade pushed open the door and stepped out. Rashi followed a moment later, leaving the quiet room behind. The hallway was dimly lit, shadows stretching long across the wooden floor. He quickened his pace to walk beside her. Will Itachi's condition relapse? He asked. Tsunade glanced at him briefly, her stride steady. I have no reason to lie to you. It was completely removed, no after-effects. Rashi exhaled softly, shoulders easing. As the one who had devised the operation, every outcome, every casualty, fell under his responsibility. Since the mission's end, he had replayed every step countless times. He could not escape his share of blame. The greatest mistake, he knew, had been optimism. He had overestimated the Wasabi House's defenses. Even suspecting an attack and knowing their intelligence was incomplete, he'd still believed his squad could hold the line. The safer choice would have been to order Jirocho and Itachi into immediate hiding. Instead, he'd left them visible, bait for the enemy. Worse still, the mission's purpose had shifted mid-course. What began as an intelligence operation for the Black Snake Group had devolved into a direct, decisive battle. The victory came, but at a dangerous price. That feeling of losing control gnawed at him, forcing him to re-examine every flaw in his strategy. Tsunade's voice cut through his thoughts. That Uchiha kid, he's Fugaku's son, isn't he? Yes. She gave a vague, knowing grunt. So what are you planning now? Her tone was casual, but her eyes were sharp. Rashi's tactics during the Black Snake Group incident had left a strong impression, outwardly harmless, but with the subtlety of an old fox underneath. He gave a helpless smile. Itachi joining my squad was the village's decision, not mine. As for plans, I only have some thoughts about the Uchiha situation. You should already know things in the Uchiha clan have worsened, especially after the fourth Hokage's death. Back in my granduncle's time, the Uchiha tried rebellion too. Nothing new, Tsunade said, almost dismissively. The real issue is that old man's hesitation. If such matters weren't dealt with swiftly and decisively, would they just wait for the Uchiha to reach consensus? To her, Hiruzen's current approach wasn't resolution, it was avoidance. They'd just come through years of war. Now that peace was settling in, shouldn't there be a plan? It's different this time, Lady Tsunade, Rashi replied quietly. The village's losses are too great. Decades ago, Madara's actions had been stopped by Hashirama before real damage was done. But now, Konoha had lost the fourth Hokage, been ravaged by the Ninetales attack, and bled for 3 years in the war that followed. The new names carved into the memorial stone told their own story, countless shattered families, unending grief. The village's tolerance toward the Uchiha had reached its limit. And the Uchiha, unable to explain the Sharingan's appearance during the Ninetales attack, found themselves branded by suspicion. Without full knowledge, without truth, how could anyone remain impartial? Had he not known better, Rashi himself might have felt the same resentment. His predecessor had fought on the front lines, his comrades had died there. Tsunade stopped suddenly and turned, her gaze sharp as a blade. What's the point of telling me all this? I'm retired. Just explaining the situation to you, Rashi replied softly. Tsunade snorted. Tell that to yourself. You're young, but every word you say carries a dozen hidden meanings. Stop being so roundabout. She sighed and absently clutched the cold pendant at her neck. In the end, Grandpa's dream failed. The dream of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to create Konoha and end the age of endless war. Her mind flickered through painful memories, Tobirama, ambushed by the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, her brother Nawaki, barely grown, blown apart by an explosive tag, her lover, Dan, dying with his organs destroyed by enemy jutsu. Rashi said nothing. The hallway filled only with their quiet breathing. After a long silence, he spoke. You've traveled far, met countless people, seen much of the world. I'm sure you've already drawn your own conclusions about it all. He bowed slightly. I still have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade watched him go, his figure fading at the corridor's end. Her lips pressed together unconsciously. Why, even after all these failures, did she still find herself unable to look away? He truly did have business to handle. After visiting Itachi, Jirocho was waiting. With the Black Snake group wiped out, the Chayama gang and the Hiji's family had crumbled as well. Still, proper procedures had to be followed. The Wasabi messenger had already been sent again, this time, carrying word of the Black Snake group's downfall. By now, news should have returned. When Rashi entered the reception room, a servant ushered him toward 2 men seated across a low table. One wore a black hat and crimson robe, the daimyo's envoy. He was already speaking to Jirocho. Hiji's Yuma proved blind in judgment, deceived by mere bandits, the envoy said coldly. He has shamed the daimyo's trust. I have already ordered him to take his own life. Leadership of the Hiji's family will pass to Hiji's Rokuro. The men turned to Rashi. You must be the Konoha Shinobi. The daimyo expresses his gratitude for your efforts. The Black Snake group's schemes were vile, and remnants of their recruits still remain on Naki Island. The daimyo wishes to commission Konoha to eradicate them. Please, lend your aid. Rashi inclined his head. Once the formal request reaches the village, Konoha will assign a team. As for us, my squad's mission is complete. We'll soon return. Then I'll not delay, given the urgency, the envoy said, rising swiftly and leaving the room. Please, sit, Rashi-san. Jirocho stood to greet him. That was the daimyo's retainer. The men behind the Hiji's family? Rashi asked. Indeed. With Yuma's death, that matter is settled. Jirocho's tone softened. Thanks to you, Daiport has finally been restored. He rose, bowed deeply, and touched his forehead to the floor. The Wasabi family's survival is owed entirely to you and your team. Then he produced several thick ledgers and set them on the table. These are the agreed-upon rewards for your village. It's of great importance, so I must trouble you and your squad to deliver them safely. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 54, Chapter. Rashi couldn't make heads or tails of the thick ledgers stacked before him. After a moment's struggle, he decided not to pretend otherwise and went straight to someone who might actually understand. Oh. Lady Tsunade's brow arched, a flicker of surprise lighting her amber eyes as she studied him. There are things even you don't understand. Humph, now you actually sound like a 14-year-old. Her finger tapped the ledger lying open on the table. This one's the Daiport account book. Her tone shifted, growing just a shade sharper. Ever wonder why the old man pays such attention to this place? Without it, how do you think we allocate D-rank mission quotas to the merchants and guilds at the port? She reached for the half-empty bottle beside her, gave it a small shake, then set it down with a soft clink. Those endless low-level missions in the village don't just fall out of the sky, you know. There's never a shortage of high-ranking commissions, but weeding, finding cats, babysitting. Those don't exactly scream ninja work, do they? She leaned back, voice taking on the lazy rhythm of someone in a talking mood. When my granduncle was Hokage, he negotiated with families across the Land of Fire, including the daimyo's palace itself. Every month, they'd provide Konoha with a set number of D-rank requests. And if they ran out of ideas, they'd just pay for the village to invent some. Her gaze drifted toward the window. With so many genin from civilian families, without those small missions constantly cycling through, how would they train their bodies? Practice ninjutsu. Survive. She snorted softly. That little genin allowance barely buys 3 bowls of ramen. Rashi stood quietly, absorbing the explanation, details about Konoha's inner workings he'd never bothered to consider before. He gave a small nod of acknowledgement, then turned to leave. Tsunade remained seated on the veranda, eyes following his retreating figure as he disappeared around the corner. For a fleeting moment, she felt an odd flicker of satisfaction at her own mentorship. Then irritation crept in. This kid, among the younger generation of the clans, he was the only one who didn't show her any real reverence. Respect, yes, but it was the polite kind, nothing more. And she'd even given him the Shikatsu forest summoning contract. Tsunade let out a huff and ran her fingers through her golden hair, tousling it in mild frustration before pouring herself another drink. Meanwhile, Rashi had already sought out Jirocho for a quiet place to meditate. Once alone, he formed a hand seal. With a soft puff of smoke, a palm-sized Katsuyu appeared on the tatami before him. Lady Katsuyu, Rashi said respectfully, straightening his posture. I apologize for summoning you without notice. Please, there's no need for such formality, Rashi. The tiny slug's gentle voice echoed faintly, her tendril swaying toward him. What is it you require of me this time? This may sound presumptuous, he began carefully, but I'd like to ask about Sage Mode, if you have any knowledge of it. The small eyes on Katsuyu's posterior tentacles regarded him quietly. Of course I know of Sage Mode, she said softly. However, I must remind you, my main body does indeed possess the innate ability to absorb and refine natural energy into Sage Chakra. In human terms, it holds the power of a sage. Her tiny body lifted slightly off the floor. But unlike Mount Myaboku or Ryuchi Cave, the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest are almost unknown, and with good reason. There is only one Katsuyu. Her voice carried the weight of ages. Over the centuries, many have come to Shikatsu Forest seeking guidance, hoping to learn the ways of the sage. But for us, such things are natural. We never needed a cultivation system. Absorbing natural energy is as simple as breathing. Still, because their resolve was strong, my main body offered aid, by splitting off a small portion of itself to attach to the practitioner, helping them perceive and draw in natural energy. From her tone alone, Rashi could tell the results hadn't been ideal. All of the first practitioners failed, Katsuyu said quietly. Our power is innate, we can guide, but we cannot dispel the excess natural energy once control is lost. Later generations refined the process. With a fragment of my body attached, it became possible to slowly absorb runaway natural energy from within the practitioner. But the condition remains the same. The practitioner must first survive the initial onslaught, endure the violent snake of natural energy entering the body without turning to stone or dying instantly. Rashi, recalling the fierce turbulence he'd experienced through his wood clone experiments, immediately grasped the danger. At Mount Myaboku, the toad oil assisted with perception, and the elder sages stood ready to intervene. At Ryuchi Cave, the white snake sage injected her own chakra, allowing partial control. But Shikatsu Forest's method was far slower. Success relied entirely on one's own chakra and luck, essentially leaving the outcome to fate. And the very step he was struggling with was this, balancing the absorption of natural energy and fusing it with his own chakra into true sage chakra. Lady Katsuyu, Rashi admitted, I can already sense natural energy. But every attempt to blend it into sage chakra has failed. Failed. Katsuyu's tiny form froze for a heartbeat. She could sense it, he was still flesh and blood. Alive. That meant he'd survived failure. Impossible, unless someone was aiding him. But no, if he had a toad's help, he wouldn't be asking her. When attempting fusion, I use a wood clone, Rashi explained. My main body observes from the side, ready to dispel it if something goes wrong. The Senju clan has produced another wood release user. Katsuyu murmured, a faint note of admiration in her voice. Lady Tsunade would surely be proud. Then her tone sharpened. It's clever, using a wood clone to bear the risk instead of your real body. But by dividing your focus to monitor it, you've already broken the first rule of sage training, complete concentration. Her eyes glowed faintly. Your chakra is extraordinary, Rashi. And though caution is wise when pursuing sagehood, in your case, it's that very caution that's holding you back. Her words struck home. For natural energy to petrify a human, it must vastly exceed their chakra. That was why only those with great chakra reserves could even attempt sage mode. If one's chakra was too weak, they'd be erased instantly. But those with strong chakra could resist the transformation, buying just enough time to suppress or dispel the excess energy. Rashi looked up. Then, in your estimation, if I allowed my true body to endure the flow of natural energy directly, how long could I maintain control before losing it completely? Katsuyu seemed to ponder for a moment. Based on the chakra quality you displayed when you replenished Lady Tsunade's reserves, I'd say you could last over 2 minutes. She inclined slightly. And if I, as your contracted summon, absorb the excess natural energy during that time, your chances of succeeding in sage mode training would be very high. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 55, Chapter. Training sage mode was hardly suitable for Daiport. After gaining the necessary insights from Katsuyu, Rashi decided to shelve the matter for the time being. As Lady Tsunade had predicted, Itachi's recovery was going smoothly. He had already resumed light taijutsu training, chakra control, and even short bouts of ninjutsu practice. In truth, he looked healthier than before his injury. Itachi himself seemed rather calm about the whole ordeal. At least this time, he said quietly, I didn't lose a comrade. His voice was steady, but the faint shadow in his eyes betrayed a memory he didn't want to revisit. I was careless. If you hadn't arrived when you did, Shizun. Your combat plan wasn't flawed, Rashi interrupted, cutting short the self-blame. Given your power, you made the right calls in that environment. The responsibility falls on me, as your captain. Itachi shook his head slightly, but Rashi added before he could protest, if you want to shoulder that kind of burden, at least make Chunin first. Anko, who had been leaning against a nearby pillar, straightened up dramatically and cleared her throat. Ahem. Well then, Special Jonin Rashi, she said with a mock salute, your diligent and humble subordinate Anko would like to point out that she worked very hard this time. Her serious act didn't last long, her grin was too wide. Speaking of which, Rashi, you remember what you promised? Yes, I remember, Rashi sighed, hands raised in surrender. We'll head back to the village first. The feast I promised you is still on, I just need a rain check. Hee hee. You said it yourself, Captain. Anko laughed triumphantly, patting his shoulder as if she'd already won. Across the room, the youngest member of the squad sat quietly. His small feet swung idly above the floor, and the soft dawn light reflected in his dark eyes. Watching his teammates bicker so easily, a faint, genuine smile appeared on his face. After packing up, Rashi went to bid farewell to Lady Tsunade, leaving Anko and Itachi to rest. Without Tsunade and Shizun, their A-rank mission against the Black Snake group would have been impossible to complete. For once, Tsunade wasn't drinking. She was carefully examining Shizun's bandaged right arm. Among everyone involved, Shizun had taken the worst of it, both physically and from overexertion. Despite her own injuries, she had insisted on tending to the wounded of the Wasabi family after the battle. How's her arm? Rashi asked. The bones are healing a little slower than expected, but she'll be fine soon. Shizun smiled, tugging her sleeve back down. I'll go check on the Wasabi family again, Rashi. See you later. She hurried off, leaving the Senju princess alone with her least favorite visitor. Tsunade's expression soured instantly. She regretted ever opening her mouth when he came to her with those ledgers. Ever since, he had been pestering her non-stop, asking about policies, village finances, even topics that most high-level officials barely discussed aloud. Lady Tsunade, what exactly do the instigators of the last war demand? Lady Tsunade, what percentage of the village's budget comes from the daimyo's allocation? One question after another. She wasn't the Hokage, how was she supposed to know everything? The more he asked, the more he got under her skin. And aside from that polite lady he always tacked on, he showed her no deference whatsoever. If he weren't the only one in the clan who had successfully fused Hashirama's cells, if she weren't forced to pass down that responsibility to him. Tsunade exhaled sharply. What is it now? I came to bid farewell, Lady Tsunade. Then go already. She waved a hand dismissively. Basic courtesies and procedures should still be observed. A vein twitched on her temple. You little brat. Since when did you start lecturing me about manners? Out of concern, Rashi added evenly, you should cut down on alcohol. You're almost pickled by now. Crack. A spiderweb fissure appeared on the stone table beneath her palm as Tsunade fought to keep her temper in check. It's not your place to lecture me, she snapped. I'm merely stating facts, Lady Tsunade. her fingers clenched around the edge of the table. Say one more word, and I'll throw this at you. Rashi wisely took a step back. Then, farewell, Lady Tsunade. His calm, almost emotionless demeanor only made her irritation flare further. She inhaled deeply, trying, and failing, to steady herself. Hey, she called out. He stopped and turned slightly, waiting. You understand, don't you? She asked quietly. What? Tsunade hesitated, then took a deep breath, her voice low and weary. What I said before, about my grandfather's dream. Everything he fought for, everything we sacrificed for, it was a beautiful fantasy, but a fantasy nonetheless. You, who have already died once, still can't let it go. Rashi's gaze met hers, clear, calm, unwavering. The quiet conviction behind his eyes made her uneasy, as if something in her chest were burning under that stillness. She almost looked away. You've traveled the world, he said. In the land of fire, do ninjas still slaughter each other freely? Her breath caught. Of course there were still conflicts, grudges, skirmishes, politics. But to say they were wantonly killing each other, as in the days of the warring clans, with corpses littering every road. No, she admitted softly. Then, at the very least, Rashi said, the first Hokage's ideal has succeeded in one respect. The afternoon sun lengthened his shadow across the corridor. Without another word, Rashi turned and disappeared around the corner. Tsunade stood alone, her fingers brushing the cold jam at her throat. Outside, Rashi met Shizun once more. Rashi. She began hesitantly. Yes, Shizun-san. Lady Tsunade can be harsh. Please don't take her words to heart. I understand, he said simply. At the estate gates, Jirocho was already waiting. He walked with them for a while before stopping, watching silently as Team 5 disappeared into the distance. No civilians joined them on the return trip, so at a ninja's pace, they could easily reach Konoha before dawn. Though the matter of the Dayport ledger was pressing, it wasn't urgent enough to forego rest. At dusk, Rashi chose a suitable clearing for camp. Anko and Itachi pitched the tents while he set up perimeter traps. Just as he was finishing, he sensed movement. From the forest shadows, 4 masked ninja emerged, each wearing sleeveless combat gear and short white shirts over dark armor, swords strapped to their backs. Team 5, the leader spoke, his voice muffled behind a wolf mask. Special Jonin Rashi. He stepped forward, extending a gloved hand. We've been ordered to retrieve the Dayport ledger from you. Please hand it over. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 56, Chapter. Speaking of which, Itachi, Anko said casually, hammering in the last tent peg with a practiced hand, you and Rashi went on a mission together before I joined, right? Itachi, who was leveling the ground nearby, gave a quiet hum. This guy's really changed, Anko muttered, keeping her back to him. Even though we're the same age, he feels older. Before, he was just excellent. Now he's like an old man trapped in a young body. It's just that Rashi-senpai knows a lot. Itachi's tone was calm, though inwardly, he wondered, what was senpai like before? It's fine, Anko said with a pout, then suddenly turned with mock seriousness. But hey, don't rat me out, Itachi. If Rashi-senpai doesn't ask, Itachi replied smoothly. Hey. We're supposed to be good tactical partners. Anko protested. But before she could finish, her head snapped toward the dark forest beside them. Itachi froze mid-movement. The two exchanged a glance, then bolted toward Rashi's direction. Proof. Rashi's calm gaze swept across the 4 masked figures before him, completely ignoring the wolf mask's outstretched hand. The night wind brushed his bangs aside, moonlight carved sharp lines across his face. I haven't received any orders to hand anything over. Behind the wolf mask ANBU, a woman wearing a white cat mask with a tight ponytail barked, we're on an official mission. We don't need to show proof. Hand over the item immediately. Almost before her words faded, the snake mask and tiger mask spread out to either side, their bodies lowering into combat stances. Oh. Rashi's tone rose slightly. Since when could the Umbu command a special jonin of the village, without the Hokage's authorization? Everyone knew the Umbu operated directly under the Hokage. Their authority was high, but within Konoha's chain of command, no one could order a jonin around without a direct mandate from the Hokage, his advisors, or a jonin captain. Not even a special jonin, nor the Umbu themselves. The tension was suffocating. The wolf mask took an involuntary step back. Then, he was gone. A faint afterimage shimmered where Rashi had stood. The next moment, Rashi was in front of the wolf mask. His right fist drew back, chakra compressing the air until it seemed ready to rupture. Too fast. The wolf mask ANBU barely managed to cross his arms in front of his chest, his metal gauntlets locking in place. Bang! A thunderous impact ripped through the forest. The wolf mask's body shot backward like a rag doll, crashing through 2 tree trunks before slamming into the ground. The crunch of cracking bone echoed under the rising dust. After twitching twice, he went still, unconscious. Rashi slowly lowered his fist. Proof. Evidence that you're really Konoha Umbu. His tone was flat, but the pressure behind it was unmistakable. If you can't show proof and still raise your weapons, dying by my hand would be a meaningless death. The white cat mask trembled, both furious and shaken. You dare attack the Umbu? Her voice wavered slightly. Their rules were strict, without their leader's command, none of them could engage a special jonin, especially one from the same village. And their captain was currently lying unconscious in the mud. Suppressing her turmoil, the white cat ANBU adopted a defensive stance. Snake and Tiger tightened their grips on their swords, their eyes cold and wary. I'm not going to repeat myself, Rashi said evenly. His hand rose, forming a seal. If I defeat all of you and report to the Hokage, the fault will be yours, for failing to prove your identity and making reckless demands. At that instant, a dark purple figure appeared atop a tall tree. Anko crouched on a branch, eyes wide as she took in the scene, the masked figures, the fallen wolf Umbu, and Rashi standing motionless amid the wreckage. Umbu. Why are the Umbu here? And why is Rashi fighting them? A chill swept over her as memories surfaced, of being interrogated in a cold, silent room months ago. But this was Rashi. His judgment was never wrong. Even if, no, especially if, it didn't make sense. Without hesitation, Anko began forming hand seals, ready to provide cover. The 3 masked figures realized too late, they were surrounded. Rashi stood before them, unflinching. Anko loomed above, ready to strike. And one more, Itachi, was nowhere in sight. Losing their captain, surrounded, and tactically trapped, their only option was retreat. White Cat clenched her teeth hard enough to draw blood. Then, in one sharp motion, she raised her hands. Her gestures were crisp, precise. Right hand, 4 fingers raised, thumb folded in, leaf. Left hand, sweeping across the wrist, sever shadow. Both hands, interlocked before the chest, Umbu. The emergency hand sign code of Konoha's Umbu. This is proof enough, isn't it? Rashi's expression didn't waver. Hokage's writ. And seal. The air grew heavier. White Cat stiffened. She had identification, but not from the Hokage. Showing it would expose everything. Why was Rashi, just newly promoted by the 3rd Hokage, acting this way? Why was he so sure? When she hesitated too long, Rashi simply lowered his hand and signaled toward Anko's position, retreat. Clear the path. You've proven only that you're Umbu, he said flatly. Go. I'll explain everything to the 3rd Hokage myself. The forest fell silent, save for the whisper of wind and the faint groans of the fallen wolf ANBU. Underneath their masks, the remaining 3 looked grim but didn't argue. White Cat gave a sharp wave. Her teammates lifted the unconscious men, and in a few silent leaps, they vanished into the dark. When the forest grew still again, Anko dropped lightly to the ground, her eyes full of disbelief. Rashi. What just happened? Were those really Umbu? Why did you? They were Umbu, Rashi said quietly. But there's a unit within them that doesn't answer directly to the 3rd Hokage. Anko froze, the implication hitting her like a thrown kunai. Umbu, but not his Umbu. So that was it. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. You're kidding me, Rashi. I'm really not ready to run from Konoha again. Itachi. I'm here, senpai. Itachi emerged silently from the darkness, his Sharingan faintly glinting under the moonlight. Pack up, Rashi ordered, his gaze calm once more. We're leaving. Tonight, we head back to the village. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 57, Chapter. A conflict with the village's Umbu was no small matter, and Rashi was quietly relieved that his 2 teammates stood firmly by his side without a moment's hesitation. Of course, he wouldn't let them carry unnecessary worry either. As they traveled beneath the faint silver light of dawn, Rashi began to explain. The Umbu currently operates with 4 standard squads, 17 members each, including a squad leader. This structure dates back to the 2nd Hokage's era. During the 3rd Hokage's tenure, another unit was added, the Root Division. Anko knew that name all too well. Orochimaru had once worked closely with Danzo, the head of Root. Itachi also knew of them. He'd once encountered Root members during a joint exercise with Shursui. Root follows the same structure as a regular Umbu squad, Rashi continued, his tone level. 17 members, directly commanded by advisor Shimura Danzo. As for that advisor. He paused briefly before offering a measured assessment. He acts without restraint, guided only by what he believes serves the village's interests. Then why did they attack us? Anko blurted, then immediately grimaced. From the looks of things, it was the Umbu who had been on the receiving end. The Wasabi family's commission reward carries considerable importance, Rashi explained calmly. Advisor Shimura likely wanted to secure it before anyone else. He may have intended to hand it to the third Hokage eventually, but not all of it. Having already understood the significance of the ledgers, Rashi could easily deduce Danzo's motives. He wanted to alter the figures, conduct covert trades with the merchant families of Daiport, and skim a portion of the profits. After all, Root's official roster listed only 17 members. There was no way Danzo's true operations could run on that number alone. Extra manpower required extra funding. So the money had to come from somewhere. Anko rubbed her temples, her head starting to ache. Here we go again, all this political stuff. She decided to stop thinking too hard. As long as they could get back to the village safely, that was all that mattered. Couldn't you have just refused them, she asked instead. You actually hit them, Rashi. Won't that cause problems later? To be precise, Rashi said, a faint curve playing at his lips, hitting them was to prevent the situation from escalating. Their style is aggressive. If you take one down at the start, it drastically reduces their combat morale. And by using only my fists, I could control the force. In other words, violence was a preemptive measure. If he'd let them think they held the advantage, they would have pressed harder, and the outcome might have been far worse. When facing people like that, only a stronger show of dominance could keep things within a manageable boundary. Advisor Shimura's methods have always involved applying pressure for his own benefit, Rashi went on. Root is no exception. Strictly speaking, their actions don't align with the village's regulations. So, he concluded, his tone light but his gaze sharp, as long as no one's dead, it's not a big deal. But if they insist on pushing further. His voice dropped to a quiet chill. If they die, they die. Root operates in the shadows, often without punishment. But that also means, Konoha's rules don't truly protect them either. Understand. His eyes swept across both of them, calm yet cutting. Anko forced a nervous laugh. Ha. I totally understand. Wouldn't dream of crossing you. Itachi, however, fell silent, deep in thought. Once the explanation ended, Rashi didn't speak further. The three of them focused on their pace, their figures gliding through the forest like flickering shadows. As the horizon lightened, the familiar silhouette of Konoha's gates finally came into view. When Team 5 arrived at the Hokage building, the third Hokage didn't keep them waiting. Rashi first handed over a detailed written report, then concisely summarized the mission, emphasizing the Black Snake Group's strength and their destruction. Hiruzen refilled his pipe with fresh tobacco, lit it with unhurried hands, and took a slow puff before unrolling the report. His eyes, half hidden by smoke, scanned each line carefully. Confirmed complete. You've done well. His voice, mellow through the drifting haze, carried a faint warmth. From your report, the enemy's strength was considerable. This mission will be upgraded to S-Class. I'll have the mission center recalculate the remuneration accordingly, the exact amount will depend on the Intelligence Division's analysis. He exhaled slowly, his expression softening. You've all worked hard, Rashi, Anko, Itachi. As for the B-Class reconnaissance mission, its certification will proceed once the Intelligence Division completes its review. After finishing those official matters, the third Hokage picked up the thick ledgers that Rashi had brought back. His thumb brushed over the worn cover, but he didn't open them immediately. The Wasabi family's request. This mission was originally meant for the Umbu, but you managed to complete it along the way. A smile tugged faintly at the corners of his lips. Simply granting you an S-Class credit seems insufficient. After a moment's thought, he nodded slightly. Rashi, you're granted special permission to enter the village's Forbidden Jutsu archive and select one jutsu to study. As for Anko and Itachi, each of you may choose one A-Class and one B-Class ninjutsu, or exchange them for equivalent payment. All formalities were settled neatly. Anko, Itachi, you've traveled through the night. Go home and rest, the Hokage said kindly. Then his tone shifted, gentle but firm. Rashi, stay a moment. The two glanced at each other, instantly understanding. It had to be about Root. Since their ranks weren't high enough to be involved, they bowed and quietly exited. The door closed behind them with a soft click. Hiruzen set down his pipe, rose slowly, and stretched his stiff shoulders. You don't mind keeping an old man company for a short walk, do you? He asked with a faint smile. It would be my honor, Rashi replied. The two walked side by side out of the Hokage building. Morning light washed over the awakening streets. Early risers paused to greet their Hokage respectfully, and the old man responded to each one with the same easy warmth that had defined his rule. This was the man who had carried Konoha for decades, no grandeur, no distance, only the steady calm of experience. When you get old as a ninja, sleep doesn't come as easily, he said lightly, his tone half amused, half weary. Since Biwako passed, I rarely go home. I rest here, in the Hokage building. Each morning, I take a walk to see the village wake up. His gaze drifted across the streets, the shops opening one by one, the quiet bustle returning. Back then, Konoha barely had 10,000 people. After so many wars and hardships, the fact that our population still grows, it's something worth celebrating. Rashi matched his pace, silent and attentive. New, capable young shinobi are emerging one after another, Hiruzen went on. I once thought, even if I can't compare to my two senseis, at least I've done my part to move things forward. Especially the fourth Hokage. His voice grew heavier. A faint mist clouded his eyes. When he appeared, I thought, this is it. This is what my teachers dreamed of. He was perfect. A true ninja, and an outstanding Hokage. So young, so full of energy and conviction. I believed he'd finally solve the problems that had lingered for decades under my mediocre hands. He stopped for a moment, his sigh lost in the morning breeze. But in the end, it still fell back to this old body to hold things together. His smile was tinged with self-deprecation. I'm a useless man, really. I can only rely on my comrades, and at times, I have to let Danzo handle the dirty work. He has ambition, far more than I ever did. The Hokage's eyes softened with the ghost of old friendship. I can barely run anymore, but that old warhawk refuses to stop. He turned, studying the young man beside him. Rashi's expression was steady, his eyes clear yet deep. The village still needs him, the Hokage said finally. And from how you handled the Daiport situation, I can tell, you understand that necessity as well. His voice lowered, carrying quiet weight. As for what happened last night, I'll see to it personally. Danzo will receive his reprimand, and he will keep his subordinates in check. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 58, Chapter. Living in Konoha, crossing paths with Danzo was almost a rite of passage, an unavoidable scar one earned simply by existing too long in the village. Rashi had expected this day to come. From the moment he woke to find Hashirama cells coursing through his body, he had quietly prepared himself. A clash with that man was inevitable. He just hadn't expected their first confrontation to arise not from the secret within his body, but over a mission reward. Still, Rashi knew that attacking Root would never earn punishment from the third Hokage. His actions had, in fact, protected the village's interests, which, by extension, meant protecting the Hokage's. Hiruzen's so-called non-interference with Root was nothing new. Even if he himself were targeted for assassination, he would likely bear it in silence, all in the name of maintaining balance after the Nine Tails incident. Compared to that, a failed attempt by Root to seize a few ledgers and getting beaten for it was hardly worth mentioning. However, the third Hokage's words, "I'll reprimand him and order him to control his subordinates," carried real weight. It was a promise, Danzo's side would not act against him again, and if they did, the Hokage would step in. As for what kind of intervention that might be, Rashi had no illusions. Hiruzen's support was always conditional, measured by the individual's own strength. As Hokage, he could ensure that the village's conventional forces wouldn't become an obstacle. But beyond that, one's survival depended entirely on one's own power. Uchiha Shisui was the clearest example. The third Hokage had given him full authority to handle the clan crisis, and yet, when Shisui gambled against Danzo, he never anticipated his opponent's hidden trump card, Izanagi. He lost his eye, and then his life. Unable to use Koto Amatsukami to stop the Uchiha coup, Shisui chose suicide, entrusting everything to Itachi in a desperate final act of loyalty. And what did the third Hokage do? Nothing. Had Shisui won that gamble and contained the Uchiha rebellion his own way, Hiruzen would have praised him, suppressed Root, and silenced all dissent. But he failed, and so his death became the necessary price for Danzo's continued authority. If someone like Shisui, who wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan, could be discarded so easily, then Rashi had no reason to think he'd be treated differently. He didn't know how much spirit the Hiruzen had once possessed, but he could see clearly that the aging Hiruzen had only one belief left: stability. Endure. Wait. Let the Jinchuriki grow. Let the next generation rise. After returning to the village, Rashi slept half the day at his old home. When he awoke, Grandmama Mocha was out, a rare occurrence. She'd left food behind, so Rashi ate a simple meal to chase away the lingering fatigue. Then he left a note saying he'd be eating out that evening and changed into casual clothes. He had promised to treat his team to a meal after their return, and to take care of their damaged protective gear. The mission reward hadn't yet been distributed, so for now, the captain would pay up front. That, after all, was part of the job. Still, he realized with a sigh that, thanks to the Danzo debacle, he'd forgotten to ask if the cost of replacement gear could be reimbursed. The upgraded S-rank mission meant a reward starting at 1,000,000 Ryo, plus the B-rank portion. Not bad at all, but whether or not reimbursement applied was another matter entirely. Rashi decided to visit the administration office later to clarify. The team dinner was set at Anko's small apartment. The Senju residence was too far, and the Uchiha compound wasn't exactly nearby either, so the neutral ninja apartments made the most sense. By the time Rashi arrived around 3 in the afternoon, Itachi was already inside, polite as ever, and, of course, bearing a gift. Rashi didn't need to look, the sweet smell told him it was dango. This time, however, Rashi came empty-handed. Anko, opening the door, immediately circled around him with exaggerated suspicion. "Captain, where's your gift? Didn't bring one." "How rude, Rashi. Last time you remembered, now you've joined the team and think you can slack off. Should I rejoin Team 5 again, huh?" Her voice was teasing, the bitterness from before completely gone since their mission at Dayport. "I'm paying for dinner tonight." "That should count," Rashi replied dryly. In that case, I'll allow it." At the table sat 3 neatly divided portions of dango. The 2 had clearly waited for him, and for dango lovers, that was the greatest sign of respect. Anko plopped down beside him. "Itachi, the captain didn't bring a gift, so he's buying dinner." "Compensation." Itachi blinked, unsure why this needed to be said again. Anko sighed inwardly. Kids. They just don't get 14-year-old adult humor. "Hokage-sama, what did he say about the root situation?" Anko asked, her teasing tone fading into concern. Though Rashi had explained briefly on the way back, the thought of Danzo's involvement still made her uneasy. "Nothing much. He said he'd reprimand them." Rashi kept it simple. Anko relaxed a little. So that was it, a reminder that sometimes, direct and decisive action truly could resolve things faster. Itachi, however, fell silent, lost in thought. After returning home, his father, Fugaku, had questioned him in detail about the mission. Itachi hadn't mentioned his injuries, nor the golden-haired woman he'd encountered. But he knew who she was. That chakra, that medical ninjutsu. It could only have been Tsunade Senju herself. Still, a promise was a promise. But Fugaku's parting words echoed in his mind. He had asked Itachi to gauge Rashi's attitude toward the Uchiha clan. The fact that Rashi had accepted Itachi into Team 5 at all was, in Fugaku's eyes, a sign of goodwill, perhaps even an opportunity. If that bridge failed, they would have to find another way. These thoughts weighed on him even as he followed his teammates through the village, first to the Aoki Ninja tool shop, where Rashi covered the bill this time. Anko exchanged her damaged purple trench coat for a cream-colored one. It suited her surprisingly well. Rashi gave Itachi a few calm suggestions on adjusting his armor's thickness based on combat habits. Dinner came next. Then, disbandment. "Itachi, you've got something to ask me," Rashi said quietly. Even Anko noticed, giving them both a knowing grin before waving goodbye and vanishing down the street. The street lamps flickered to life, stretching their shadows long across the cobblestones. The evening breeze carried the faint scent of rain. "Senpai," Itachi finally asked, his voice steady but low, "about the Uchiha clan, how do you see them? And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 59, Chapter. Rashi didn't respond right away. Instead, he wandered until he found a quiet park, sat down on a swing, and began to sway gently, his toes brushing the ground. Itachi followed in silence, taking a seat on a nearby bench. For a long while, neither spoke. Rashi's thoughts drifted, not to the present, but to his origins. An old clan. Old blood. Once proud, now diminished. He'd seen the same story unfold countless times in his previous life, families and corporations clinging to fading glory, hollow inside but still unwilling to let go. The Senju situation, however, was even more tangled. The clan head had once voluntarily split, dividing both movable and immovable property, with one condition: those who left had to change their surname. The ones who stayed kept the ancestral home and whatever assets remained. Had the 2 Senju brothers lived longer, the clan would have completely scattered. But after their deaths, those who had changed their names, no longer shielded by the authority of a Hokage, grew uneasy. Inevitably, they drifted back toward the only remnant of the old Senju estate, rallying around the last surviving elder. Rashi had only begun to understand the full picture after receiving that recommendation letter, and from Fugaku's probing words during his meeting in the Uchiha district. Then came Tsunade, her attitude, her words, and the Shikatsu forest summoning contract she'd given him. Together, they confirmed one thing beyond doubt: in the eyes of others, he might, no, probably did, represent the current Senju. But could he really bear that title? He'd never even met the others. Grandmama Mocha's stance had been clear: stay out of clan affairs. Yet, could he truly remain uninvolved? Perhaps not. Ever since Senju Hashirama, nothing symbolized the clan's power more than would release. Yamato's abilities came from an outside experiment, but Rashi was a genuine Senju. If he displayed his strength, and revealed would release, he could become the clan's new representative. Should he, though? That question had already been answered at Dayport. Circumstances left him no room for idleness. The swing's slow creak filled the air before Rashi finally broke the silence. "Itachi," he said, voice cutting through the stillness, "what do you think the Uchiha's biggest problem is right now?" "Arrogance," Itachi answered instantly. Rashi chuckled, a quiet, almost out-of-place sound in the empty park. "Arrogance has never been the problem." He stopped swinging and planted his feet firmly on the ground. "Let's look at it from another angle, Itachi. How many departments does Konoha actually have?" Itachi frowned slightly but answered without hesitation. "The administration department, the umbu, the medical department, the education department, the interrogation department, and the military police force. Below those, the analysis squad and the sealing squad report directly to the Hokage's office." "And your ninja registration number?" Rashi asked. 012110. "Then, up to your generation, Konoha has registered 12,110 ninja." Rashi's tone was almost conversational. 6 departments, Itachi. Out of more than 12,000 ninja across all clans and decades of history, only 6 institutions hold direct political power in the village. His gaze turned sharp. "And the Uchiha control one of them, the military police force. The military police force is no small thing, Itachi. It's 1/6 of Konoha's core authority." The realization struck Itachi like silent thunder. He had never seen it that way. Until now, he'd always blamed the Uchiha's arrogance for their isolation, the reason they had no allies in the village, the reason they'd been pushed to the outskirts after the Nine-Tails attack. He despised their blindness, their pride in the face of crisis. But, that was all because of the second Hokage. He murmured, his voice rough. "The military police force was both reward and punishment," Rashi said softly. "A gift of glory for the clan that helped found the village but could never claim the Hokage's seat. It immortalized their pride, and their cage." He leaned back, eyes narrowing. "Since the Second Great Ninja War, tell me, who have been Konoha's shining heroes?" Itachi didn't even need to think. "The third Hokage, the Sannin, White Fang, and the Yellow Flash." "Exactly." Rashi's tone was mild, but his words cut deep. "And among the Uchiha? Aside from Shursui of the Body Flicker and Obito, who died at Kanobi Bridge before his name spread, there's been no one." He paused. When Fugaku finally led the military police to the front lines against Iwagakure, the war was already ending, thanks to Minato Namikaze. Itachi's eyes dimmed as understanding set in. "The Uchiha's glory has long faded," Rashi continued. "Dimmed by generations of new heroes, and sealed further by the incident 3 years ago." Seeing the flicker of pain cross Itachi's face, Rashi offered a small, almost gentle smile. "It's natural, really. The military police's duty is to maintain order within the village. They're not meant for the battlefield. The second Hokage didn't just restrict them, he built them a cage of gold and called it honor." He exhaled softly. "And the Uchiha accepted it. They took pride in it." He glanced toward the night sky. During the second Hokage's reign, Uchiha Setsuna attempted rebellion and was subdued by the Umbu. But instead of punishment, Tobirama strengthened their autonomy, expanded the police force, gave them jurisdiction, power, and walls. Bound by those walls, the Uchiha became both enforcers and outcasts, tasked with policing other ninja, inevitably earning resentment. And with their naturally proud temperament, such hostility only hardened their arrogance and isolation further. It was a perfect trap, a cycle impossible to break. So when the Uchiha fell, few clans mourned. Itachi's voice trembled faintly. "Then, is there really no way left?" Rashi turned toward him, eyes steady. "Of course there is. Tobirama didn't design a prison without an exit. The police force itself is a form of political capital, a ready-made platform. The key lies in whether the Uchiha have the will to reclaim it." A small spark lit in Itachi's gaze. Rashi placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. "The Uchiha's path isn't a dead end, Itachi. Their opportunity has always been in their own hands. No outsider can dictate it. He withdrew his hand, voice lowering. How the Uchiha survive, or transform, that's for the Uchiha themselves to decide. He smiled faintly. So to answer your question, Itachi, I have no opinion about your clan. Because the only opinions that matter must come from within it. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 60, Chapter. Of course, claiming he had no opinion would have been a lie. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have spent nights studying the Uchiha's predicament. But Rashi lived by one rule: anything gained too easily was rarely worth much. He wanted to help, yes. But that didn't mean he would go out of his way to curry favor. It would only hold meaning if the Uchiha sought him out of their own will. He walked home under the quiet wash of evening. Grandma Momoka had also returned. But tonight, she wasn't sitting on the porch sipping tea, nor tending to her flowers. She simply stood under the old tree in the yard, motionless, as though lost in thought. Grandma. Rashi. She didn't turn around. You're back. Yes. Today, Momoka's voice was soft and faint. I went to visit Kaji, Hayami, and the others. Tori from the mission center mentioned that your Team 5 completed an S-rank mission, and performed brilliantly. Rashi blinked, puzzled for a moment, then the meaning settled in. You still can't let go. Tsunade had asked him the same question once. He hadn't answered her then either. There's nothing to let go of, Grandma, Rashi said quietly, stepping up beside her. It's just, not the time to stand still. He wasn't the original Rashi, the one who valued the Senju name and wanted to restore its glory. He was simply reacting to circumstance. If he'd been reborn in Boruto's era, he probably would have taken it easy, sleep, snack, and wait for the next generation of demigods to fix everything. Otsutsuki. Gods. That was above his pay grade. At most, maybe he'd try to become Naruto's brother-in-law. A sister-in-law like Hinata sounded like a pleasant bonus. But now, there was still something left to do. A chance, however small, to matter. Momoka lowered her head, her wrinkled fingers brushing the coarse bark of the tree. When she'd received the mission reports about Rashi, she had understood. The quiet flame in the boy's eyes, it hadn't gone out. Despite everything she had wished for him, he had chosen not to stay out of the storm. Wouldn't it be better to just live peacefully? To find a simple job in the village, stay close to her, the only family she had left. The courtyard sank into silence. Only the chirping of autumn insects filled the night. After a long pause, Momoka finally said, Tomorrow, Kaji and Hayami will return. You should go see them. They were the ones who wrote your recommendation letter last time. With that, she turned slowly and made her way toward the softly lit room. Her back, framed by the shadows of the porch, looked smaller than ever. Rashi remained still, his throat tightening. He couldn't even manage a simple, please rest early. At the edge of the Uchiha compound. Itachi, what's wrong? You look shaken. Itachi didn't answer. He stood just beyond the entrance, gazing up at the familiar rooftops outlined by lantern light, so close, yet impossibly distant. This was his home. And his prison. Another presence appeared beside him. Shursui didn't speak. He simply joined Itachi, both of them staring into the silent compound. The sounds of life drifted faintly from within, children's laughter, muffled voices, only making the stillness outside more unbearable. Time stretched. Just when Shursui thought Itachi wouldn't speak again, a low, hoarse whisper broke through the night breeze. Shursui. I can't see any hope. Shursui's chest tightened. He turned sharply to look at his friend, and froze. In Itachi's eyes, 3 Tomo gleamed. 3 Tomo Sharingan. But hadn't his mission gone smoothly? The whole village had been celebrating the 8-year-old Uchiha who completed an S-rank mission. Had someone died? Did something happen? Shursui's voice was taut. Father wanted me to learn Rashi-senpai's views as soon as possible, Itachi murmured. I asked him for his opinion just now. The result, clearly, hadn't been what Fugaku hoped for. Shursui sighed quietly. The Uchiha's search for understanding, for recognition, was a long and painful road. It's all right, Itachi. Shursui gripped his shoulder firmly. Rashi-kun is open-minded. Give it time. Things will change. It's not like that, Shursui. Itachi's interruption was soft but heavy. Senpai wasn't malicious. He only revealed the truth. He closed his eyes. He wants me to find a path. But I can't see one, Shursui. He realized now that Rashi had already warned him, back at the barbecue restaurant. He just hadn't understood then. Maybe it was too late. Maybe understanding didn't matter anymore. He hadn't told his father what he'd learned tonight. What would be the point? Fugaku couldn't change anything. At every clan meeting, Itachi had seen it, his father's helpless silence before the furious voices of his kin. He had long since realized that his father wasn't omnipotent. Fugaku was a strong, capable ninja, calm and disciplined, but not the kind of leader who could overturn fate. Shisui knew it too. That was why he kept his distance, preferring to act alone rather than get tangled in the clan's internal politics. But now, seeing the despair hollowing Itachi's eyes, Shisui made a decision. This couldn't go on. He grabbed Itachi's cold wrist and turned toward the compound. Let's go. You need to rest, and I need to talk to your father. Itachi didn't resist. He let himself be led through the familiar alleys, avoiding the few Uchiha still awake. Shisui moved fast. They reached the clan head's mansion. Brother. A small figure darted from the doorway, Sasuke. His face lit up, but he froze the instant he saw Itachi's expression. Before he could reach him, Mikoto appeared and caught him gently by the shoulders. Mom, brother's back. Sasuke, be good. Her voice was calm, but her eyes never left Itachi. Your brother's very tired. Go to your room, all right. But. Mikoto's hand was firm but gentle as she led Sasuke away. Then only Fugaku remained. He glanced at Shisui, then at Itachi. Without a word, he turned and walked into the inner room, settling cross-legged on the tatami. Shisui led Itachi in and quietly shut the paper door behind them. He didn't ask what had happened. He could feel it in the air, the weight of something irreversible. Silence thickened until Itachi finally looked up. In his crimson eyes, 3 tomo swirled slowly, like a storm restrained by will. I have understood Rashi-senpai's stance, as father wished, he said quietly. Then he met Fugaku's gaze, Sharingan to Sharingan. And this is his answer. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 61, Fugaku's Humiliation. Speaking with the Sharingan was an Uchiha custom, only those with equal tomo had the right to speak as equals. Fugaku had seen it. He had witnessed the scene of Rashi and Itachi conversing. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were just a pair of ordinary, weary black eyes. I understand. I'll handle the rest. Then he rose to his feet, preparing to leave. Clan head. Shisui began, as if to speak, but Fugaku only gave him a glance. This isn't something you can decide. I'll think it over, and discuss it later. Itachi remained silent. He already understood what that meant. What else could his father say? Kaji Anju was a mild-looking middle-aged man with glasses and a scholarly air, the vice-captain of the sealing squad. Hayami Shigeru, in contrast, was always smiling, holding a modest position as a section chief in the administrative department. Neither held great power, but both had respectable influence in their own circles. The meeting wasn't about anything critical, just polite conversation, a few compliments from the elder, and a few nods and smiles in return. Though they weren't particularly close, they had met before at the old residence, so there was no awkwardness. Momoka merely brewed tea quietly for the 3 men, listening without speaking. After the guests left, she began arranging the next meeting. Most of those who think about these things are people with stable positions in the village's departments, Momoka said as she wiped the last teacup dry and set it down softly. They rarely go to the front lines anymore, so they have time to organize matters like this. Listen to them. If they truly wish to act, you can make use of their enthusiasm. But if trouble arises, don't take it to heart. The clan, after all, no longer exists. Her voice grew faint. Everyone has their own family now, and that's what they'll protect first. She feared Rashi might treat these people too earnestly, expecting loyalty that no longer existed. That path would only lead to disappointment. But Rashi had already anticipated as much. In his previous life, families and clans were much the same, connected only when convenient, self-serving when not. True desperation bound no one anymore. All he needed was for them to speak at crucial moments. Those who had long changed their names, who no longer cared about the title Senju, might, when the time came, subconsciously lean toward the direction he represented. Add to that the ordinary villagers and shinobi without strong allegiances, and their combined voices could form a current, a power of public opinion that could not be ignored. After the guests left, Rashi gathered his thoughts. The village had granted him access to the Forbidden Jutsu Library, a chance to select one jutsu. He planned to visit today. But as he stepped out of the old courtyard gate, his steps halted. Clan head Fugaku. The men standing under a cherry blossom tree slowly turned and approached. He had clearly been waiting, long enough to see Kaji Anju and Hayami Shigeru both enter and leave. Fugaku, dressed in Jonin attire, likely came straight from the police HQ. Rashi opened his mouth to offer a polite invitation inside, but the clan head didn't look toward the residence. Instead, he turned wordlessly and walked toward the small grove behind it. Rashi sighed inwardly. I get it, you want to talk in private. But couldn't you just say, can we talk? Is normal conversation that difficult? Rashi-kun, Fugaku finally spoke, his tone calm but heavy. Does the Senju intend to re-establish? He had likely been thinking about this all night. Perhaps this was what he believed Rashi had suggested to Itachi, a plan to gather the scattered Senju once more, using the Uchiha's strength to revive the clan. And through that, the Uchiha would also gain. It made sense in theory. As one of the founding clans of the village, the Senju could reclaim an independent administrative branch, balancing the Uchiha's monopoly over the police force. And with the current leadership, all disciples of the second Hokage, the Senju's demands would be impossible to refuse outright and difficult to oppose directly. It was, on paper, a perfect opportunity for the Uchiha and Senju to unite again. But Rashi only smiled faintly. You actually thought that far, it's logical, I'll give you that. But reality doesn't work that cleanly. First of all, the remaining Senju didn't need rebuilding. Their interests were already secure through individual ties in the upper echelons of the village. Reformation would only mean new restrictions, obligations, and conflict. Second, what resources could they even offer now? The clan lands had long been divided, its wealth scattered. Why would anyone rejoin a clan that offered neither protection nor profit? Even if it were forced, the outcome would only be a hollow, half-hearted clan that would soon collapse, a mockery of the Senju name. No, it was better to stay as they were. If they truly wished to strengthen connections, forming an association under the Senju name would be faster, more practical, and face far less resistance. But the fact that Fugaku brought this up, did he still not see reality clearly? No, Rashi said plainly. The Senju will not re-establish. Fugaku's brows furrowed instantly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Rashi-kun, there's no need to be cautious with me. The Uchiha. Clan head Fugaku, Rashi interrupted quietly, I'm not being cautious. I'm simply being honest. The older man fell silent, unable to find the right words. Rashi sighed inwardly again. If there's nothing else, please excuse me. I have other matters to attend to. He turned to leave, but Fugaku's voice stopped him. I don't want things to end in disaster. Only through cooperation between the Uchiha and Senju can we move toward a better future. You must think so too, Rashi-kun. Otherwise, why say those things to Itachi? If the Uchiha and the village continue like this, Fugaku said firmly, it will only lead to heavy losses for both sides. Rashi paused. Then, softly, almost amusedly, he exhaled a laugh through his nose. Heh. Uchiha Fugaku, forgive my rudeness, he said, turning back. The calmness on his face finally broke, revealing a look of disbelief tinged with pity. Where do you find the confidence to say both sides would suffer? If the village were truly unprepared, maybe. But Konoha's leadership had always been vigilant. The Uchiha's power, though formidable, revolved around the police force, one Mangekyo user at best, maybe two. Rashi referred to Shirsui's Mangekyo, and Fugaku's rumored one. And even then, would Shirsui use his eyes for the clan, or against it? In such a case, which other clans would side with the Uchiha? And lurking in the shadows, there was still Uchiha Obito, the one who truly wished for the Uchiha's destruction. If a rebellion broke out, it wouldn't be a mutual loss. It would be annihilation. The village would lose a powerful clan, and the Uchiha would cease to exist. If calling you by your full name offends you, bear with it for now. Because tell me, Uchiha Fugaku, where does your clan find the confidence to demand change without giving anything in return? By sending a few people to negotiate and expecting the Hokage's decree to erase all suspicion. To make the villagers suddenly forget their resentment. The truth is simple, Rashi's voice sharpened. In this village, only the Uchiha monopolize an entire core department. The others have none. The Nine-Tails attack left deep scars, and the Sharingan that controlled it, where did it come from? To this day, there's still no answer. Neither of those wounds has healed. In this situation. His tone dropped, each word landing heavily. How can the Uchiha clan's situation possibly improve? Fugaku stood there in silence, his expression ashen, chest rising and falling faintly. In his eyes swirled a mix of anger, humiliation, and, buried deep beneath it, confusion. Even he hadn't realized how much he'd been grasping at illusions. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 62, Rashi's Ultimatum. I've been secretly investigating the fourth Hokage's death, Fugaku said at last, his tone unreadable. But so far, there have been no results. His expression flickered, conflict, doubt, restraint, before settling back into that familiar Uchiha calm. When he finally spoke again, his voice was smoother and calmer. Rashi simply nodded. Whether Fugaku truly had no leads or was concealing something didn't matter. He already understood the situation, and knew that neither of them could afford to speak the full truth aloud. The only issue they could touch upon was the Konoha military police force. Relinquishing control of the police force is something the clan members will never accept. That wasn't arrogance, it was the web of interests too deeply entangled. The military police force wasn't some hollow title or troublesome burden, its authority was woven into the very fabric of Konoha's governance. Village laws and regulations, especially those concerning commerce and daily life, were set by the higher-ups in principle. But in practice, a single directive from the police force could stop any merchant, inside or outside the village, dead in their tracks. Maintaining public order was only the surface, their power ran deeper. The arrest of people with criminal tendencies was often subjective. If the police force believed you were suspicious, then you were. Appeals had to go through the Hokage, an advisor, or a police captain. Aside from the Umbu and Root, every other department operated under their shadow. Even as clan head, Fugaku admitted, I can't force the Uchiha to withdraw from the police force. He paused, then added quietly, doing so would only make them rebel sooner. By cannot, Rashi asked evenly, you mean you can't make them completely relinquish control? Precisely. As expected of the Uchiha, unyielding, absolute in every thought and deed. Then what about letting others join? Rashi suggested, watching closely. For a moment, Fugaku's rigid posture eased, and the edge in his expression softened. If the village is willing to provide funding for new personnel, he replied, we could consider adding a squad. He wouldn't take even the smallest loss. Rashi almost laughed aloud in disbelief. The Uchiha needed to bleed to survive, to yield, to breathe, to recover. This wasn't about the village spending more to strengthen their grasp over power. And even if he had the authority as a special jonin to propose such a plan, Rashi would never be foolish enough to do so. More funding, more personnel. He could already see the outcome. The newcomers would be ostracized, cornered, and pushed out under reasonable pretenses, only to be replaced by Uchiha again. Even if Fugaku resisted that internal pressure, the result would backfire entirely, deepening hostility instead of easing it. If you bring those terms to negotiation, Rashi said coldly, it'll be meaningless. He met Fugaku's gaze directly. Since we've come this far, I'll ask plainly, clan head Fugaku, can you make room within the existing police force roster? Fugaku fell silent. Dismiss a few unqualified clan members. Possible. But their seats would simply be filled by new Uchiha. With the clan's growing population, there were already too few positions to satisfy everyone. Internal rotation was a long-standing practice. But dismissing Uchiha to bring in outsiders? That would ignite chaos. Yet, the path this young man proposed, was it perhaps worth trying? I can try, Fugaku said after a pause. But it will take time. Can you guarantee it will actually work? If not, this move could become a fuse, igniting years of suppressed resentment, driving the radicals to cast him aside as a weak leader, and plunge the clan into open rebellion. Then there would be no turning back. That was why Fugaku, even while aware of the danger, had chosen to remain balanced on the edge, neither with nor against the radicals. He couldn't abandon his people. And so, he could never afford to appear opposed to them. Rashi closed his eyes, taking a slow breath to calm the storm in his chest. If you proceed like this, clan head Fugaku, he said softly, you won't succeed. Forcing it will only make things worse. A flicker of anger crossed Fugaku's eyes. Compile detailed information on every member of the military police force, their backgrounds, abilities, positions, and have Itachi deliver it to me. Fugaku froze. That request was tantamount to betrayal. If you can't even do that much, Rashi continued, his voice quiet but cutting, then from this moment on, consider me an enemy. He didn't acknowledge the fury rising in Fugaku's eyes. A faint, weary thought crossed his mind, he missed Wasabi Jirocho. The man's strength was mediocre, but his competence and decisiveness had never been in question. Compared to that, Fugaku might be a skilled ninja, but as the head of the Uchiha, he was a small talent burdened with a great responsibility. Rashi didn't wait for a reply. He turned and walked away, his figure vanishing into the forest's shadows, leaving Fugaku alone beneath the moonlight. It was still early. He could still visit the Forbidden Jutsu archive. The paperwork had already been approved. The archive's caretaker, a stern-faced middle-aged ninja, checked his identification and the third Hokage's authorization before silently handing him the catalog. Rashi didn't hesitate. He already knew what he was looking for. After spending some time dealing with the Uchiha's problems, his mind inevitably drifted to Uchiha Obito, and his Kamui. In terms of pure ability, Kamui was nearly untouchable, but if the intelligence was clear, there might be a way to trap him. To counter him, Rashi needed something that could match spacetime ninjutsu, even if imperfectly. And there was one such technique, the Flying Thunder God. It was brilliant, but brutally demanding. Rashi knew it wasn't his style. Not because he lacked spatial aptitude, anyone capable of summoning could manage that much, but because it demanded sensory ability far beyond the ordinary. One had to feel the chakra mark left behind as naturally as one's own heartbeat. Tobarama Senju, who created it, and Minato Namikaze, who perfected it, were both monsters in that regard. It also required reflexes and vision that bordered on the superhuman. In the end, the Flying Thunder God simply didn't suit his combat approach. But he didn't need mastery, just the core function, to leave a mark, sense it, and move instantly. Forbidden jutsu scrolls couldn't be removed from the archive. They could only be studied within the sealed chambers. He pushed open the door of a study room, a long table, a single chair, and ceiling barriers shimmering faintly along the walls. Rashi sat down, unrolled the scroll, and began to read. For the sake of a stable future, today's hard work would begin. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 63, Flying Thunder God. After 2 days secluded in the Forbidden Jutsu room, Rashi had finally grasped a basic understanding of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. At its core lay the Flying Thunder God formula. Only by mastering that intricate mark could one perform true spatial transfer, moving instantly to any location where the formula had been placed. Learning the formula required proficiency with curse seals, not the twisted kind developed by Orochimaru, but the traditional ones, like Danzo's tongue restriction seal. They allowed chakra to be embedded directly into a target through physical contact. To proceed further, one also needed a solid grasp of basic sealing formulas. The jutsu's activation depended on few things: sensing the formula, locking onto it, and then performing instantaneous teleportation through space. But for Rashi, this part presented a unique difficulty. He couldn't rely on the inherited memories of his previous body. That vessel had lived only 14 years, and mastering as many elemental ninjutsu as it had was already a miracle. The rest, Rashi would have to learn himself. While Rashi buried himself in his studies, Itachi had regained his composure. His face was once again calm, devoid of the slightest ripple. The Uchiha clan's prodigy, Fugaku's eldest son, Sasuke's brother, he wore his serenity like a mask once more. But that afternoon, the Itachi who appeared by the Naka River was not a genius or clan heir. He was just a boy meeting a friend. Uchiha Izumi, 8 years old like him, sat by his side. Her long brown hair cascaded like silk, a small teardrop mole resting beneath her right eyelid. She was still a student at the Ninja Academy. She quietly studied him. "Itachi, you're in a bad mood." "I'm sorry, right now, I suppose I am." He didn't need to pretend in front of Izumi. As a friend, he could let down his guard. Even the way he ate his dango was absent-minded. "Did something happen?" she asked softly. "Something I can't fix, no matter what I do." Izumi tilted her head, studying his expression. "So even perfect geniuses get troubled like normal people." "I'm not a genius." Itachi lowered his gaze, his fingers rolling the skewer between them. "I just know a few ninjutsu." The more he experienced, the clearer it became. The jutsu and lessons of the past felt powerless against truly complex dilemmas. He wasn't talented, just efficient at fighting and killing. "Well," Izumi said, "I don't know what geniuses do when they have problems, but ordinary people like me ask our moms or teachers. It doesn't help to just worry by yourself, Itachi." She didn't understand the scale of his burdens, how could she? But her words, born of simple kindness, carried a warmth logic couldn't provide. "Parents, teachers." Itachi's gaze drifted toward the shimmering water. "Don't you have a senpai you trust?" Izumi asked suddenly, her eyes brightening. "Sure sway." Itachi gave a faint, bitter smile. "Even he's struggling with the same storm." "I mean your captain. You talk about him a lot." "Senpai." Itachi murmured. His voice grew softer, nearly lost to the breeze. "Senpai told me to think for myself." A sudden prick of pain drew his attention. He turned to see Izumi pouting, retracting the skewer she had used to poke his cheek. "Listen, Itachi," she said with mock sternness, "when a senpai tells you to think for yourself, it means you do think, but if you still can't figure it out, then you go ask. What else would you do?" She bit into a dango with mock seriousness. "You make things way too hard for yourself." "But go ask him again." Izumi interrupted. "If he's really someone you trust, he won't mind." Itachi blinked. "Can I really?" But her confidence was contagious. Slowly, he stood, his movements lighter than before. "Thank you, Izumi." He bowed slightly. "No matter what, I'll ask him. Even if it seems presumptuous, it's better than being stuck." If I bring a small gift, perhaps Senpai will forgive the intrusion. When Itachi stepped into the Uchiha compound, he didn't expect to see his father at home. Fugaku sat in the inner room, several documents spread neatly before him. Itachi quickly composed himself, concealing the faint trace of warmth that lingered from his talk with Izumi. The heir to the clan could not show emotion so easily. Fugaku looked up at the sound of his son's footsteps. His gaze lingered for a moment before he calmly rolled up the papers, each motion deliberate. He had deliberately ignored Itachi's emotional outburst that night. It was natural for anyone's mind to waver after awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and besides, his son had recovered his composure afterward. But now, Fugaku studied him quietly, as if weighing something in his mind. Itachi, he said finally, there's something I need to ask you. Yes, father. Fugaku had been deliberating for a long time. He couldn't simply hand over the police force personnel list because someone asked, but that person had offered an idea far better than any plan Fugaku himself had conceived. If the Uchiha could form alliances with other clans by conceding a few positions in the military police force, then even if the village turned hostile, Konoha's leadership would have to think twice before acting. And perhaps, the Uchiha's long-cherished dream could finally take shape. If one of their own became Hokage, it would vindicate their power, restoring the clan's dignity. Rebellion was always the final resort. Rashi's words had made Fugaku confront a harsh truth: the village's suspicion of the Uchiha ran deep. Even with his Mangekyo hidden, overthrowing the third Hokage and his allies in a single strike was near impossible. And if the village had already prepared countermeasures, if Jiraiya was still lurking, and Tsunade might return, then a premature uprising would only lead to annihilation. Given all that, perhaps yielding a few positions was acceptable, as long as Uchiha leadership remained intact. But that raised new questions: what to do with the clan members displaced from the police force? Offer stipends. From which funds? The Uchiha had many mouths to feed, and not all could serve. Supporting idle members indefinitely would be unsustainable. Yet if he gave stipends only to those removed, resentment would fester among the rest. And if he offered nothing at all, the discontent would boil over. Should I use the Mangekyo? Fugaku frowned, unable to settle his thoughts. Rashi's calm yet distrustful gaze echoed in his memory. He wasn't afraid of a 14-year-old special jonin, but the forces behind that boy carried the weight of the long-dormant Senju will. Refusal would mean war. Under these conditions, it was just a personnel list: names, ranks, records. No secret techniques, no classified missions. It might be worth seeing what the men intended to do with it. Still, a direct decision was dangerous. If Rashi proved untrustworthy, the clan could suffer. So, Fugaku placed the decision in the hands of his son. Itachi, he said slowly, do you trust your captain? With his perception, Itachi wouldn't misjudge someone he'd observed this long. Captain Rashi is an exceptional leader, Itachi replied. He always forces his enemies to fight on ground of his choosing. That was the Uchiha way to express trust, through acknowledgement of strength and ability. Fugaku nodded. It was high praise, especially from his eldest son. He had always believed in Itachi's potential, his brilliance in battle, his calm judgment, his awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan. This was a child who would one day surpass him. Tomorrow, Fugaku said finally, you will deliver a document to your captain. This matter requires absolute secrecy. I will have Shursui accompany you in the shadows. Yes, father. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 64, First Move on the Board. This is the personnel data of the military police force. When Rashi opened the file before Itachi, the young man's eyes twitched slightly. He could see everything inside without obstruction. Has father already come to an agreement with you, Captain? Itachi's gaze lowered. Personnel data, so it's a purge. How did you convince him to agree? No, if it's you, then you must have offered a plan he couldn't refuse. Dealing with the police force inevitably meant a purge. The most obstinate members would never relinquish their authority, even if the clan's survival depended on it. Will the village take action? Or the Senju? Regardless, with the captain involved, the Uchiha clan wouldn't end up cornered. Captain. If cooperation is needed, I'm willing to take part. It will be, Rashi nodded, but not yet. I still need to study the specifics. Compared to Fugaku, who often meandered and never reached the point, Itachi was direct, efficient, and had already worked alongside Rashi on 2 missions. Receiving his answer, Itachi quietly closed his eyes. This was necessary. To preserve the Uchiha clan, something had to be sacrificed. Captain, during our first mission, you told me this: if those villagers had purged themselves the moment they noticed the signs, would the losses not have been fewer? Giving up the police force to secure the clan's future, it was a trade worth making, far better than facing complete annihilation. Rashi examined the personnel data, dividing it neatly into 3 categories. Radicals, roughly 30% of the total. Zealous believers in the creed, everything for Uchiha. They saw the village and other clans as enemies and would stop at nothing to advance their ideals. Conservatives, about 20%. They, too, cherished the Uchiha's honor but leaned toward rational negotiation, believing in improving their position through diplomacy and controlled displays of strength. These were the ones worth persuading. They could be approached one by one, showing the advantages, framing outsiders' inclusion as forging allies, and paving the Uchiha's future. Promise them influence in the new order. Ordinary members, the remaining half. They relied on the clan's stability, followed the prevailing current, and had no firm political stance. These were the easiest to manage. As long as their livelihoods weren't too disturbed, they wouldn't resist fiercely. The real threat lay with the radicals, unyielding, prideful, and unwilling to surrender any piece of their authority, especially the police force. Many had long set the tone for rebellion. Rashi already had countermeasures prepared. Still, this list represented Fugaku's personal assessment, and given his bias, there were bound to be errors. Perhaps those conservatives were more extreme than he believed. Perhaps the ordinary majority was smaller than 50%. After gathering his thoughts, Rashi closed the file and returned it to Itachi. I already have a general direction, but it can't be executed based solely on paper intelligence. His words didn't discourage Itachi. He simply accepted the data and waited. Itachi, Rashi said evenly, I suspect your father won't fully accept my plan. I understand, Captain. Please tell me what you need me to do. I want you to use this data to confirm 2 groups. First, those who are completely uncompromising, true extremists within the police force. Second, those who are relatively open to negotiation. Itachi nodded. If there's an opportunity, should we eliminate some of them? Rashi glanced at the boy's calm, expressionless face, and understood. No, Itachi. In this plan, you don't need to kill your clansmen. They haven't crossed that line yet. He paused. Also, you'll need to bring a summary of this plan back to your father. Tell him I require time to convince the 3rd Hokage to approve the transfer of elite Uchiha Shinobi into the Umbu. Once that happens, some vacancies in the police force will naturally open up. As for how to persuade the others, Rashi said with a faint smile, tell Fugaku this. Everything is for the glory of the Uchiha. The clan's finest must stand among the Umbu, hidden in the shadows of Konoha. To achieve this, outsiders must temporarily enter the police force. Endure for now, for the sake of the Uchiha's rebirth. As Rashi spoke, Itachi's eyes sharpened with understanding. So that's it, to deal with those people, this is all it takes. As expected of the captain. But remember, Rashi continued, I need time, and so do you. This verification mission will be a long one. The so-called plan for the police force was, in truth, still a rough framework, something presented merely to appease Fugaku for now. Since the men had shown goodwill, Rashi had to respond with something that at least looked concrete. But actual implementation would demand far more. Itachi needed to verify every detail, and they would undoubtedly encounter complications. What if the radicals weren't fools? What if the village's own hardliners interfered? And above all, Rashi's current power was still lacking. Acting as a bridge between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership was risky enough to get him killed. Fortunately, this wasn't yet year 56. There was still time. He needed that time to consolidate his influence and sharpen his strength. The plan's real activation would require a perfect moment, when the Uchiha's tension with the village had ripened but not yet exploded, when their arrogance had isolated them just enough. Only then would the Hokage be more receptive. If Sarutobi proved obstinate, there were other paths. But first, Rashi had to become powerful enough to walk them. The Uchiha's grand chessboard had just begun to move. Fugaku's swift response, sending over this list, had been unexpected. It seemed Rashi's Senju heritage still carried weight. Without it, the proud Uchiha would never have even considered working with a 14-year-old special jonin, let alone reaching out first. After all, in the original timeline, the clan had never once tried to ally with another clan. Their revolution had been a desperate gamble, a reckless coup born of pride, blind to the other clan's strength and politics. But now, things were different. The Uchiha issue finally had a promising start. Rashi leaned back and smiled faintly. Itachi, how about we grab a bite later? I'm sorry, Captain, Itachi replied with a polite bow. I need to return this data first. Besides. He glanced toward the door where Shursui was waiting. Shursui is still outside. And, check out my P at Trian for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 65, Izakaya. Itachi left. Should I find someone else to keep me company for now? Anko's whereabouts were still unknown. Forget it. I'll just wander around on my own. After training so hard, it wouldn't hurt to clear my head a bit. Konoha might be vast, but when it came to entertainment, there wasn't much to see or do. No theaters, no arcades, not even a decent festival lately. Hey! Rashi! A familiar, lively voice called out from behind. Turning around, Rashi saw a young man wearing a shinobi forehead protector tilted into a makeshift hat, his messy bangs covering one eye. Beside him stood another boy with wild, spiky hair, and next to him, a Hyuga, unmistakable from the pale Byakugan eyes. Memories clicked into place almost instantly. Izumo Kamizuki. Kotetsu Hagane. Takuma Hyuga. All of them, his old classmates from the Ninja Academy. Rashi stopped walking as the three approached. You punk. Izumo slapped him hard on the back, his grin wide. I heard you've been promoted to Special Jonin, and even completed an S-rank mission. Yet you look at me like, who are you again? Ah. I was just thinking about something. Their relationship had never been particularly close or distant. But after 3 years of war, not many classmates were left. It was no wonder they greeted him with this mix of cheer and awkward nostalgia. While Rashi's team had been stationed near the Kimogakure border, these three had been sent toward Iwagakure's front lines. A year after Kumo deployed its troops, IWA had torn up its alliance with Konoha, sending raiding squads across the western borders. Fortunately, Suna had remained loyal, keeping the pressure manageable. Where are Kaito and Shota? Why aren't they? Kotetsu's words cut off abruptly when Takuma jabbed an elbow into his ribs. Those names, Kaito and Shota, were Rashi's fallen teammates. The air froze. Izumo let out an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. Ahem. So, Rashi, where are you headed? To grab a bite. What a coincidence. We were just about to do the same. Ichiraku ramen. Ramen wasn't exactly what Rashi had in mind, he'd wanted something a bit better. But seeing the guilt and discomfort lingering on their faces, he nodded. Sure. Ichiraku was as lively as ever. The scent of rich broth mingled with chatter and laughter, filling the air with warmth. For Shinobi, it was the perfect spot, cheap, delicious, and plenty filling. They took seats at the counter. Boss. Extra chashu for this guy, it's on me, to celebrate his promotion. Kotetsu announced proudly. Izumo rested his chin on his hand. Then I'll get him an order of fried shrimp. Add some squid, Takuma said curtly. Rashi raised an eyebrow. That's all. Kotetsu immediately bit the bait. Boss. Make his bowl extra large. Add one. Add one. By the time they'd emptied their bowls, the earlier tension had melted away in the heat of laughter and steaming soup. Their talk naturally drifted to the current buzz in the village, the arrival of the Kimogakure delegation. If they really reach an agreement, Kotetsu said between slurps, we can finally focus on Iwagakure. With an ally's support, peace might not be that far off, huh? Maybe, Izumo mused, stirring his bowl with his chopsticks. But not everyone's happy about it. I mean, they're the ones who started the war, and now we're expected to welcome them with smiles. There's no helping it, Kotetsu muttered, lowering his voice. For peace. His eyes flicked toward Rashi. Rashi said nothing, just quietly finished his soup. That day, I won't be going with you guys, Takuma suddenly said. Kotetsu blinked. What? You're skipping such a big event. Takuma nodded. The clan heiress turns 3 that day. The entire clan is required to attend the ceremony. It's already been reported to the Hokage. 3 years old. That's a big deal now. Takuma didn't reply. But Rashi understood. For the Hyuga clan, that birthday was far from ordinary. Ichiraku was small, and soon after finishing their meal, the four found themselves wandering the nearby street again. Kotetsu stopped in front of a shop, eyes gleaming. Should we go in and take a look? Rashi glanced at the sign. Kuraku. This is an izakaya, he pointed out. A karaoke-style one. They don't serve. Shut up. Of course I know that. Kotetsu threw an arm around his shoulder. We just want to take a peek. Izumo nodded sagely. Kotetsu has a point. Besides, if we have a special Jonin-sama leading us, what's there to worry about? Being strong doesn't make me old enough to drink, Rashi thought. If Grandma found out, she'd kill me. He tried to walk away, but Kotetsu grabbed his arm, and Izumo joined in. Despite their combined strength, Rashi barely moved, until he gave in, letting himself be dragged half-heartedly. "What are you kids doing here?" A firm, slightly stern voice snapped from behind them, freezing Izumo and Kotetsu mid-motion. The men approached quickly. "This isn't a place for your age, Izumo, Kotetsu, wait." His eyes landed on Rashi. "Rashi." "Uncle Hayami," Rashi greeted calmly. "Oh, so even you're curious about izakayas now?" Hayami Shigeru dropped his sternness and sighed. "Still, this isn't the right place. If you really want to see one, I'll take you somewhere else." "Uncle Hayami, Rashi's the same age as us." Kotetsu protested. "That's kinda hurtful, you know." Izumo nodded vigorously. Hayami gave them a flat stare, then turned to Takuma. "You too, Takuma-kun." "No, I'll pass," Takuma said immediately. "Good choice." Hayami snorted. "The rest of you, follow me." The men led the way, and the boys exchanged looks before hurrying after him. After several turns, they arrived at an older-looking establishment with a wooden sign that read Yamanoya. "So this is the kind of place, huh?" Kotetsu muttered. "Maybe we should just head back," Izumo whispered. "Get in," Hayami barked, pulling aside the curtain. Inside, the izakaya was cozier than it looked. A few patrons greeted Hayami, teasing him for bringing kids to drink and joking about reporting him to the administration. Hayami ignored them, leading the boys to the counter. "2 glasses of milk for these two," he told the owner, pointing at Izumo and Kotetsu. "Sit in the corner." The pair groaned and shuffled to a side table. Rashi sat at the counter beside Hayami. "Just a glass of water, please." "So much for relaxing." "Izumo and Kotetsu too?" Rashi asked quietly. Hayami nodded, taking a sip of his drink. The Kamizuki and Higane families once followed Hashirama-sama's order to disband the old system. They still believe reviving it would betray his will. Ah, Rashi thought. So that's why there's no record of their former status. But then again, Tsunade had trusted them enough to work under her later, it wasn't surprising. "As for the equipment where you submitted," Hayami continued, "since that mission was a village order, the expenses can be reimbursed. Though, you made a few mistakes in the report." He gave a dry chuckle. "I fixed it for you this time. But next time, list such damages separately under material consumption in the appendix, not in the mission summary. The admin department only checks the format, not the content. Mixing them delays everything." "Thank you, Uncle Hayami." Hayami waved it off. "It's nothing. We all have to help each other, otherwise, when real trouble comes, there'll be no one left to rely on." He took another sip and added in a lower tone, "Momoka-sama's from another era. She doesn't realize how much the village has changed. Back then, there were only a handful of us. Now, it's a real community, and that means unity matters. Look at the Uchiha, losers in the warring clans era, yet they rose above us through sheer cohesion." Then he stood, patting Rashi on the shoulder. "All right, I'll stop lecturing. Those two in the corner look like they're dying of boredom." As he walked off to rescue the sulking pair, he paused to add, "Oh, and by the way, the owner here's one of our own. If you really want to drink something, it's fine." Rashi watched him go, then turned back to the clear glass of water before him. "So much for wandering alone. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 66, Teaming with Might Guy. The break didn't last long. Before Team 5 could properly unwind, another summons arrived from the Hokage's office. When the trio entered, they immediately noticed someone new waiting inside. He wore a skin-tight green jumpsuit under a matching flak vest, his thick eyebrows casting shadows over eyes that blazed with vitality. His entire face radiated one word, youth. "The Kumogakure envoy is about to reach the border," the third Hokage began. "Team 5, your mission is to investigate for any abnormalities along the envoy's route of entry." He continued, "Given the possible risks, Jonin Might Guy has been temporarily assigned to your squad, Rashi." Hiruzen's calm tone left no room for negotiation. "Guy, Rashi is a ninja with excellent command ability. Although you outrank him, he'll lead this mission. Any objections?" "Of course not, Hokage-sama." Guy's voice boomed like thunder. He turned to Rashi, eyes blazing brighter than ever, giving a thumbs up that practically glowed. "To be so young and already praised by Hokage-sama. Rashi-kun. Your youth must be burning with passion. Compared to you, I'm still far behind." Somehow, tears started streaming down Guy's cheeks as an invisible fire of emotion erupted around him. The third Hokage watched silently. Rashi watched silently. Itachi's brow twitched. Anko instinctively took a step back behind Rashi. "Captain," she whispered, "is this guy reliable? He's a Jonin, technically higher rank than you." Before Rashi could answer, Guy pulled out a brand new pair of bright green tights and thrust them toward him. "A gift to celebrate our first meeting. Nothing bonds comrades like the color of youth." Ahem, Hiruzen interjected before the situation could escalate. "Guy, we can discuss gifts later." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Guy barked, but still pressed the tights into Rashi's hand with heartfelt insistence before returning to his spot, flashing a grin so white it could probably reflect ninjutsu. Rashi glanced down at the tights, rubbing the fabric between his fingers. Surprisingly high quality. Itachi's stare lingered. Anko stepped another pace back. Rashi looked up at the Hokage, his expression saying plainly, "Hokage-sama, don't you think his style clashes with Team 5's aesthetic? We're going for the brooding elite vibe, not shonen protagonist energy." But the old man only pretended not to see it. Might Guy is an exceptional ninja, his taijutsu ability is top class. This mission is crucial. It concerns the success of our negotiations with Kimogakure. I'm counting on all of you. In truth, Might Guy turned out to be remarkably dependable. Once they left the Hokage's office, and after his failed attempt to give Itachi and Anko matching tights, his enthusiasm mellowed into the focused discipline of a jonin. For the record, both refused. Anko claimed tights were too suffocating, and Itachi, ever polite, simply couldn't bring himself to wear something that green. As for Rashi, under the combined weight of their stares, equal parts confusion, pity, and, "So that's the kind of captain you are," he accepted them. To be fair, they were good quality. Wrong color and cut, maybe, but the fabric was durable. He made a mental note to ask the Aoki tool shop later how much a normal outfit in that material might cost. "Guy-senpai," Rashi began, tone calm and professional again, "I'll explain the mission in detail. The envoy has been attacked several times by unidentified groups since leaving Kimogakure. Inside their territory, their guards handled it. But after crossing into the land of hot water, the assaults increased in both frequency and scale. That's why his progress has been delayed, they're only now reaching the land of fire's border." He pointed to their assigned area on the map. "Anko, Itachi, and I will handle perimeter reconnaissance. Guy-senpai, your burst speed and range of movement are unmatched. You'll serve as mobile support, responding instantly to any signal." Guy's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Understood. The speed of youth shall never arrive late." Team 5 exchanged a moment of collective silence. "Right," Rashi said, face unreadable, before motioning for formation. Anko and Itachi vanished into the left tree line. Rashi slipped into the shadows on the right. All along the border, Konoha's patrol forces were active, Team 5 was merely one link in the chain. Even so, their area saw plenty of activity. By midday, Anko and Itachi had trailed a suspicious squad attempting to approach the envoy's route. They signaled. Guy's response was instant. He shot past them like a green blur, subduing the intruders with pure taijutsu in seconds, mercilessly. Rashi's sector wasn't much calmer. A foreman Chunin-level team appeared, clearly no match. He eliminated them quickly and quietly. "They're all small fry," Anko muttered later at the rendezvous point. "Not from any major village. Probably mercenaries or stray clans." "Same on my end," Rashi said. "Feels like they're just trying to delay, not destroy." But why? If they were just harassers, why invest this much effort? And if there was a real threat, where was it hiding? As that thought crossed his mind, a sudden prick of killing intent brushed the edge of his senses. He didn't move, but his eyes flicked toward Guy. Without a word, the Jonin shifted half a step, his tall frame subtly blocking Rashi's line of sight. In that instant, Rashi left a shadow clone behind and silently sank into the ground using earth release, tunneling straight toward the source of the gaze. He burst from the earth in a spray of dirt, just as Guy, Anko, and Itachi appeared beside him. No one was there. But Rashi's sharp eyes caught something others might have missed, two faint, fresh footprints pressed into the soft earth, facing back toward their previous position. The person had vanished in an instant. No chakra residue, no displaced branches, not even the faintest trace of movement. It was as if someone had appeared out of thin air, taken a look at them, and disappeared just as easily. And check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 67, Akatsuki's Chaos. "So, you've found new teammates, Itachi. And who was that boy, who could sense my gaze?" A tall man walked leisurely through the forest, long hair swaying behind him. His face was hidden beneath a tiger-striped, single-eyed mask, dark robes draped his form. When he brushed past a thick tree trunk, his figure slipped through it as if the wood were nothing but smoke, solid matter held no meaning for him. "Zetsu," came the low, distorted voice from beneath the mask, "where is he?" A reply slithered out from the earth itself. "He's just ahead." Moments later, a half-black, half-white figure emerged from a nearby tree, twisting and blooming like some grotesque plant taking root. "Most of Konoha's forces have been drawn away by the border skirmishes," Zetsu reported. "Around the hidden cloud envoy, only their own guards and a few Konoha ANBU remain. The window, 3 minutes, at most." "That's enough," Obito replied, his tone detached. He cast a glance at Zetsu's split face. Iwagakure's really throwing money around. Where did they dig up so many worthless mercenaries? Zetsu chuckled darkly. He. The war's ending. Many rogue and wandering ninja can't survive between the great nations, so they're all drifting west. As long as Inoki keeps the borders locked, these men have nowhere to go. For them, this commission is a rare lifeline. Commission or not, I would have acted anyway. Akatsuki's name was beginning to spread across the ninja world, and this job had come precisely because of the growing reputation. Yet even without the contract, the objective was the same. Letting Konoha enjoy peace and ally with the hidden cloud. Unacceptable. Stability only strengthened the system that needed to be destroyed. No single village should rise above the rest. From chaos would come rebirth, that was true salvation. His body shimmered, becoming a shadow, and slipped silently toward the envoy. A hidden cloud guard sensed a faint disturbance in the air. "You." That was all he managed to say before the sound died in his throat. 2 guards crumpled like empty sacks, their bodies limp and silent. Only the faintest hairline marks along their necks betrayed what had happened. From the darkness, a hand reached out and clamped around the envoy leader's throat. Akai, head of the diplomatic mission, gasped, eyes wide, air cut off, terror reflecting in the Sharingan gleaming from the single eye hole of the mask. "Find an opportunity." Obito's voice rumbled, deep and hypnotic. "To disrupt the peace talks." "Yes." The word rasped out from Akai's throat, his pupils dilating, mind drowning in illusion. From beneath the ground, 2 pale, viscous figures oozed upward, white Zetsu clones. They crawled over the fallen guards, absorbing the lingering chakra from their bodies as their forms twisted and reformed into perfect copies, same uniforms, same faces, even the same faint expressions. When the clones were done, the scene was spotless. No blood. No noise. No sign of intrusion. The glaze over Akai's eyes faded, returning him to his apparent, normal self. Just then, a Konoha patrol squad arrived, drawn by the faint sounds of struggle. "What happened here?" "Trouble," the leading jonin asked, scanning the perimeter sharply. Akai turned, his tone flat but laced with impatience. "Nothing serious. Just a few pests. We've handled it. Seems your patrols are a bit slow, as usual." He waved dismissively, signaling them to leave. The jonin frowned, eyes sweeping over the disturbed earth and faint traces of movement, but seeing the 2 uninjured guards behind Akai, his doubts eased. Given the wave of minor attackers they'd faced lately, the explanation seemed reasonable enough. "Understood. Please remain cautious," the jonin said formally, before leading his men away. As they disappeared from sight, Akai's lips curved upward in a faint, unnatural smile. Under the coordinated efforts of Konoha's jonin and chunin, the hidden cloud envoy's final approach to the village proceeded smoothly. Team 5 soon received their updated orders. The envoy had been safely settled in a secure farmhouse outside Konoha, and they were to return to the village to await further instructions. With the mission concluded, Guy's temporary assignment came to an end. Rashi-kun. Itachi-kun. Anko-san. Before parting, Guy's voice thundered once more, brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. His teeth glinted under the afternoon sun as both thumbs shot upward. "Every moment fighting alongside you has made my youth burn even brighter. This farewell is merely the beginning of an even more passionate reunion." He clenched his fist. "Next time, we'll ignite an even greater blaze of youth together." Rashi, expression neutral, nodded. "Guy-senpai, thank you for your efforts." Itachi bowed politely. "We appreciate your guidance." Anko offered an awkward smile. "Well, goodbye, Guy-senpai." As Guy's figure vanished into the distance, Rashi couldn't shake a lingering unease. Those earlier attacks, their scale, their timing, what had been their true purpose? And that footprint, the one that made them all tense during their night watch, whose was it? He forced the thoughts aside. Not every scheme in this world succeeded. Perhaps whoever orchestrated this had simply been probing for weakness, nothing more. Still. His thoughts turned toward the hidden cloud envoy. From what little he remembered of the original story, this envoy wasn't exactly known for its manners. Then again, that fit the hidden cloud's reputation perfectly, loud on the battlefield, louder in diplomacy, and not above a little theft when opportunity presented itself. The most absurd incident of all had been the death of the third Raikage. Akage, fighting alone for 3 days and 3 nights against 10,000 Iwagakure ninja to cover his comrade's retreat, only to die of exhaustion. 3 days and nights. By that time, the fourth ninja war could have ended twice over. And yet, the cloud had simply let him fight to his last breath. What truly happened back then, no one knew. Both the cloud and Iwagakure had sealed those records tightly. But that didn't matter now. Rashi decided he'd report his concerns to the Hokage personally. After 3 years stationed along the hidden cloud border, he knew that village's temperament well enough. That, after all, was part of what it meant to be a jonin. Even as a special jonin, one could walk into the Hokage's office at any time. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 68, Hamura and Koharu's Doubts. Hokage-sama has other appointments today and isn't in the office at the moment. If you have any questions, Rashi-san, you can leave a written report, and I'll make sure it reaches him. The assistant in the Hokage's office spoke with practiced politeness. It was rare for the third Hokage to be away. Rashi was about to leave when he ran into 2 familiar figures. The village advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Udatane Koharu. You must be Rashi, Hamura said, pushing up his glasses, his eyes briefly studying him. Since Hiruzen isn't here, why not discuss your matter with us instead? The 2 advisors held authority nearly equal to the Hokage's when it came to village administration. Speaking to them wasn't out of the question. Rashi succinctly explained his concerns about the upcoming Kimogakure delegation, their potential hidden motives, and the risk of underlying tension. After all, in the original story, they had targeted the Hyuga clan. Koharu's half-lidded eyes gave her an almost sleepy look. After listening in silence, she finally said, the internal and external security measures have been arranged properly. There's no need for concern. Having delivered his report, Rashi bowed politely, ready to leave. Wait a moment, Hamura interjected, raising a hand. Since we've met, there are a few other matters we might as well discuss. He gestured for Rashi to sit. Koharu silently followed suit, settling beside him. We're both disciples of the second Hokage, Hamura began. We've always held Lady Momoka in high regard. So, with you, Rashi, there's no need for empty formalities. His expression sharpened. Tell me, are your recent actions your own doing, or Lady Momoka's intention? Rashi thought for a moment. He'd been busy lately, yes, but anything related to the Uchiha had been discreet. Either Fugaku himself came, or Itachi as his subordinate. That wasn't what this was about. Which meant, this was about the Senju. I haven't done anything in particular, Mitokado-san. Just my usual duties and daily interactions, Rashi replied calmly, a deliberately neutral answer. There's no need to be so defensive, Koharu said softly. Even if you intend to revive the Senju clan, we'd be quite pleased to see it happen. The Senju were not the Uchiha. In Konoha's current state, short on talent and low on morale, the return of the Senju would strengthen the village's spirit and serve as a deterrent to other nations. The old political problems that once surrounded the clan had long since faded. Hiruzen had ruled for decades, and Minato, the fourth Hokage, hadn't come from any major family. In today's Konoha, even if the Senju reclaimed their heritage, few would oppose it. Hiruzen assigning Uchiha Itachi under your command has our full support, Hamura added. So let's be direct, Rashi. He leaned his chin against his hand. If you truly intend to rebuild the Senju clan, the village will not stand in your way. We can't intervene openly, but if you need anything, you can come to us. So that was it. Hayami Shigeru, head of the political affairs department, had been visiting the old Senju estate quite openly. No wonder, the department itself fell under the advisor's purview. Given the current political balance, a revived Senju clan would be far more useful than troublesome. It would also act as a quiet check against the Uchiha. Perhaps, in the original timeline, the advisors had considered this too. But the original Rashi had died 2 months earlier, Grandma had no interest in politics, and Tsunade was still wandering outside the village. There had been no one suitable to carry the Senju name. And without the right person, no revival could truly take root. You misunderstand, Rashi said evenly. I have no such intention. Even if he did, now was hardly the time. Proclaiming himself a Senju heir would only paint a target on his back, and make him a convenient scapegoat. It doesn't matter if you don't, Hamura said, leaning back in his chair. In the village, we won't be your enemies. He stood, looking down at Rashi. But remember this, even if we mean no harm, there are others who might. There are people who would rather the Senju name remain buried. Even a hint of renewed connection could be enough to provoke them. The 2 advisors said no more, leaving the office quietly. The Uchiha. From their tone, that was the most likely implication. They didn't know about Rashi's arrangement with Fugaku or his rapport with Itachi. But it could also refer to others, those who had benefited most from the Senju's disappearance. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how many that included. Good thing he'd turned down Fugaku's earlier suggestion. Rebuilding a clan. Only a fool would step into that fire pit right now. The next day, the Kimogakure representatives were finally allowed entry into Konoha after a day's delay outside the gates. The welcoming parade was grand, cheers and applause from villagers lining the streets. The three representatives from the cloud smiled broadly, waving as if basking in the admiration. On the rooftops, Rashi watched with a detached expression. Beside him, Enko sat cross-legged, chewing on dango. These guys are really enjoying themselves, she muttered. Let's go, Rashi said, satisfied that everything seemed normal. Itachi wasn't present, he was busy investigating someone's motives. For Team 5, composed of one special Jonin and one Chunin and one Genin, such extra work was routine. High-ranking squads were always in motion. After the advisor's warning, Rashi had begun reaching out a bit more, but this time, with purpose. Since part of the high command quietly supported him, his options had expanded. There was no longer any need for frantic, daily meetings. The real challenge now lay elsewhere, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. His progress had stalled at the sealing formula stage. He couldn't solve that alone. Which was why he was out today, to gather supplies. Aoki Ninja Tool Shop. The owner, Aoki Aomori, was an old acquaintance, and a former Senju himself, about 10 years younger than Grandmama Mocha. Rashi's family had always bought from him. Reliable quality, fair prices. Scrolls? Aoki asked as Rashi entered. Yes. I've been practicing sealing techniques lately, trying to make some sealing scrolls of my own, Rashi said. For training or for combat? Aoki asked knowingly. Practice scrolls are 220 ryo each. Combat grade are 1,100. I'll take 100 practice ones. Aoki's eyebrows rose, but he didn't comment. That'll be 20,000 ryo, then. I'll give you the bulk rate, 200 per piece. The bundle was heavy, too bulky for one person to carry. Rashi. Enko complained, dragging 2 large boxes behind her, did you bring me along today just to do manual labor? Rashi smiled. We're eating at barbecue tonight. My treat. Enko immediately brightened. Yes. Subordinate Enko will serve Captain Sama with full dedication. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 69, Creating Chaos. There were 2 main ways to seal ninjutsu onto a scroll. The first involved writing the jutsu formula with special ink, then performing the technique to imprint the chakra within the scroll. The second, far more advanced, required inscribing the jutsu pattern directly with one's own chakra, relying primarily on in release. For most, the first method was safer and more stable. But for Rashi, whose ultimate goal was to one day inscribe his own Flying Thunder God mark, shortcuts were meaningless. He chose the second path. The practice scrolls he used could only hold a limited amount of chakra and had a very short lifespan. Within 3 hours, the seals would break down, rendering the entire scroll useless. Aside from basic physical training and meals, Rashi devoted nearly all his time to practicing sealing arts. While he worked tirelessly in solitude, the rest of the village was anything but quiet. Kumogakure's representative, Akai, who had smiled warmly at the villagers as if he carried the dawn of peace itself, shed that facade the moment he stepped into the negotiation hall. Konoha's higher-ups had expected the Cloud delegation to be difficult, but Akai's obstinance went beyond aggression. Even topics that had already been settled, mission quotas, border outpost agreements, were suddenly reopened. Every discussion ended with new objections or demands. For several days, not a single clause of the thick alliance draft had been finalized. Each time an agreement seemed close, Akai would overturn it with another excuse. Something's wrong, Hamura muttered, removing his glasses to pinch the bridge of his nose. That representative is deliberately stalling. Koharu's expression hardened. It's as if he's waiting for something, or trying to wear down our patience. She recalled Rashi's earlier warning, the Kimogakure representative might not have come with good intentions. Hiruzen, she said quietly, the Umbu surveillance on Akai must be raised to maximum priority. It's already done, the third Hokage replied, brows furrowing. We'll observe for now. If the representative maintains this attitude, we'll dispatch a secondary team to Kimogakure to investigate their real motives. Disagreements during diplomacy were normal, but this time, the stagnation felt deliberate. Perhaps something, or someone, within Kimogakure itself was influencing the representative's behavior. At the far edge of Konoha, in an abandoned warehouse swallowed by shadow, a spiraling vortex distorted the air. Obito emerged from the swirl of space, his mask gleaming faintly in the dark. Before him, a pale, plant-like creature writhed as it emerged. Akai argued with Konoha's advisors again today, said White Zetsu in a sing-song voice. Same issues. No progress. Konoha's Umbu are everywhere, buzzing around like flies, but they're only watching. No one's made a move. Obito listened in silence, his single Sharingan glinting. This was not what he had planned. Under Genjutsu control, Akai should have been provoking conflict, driving Konoha into fury, and igniting open hostility. Yet nothing was happening. No tension, no chaos. Only endless stalemates. Obito's tone dropped to a cold whisper. It seems, a more direct approach is required. Night fell deep over Konoha. The inn hosting the Kimogakure delegation was silent, its hallways dimly lit by paper lamps. Outside one particular room, 2 Umbu operatives crouched in the shadows, monitoring every fluctuation of chakra within. Inside, the real Akai sat lifeless on the bed, his eyes empty, his will completely crushed under Genjutsu. A ripple tore through space, and Obito stepped out from the void. In a heartbeat, he dragged Akai's body into the Kamui dimension. At the same instant, a white Zetsu clone surfaced from the floor, its body twisting and reforming until it perfectly resembled Akai. Just as the transformation completed. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock echoed through the stillness. The Zetsu Akai scowled and yanked open the door. Standing there was a Konoha attendant, bowing politely. Lord Akai, I just wanted to ask if you require. No. I don't need anything, the false representative barked, voice sharp and impatient. You people never stop bothering me. Leave. He slammed the door hard enough to rattle the hinges, then threw himself back onto the bed, motionless. Outside, the attendant merely smiled faintly, bowed once more, and turned to leave. In the shadows, one of the Umbu whispered into his communicator, "Target, no anomalies." Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan's main compound, the night was serene. Guards patrolled the courtyard silently, their movements practiced. Then, without warning, the air in the main courtyard shimmered, rippling like disturbed water. A masked figure concealed from head to toe stepped out of a twisting spatial vortex, appearing directly in the heart of the Hyuga estate. Without hesitation, the intruder slipped into the bedroom of young Hyuga Hinata. The sleeping child never stirred before being lifted effortlessly into the air. Instead of concealing himself, the figure turned and vaulted over the inner wall, carrying her openly. The act instantly triggered the Hyuga security barrier. Who's there? An intruder, inside the main family compound. Alarms blared through the night like the cry of steel. Guards surged from every direction. Hyuga Hayashi appeared almost at once, his eyes blazing with Byakugan clarity. The veins along his temples bulged as his all-seeing gaze locked onto the fleeing figure. He moved. In a blur of motion, Hayashi intercepted the intruder's path. Chakra flared around his hand, focused to a lethal point. Gentle fist, death strike. The palm connected with a heavy, resonant thud. The masked assailant froze mid-motion, chest caving under the blow. Hayashi's chakra tore through his body like a violent current, rupturing his heart before he could even scream. His grip slackened, Hinata fell, but Hayashi caught her gently with his free arm. She was unconscious, frightened but unharmed. Hayashi exhaled slowly, relief flickering in his pale eyes. Then his expression hardened once more as he tore the mask away from the attacker's face. The sight made his blood run cold. The features beneath the mask were unmistakable. "This can't be," he whispered. Moments later, branch family guards rushed in, their footsteps echoing through the courtyard. When they saw the fallen figure, their faces paled. "Lord Hayashi, this is Kimogakure's representative. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 200 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 70, Emergency Meeting. The piercing cry of an eagle ripped through Konoha's night sky. Under an emergency summons, shadows flashed across rooftops and empty streets, Jonin and Special Jonin converging toward the Hokage building. When Rashi arrived, the office was already filled. The air felt heavy, suffocating, as if pressing down on everyone present. Fugaku stood among the ranks, expression dark and unreadable. Only the Hyuga clan members were conspicuously absent. At the head of the room, Hiruzen sat in silence, his calm demeanor replaced by an oppressive gravity Rashi had never seen before. Akai, the representative from Kimogakure, is dead. The brief statement froze the room. Every gaze snapped toward the Hokage in disbelief. Tonight, Hiruzen continued, his voice low and grim, Akai infiltrated the Hyuga main family compound, attempting to abduct the clan head's daughter, Hyuga Hinata. When discovered by Hyuga Hayashi, he was killed on the spot. A wave of gasps broke the silence, followed by hushed murmurs, shock, disbelief, and anger colliding in the air. Shikaku, ever the tactician, was the first to regain composure. Hokage-sama, what about the other two members of the Kumogakure representative team? His tone was steady, but his eyes were sharp. The representative's death was irreversible, what mattered now was containing the fallout before the news spread. Hiruzen closed his eyes briefly, weariness etched into every line of his face. The Umbu at his side stepped forward. The other two Kumogakure shinobi have been confirmed missing. The silence shattered. What? Missing? In Konoha? What are the Umbu even doing? Anger and disbelief surged like a tide. 3 representatives from Kumogakure, 1 dead, 2 vanished, right under Konoha's nose. It wasn't just negligence. It was humiliation. How had Akai infiltrated the Hyuga compound unnoticed? How had the other 2 slipped past surveillance? Shikaku raised a hand, cutting through the noise. His brows were drawn tight in thought. Given the circumstances, the alliance with Kumogakure will be difficult to sustain. The Raikage will almost certainly use this as leverage. He spoke quickly, his thoughts already on the upcoming problems. Our alliance with Kumogakure was what forced Iwagakure to scale back their western offensives. If this alliance collapses, we must immediately alert Sunagakure and strengthen their defenses. At the same time, he continued, the daimyo must be informed. And the representative's actions must be officially documented. We'll need every detail to justify our position. Under Shikaku's clear words, the room slowly regained order. All eyes turned back to the Hokage. Hiruzen's gaze swept over them, heavy with the weight of responsibility. The Umbu report echoed in his mind, Akai had been under surveillance until the Hyuga alarm had sounded. Only afterward had they realized the representative was gone, along with his 2 companions. In the heart of Konoha, the situation had already spiraled out of control. Any further questions? Hiruzen asked. Rashi raised a hand. Hokage-sama, has there been any unusual activity along the land of hot water border? A subtle shift rippled through the room. Shikaku's eyes flicked toward him, instantly recognizing the importance of the question. If Akai's actions had been sanctioned by the Hidden Cloud leadership, then movements along the front line should already reflect it, troop buildups, supply convoys, border skirmishes. But if there had been no such movement? The Jonin responsible for intelligence spoke up. The latest reports came in this morning. No unusual activity has been detected along the Kumogakure front. A heavy silence followed. Rashi understood. So did Shikaku. This wasn't a planned act of war, it was sabotage. A desperate, independent move meant to destroy the peace negotiations. Which meant, the foundation for peace still existed. As long as the incident wasn't officially tied to the Raikage orders, the alliance could still be salvaged. The death of 1 representative, even 3, wasn't enough to overturn the strategic necessity of peace. If the Hidden Cloud tried to force a war now, they would bleed themselves dry. Konoha could simply blockade the Land of Lightning, cutting off its trade routes and food supplies. The Raikage might be able to feed his soldiers with coin, but not the starving civilians of his land. A nation that couldn't feed its people wouldn't stand for long. The true danger, ironically, lay not in the east, but in the west. The fact that such an incident had unfolded under the watch of the Umbu would not only shake the confidence of Konoha's own shinobi, it would make their allies question the strength of the village itself. This representative had to be someone sharp, composed, and capable of handling unpredictable diplomacy. Shikaku had reviewed Rashi's record again after the emergency council. Despite his youth, Rashi's performance and insight during the crisis spoke volumes. Shikaku's mind was made up. I understand, Rashi said evenly. Will Team 5 depart alone? No, Hiruzen replied, his voice firm. A special Jonin isn't enough for a mission of this level. Another team will accompany you. Then, after a pause, the Hokage added, Rashi, as of now, you are officially promoted to Jonin. You will lead this diplomatic mission and hold full discretionary authority. The decision carried weight. Rashi's loyalty, record, and strength had justified the rank. His continued status as a special Jonin was not suppression, it was protection. Konoha's special Jonin system had wide variance. The strongest could rival full Jonin, the weakest were little more than elite Chunin, specialists in niche fields. The title had kept Rashi low profile, unthreatening to factions, and safely under the radar. But that veil was no longer needed. Minato Namikaze, too, hadn't been promoted to Jonin so quickly, until crisis demanded it. Suppressing the familiar sense of guilt, Hiruzen spoke the words like a man long used to bearing the weight of the village. Prepare to leave immediately. Yes, Hokage-sama. Rashi bowed deeply. Jonin, it had come suddenly, but in this world, such transitions rarely came gently. There was no time to rest, and certainly no time to sleep. A 14-year-old boy once again found himself working overtime for the sake of the village. Within the hour, the mission outline was finalized, objectives, risks, and the boundaries of his newfound, discretionary authority. By morning, Anko and Itachi had arrived at the Hokage building, bags slung and expression solemn. "We're heading to Sunagakure," Rashi said, his tone brisk. "I'll brief you on the way." As he spoke, another squad entered the courtyard, 3 shinobi he recognized immediately. Shiranui Ginma, Special Jonin. Namishi Rado, Special Jonin. Tatami Iwashi, Chunin, said the youngest, offering a polite nod. "Rashi, Anko, it's been a while." The 3 had once served as bodyguards under the 4th Hokage himself. Not because Minato needed protection, but because he valued them, training them at his side. If Rashi remembered correctly, the trio could perform a modified version of the Flying Thunder God, adapted for group use. Their inclusion was telling. This wasn't just a diplomatic mission, it was a cautious deployment. If things went south in Sunagakure, Konoha wanted the option to retreat instantly. After brief introductions, Genma smiled faintly. "Another prodigy joins the ranks, huh?" Just like Kakashi back in the day. He adjusted the senbon between his teeth and continued, "Orders are clear, Jonin Rashi leads." "Hokage-sama said we're to follow your command." Rashi nodded once. "Then let's move." The 2 squads departed together under the rising sun, heading southwest. Back in Konoha, the village once again operated under wartime tension. Rumors spread like wildfire, of a Kimogakure representative with hidden malice, of an attempted kidnapping within the Hyuga main house, of a loyal father who defended his daughter and exposed the enemy's plot. To the villagers, it was a tale of vigilance and sacrifice. But beneath the surface, confusion and suspicion festered. None of that mattered to those already on the road. From the window of his office, Hiruzen watched the departing figures disappear beyond the tree line. Fatigue settled deep in his bones. The door opened quietly behind him. Danzo Shimura entered without ceremony, his presence as cold and silent as a shadow. "Route has already begun its operation," he reported. "All grain merchants have been warned again. The blockade on the Land of Lightning remains in full effect. Dei Port has been sealed, only the offshore islands still serve as their supply routes." He paused, eyes narrowing. "But Hiruzen, this incident doesn't align with Kimogakure's methods." Hiruzen didn't turn. The Umbu's failure had been too severe, Root now controlled the follow-up investigation. Danzo continued, his tone crisp and clinical. "I personally inspected the inn. No chakra traces. No evidence of Kimogakure involvement. They lack the means for such a clean operation." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The evidence points to one conclusion, just like when the 4th Hokage was killed. Someone with space-time ninjutsu intervened." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly, the first visible reaction since the report began. Danzo went on. "According to the Jonin who escorted the envoy, there was an anomaly upon their arrival. Akai claimed to have been attacked but repelled the enemy. Last night, surveillance also detected a brief fluctuation in his chakra before it normalized. The envoy's movements were tightly restricted, they couldn't have known the Hyuga compound's precise location, much less avoided every guard. Even Hayashi noticed something unnatural. He reported that, under Byakugan, Akai's brain was tangled with foreign chakra threads. To confirm, Hayashi volunteered for the Yamanaka's mind-reading jutsu." Danzo's tone sharpened. Inoichi verified his account. Akai was indeed under a powerful genjutsu before death. He paused. "As expected, we couldn't probe the envoy's brain, the cursed seal on him placed by Kumo would detonate. And for the sake of diplomacy, we cannot risk that." Danzo's one visible eye gleamed coldly as he delivered his conclusion. "All the signs are clear. The anomaly came from within the village." His words lingered in the air like a blade. "And just like before," he said, voice low and cutting, "it leads back to the same source." A heavy silence fell. "The Uchiha clan. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 72, Trap at the Border. It took 2 full days to reach Sunagakure from Konoha at full speed. During the journey, Rashi found himself lost in thought. Because he was thinking while leaping through the forest, his pace slowed slightly, placing him somewhere in the middle of the formation. Itachi landed quietly beside him, lowering his voice. "Captain." Rashi glanced at him, noticing a faint crease of unease between the boy's brows. "What is it?" "Father returned last night. He said the 3rd Hokage inquired about the police force's night patrols, and the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan." Rashi frowned. That doesn't sound like a problem. Then it struck him. Wait. The implication is, Konoha suspects the Uchiha. Itachi's lips pressed into a thin line. Suspecting the Uchiha again. This can't be. Then realization dawned on Rashi, it could be an Uchiha, just not one from within the village. If he had been confused before about how the Kimogakure envoy appeared and vanished so mysteriously, now it made sense. The one responsible might have been Uchiha Obito. Was he targeting Itachi? No, it didn't matter for now. Thinking about it mid-mission was pointless. I understand, Rashi said simply. Itachi gave a quiet nod, his emotion sealed away once more as he focused on the mission. If his captain knew, then there was nothing more to say. Before the dust settled, Rado darted forward, his black blade gleaming. He locked onto an IWA Chunin attempting to flank them, his strike slipped past the man's kunai guard and pierced clean through his ribs. The IWA ninja convulsed, eyes bulging as his body turned dark purple before collapsing lifelessly. Anko intercepted two enemies rushing at Rashi. Her sleeve twitched. Several brown serpents erupted forth, hissing and lunging. One was sliced apart, but two others coiled around an IWA ninja's arm and neck, fangs sinking deep. The man screamed, thrashing wildly as his face turned purple and his movements stilled. A second later, a volley of stone spikes shot from beneath Anko's feet, but she leapt back, landing lightly beside Rashi. Genma fought two opponents at once, the Senbon flashing between his lips as his kunai forced both IWA ninja onto the defensive. Despite being outnumbered, he held the advantage with ease. Iwashi clashed evenly with a short, wiry opponent, their weapons ringing again and again. Above them, an Iwagakure ninja prepared to hurl explosive tags into the fray. But before he could, a shadow appeared behind him. A glint of red, Sharingan. Itachi's kunai traced a swift arc across the man's throat. Without pause, the boy pivoted to assist Iwashi. In mere seconds, 3 of the 8 ambushers were down. The IWA Jonin leading them gritted his teeth and slammed a fist to the ground. Earth release, earth flow river. The terrain trembled as the ground beneath them turned into a raging current of mud and rock. Rado, Genma, and Iwashi leapt back instantly. Anko and Itachi retreated behind Rashi. Facing the torrent, Rashi's chakra flared, a dense, tangible pressure. Earth release, quicksand coffin. He wasn't defending, he was taking control. The surging mud froze mid-flow, twisting unnaturally before turning on its creators. The 3 IWA ninja caught off guard were instantly swallowed by the chakra-charged sand. Crack. 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 3 massive stone coffins rose from the earth, sealing the trapped ninja inside. Rashi's palms slammed together. A muffled, sickening crunch echoed through the canyon. The screams ended just as quickly as they began. Battle result, 6 down, 0 losses. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 73, What Alliance? The IWA Jonin's facial muscles twitched violently as he watched his own ninjutsu backfire, turning into a tomb for his comrades. Rage and disbelief surged through him, threatening to drown out all reason. Then, a sharp whooshing tore through the canyon air. From the opposite cliffside, 4 figures burst forth, shrouded in wind and sand. Their flak jackets gleamed faintly beneath the dust, Sunagakure headbands flashing as they fanned out, cutting off the last escape route of the 2 surviving IWA ninja. Trapped between 2 fronts, the IWA duo's eyes hardened with the wild gleam of cornered beasts. Without hesitation, they abandoned the Konoha shinobi in front of them and lunged at the Sannin who had just landed. Umph. The leading Suna Jonin snorted, unflinching. His left hand shot out, seizing one attacker's wrist in mid-swing, then twisted. A sickening crack followed, the kunai clattering uselessly to the ground. His right leg snapped out instantly, striking the other Iwagakure ninja at the knee. Ugh. Ah. Twin cries split the canyon. One shinobi dropped to his knees, wrist bent at an unnatural angle, while the other staggered, struggling to regain balance. The Sannin moved like a gust. He stamped down on the fallen man's back, pinning him to the sand and stone. Behind him, 2 others swiftly restrained the remaining enemy, yanking his arms behind him and binding them tight. The Suna Jonin's eyes shifted toward Rashi. Konoha shinobi, he said evenly, why are you clashing with the Iwagakure forces here? Rashi straightened. This is the land of rivers. Konoha was conducting a mission when we encountered an Iwagakure ambush. Why are you here? Our patrol unit received intelligence that Iwagakure activity was detected in the area, the Sannin replied. The village sent us to investigate. I see. Rashi's tone was calm, his expression unreadable. I am Rashi, Jonin of Konoha. The Land of Rivers daimyo commissioned us to eliminate rogue shinobi reported nearby. We didn't expect them to be Iwagakure forces, thus the engagement. He lied without so much as a blink. Jonin. The Sunagakure leader, who had introduced himself as Kazumaki, repeated the word thoughtfully. Then that explains it. According to our intel, several Iwagakure squads are still active in the vicinity. He crossed his arms. Our orders are to neutralize them. If our objectives align, why not cooperate as allies? Rashi's gaze drifted over the corpses strewn across the battlefield, then toward the bound prisoners. He smiled faintly. Of course. The enemy numbers are considerable, it's always welcome to have allies willing to lend a hand. He gestured to his men. Dispose of the bodies. As his subordinates moved to work, Rashi kept his focus on Kazumaki, while subtly watching the Sannin behind him. Kazumaki-san, he asked lightly, any estimate of Iwagakure's strength here? The exact number's unclear, Kazumaki said. At least 5 squads, perhaps more. Our special Jonin unit has already eliminated 2. Nearby, Enko approached the crude stone coffins that had entombed their enemies. She squatted beside the blackened stains leaking from within and murmured, "TSK, what a terrible way to die." Her hands, however, moved with fierce energy, slamming down chunks of shattered rock with deliberate force, dust rising in thick clouds. A Sunagakure shinobi guarding the prisoners glanced sideways at her. His brow creased, then smoothed as he turned away, pretending to check the Iwagakure ninja's tool pouch. Rashi noticed, but his expression never changed. Understood, he told Kazumaki coolly. Let's move. We still have a long way ahead. Genma met Rashi's eyes briefly and muttered a quiet, the senbon in his mouth unmoving. He elbowed Iwashi lightly, then glanced toward Rado. Rado's grip on his black blade tightened. Iwashi gave a barely perceptible nod. Once the battlefield was cleared, Kazumaki turned. Please follow me. Our outpost is just ahead. You can rest there for a while. This time, Rashi deliberately took the lead, with Anko and Itachi flanking him, one to his left, one to his right. Genma, Rado, and Tatame fell behind in silent coordination. The temporary outpost wasn't far, just a few minutes' run at ninja pace. A hollow backed by a towering rock wall came into view, dotted with a dozen tents camouflaged against the sand. But barely 100 meters from the camp, Rashi stopped. Kazumaki and his men froze too, turning in unison. The ropes binding the 2 Iwagakure captives had vanished. Their wrists were free, one of them flexed his once broken hand, glaring murderously at the Konoha team. The Sannin quietly spread out, forming a half-circle. Kunai and Shuriken caught the faint light, glinting like the eyes of predators. The air grew sharp, heavy with killing intent. The canyon wind howled, carrying fine sand like a whisper of death. Kazumaki's tone lost its earlier civility. Jonin Rashi, he said, lips curling, why stop here? Please, keep following us. Rashi's gaze swept over the scene, the unbound prisoners, the loose formation, the nearby camp, and his voice turned cold. This is far enough. Any closer, and I'd be insulting my own judgment. He met Kazumaki's stare. Why would Sunagakure betray its alliance with Konoha? Kazumaki gave a low chuckle. Betrayal is such a harsh word. We're merely ensuring the mission is completed alongside our Konoha allies. Rashi smiled thinly. That's reassuring. Still, if it's just your unit, I'd suggest surrendering. It'll be faster that way. He wasn't oblivious to the setup, he had placed Genma's team at the rear precisely for that reason. What he needed now was confirmation, had Sunagakure truly joined hands with the Iwagakure? If so, the entire western front was at risk. Kazumaki's sneer deepened. The earlier ambush, Rashi said calmly, was composed of 1 Jonin and 7 Chunin. Forgive me, but if one of my comrades happened to kill your Jonin, do let me know, I'd like to record the achievement properly. As for your squad, his eyes narrowed, besides you, there's an Iwagakure Jonin among them, and the rest are Chunin. Correct. He tilted his head slightly. So tell me, will you still take your chances? Kazumaki's composure cracked. Arrogant brat, he roared. That's exactly why we despise you Konoha dogs. His chakra flared, wild and sharp. We chose this place to save effort, don't flatter yourselves. He gestured sharply, eyes blazing. Open your eyes and see clearly, the alliance between Iwagakure and Sunagakure will crush Konoha once and for all. He raised his kunai, his voice echoing through the canyon. Your doomsday begins now. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 74, Mission Failure. Kazumaki's defiant roar echoed through the canyon. They fought with courage, reckless, desperate courage. But it was meaningless. Moments later, silence returned. Only corpses remained. Sunagakure. Iwagakure. The narrow valley reeked of iron and dust. Rado flicked the blood from his black blade, the dark green poison pattern along its edge spreading visibly through the wounds of the fallen. Genma clenched another senbon between his teeth, his gaze scanning for any remaining threats. Iwashi stood at the flank, breathing hard but steady, eyes alert. Anko's snake slithered back into her sleeve, she pouted, kicking a pebble aside. Itachi silently wiped his kunai clean, his eyes sweeping over the battlefield calmly. Rashi stood still, frowning slightly. Their enemies had fought bravely, almost suicidally so. That, precisely, was the most suspicious part. Without reinforcements, their only real defense had been the ceiling traps they set within their camp. To fight head-on was irrational. Just as Rashi had said before, the odds had never been in their favor. His team's composition was too strong. Genma and Rado were special jonin, both carrying the combat power of full-fledged jonin, even if they lacked in certain other areas. And though their team included a genin, Itachi hadn't yet taken the chunin exams, that was only a matter of formality, not strength. In pure combat power, they had 3 jonin and 3 chunin against 2 jonin and 4 chunin. Unless the opposing jonin possessed some extraordinary jutsu, they had no chance. And if they did have such a trump card, they wouldn't have needed to lure anyone into a trap in the first place. So why? The question wasn't why Sunagakure would betray Konoha, but why these particular shinobi had chosen to die. They could have feigned an alliance, captured the IWA ninja, and withdrawn. Or left the captives for Konoha, retreated, and returned later with reinforcements to reclaim their pride. There were countless ways to handle it. Even if Rashi had been suspicious, he wouldn't have attacked allies without proof. So why release the IWA prisoners? Why drop the pretense and rush to die? They gained nothing, except to deepen confusion. Genma, unaware of Rashi's full thoughts, saw only the worsening situation. Rashi, he said grimly, the Suna has turned against us. We should return to Konoha immediately and report to Hokage-sama. His face was tense. He feared that the entire Western Front might already have suffered losses. It was a reasonable, cautious plan. The safest choice. But Rashi felt an unease, something about this didn't fit. Still, Genma's reasoning was valid. The information had to reach the village. Genma, Rashi said after a pause, take your team and return first. Genma frowned. And Team 5. We'll continue the mission. Genma blinked in disbelief. Continue. In this situation. Because these people weren't just enemies, Rashi said, his eyes narrowing. They were seeking death. Dying as Sunagakure ninja. He looked down at the corpses. From the first ambush, to their final charge, it all points to deliberate sacrifice. I believe this is part of an enemy's scheme. Though I don't know how Iwagakure reacted so fast, or how they could anticipate. He stopped mid-thought. No, not anticipate. Pieces began connecting in his mind. The kidnapping of the Kimogakure envoy, Obito might have been involved, but perhaps he wasn't the only one moving the pieces. The constant harassment the envoy faced, this Iwagakure ambush, it was too coordinated. Behind it all. Iwagakure had likely been stoking the flames all along. A faint, bitter smile touched Rashi's lips. That old fox Inoki, what a scheme. If they died, Konoha would suspect Suna. If they lived, Konoha would still suspect Suna. Either way, the alliance would fracture. I believe this is Iwagakure's trap, Rashi said quietly, but we can't afford to trust blindly. The village cannot bear the price of misplaced faith. He'd sorted the situation out as best he could. Given his knowledge, and his instincts, he leaned toward believing that the real Sunagakure remained an ally. The enemy's suicidal behavior was proof enough. Genma's jaw tightened. His team's mission was to ensure Rashi's safe arrival at Sunagakure. To abandon that now would mean failure. But continuing was perilous. Then. Genma offered, let Anko and Itachi return to report. The 3 of us will accompany you to Sunagakure. Rashi shook his head. Your teleportation technique will get you back to Konoha the fastest. But we can't use it repeatedly in such a short time, Genma interrupted sharply. And we can't warp straight from Konoha to Sunagakure, either. Rashi nodded, conceding the point. Entering Sunagakure through Akhenaten will take us past their border outpost. I'll judge whether to proceed or retreat based on how they react. Your task, he said firmly, is to return to the village and report everything, the battle, the ambush involving Sunagakure forces, and my preliminary conclusion. This intelligence outweighs our mission. The stability of the Western Front comes first. Genma, Rado, and Iwashi exchanged silent looks. They understood. Finally, they chose to withdraw. As they departed, Rashi turned to his remaining teammates. A flicker of guilt crossed his expression. I'm sorry. This decision is dangerous. Anko snorted, waving a hand dismissively. What are you talking about, Rashi? We're Shinobi. Danger's part of the job. She smirked. You're the captain, just give the order, and we'll see it through. Itachi nodded quietly. Anko-senpai is right. Rashi smiled faintly, saying no more. Team 5 pressed on. The journey fell into silence, the air tense and dry. At last, the canyon's exit came into view. Ahead lay the only path to Sunagakure, the treacherous Akhenaten Gorge, a narrow pass flanked by sheer cliffs. As they stepped onto the rocky terrain leading toward the entrance, still several hundred meters from that narrow crevice, a gust of hot wind swept over them, thick with sand. Then, as if conjured from the desert itself, figures began rising from the scorching ground ahead, dozens of them, emerging in perfect formation. A full Sunagakure unit. Their numbers far exceeded the patrol team from before. Their stances were sharp, their killing intent palpable. The leading jonin, Baki, narrowed his eyes at the 3 Konoha headbands glinting under the sun. His gaze fixed on Rashi. Konoha Shinobi. His voice was wary, edged with tension. What are you doing here? And check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 75, Anoki's Plans. This man was unmistakably a Suna ninja. Konoha Jonin Rashi, he introduced himself in a firm, clear voice. By order of the Hokage, I'm here to deliver urgent classified intelligence to our ally, the Sunagakure. As his words faded, Rashi flicked his wrist and sent an envoy's scroll spinning through the air, its wax seal stamped with the 3rd Hokage's insignia. Once the message landed, Rashi stepped back several paces, maintaining a deliberate distance. His hands were open at his sides, a clear gesture that he bore no hostility. Baki, the shinobi leading the formation, didn't move immediately. From the ranks behind him, another ninja silently stepped forward. Rather than approach himself, he summoned a small, insect-like puppet. The mechanical creature skittered across the sand, its metal limbs glinting faintly as it picked up the dispatch with a delicate claw before retreating to its master. The puppet handler examined the scroll with meticulous precision, fingers brushing across the surface to detect chakra residue or hidden curse marks. A brief moment passed. The sand ninja gave Baki a short nod, safe. The puppet crawled forward once more and deposited the scroll into Baki's waiting hand. He studied the seal, glanced at the contents, and, after confirming its authenticity, tossed it back. Rashi didn't retrieve it directly. Instead, a shadow clone stepped up to collect it, dispelling after a quick inspection to ensure nothing had been tampered with. Only then did Rashi take the scroll himself. Satisfied by the careful exchange, Baki gestured for his subordinates to stand down. The sand ninja's formation eased, most dispersed, leaving only 5 guards behind alongside their captain. Rashi exhaled quietly. Their reaction was normal, measured, cautious, exactly what he'd expected from Sunagakure. Still, he kept his guard raised. Only when he stepped closer and saw no hint of aggression did he motion for Anko and Itachi to follow. Kazekage-sama isn't in the village, Baki explained. Iwagakire's been unusually active lately, so he's stationed at the northern fortress. Then who is currently handling the village's affairs? Rashi asked. We'd like to request an audience. That needs to be reported, Baki replied. For now, please follow me. You can rest while we wait for a response from the village. Turning on his heel, he stepped toward a massive fissure carved into the desert, an enormous wound in the earth known as the One-Line Sky. 2 sand shinobi took the lead, Baki in the center. Rashi and others followed, 3 more sand guards closing silently behind them. As they entered the narrow crevice, the world dimmed. Towering cliffs of reddish-brown stone loomed on both sides, squeezing the sunlight into a thin, wavering ribbon overhead. The air was cool, filled with the scent of dust and stone, a sharp contrast to the dry heat of the desert outside. Footsteps echoed hollowly, amplified by the confined space. The path twisted and wound like a living maze. Sunagakure had clearly been using this route for years. The rock walls bore marks of excavation, makeshift sentry points, carved alcoves, and crude rope bridges spanning between ledges high above. Eventually, Maki led them into a wider alcove hewn directly from the rock. The space was simple but functional, roughly smoothed walls, straw mats worn thin from long use, and a few piles of supplies emitting a faint musty odor. Dim oil lamps flickered in the corners. Wait here, Maki said. He signaled for 2 guards to stay by the entrance before leaving with the rest. Itachi silently approached the side wall, his sharp eyes taking in every detail, the worn mats, the chipped stone bowls, the cracked water skins. The supplies spoke volumes, hard, dark rations, dried water reserves, life here was sustained, not lived. Rashi's gaze was equally observant. Having once worked along Konoha's border, he knew hardship, but this was another level. Sunagekir's living conditions were harsh, stripped to survival. With guards nearby, none of them spoke. They used the quiet to alternate rest and vigilance. When Rashi rested, Anko and Itachi stayed alert. When his eyes opened, they switched without a word. After one such rotation, the guards returned. Konoha squad, one said, "You have permission to enter. The village has approved your audience." Sunagekir wasn't as vast as Konoha, but it exuded a rugged, battle-hardened vitality. For Rashi, who had seen great cities in another life, its rawness was strangely refreshing. "This way," the Sand Ninja said. "Ebizo-sama is waiting for you." He led them through the narrow alleys to a low, domed structure marked with the kanji for wind. Every major village mirrored Konoha's organizational design, an echo of the second Hokage Tobirama's model. The Kage's tower always stood at the heart. Inside, they were met by a thin, elderly man wrapped in coarse desert robes, his sharp eyes gleaming beneath deep wrinkles. "Konoha's envoys," he said before they could speak. "Jonin, no less. As expected, your village never runs out of prodigies." His tone was dry, his expression unreadable. "So," Ebizo continued, "what brings you here? Are you here to discuss how Konoha managed to let a few Kimogakure shinobi slip right through your fingers?" Anko's brow furrowed slightly. "How did they already know that?" "No," Rashi replied evenly. "We've come to deliver a warning. Iwagakure plans to exploit Konoha's current distraction and move against Suna. That's why the Hokage sent us in haste." Ebizo regarded him for a long moment, then let out a quiet, almost amused breath. "Konoha truly breeds talent," he said. "To be this young and already speak with such audacity." His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone shifting from amusement to something colder. "I've lived a long life, boy. Long enough to see alliances born at dawn and shattered by dusk. The second Hokage and the second Raikage formed a pact, only to be slain hours later by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Such things are the rule, not the exception. An alliance," he said softly, "means nothing before survival and self-interest." Ebizo leaned forward, voice low but sharp. "So let's skip the pleasantries. Tell me plainly, what is Konoha prepared to offer to preserve this friendship?" His gaze hardened. "Choose your next words carefully. The one truly standing at the edge of collapse right now," he continued, "isn't Suna, it's your Konoha. Without us holding the Western Front, how long do you think you can last, trapped between two enemies?" He gave a faint, almost pitying shake of his head. "Since we're still allies," he said, "I'll share one more piece of information with you." Leaning forward, his voice dropped to a gravelly whisper. "Before you arrived, an envoy from Iwagakure already reached us." Ebizo's eyes gleamed, and a hint of grim satisfaction crossed his face. "That old fox Inoki," he said, "came bearing gifts. And this time, they were very generous ones, meant for Konoha." Chapter 76, Turning the Tables. Sunagekure is in no rush for an answer. "Take your time to consider it, ally." Ebizo's frail hand waved lazily through the air. At his cue, two sand shinobi silently appeared by the doorway, motioning for their guests to leave. Rashi maintained his calm, unreadable expression, gave a polite nod, and turned to exit with Anko and Itachi close behind. As they stepped into the corridor, the faint creak of a door opening caught Rashi's attention. At the far end, another sand ninja was ushering someone inside, a man clad in the dark garb of Iwagakure. His presence here, in the heart of the sand, could only mean one thing. The generous gift Ebizo spoke of had already arrived. The three Konoha ninja were escorted into a modest waiting room. Anko started to speak, but Rashi raised a hand, silencing her. His expression remained composed, calm to the point of reassurance, and the small smile tugging at his lips was enough to steady her nerves. So this is how it is. Two questions formed clearly in Rashi's mind. First, why did Sunagekure want to meet with Iwagakure? Second, why did they also call for Konoha? The answer was simple, Sunagekure was playing both sides, weighing who could offer more. They were auctioning their alliance to the highest bidder. But that also revealed the limits of the game. Iwagakure wasn't wealthy, they had little beyond manpower and stone. Konoha, on the other hand, still had resources, land, and food, things that could keep a desert village alive. Ebizo was using Iwagakure's visit to inflate his price, waiting for Konoha to pay more. But could that really be all? No. The recent incident with the Kimogakure envoy, losing control right in Konoha's heart, had cast a long shadow. It wasn't just an embarrassment, it was a question of strength. The world was watching, doubting whether the leaf still had the power to command fear or respect. And that doubt was poison. If Konoha negotiated from weakness, no matter how much it offered, it would only invite greed. Sunagekure could easily abandon them, joining hands with Iwagakure, or worse, with both Iwa and Kumo, to carve up the leaf from all sides. That would mean annihilation. So, Rashi thought, showing our hand isn't what matters. Showing our will is. When the door finally opened again, a sand ninja entered with food. Rashi and his teammates didn't touch it. The long wait dragged into the night before they were summoned once more before Ebizo. This time, the old man didn't waste breath on courtesy. Sunagakure wants the full mission quota from the Land of Rivers, he said flatly. Ebizo studied Rashi's impassive face, then continued, as compensation for aiding Konoha through this war, the Suna demands. Rashi interrupted, his tone as calm as before. I don't think Advisor Ebizo needs to ask for this or that. A faint glimmer of irritation flashed in Ebizo's eyes. The land of wind is vast, Rashi went on evenly, but only a handful of oases can actually sustain life, and a hidden village. Even so, Sunagakure maintains a military almost equal to the other great nations. That burden must be considerable. He clasped his hands behind his back. Konoha maintains this alliance because it serves both sides. You receive food and supplies to keep your village running, we, in turn, ensure peace on our western border. If we were to accept your current demands, Sunagakure would become a gold-devouring beast we'd need to constantly feed to maintain. His gaze hardened slightly. If peace becomes more expensive than war, then Konoha might as well transfer its resources to Iwagakure instead. It would cost less, and send a clearer message. Ebizo's face twitched, barely perceptible, but it was there. The land of Earth is poor in resources too, Rashi continued. Iwagakure seeks only wealth, and if peace with Konoha offers more profit than war, Inoki will not hesitate to take it. The old man's patience snapped. He slammed his hand on the armrest and stood. Arrogant fool. Ebizo barked. Sarutobi must truly be senile to send a child to discuss such matters. The downfall of Konoha will begin with you. With 3 great villages moving against you at once, what chance does your precious leaf have? Rashi chuckled, a low, cold sound. 3 great villages attacking at once, he echoed. You misunderstand, advisor. There's no such thing. He raised a hand and ticked off points on his fingers. Kumogakure can't fight. Cut off their food supply, and they'll crumble in months. How many ninja do you think it takes to starve a mountain village, Ebizo? 5. 10. His voice lowered, almost casual. They won't get a single grain from the outside world. As for Inoki. Rashi smiled faintly. He's a loyal ally. Ebizo froze, then burst into a rasping, incredulous laugh. Ha! You've got a sense of humor after all. Inoki, a loyal ally. Ha 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 ha. He laughed until his shoulders shook, the wrinkles on his face twisting like dry parchment. But behind that laughter, he understood perfectly what Rashi meant. Inoki was ruthless. If the rewards of peace outweighed those of war, he'd betray Sunagakure without hesitation. When the laughter finally subsided, Ebizo sank back into his chair, the amusement fading from his eyes. Enough jokes, Rashi, he said quietly. Show me Konoha's hand. Sunagakure's patience is not endless. Rashi inclined his head slightly. Originally, peace talks with Kumogakure were nearly concluded. The food embargo on the Land of Lightning was about to be lifted. But since the situation has changed. He paused, watching Ebizo's expression. This shipment of food that can no longer go to the Land of Lightning will instead be sold, at the lowest price possible, to the Land of Wind. He smiled faintly. Our demand is simple, that Sunagakure treat it as an unconditional gift. That was precisely what the sand needed most, food. There was no argument to be made against it. Ebizo said nothing, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sunagakure wants 2/3 of the Land of Rivers mission quota, he finally said, raising 2 crooked fingers. Rashi met his gaze evenly. 1/6. What followed was a long night of tense negotiation, the sound of palms slamming against the table, voices hard with calculation, the clinking of teacups gone cold. Eventually, a fragile consensus was reached. Ebizo leaned back, rubbing his lower back with a soft groan. I'm old, he muttered. Not as spirited as you young ones. After a moment's rest, his eyes flicked open again, still sharp, still gleaming with interest. So, he murmured, would you like to see the generous gift? If you can bring him in, Rashi said lightly, that would be ideal. Ebizo didn't reply. He merely lifted a hand and gestured toward the door. Moments later, it creaked open. A man in Iwagakure attire stepped in, a self-satisfied smirk on his face, until his gaze fell upon the 3-leaf ninja. Shock froze him mid-step. Confusion, panic, and fear flickered in his eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. But a flash of black light cut through the air. A kunai buried itself in his throat before he could utter a word. The Iwagakure envoy staggered, hands clawing desperately at his neck as dark red blood gushed between his fingers. He made a choking sound, fell to his knees, and collapsed forward with a dull thud. Rashi lowered his arm from the backhand throw, face calm as ever. He inclined his head politely toward Ebizo. May the friendship between Konoha and Tsunagakure be long-lasting. Ebizo let out a slow, raspy chuckle. What a ruthless, dangerous boy, he thought, stifling a yawn. Just like the Hokage he serves. And, check out my Patreon for plus 60 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 77, The Next Step. This time, the resting quarters provided by Tsunagakure were far more spacious. Anko exhaled heavily, patting her chest as though calming her pounding heart. That Suna advisor's presence was terrifying. How did you manage to stay so calm, Rashi? My legs were about to give out. She frowned, lowering her voice. Also, are we really fine with agreeing to so many of their terms? And killing the Iwagakure envoy right in front of them? Rashi rubbed his temples, his tone casual. It's fine. My authority was confirmed before departure. Even if it hadn't been, there was no time to hesitate. In diplomacy, hesitation was weakness. Discuss what needed to be discussed, agree when necessary, waiting for orders meant falling behind. As for that IWA envoy, Rashi added quietly, if Ebizo hadn't presented him, I'd have found a chance to eliminate him later anyway. Anko leaned on the table, muttering, how did our mission even end up like this? We were just supposed to explain the situation to an ally, and now. First came Iwagakure's ambush, then Suna turning against them, then not turning against them, then maybe turning against them again, then, somehow, not. Tsunagakure's attitude shifted faster than desert winds. The young Jonin finally closed his eyes to rest. He was exhausted. Such was the nature of alliances during wartime, fragile, shifting, and drenched in uncertainty. An envoy's fate was always the same, success meant honor, failure meant death. The Kimogakure envoy. The Iwagakure envoy. And now him. Had Rashi made one wrong move, he would have ended up just like the others. The matter with Tsunagakure wasn't truly settled yet. The so-called agreement with Ebizo was nothing more than an initial understanding. The final decision would depend on the Kazekage's return from the northern fortress. Ebizo's decision to let Rashi kill the Iwagakure envoy only revealed where his own sympathies leaned, for now. If the Kazekage chose to betray Konoha upon his return, he still could. After all, it was a Konoha shinobi who had shed the envoy's blood. Meanwhile, dark clouds loomed over Konoha. Genma's team had returned with grim news. Tsunagakure shinobi had been involved in ambushing a Konoha squad. Though only a suspicion, it struck like lightning through the already strained Hokage leadership. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen sat amid his advisors, Hamura, Koharu, Danzo, and the Jonin commander, Nara Shikaku. One report after another piled up like storm clouds. A harshly worded letter of accountability had arrived from the Reikage. Kumogakure's border forces had re-engaged Konoha in the land of hot water, sparking multiple skirmishes in a single day. The tension on the eastern front was palpable. Even worse, Hidden Mist had begun taking advantage of the chaos, landing small teams along the eastern coast of the Land of Fire under the guise of investigation. Fugaku had offered the aid of the police force, and after an emergency council, Uchiha Shursui was dispatched with a team to repel the incursions. They succeeded, but the implications were chilling. If Hidden Mist chose to intervene, even just to supply Kimogakure with food, Konoha's position would deteriorate rapidly. Regarding Kimogakure, Hamura began, adjusting his glasses. Kitamura's latest report states that while their forces are active, all conflicts remain below Chunin level, and troop movements haven't expanded beyond existing defense zones. Koharu turned toward Danzo. What about Iwagakure? Danzo shook his head. No new intelligence yet. It was too soon. Even Root's most efficient agents needed time to dig deeper. An uneasy silence followed. The weight of Konoha's survival pressed on everyone's shoulders. Finally, Shikaku broke the stillness, his voice low. Hidden Mist is testing the waters, probing for weakness. Their interests are coastal. They lack the strength and motive to seize land so deep inland. For now, they're a secondary threat. He tapped the table, eyes narrowing. The real issue is Tsunagakure. Team 5 hasn't sent back definitive intel, and combined with Genma's report. This silence is telling. It's likely Tsunagakure hasn't decided which side to take yet. For Konoha, the best support we can give Team 5 now is momentum. He looked around the room, his tone sharpening. The attack west, defend east strategy we discussed can't be executed until Tsunagakure's stance is clear. We have two viable options left. He raised one finger. First, launch an all-out offensive on the eastern front, aiming for a decisive victory that cripples Kimogakure's forces. Force them to accept reality and abandon their war ambitions. It's bold, direct, and extremely risky. The room fell silent. Everyone knew the truth: if victory were that easy, peace would already exist. Then Shikaku raised a second finger. Second, a two-pronged approach. Maintain high pressure on the Eastern Front to keep Kimogakure in check, while simultaneously dispatching an envoy to officially reopen peace talks. His gaze was sharp. Kimogakure's restraint is a sign they want negotiations, but they need something bigger to save face after the Akai incident. Even if the talks fail, Shikaku continued, as long as the other villages, especially Sunagakure and Iwagakure, see that Kimogakure prefers negotiation over war, their appetite for conflict will wane. When Sunagakure weighs its options, it will side. He had once launched attacks across the continent, even marching against Sunagakure after failing to breach Iwagakure. And for what? Because the third Kazekage disappeared. Neither Iwagakure nor Konoha had said a word about it, yet the Raikage, halfway across the world, had leapt into action like a man possessed. Even if he won, what would he gain? The Land of Wind as an isolated outpost of the Land of Lightning. Ridiculous. If he'd wanted to attack Konoha, he could have just said so. Sunagakure would have joined in. That man was pure impulse wrapped in muscle. If one of his envoys were killed by Konoha, he'd charge straight into war without a second thought. But the current fourth Raikage was different. Hot-headed, yes, but not blind. He knew how to weigh risk and reward. Raza understood the subtext. The Akai incident had dragged on for days, yet Kimogakure hadn't moved an inch. That silence already revealed their stance. If Sunagakure tried to demand land from Konoha now, the chances of success were slim. Worse, Konoha might compromise with Kimogakure first, then turn around and make peace with Iwagakure. And Iwagakure, unlike distant Kimogakure, was their neighbor, always breathing down Sunagakure's neck, forever clashing over territory and resources in the Western nations. Still, this kind of opportunity was rare. Raza couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Opportunities to fleece an ally didn't come often. Anoki can't be trusted, Ebizo said heavily, catching the flicker of temptation in Raza's eyes. I don't know how he pulled this operation off, but rest assured, it wasn't for Sunagakure's sake. Do you think he'd ever let us gain such an advantage after all that planning? Impossible. Kazekage-sama, secure the gains that are real: food, supplies, mission quotas. Those are things that will keep the village alive. As for land or carving up Konoha, that's too far-fetched for now. If real opportunity comes, we can act then. But not before. Raza was silent for a long moment before shifting the topic. Any word on Kazumaki's whereabouts? Baki confirmed it yesterday, in the Land of Rivers, Ebizo said flatly. He's dead. Along with the men he took with him. A fool, trying to hijack the villages will for his own ambitions. He got what was coming to him. I see. Dead, then. Raza's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Killed by Konoha's shinobi. Most likely. Then, can we use that as leverage? Raza asked. We've lost several elite ninja, after all. It's only fair to demand some compensation from Konoha. Ebizo chuckled dryly. If you think it'll work, Kazekage-sama, you're welcome to try. It wasn't pride, just realism. Their men had conspired with Iwagakure against Konoha. And yet, Konoha still wanted Sunagakure as an ally. Perhaps, with a different envoy, Ebizo would have been willing to play the part and negotiate a little extra. But not with this envoy. He could already imagine Rashi's sharp, unflinching counterarguments, and he had no desire to spar with that young man again. Raza sensed as much. He didn't press further. Very well, he said finally. I'll meet Konoha's envoys now. Kazekage-sama. Rashi bowed slightly. Behind him, Enko and Itachi followed suit. Team 5, Raza greeted. You've had a long journey. Ebizo has already explained the situation in detail. Rest assured, Sunagakure stands firmly by its alliance with Konoha to face this crisis together. Enko's lips twitched faintly. She almost couldn't hold back a quip about what firmly meant, but Rashi's subtle glance kept her silent. Itachi, meanwhile, stood quietly, reflecting on what this mission had taught him about the fragile, tangled web between the great villages. Rashi maintained his polite smile. Kazekage-sama, your dedication to the alliance is deeply appreciated, he said smoothly. May I ask about the situation at the northern fortress? If the pressure there is too great, Konoha is prepared to send reinforcements to assist. Raza nodded. The front is stable for now. Elder Chiyo has taken command in my stead. Our defenses hold strong, with no major issues. He paused deliberately before adding, of course, Sunagakure is deeply grateful for Konoha's offer. The Land of Wind is barren, and our needs for supplies are urgent. More money, then. Rashi thought. Of course. Regarding provisions and aid, Rashi replied smoothly, Konoha will do its utmost. More money? Not happening. He shifted gears to his true purpose. Konoha is also willing to dispatch elite squads to directly support Tsunagekyu's defensive line. Raza's face didn't change. Your offer is generous, but unnecessary. Konoha is already stretched thin with Kimogakure pressing on your borders. Use your forces wisely, Tsunagakure can still hold. Support. Raza nearly smirked inwardly. What a joke. The northern front was quiet. The Iwagakure envoy's death hadn't even become public yet, and Iwagakure was still sending friendly signals their way. The so-called battle up north consisted of a few shuriken exchanges, so few they had to collect them afterward to reuse. He'd stayed at the front just to keep up appearances, leaving Ebizo to play the bad guy back home. If Konoha really sent reinforcements, they'd be more like inspectors than allies, an annoyance that might ignite a real war with Iwagakure. Raza didn't want war. This situation suited him perfectly: take the money, do nothing, and let the storm pass. Even Kazumaki's death could be spun into justification. Foolish as he was, the men had been a Tsunagakure shinobi, dead on foreign soil, at Konoha's hands. And now Raza wasn't even demanding reparations. That alone was already Tsunagekyu's sacrifice. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 79, Ebizo and Rashi's Farewell Words. Not wanting to continue the discussion about Konoha's proposed reinforcements, Raza decisively ended the meeting and asked Rashi to leave. Even with the Kazekage's verbal assurance to uphold the alliance, Team 5's movements within Tsunagakure remained tightly restricted. Only after Rashi's repeated requests did the village reluctantly allow them a sliver of freedom, permission to visit designated commercial districts, and even then, they were closely watched by accompanying shinobi. It's so strict here. Anko muttered under her breath, feeling several gazes pricking her back. We don't treat foreign envoys this way in Konoha, do we? The current Konoha has been reorganized, Rashi replied calmly as he browsed a row of shelves in a Tsunagakure shop. All clan compounds and important zones are now outside the main districts. The commercial areas are open even to outsiders, for trade and diplomacy. The shop shelves weren't bare, far from it. There were luxury items like gold work, high-grade spices, and rare medicinal herbs. But the selection of daily necessities was limited, and the prices were absurdly high. Rashi's fingertips trailed across several items before stopping at a small bottle of perfume, elegantly packaged. He picked it up. This can be reimbursed, right? That thought lingered as Rashi paid for it. Captain, Anko said with mild shock, eyeing the price tag. You're actually buying that? Is it a gift for someone? She leaned in and sniffed. Well, it does smell amazing. Rashi smiled faintly. You could say that. A gift. He slipped the perfume away, lost interest in shopping further, and led the team back to their assigned quarters. When they returned, Ebizo was there, napping in a chair. The old man's head drooped forward, his chest rising and falling with shallow snores, as though he'd been waiting for hours. Advisor Ebizo, Rashi greeted quietly. Mem, oh, little brat Rashi, you're finally back. Ebizo stirred, lifting his head with half-lidded eyes. Old bones can't stand long waits. His sharp gaze flicked to the small cloth bag Rashi carried. His nostrils twitched almost imperceptibly. The brat's got good taste, he said, grinning like a shopkeeper greeting a big spender. Tsunagakure's goods aren't bad, eh? Buy more, spend more. Then, his smile thinned. By the way, when are you leaving? Konoha must be getting anxious to hear our stance. Don't tell me you plan to stay and eat back all the money you've spent. Rashi set the bag aside, unhurried, and poured himself a glass of water before answering. Konoha might have been anxious at first. But as days passed without any hostile moves from Tsunagakure, that calm in itself was an unspoken message. There was no need to rush. We haven't received the Kazekage's formal reply yet, Rashi said evenly. It wouldn't be right to return empty-handed. Ebizo stretched out an arm, and a small scroll slid from his wide sleeve, landing with a soft thud on the table. This is it. Time to head home, kid. Rashi didn't reach for it. Kazekage-sama doesn't seem to want to see me personally. Ebizo snorted. Your sharp tongue is a menace. The fourth Kazekage has better things to do than argue with you. He slammed his palm lightly against the table. You keep talking about reinforcements, what reinforcements? Stop dancing around it. Unless Konoha delivers what it promised, Tsunagakure won't move a finger. His voice sharpened. I even turned a blind eye when you killed the Iwagakure envoy. Isn't that sincerity enough? Kid, who do you think you're threatening? Even if that old fox Inoki is unreliable, if he truly wanted to fight Konoha, he could still throw money at the problem. I chose Konoha, Ebizo went on, his tone rising with each word, Because among the entire ninja world, only Sunagakure and Konoha have the best foundation for cooperation, not because you were our only option. Understand, brat. His voice grew louder, his breath heavier. Rashi quietly refilled the old man's cup. Ebizo glared but still took it, gulping the water down in irritation. The silence that followed was heavy but calmer. Only then did Rashi reach for the scroll. He examined the seal and signature carefully, confirmed they were authentic, and tucked it away. Ebizo watched him coldly, then snorted and stood. Leave tomorrow. Sunagakure will send 3 squads to escort you out. Advisor Ebizo, Rashi said suddenly, his tone calm but edged with curiosity. Since we both understand we're the best partners available, why can't we cooperate more openly? He met the old man's eyes. In this world, aside from the hidden mist, the village least likely to attack Sunagakure is Konoha. The village that most sincerely seeks lasting peace with Sunagakure is also Konoha. And now, Rashi continued, is the best time for our friendship to deepen, and the perfect chance to weaken our common threat, Iwagakure. Ebizo's face was unreadable. He said nothing. Without Iwagakure's pressure, would Konoha still offer such generous terms? He didn't believe it. Raza didn't either. Permanent peace. That was a dream for people who didn't have to fight the wind for their next meal. When Ebizo finally left, Rashi sat in silence, his mind troubled. Why was Sunagakure suddenly in such a hurry? Had something changed within the village, or somewhere else in the ninja world? Team 5 had heard no news in Sunagakure, information was sealed tight. Either way, it was time to return. As the leader of the envoy, Rashi had done all he could. Ebizo's tomorrow came quickly. Early the next morning, Team 5 departed Suna, escorted by 3 full squads, 12 Sunagakure ninja in total. They barely stopped along the way. Their so-called escorts behaved less like protectors and more like wardens, ensuring the Konoha team didn't stray an inch from the assigned route as they sped toward the Land of Fire. The only upside was that with such a large escort, Team 5 could afford longer rest periods. The downside, everything else. The pace was relentless. The urgency palpable. It was strange. Even for cautious Sunagakure, this was excessive. Rashi's doubts only grew, but with so many eyes watching, there was no chance to investigate. After a full day and night of travel, the familiar green canopy of the Land of Fire finally came into view. The border outposts, watchtowers and fences rose like old friends on the horizon. At last, the Sunagakure squads halted. Their leader, a composed Jonin, stepped forward and gave a curt bow. Jonin Rashi, he said, we were ordered to escort you this far. Beyond this point lies the Land of Fire. Farewell. With that, all 12 Sunagakure ninja turned in unison and disappeared into the desert wind without another word. The Konoha shinobi stationed at the border had already spotted them approaching. A few approached cautiously, verifying identities before the middle-aged captain came forward. Jonin Rashi. You're finally back. The village has been worried sick about you in Sunagakure. His eyes were full of curiosity, searching Rashi's face for answers. Rashi nodded curtly. Mission complete. Sunagakure remains cooperative. He produced the sealed scroll. I have the Kazekage's formal reply. I'll report directly to the 3rd Hokage. At that, the Chunin exhaled loudly, relief washing over him. He turned and called out to the others. You heard him. The alliance stands, Sunagakure's still with us. Cheers broke out behind him, brief but heartfelt. For now, at least, the fragile peace held. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 80, After Effects. Between Iwagakure and Suna stretched a string of small nations, from east to west lay the Land of Rain, the Land of Birds, the Land of Stones, and finally, the Land of Silence. Because of Hanzo's fearsome reputation in the past, both Iwagakure and Sunagakure preferred to avoid battle on the Land of Rain's soil whenever possible. Instead, the Land of Birds, the Land of Stones, and the Land of Silence had long served as the 2 great villages' battlegrounds of contention. For Suna, the northern edge of the Land of Wind bordered the Land of Birds and the Land of Stones, a region of lifeless mountains eroded by endless sandstorms. Jagged paths cut through the barren landscape, making travel and supply routes difficult. The area's strategic value was limited, and the truly prosperous parts of the Land of Wind lay far to the south. As such, Sunagakure left only 1 or 2 watchtowers for surveillance. The true focal point of the northern front had always been the border near the Land of Silence. At that very moment, Anoki sat within a massive fortress carved directly into a mountainside of solid stone along the southwestern border of the Land of Earth. Tsukikage-sama, urgent intelligence. An Iwa Umbu knelt before him, presenting a scroll with both hands. Anoki took it, unrolled it, and scanned the message. Hamura Mitokado, on an envoy mission to Kumo, has already reached the land of hot water. The wreckage has shown no further movements. Anoki's eyes narrowed slightly. Although still young, that man surpasses even his father in diplomacy. It had only been a test, an attempt to meddle with Kumo's negotiations with Konoha. Yet the fact that it succeeded caught even the third Tsuchikage off guard. When Akatsuki relayed the news, it surprised him enough to take them more seriously. Mercenaries they may be, but competent ones. Unfortunately, the wreckage proved more rational than expected, and the schemes targeting Sunagakure had not borne fruit. The Kazekage's stance remained elusive, neither committing nor rejecting Iwagakure's subtle overtures. Now, it was time to make a new choice. Anoki gazed out at the horizon, the weight of war etched into his weathered face. News of Team 5's triumphant return spread quickly, and cheers erupted throughout the outpost. Anko couldn't help but grin. Her time in Suna had been anything but easy. The harsh environment was one thing, but the trip back felt like being escorted home under heavy guard. Still, the warmth of her teammates instantly melted away days of exhaustion. Even Itachi's usually calm eyes softened a little. Rashi didn't interrupt the rare moment of relaxation. Instead, he quietly pulled the Chunin captain aside to debrief him. So, the village sent an envoy to Kumo. He confirmed after listening. They've already crossed the land of fire and are waiting for a response in the land of hot water. He nodded slowly, understanding now why Suna had been so eager to send them back. The goal was clear: finalize their agreement before Kumo accepted the envoy. At this stage, Konoha's offer to Sunagakure still held weight, and the village would want to seal the deal swiftly, to show Kumo that Konoha remained stable, thereby pressuring them to accept negotiations. After a brief rest at the outpost, Team 5 set off again and reached Konoha late that night. During this tense period, the village gates were heavily guarded, checkpoints doubled, and Uchiha Fugaku himself led the patrols. The stern captain's gaze swept over the three dust-covered figures, pausing on his son for just a moment before giving Rashi a brief nod and waving them through. Their return was immediately reported to the Hokage building. The Hokage's office glowed with lamplight. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Shikaku were already waiting. Rashi wasted no time on formalities. He reported the mission's outcome, his discussions with Ebizo and Raza, the agreed terms, and his assessment of Sunagakure's attitude. Although they've promised to maintain the alliance, their position remains unstable, Rashi concluded. It's hard to count on them to join us against Iwagakure on the Western Front. They might even turn a blind eye, or worse, quietly cooperate. He spoke plainly, without embellishment. Yet none of the senior figures seemed alarmed. You've completed the envoy mission successfully, said Hiruzen, setting the tone. Given the circumstances, preventing Sunagakure from siding with Iwagakure is already a success. Koharu gave a slight nod of agreement. Shikaku, ever calm and pragmatic, rose from his seat, smiling as he patted Rashi on the shoulder. The outcome you brought back is the best we could have hoped for. It's enough to announce publicly and keep morale steady. You've worked hard, Rashi, Hiruzen added gently. Rest now. The next battles will still need you. Rashi bowed slightly, said nothing more, and left the office. Outside, the night air was cool and heavy. Anko was yawning exaggeratedly, while Itachi leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, deep in thought. For a moment, Rashi just stood there, exhaustion washing over him like a tide. When Anko saw him, she lazily slung an arm around his shoulder, half leaning on him. So. What did the old man say? Mission accomplished. Go home and sleep. That's it, she complained, rubbing her eyes. What about the credit? The reward? A feast, at least. Later, Rashi said, smiling faintly. First, rest. Fine, fine. She muttered, then rubbed her stomach. But I'm starving, Captain. Can't we get something to eat first? At this hour? Everything's closed, Rashi replied. I have food at home, Itachi said quietly, but before he could elaborate, Anko's eyes lit up. Wait. I still have instant noodles at home. Enough for 3? Rashi asked. Probably, she said uncertainly, then added confidently, yeah, definitely enough. Itachi sighed quietly. Rashi could only smile. Then let's go to your place for instant noodles. Back at Anko's small, cluttered apartment, a quick search revealed only 2 cups of instant noodles. Rashi was silent for a long moment. His gaze slowly lifted to the guilty-looking kunoichi. Without a word, he reached out and pinched her cheek, tugging it lightly. This is what you meant by, definitely enough. MMPH, ow. We can share them in bowls, she mumbled, her words slurred by his grip. Captain, you're the boss, you can eat less. Itachi's still a kid, he doesn't need much either. You're the one who should eat less. Rashi retorted, finally letting go. In the end, Itachi silently boiled water while Rashi found the bowls. The sound of bubbling water filled the quiet room. 2 cups of noodles were split into 3 bowls. After the warm meal, the exhaustion of the long journey returned all at once. Rashi looked up to see Anko already slumped asleep on the tatami, while Itachi had curled up in the corner, breathing softly. He sighed. He should clean up. Maybe later. Closing his eyes, Rashi lay down where he was. Tonight, that was enough. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 200 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 81, The Reveal. Rashi slept more soundly that night than he had in weeks. When he finally woke the next morning, sunlight was already streaming through the paper windows, and he realized he was the last one up. Itachi had clearly gone home and returned, his clothes were different now, and he was sitting at the table with Anko, quietly eating dango. Those two really would never get tired of dango. Besides the skewers, there were rice balls, tamagoyaki, and grilled fish neatly arranged on the low table, along with a small paper bag containing a towel and a new toothbrush. Mom made breakfast, Itachi said softly. She knew I came back late last night, so she packed extra. The towel and toothbrush are new, Captain, you can use them. The cool splash of water on his face washed away the last traces of sleep. When he returned, Rashi picked up a rice ball, taking a slow bite as Anko spoke between mouthfuls of dango. Hokage-sama sent a messenger, she said. He wants us at the Hokage building after we've rested. Rashi's reply was casual, almost absent-minded. Anko's eyes gleamed with expectation. A commendation, right? It has to be. That diplomatic mission nearly killed us. Itachi quietly countered, the one who did the hard work was the captain. We were just assisting. Anko pointed a dango stick at him. Nonsense. Without foolish subordinates, how can the captain's brilliance shine through? Itachi fell silent, unsure how to respond. Anko grinned in triumph. After breakfast, Team 5 made their way to the Hokage building. Word of their successful mission had already spread throughout the village, though most people didn't know who exactly had been involved, only that the team leader was a young jonin named Rashi. For now, he remained more rumor than image. Inside the Hokage's office, only Hiruzen was present, Shikaku and Koharu were elsewhere. You must still be tired, Hiruzen began warmly. I'm sorry to summon you so soon. As always, the third Hokage led with kindness before getting to business. First, he continued, news of your success has greatly lifted morale. Koharu suggested holding a formal celebration, but I'd like to hear your thoughts first, Rashi. Boost morale. Rebuild the Senju name. Or simply create a new hero for the people. Rashi shook his head. The mission's success was thanks to the entire village's strength. The front lines are still fighting, we shouldn't claim all the credit. Hiruzen nodded in approval. Understood. Second, he went on, the village will record 1 S-rank mission completion for each member of Team 5. Your remuneration will be processed shortly. Third. His expression softened with faint apology. You're granted 3 days of rest in the village. Given the current state of affairs, that's the best we can offer. 3 days was already generous for a jonin during wartime. Rashi had no complaints. Finally, there are logistical matters to handle with Sunagakure regarding material transfers. Some of those details will need your assistance. Rashi nodded. Understood. Once the arrangements were complete, the Hokage dismissed them to enjoy their short respite. Naturally, the team gathered that evening for a simple celebratory meal. Afterward, while the others rested, Rashi returned to his quiet training routine, filling one blank scroll after another with notes and practice results. A few days later, Hayami Shigeru stopped by. Everyone thinks your promotion to jonin is worth celebrating, he said. Rashi immediately knew who everyone meant. This time, he didn't refuse. Gaining fame meant little to him, but rituals like these strengthened camaraderie within the ranks. You can arrange the time and place, he said. Hayami left, visibly pleased. Team 5's brief vacation passed peacefully. But the world beyond Konoha didn't stop turning simply because a small corner of it had paused. Not everyone was content to watch the leaf regain its footing, or to wait for Kimo's official response to Konoha's envoy. On the final day of his leave, just as a rare moment of peace began to settle, an emergency report shattered the calm born from the Sunagakure alliance. Iwagakure had launched a large-scale invasion. Over 1,000 IWA shinobi surged southward like a red tide, crossing the grass country border and striking directly at the Kanobi Bridge line. The messenger hawk's shrill cries tore through the skies again and again. Rashi was summoned. Before he left, Grandma Momoka called after him. Rashi, her voice was calm but heavy, are you truly not going to turn back? He stopped at the doorway, not looking back. No. Momoka's eyelids lowered slightly. Then go. Please take care of yourself, he said quietly, and stepped out. This time, the summons wasn't to the Hokage building, but to the cliff above the Hokage rock. Hiruzen stood at the edge, the wind tugging at his robes as he looked down over the sprawling village below. Behind him waited two Umbu operatives Rashi recognized instantly, because their faces were too distinct to forget. Yamato, codenamed Tenzo. And Kakashi Hatake. Rashi. Hokage-sama. IWA has deployed its Jinchuriki. Rashi's eyes narrowed. So that was why the front line had collapsed so swiftly. With two Jinchuriki under their banner, IWA certainly had the power to overwhelm defenses. The situation is escalating quickly, Hiruzen continued, his gaze never leaving the village below. Uchiha Shursui has already led an elite military police unit to the Land of Hot Water front line. The Land of Hot Water. To guard against Kimogakure possibly sending out their own Jinchuriki. Rashi glanced toward Tenzo and immediately understood why he alone had been summoned. This mission would require power, his power. Itachi was still too young, and Anko lacked the means to fight a Jinchuriki head-on. Grandma's question earlier that morning echoed faintly in his mind. That had been her final attempt, to dissuade him, and perhaps to let the village continue pretending ignorance of what he could truly do. I've recalled Jiraiya, Hiruzen said. But even he will be strained facing two Jinchuriki at once. His eyes turned to Rashi. You can assist him, can't you? I need a definite answer. The wind howled against the cliff, carrying the tension of unspoken resolve. Rashi was silent for a long time before finally replying. I can. Hiruzen exhaled deeply, then turned to face him. Then I'll leave it to you. His tone hardened. Jonin Rashi, effective immediately, you are reassigned to the Umbu ranks for this operation. You'll resume your Jonin status after it's complete. Your teammates will be Kakashi and Tenzo. You're already familiar with their abilities from the last assessment. Kakashi has more seniority and mission experience, so he'll lead the team. Rashi nodded. With Kakashi's tactical precision, he had no objections. It was rare, and almost comforting, not to have to think ahead for once. Umbu assignment, concealment of identity, so the Hokage intended to keep his would release hidden. That was fine by Rashi. Revealing it recklessly would serve no one. Without the unmatched strength of the first Hokage, even a would release user needed to tread carefully. Conventional ninjutsu was enough for most fights. But when the time came, when a single strike could decide life or death, the element of surprise would be his greatest weapon. The front-line situation is urgent, Hiruzen said gravely. Report to the Umbu headquarters and depart as soon as you're equipped. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 200 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 82, Kakashi, Why Not Dye Your Hair? Bonus chapter. After the 3-day break ended, Iwagakure launched yet another offensive. Anko had been expecting a summons from the village any moment. But it never came. So, restless, she decided to track down her captain and ask directly about their next assignment. She still remembered the way from when she'd helped him move scrolls last time. Not here. The old woman in the house shook her head. He went on a mission. A mission. Her stomach dropped. He left, without us. A wave of loss and frustration surged up inside her, tightening her chest. For a moment, Anko's face went pale. She almost ran the whole way to the Uchiha compound. The guards at the gate gave her cold, disinterested looks, neither stopping her nor acknowledging her, until a soft voice cut through the silence. Izumi, thank you. You're welcome. Anko-senpai, right? You're Itachi's teammate, the girl said with a polite smile. I'm Itachi's friend. He's mentioned you. That little brat actually has friends his own age. The thought barely passed when she spotted Itachi approaching. Captain went on a mission. The flicker of surprise and confusion on Itachi's normally calm face strangely eased her heart a little. It seemed she wasn't the only one left in the dark. Brother. Sorry, Sasuke. I have something I need to take care of. Without their Jonin leader, getting an audience with the Hokage suddenly became a long and tedious process. The two waited in silence until Hiruzen appeared. Hokage-sama. Captain Rashi, did he go on a mission? Anko blurted out. Why didn't he take us? Is Team 5 disbanded? Her voice was strained with anxiety and anger. The third Hokage didn't scold her. His kind gaze lingered on the agitated Anko and the quiet, sharp-eyed Itachi beside her before he finally spoke. Yes. Rashi went on a mission. The mission's rank is extremely high, and very dangerous. Currently, only he from Team 5 meets the qualifications to participate. I'm sorry for reassigning your captain so suddenly. But rest assured, he's not alone. He's accompanied by capable comrades. This mission requires Jonin-level strength. When it's over, he'll return as your captain, and you'll remain members of Team 5. So we were left behind because we're too weak. Anko's shoulders slumped slightly. I'm too weak. Back in her small, silent apartment, she absently touched the side of her neck. Beneath her fingertips, the cursed seal that the third Hokage had sealed personally gave off a faint, burning ache. Outside Konoha village, deep in the vast forest, 3 shadows darted silently between the trees at blinding speed. The standard Umbu uniform was a masterpiece of stealth and practicality, and surprisingly comfortable. The only thing Rashi wasn't too fond of was the tattoo on his arm. The design was simple and elegant enough, but... well, it's not like I'm sitting for a government exam. Still, I guess it's part of the identity. You're a bit more animated than I expected, Kakashi said dryly. Though Rashi's movements were precise and efficient, that faint hint of curiosity, his quiet fascination with every detail of the Umbu uniform, hadn't escaped the veteran's sharp eyes. Kakashi-senpai, Rashi said suddenly, have you ever considered dyeing your hair? Huh. Kakashi blinked. Umbu are supposed to conceal their identities, right? In theory, yes. But silver hair, plus a Sharingan, it's not exactly subtle. With all due respect, doesn't that defeat the purpose? Behind them, Tenzo stumbled slightly, letting out a muffled shhh. Kakashi's voice carried a trace of embarrassment. Well, not all Umbu missions require anonymity. Some are, more administrative. Or internal. He tried to recover quickly. And when I do need to hide, I can always wear a trench coat. Or use a transformation jutsu. Understood, Rashi replied blandly. Cough. Kakashi cleared his throat, forcing the conversation back on track. Focus on the mission, Mori. No more chatter. Mori, that was Rashi's codename for this operation. The Kakashi of this era hadn't yet developed the smooth, fox-like composure of his later years, when he'd handle every situation with lazy confidence and a pocketbook of adult reading material. Rashi thought this with mild amusement, unaware of the faint spark of admiration from beside him. Mori-senpai, you're incredible, Tenzo said quietly. Huh. Rashi turned. Tenzo nodded earnestly. To so quickly find Kakashi-senpai's weakness and strike without mercy, truly inspiring. Shut it, Tenzo, Kakashi said flatly. The tailed beast interception squad returned to silence, save for the steady whoosh of air as they raced through the trees. Through Konoha's desperate defense, Iwagakiryu's advance had been halted roughly 10 kilometers from the Land of Fire's border. The enemy could go no further. But the cost was steep. Both the Kanobi Bridge and Tenchi Bridge, the twin arteries between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire, had fallen. In war, logistics are everything. Even though Shinobi could store supplies in scrolls, a full army still depended on stable routes for food and weapons. Losing those bridges meant losing the front-line barrier, and Iwagakure knew it. This time, the rapid collapse had one clear cause, Iwagakure's 2 Jinchuriki. Had Jiraiya not arrived when he did, single-handedly stabilizing the front, the Stone's army might have already pushed deep into the Land of Fire's heartland. If that had happened, even the aging third Hokage might have been forced to personally take the field. Upon reaching the command post, the trio went through verification and were led into the operations tent. Inside stood 2 figures, Jiraiya, his wild white hair unmistakable, arms crossed before the map table, and beside him, Narashikaku, brow furrowed, tapping the map edge as he calculated strategy. Yo, Kakashi, Jiraiya greeted casually, recognizing the silver hair immediately. A strangled sound escaped from Tenzo's mask, half laugh, half snort. Ah. What's funny? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. Rashi said nothing. Kakashi, his posture stiff for a fraction of a second, straightened. His voice came out low and serious through the mask. Special Tailed Beast Combat Squad, reporting for duty, Jiraiya-sama. Shikaku-san. Jiraiya frowned. Kakashi, what's he laughing about? No special circumstances. Kakashi barked quickly. Please, assign us our mission, Jiraiya-sama. And, check out my Patreon for plus 60 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 83, Iwa's Jinchuriki. That's a little strange, Kakashi. Jiraiya eyed him suspiciously for a moment before his gaze drifted between Rashi and Tenzo. Shikaku, unfazed by the awkward silence, studied the special operations team that the third Hokage had sent. His eyes paused on Rashi, brows raising slightly. That hairstyle and height, it's him, isn't it? Then, turning serious, Shikaku asked, how can you control a Jinchuriki? Both Mori and Tenzo use would release, Kakashi replied. Shikaku's eyes lit up immediately. 2 would release users. Jiraiya grinned, clearly intrigued. So the old man still has hidden cards after all. With that, we might actually have a way to counter their Jinchuriki. Leaning over the sand table, Shikaku began rearranging markers, his mind working at lightning speed. The situation doesn't allow delay, he said firmly. Iwagakure deployed their Jinchuriki to shatter our front lines, spread chaos, and convince Kumo that Konoha can't hold its ground. We can't give them that satisfaction. He tapped the table, his tone decisive. We strike back immediately, fast and hard, to break their momentum and expose their miscalculation. His gaze moved to Kakashi. Your arrival, and especially the presence of wood release, is a variable they couldn't possibly have anticipated. That's our secret weapon. Jiraiya-sama will continue to act as our visible main force, drawing their attention while the real operation unfolds in the shadows. Meanwhile, at the Iwagakure command post. The towering, broad-shouldered Kitsuchi stared intently at the shifting reports on Konoha's front line. Report, a scout shouted. Kitsuchi-sama, Konoha's defensive forces are mobilizing. We've detected troop concentrations at several points. Kitsuchi's heavy brows knit together. A counterattack already. Faster than expected. He folded his arms, expression grim. Could it be Jiraiya? Or has the third Hokage himself joined the battle? No matter, we've prepared for both possibilities. Pass my orders, consolidate all units, increase alert levels, and monitor Jiraiya's movements closely. His gaze turned to his deputy. Tell Rashi and Han to stand by. Yes, sir. Konoha's counterattack came like a storm. Blinding torrents of fire release and wind release techniques merged into a fiery web, while the thunder of explosive tags rolled across the battlefield like a drum of war. This time, the home field advantage was undeniable. Konoha's superior terrain knowledge and rapid reinforcement made Iwagakure's entrenched forces stumble backward under the relentless assault. Even with their famously tough earth release defenses, Iwa's front lines were pushed back dozens of meters. Several forward outposts had to be abandoned entirely. Just as Konoha's forces pressed their advance, a guttural roar split the air. From behind Iwagakure's formation, a wave of scorching heat blasted across the field. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, cloaked in dark crimson-tailed beast chakra, slammed into the battlefield like a meteor. Lava release, scorching stream rocks. Enormous spheres of molten rock spewed forth, their heat so intense it distorted the very air. The ground blistered and melted beneath their passage. Trees disintegrated into ash, and the hastily raised earth release walls of Konoha Shinobi sagged and collapsed like wax. The offensive faltered under the infernal onslaught. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. 2 voices shouted in unison. From the flanks, 2 mass Dumbu unleashed vast torrents of churning water, pulling moisture straight from the atmosphere and even the soil itself. The twin deluges collided head-on with the descending fireballs. SSSHHHHHHH. A sound like 1,000 blades hissing filled the air. Steam exploded outward in a deafening burst, engulfing the entire battlefield in dense white fog. Visibility dropped to mere meters. The searing mist burned against exposed skin. What? Kitsuchi's composure cracked, his eyes widening. That kind of water release, without a river nearby. On the field, Rashi's enraged bellow rose again. His tailed beast chakra flared violently, forming a massive outline in the blinding steam. Water release, raging wave. Tenzo's voice rang out. A pressurized torrent shot through the fog like a blade of water. Water release, water shock wave. Mori followed seamlessly, doubling the force. Before Rashi could counter, several Iwagakure shinobi threw themselves forward. Earth release, earth-style wall. Thick slabs of stone erupted upward, barely blocking the twin assaults. The redirected waves flooded outward, churning through the battlefield. Through the mist, lightning flashed. A sharp, bird-like cry pierced the air as a streak of light ripped through the fog, Chidori. Kakashi burst forth, his strike precise and lethal, cutting through the IWA defenders. Before he could press the advantage, another figure thundered out of the mist, faster, heavier, unstoppable. His body gleamed with metal armor, steam hissing from vents along his frame. The 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han. He drove a massive fist forward, the strike carrying enough power to pulverize stone. Before impact, white hair whipped forward like a living rope, latching onto Kakashi's waist and yanking him backward. Jiraiya landed between them, shielding Kakashi from the blow. Oh my, he drawled with a crooked grin. Seems all our guests have arrived. He pressed his palms together. Then let's begin. As the steam around Han surged and molten light began to glow in Rashi's mouth. Mori and Tenzo appeared silently behind them. The ground trembled. With a deep rumble, countless roots tore through the earth, bursting from beneath the scorched battlefield. Towering branches and gnarled trunks surged upward, lashing around the two Jinchuriki like living serpents. Rashi's lava seared through the first waves, sending charred splinters flying. Han's steam armor hissed, scorching the encroaching roots black. But the wood release did not stop. More branches erupted from below, faster and denser, like a forest rising in defiance. Just as the bindings began to tighten. Earth release, moving earth core. Kitsuchi, watching from afar, slammed his hands together. The earth beneath Rashi and Han heaved violently, lifting upward as though raised by a giant's hand. A massive stone platform rose from the battlefield, carrying both Jinchuriki high above the raging sea of wood release. The sudden upheaval shattered hundreds of roots, isolating the two from Konoha's advance, at least for the moment. And check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 84, Shifting Battlefield. Come on guys. Show some love and throw some Power Stones. On reaching top 10 in power ranking, I'll upload 5 bonus chapters. Wood release had long vanished from the ninja world for so long, in fact, that even Kitsuchi didn't recognize it at first. All he could do was rely on instinct and experience, divide the battlefield, raise the terrain beneath the Jinchuriki, and sever the rampaging wooden roots before they spread further. Earth release, rock iron bullet. Dozens of Iwagakure shinobi puffed out volleys of stone, each projectile hardening in midair until they became solid cannonballs that hammered into the writhing roots below. The impact shook the ground, stalling the advance of the wood release and giving Rashi and Han the briefest chance to breathe. The two Jinchuriki exchanged glances. When those monstrous roots had entangled them, they'd felt their chakra being drained, ripped straight from their bodies, beyond their control. The sensation left a cold dread lingering in their chests. Not knowing what technique they were facing, both made the same decision, retreat. But their opponent clearly had no intention of letting them go. Leaving so soon. Jiraiya slammed his hands together, and a massive summoning seal spread beneath his feet. A boom of white smoke followed, shaking the scorched earth. Out emerged a giant toad clad in a dark red coat, a massive tanto strapped to his waist. Hey, Jiraiya. Jinchuriki again. Gamabunta grumbled, pipe in mouth, his huge eyes scanning the chaos below. This is getting old. Despite his words, he didn't hesitate. Water release, toad oil bullet. A gigantic sphere of oily water erupted from his mouth, roaring toward the retreating enemies. Rashi met it head-on, his body flaring with molten chakra as he unleashed a blazing lava sphere. Water and fire collided with a deafening explosion, birthing a flood of scalding steam that once again swallowed the battlefield. Within the haze, Han's silhouette flickered. Steam hissed from vents across his armor, propelling him forward like a missile toward Gamabunta. The toad snorted and swung his short sword down with both hands, the impact shaking the ground, but Han's sheer strength made Gamabunta's massive frame shudder. TCH, this guy hits harder than a mountain. Jiraiya. Relax, Bunta. Isn't this the fun part? Jiraiya shouted back, grinning through the smoke. Meanwhile, Kakashi's single eye tracked the chaos through the thinning fog. The barrage of rock iron bullets continued relentlessly, hammering the battlefield and disrupting the regeneration of Tenzo's wood release. Tenzo, use earth release to intercept Iwagakure's fire. Mori, support Jiraiya-sama. Understood. Tenzo stepped forward, hands flashing through seals before slamming into the dirt. Earth release, earth-style wall. The ground roared as a colossal wall of stone erupted upward, tilted forward like a slanted ramp, perfectly angling itself to deflect the incoming barrage. The stone cannonballs crashed into the barrier, leaving deep craters but failing to pierce through. Beneath the wall's protection, the wooden roots continued to grow once more. At the rear, Shikaku's sharp voice rang out over the comm line. Cover Jiraiya-sama and the Umbu unit. Don't let Iwagakure regroup. The Konoha forces responded instantly. Their formation shifted, pressing forward with renewed aggression, cutting off the Iwagakure lines and isolating the battlefield into 3 distinct combat zones, each centered on one of the elite fighters. By then, Mori's figure had already vanished. Using the steam, shattered rock pillars, and scattered debris as cover, he darted silently toward Han. Rashi's lava release had the greater destructive range, but he and Tenzo could both counter it effectively with high-level water release. Han, however, was the immediate threat. Han, who had just forced Gamabunta back, suddenly felt danger flare behind him. He twisted and kicked, but instead of striking an opponent, his leg stopped short, bound tightly by something hard and alive. 3 thick wooden tendrils coiled around his limb, snaking higher with terrifying speed. This damn wood again. Rashi turned, preparing to intervene. Don't get distracted. Jiraiya's voice thundered from above. Gamabunta's massive blade descended once more, wrapped in slicing wind pressure, forcing Rashi to meet the blow head-on. Meanwhile, Mori pressed his palm to the ground, channeling his chakra. Dozens of roots surged upward like serpents, wrapping around Han's torso and arms, tightening with relentless strength. Han's eyes flared blood-red as the tailed beast's chakra erupted, but the wood release constricted even harder, draining his power faster than he could control. Just as he was about to lose the struggle, a shadow dropped from above. A massive, stone-clad fist smashed through the wooden bindings, sending splinters flying. Kitsuchi landed heavily beside Han. Han, fall back. That's the first Hokage's would release. Only then did Iwagakure's commander fully grasp why Konoha dared to counterattack. So that's their secret weapon. He muttered grimly, staring through the steam at Rashi's faint silhouette. Konoha, they've resurrected the impossible. Far away in Kimogakure, the fourth Raikage stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on the southern horizon. He was waiting. The door creaked open. His secretary entered silently, placing a sealed report on the desk. The Raikage turned, tore it open, and scanned the contents. So. Anoki finally made his move. Mabui. Yes, Raikage-sama. Relay my command to the front lines. Open the land of Frost border, allow the Konoha envoys to pass. Akai's death still burned in his chest. The man had been loyal, unyielding. And yet, he died mysteriously within Konoha. But the more the Raikage examined the situation, the less sense it made. If, by some chance, Konoha's story was true, why had Akai appeared inside the Hyuga compound? If he had the skill to infiltrate unnoticed, how had he failed to escape? And then, there were the escorts. Akai died, yet his two escorts escaped every blockade, crossing from the land of fire to the land of frost in one night, only to vanish afterward. Too many inconsistencies. Too many hands at work in the shadows. Someone, perhaps several someones, wanted to drag Kimogakure back into the war. Not this time. The Raikage's eyes narrowed. This war won't start on their terms. But one truth still burned in his chest like fire. Akai's death would not go unanswered. If my men had to die, then his death will bring greater gains for Kimogakure. His voice dropped into a low growl. The one who killed Akai will pay. And Konoha will pay as well. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 85, Tsuchikage enters the battlefield. The sudden appearance of wood release completely shattered Iwagakure's momentum. Kitsuchi stood between Han and Rashi, his decision made in an instant. They had to retreat. Neither Rashi nor Han had any experience dealing with wood release, and Iwagakure's battle plans had no effective countermeasure against it. If they kept fighting, they risked losing both Jinchuriki on this very field. Kitsuchi's fists hardened into rock as he launched a ferocious assault at Mori, forcing him back to create an opening for the Five Tails Jinchuriki to withdraw. Across the battlefield, Rashi saw Han break free, and fury ignited within him. The crimson chakra cloaking his body intensified as his four tails lashed wildly behind him. He opened his mouth, gathering a violent surge of yin-yang chakra. The energy compressed and spun into a black orb, pulsing with a sinister light. Oh no! Jiraiya's expression darkened. Gamabunta roared, spitting out another massive teppadama to intercept the attack. But Rashi, now almost fully in his tailed beast form, was too fast. He dodged aside, the ground shattering beneath his leap. Just as the tailed beast ball neared completion, thick vines erupted from the soil, wrapping around Rashi's limbs and torso. The energy sphere wavered, its stability faltering, but Rashi gritted his teeth, forcing the condensed chakra down his throat. Mori's hand clenched. The vines tightened instantly, wrenching Rashi's balance. Boom. A torrent of black energy exploded from Rashi's mouth, but because of the pull, the blast veered upward, rocketing into the sky instead of toward the battlefield. Even so, the residual shockwave blasted across the field. Jiraiya crossed his arms to shield himself, but the sheer force still sent him skidding back several meters. Now. Kitsuchi fired off several stone bullets, precisely severing the vines that bound Rashi's limbs. The freed Four Tails Jinchuriki slammed his feet into the ground and launched himself backward, landing heavily beside Kitsuchi. At last, the two Jinchuriki were clear of immediate danger. Kitsuchi's hands flashed through a rapid series of seals before he slammed his palms onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow divide. The battlefield rumbled violently as the ground split apart. Massive, hill-sized ridges rose from both sides, closing in on Mori and Jiraiya at the center. Rashi, steadying himself, took a deep breath and unleashed a wide stream of molten lava, further tightening the trap and limiting their escape paths. Bunta, dispel the summoning. Knowing that Gamabunta's enormous size would make him an easy target, Jiraiya didn't hesitate. The rest is up to you. A huge plume of white smoke burst forth, and Gamabunta vanished back to Mount Maiboku. Mori and Jiraiya quickly pulled back, widening the gap between themselves and the enemy. Using the crucial moment, Kitsuchi grabbed Han and Rashi, one in each arm, and kicked off the ground with startling speed for a man of his build. His massive frame blurred as he raced toward the Iwagakure defensive lines. Once he reached a safer distance, Kitsuchi barked an order to a nearby messenger Nin. Send the signal. All troops, cover each other and retreat. A deep, resonating tremor rippled through the earth as the coded signal spread across the entire Iwagakure front via earth release. Almost instantly, the front-line units began to pull back in perfect coordination. The vanguard retreated while the rear units advanced to cover them, the whole army ebbing away like a receding tide. But Kitsuchi didn't move to safety. He stayed forward, eyes sharp, forming more seals. Earth release, moving earth core. Earth release, earth-style wall. Earth release, stone bullet technique. He and his elite squads reshaped the terrain, raising walls, collapsing trenches, and firing volleys of stone bullets to block pursuit and buy time for the withdrawal. At Konoha's command post, Shikaku immediately noticed the shift. Iwagakure's retreating, in formation. He adjusted his strategy without hesitation. Relay my orders. All units advance in formation, maintain discipline and pursue. Priority, capture stragglers and wounded. Secure the border, don't let a single Iwagakure ninja slip into the land of fire to wreak havoc. Notify the Umbu tactical squad, no reckless advances. Stay with the main force. Under Shikaku's direction, Konoha's pursuit was calm and methodical. They didn't rush in blindly. Instead, the squads advanced steadily, pressing the retreating IWA lines while capturing any ninja who lagged behind. The chase continued all the way to Canopy Bridge. Iwagakure's main force was already crossing to safety. Just as Konoha's vanguard stepped onto the bridgehead, a small figure floated silently in the air on the opposite bank, as if he had been waiting there all along. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki. He didn't move to attack. He simply watched them, his gaze heavy and unyielding. Hold position. Jiraiya commanded sharply. Konoha's momentum froze at once. Set up camp. Defensive perimeter, now. The orders spread like wildfire. Ninja dug trenches, erected barriers, and positioned sentries. By the time the dust settled, the two great forces once again stood face to face across Canopy Bridge. Only this time, the initiative belonged to Konoha. After inspecting the forward defenses, Jiraiya returned to the command center. Inoki himself is here, he said grimly. That's our limit. We can't push further. Shikaku nodded thoughtfully. As the Tsuchikage, he won't dare cross into the land of fire. Too risky, and the rewards aren't worth it. He exhaled slowly. But his presence makes Iwagakure's stance clear. This, he gestured at the bridge, is their bottom line. Konoha, already stretched thin by fighting on two fronts, couldn't afford a direct assault on a defensive line anchored by a kage. Unless. Shikaku's gaze flicked toward the masked man standing quietly nearby, codename Mori. Unless Sunagakure honored the alliance and launched an offensive from the west. Mori knew better. He wasn't Uzumaki Naruto, his persuasion skills had limits. And Sunagakure's current leadership was certainly no Gaara. Technically, the grass village still existed in name, but with Inoki and two Jinchuriki occupying their territory, they had no voice in this war. Hanzo's shadow still loomed over the region, a reminder of what happened to those who meddled recklessly. All Konoha could do now was wait. Wait for the outcome of the Eastern Front. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 86, Inoki's Decision. That night, Kakashi stayed behind at the command center, while Mori and Tenzo returned to their assigned quarters to rest and await further orders. Mori-senpai, what are you doing? Back inside the tent, Mori had unrolled a scroll and was busy with something that immediately caught Tenzo's attention. Training. Tenzo fell silent for a moment, his tone carrying genuine awe. After a battle like that, using so many high-level techniques and exhausting so much chakra, you can still train. Mori-senpai, you really are on a different level. It wasn't flattery. Ever since he had seen Mori's would release on the battlefield, Tenzo could feel the difference. Despite sharing the same Kekkai Genkai, their techniques had distinct natures. Tenzo's would release focused on shaping constructs and containment. Mori's, on the other hand, felt alive, more demanding, more forceful, and terrifyingly effective against Jinchuriki. Even Kakashi, who had worked with Tenzo for years, had sensed it, and had deliberately assigned Tenzo to act as Mori's support. It's just a rare chance to refine my control, Mori replied, sealing away the last of the scrolls and tucking them neatly into his ninja pouch. Then, he fastened his mask back over his face. Seeing this, Tenzo quietly did the same. Just then, the tent flap lifted. Jiraiya didn't enter right away. He paused at the entrance, as if making sure he wasn't interrupting anything, before stepping in. Yo. You two really pulled your weight today, he greeted with a grin. If it weren't for you, dealing with those two Jinchuriki would have been a nightmare. We didn't capture them, but forcing a retreat like that. That's a win in my book. Lord Jiraiya, Rashi spoke evenly, his tone polite but direct. I assume there's something specific you came to tell us. If this had been a routine debrief, he would have gone through Kakashi. Jiraiya didn't need to visit Umbu personally unless it was something that required discretion. You're really not the warm and fuzzy type, are you? Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his unruly white hair before sighing. All right, straight to business. With Iwagakure's main force pushed back to the Canopy Bridge, we've basically hit the strategic target set by the Hokage. And your contribution was vital. He paused, his tone growing firm. However, until both enemy Jinchuriki are confirmed to have retreated, you two are not cleared to leave the front. Rashi merely nodded. That much was expected. And then. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his neck, looking faintly exasperated. That Kakashi fellow seems to think he's less important than you two. So he's already taken a squad and gone off on a recon mission, on his own. Again. Tenzo blurted out before catching himself. Feeling both the Sanin's and Rashi's gazes, he quickly straightened up and muttered, ahem, understood. Jiraiya laughed heartily. You've got it rough too, Tenzo. That guy really doesn't play well with others, huh? The humor faded from his expression a moment later. Anyway, that's the situation. Until Kakashi gets back, or this phase officially ends, you two will be under my command. Neither Rashi nor Tenzo objected. Jiraiya's authority was second only to the Hokage's. As one of the legendary Sannin and current supreme commander of the Western Front, his words carried the weight of the entire village. After a few more minutes of small talk, checking on their condition, supplies, and whether they needed resupply, Jiraiya rose to leave. When the tent flap fell shut again, the silence returned. Meanwhile, at Iwagakure's frontline command post, the atmosphere was far darker. Would release, a most troublesome power. Anoki's voice was low, thoughtful. Having once witnessed firsthand how Hashirama subdued the entire shinobi world and tamed the tailed beasts, he knew better than anyone to fear that power. It was because of that understanding that he now found himself trapped in a painful dilemma. Sending the Jinchuriki back into battle against a would-release user capable of restraining tailed beasts was a fool's gamble, a high-risk, low-reward move that could cost Iwagakure its most valuable assets. Jinchuriki were living weapons. Losing one was a disaster, losing two would be catastrophic. But if he abandoned their power entirely, then trying to break through the Canopy Bridge line would devolve into a war of attrition, a grind that favored no one. Not with Jiraiya commanding the other side. And certainly not while the third Hokage's shadow still loomed in reserve. His initial plan had been to hold the line and wait for Kimogakure to see Konoha stretched thin and open a second front in the east. He had patience to spare. But the news that reached him 3 days after the front stabilized crushed that hope. Konoha's propaganda division had made it public. An envoy led by advisor Hamura Mitokado had entered the Land of Frost, beginning formal peace talks with Kyomo. The moment Inoki heard, his expression darkened. So that was it. The fourth Raikage, was using his offensive as leverage, bargaining for better terms at Konoha's negotiation table. If Iwagakure continued this stalemate, they'd bleed for nothing while Kyomo reaped the diplomatic rewards. Were IWA and Kyomo allies? Hardly. The third Raikage had died at Iwagakure's hands. If cooperation served both sides, Inoki could stomach it. But this time, Iwagakure stood to gain nothing. And there was still Sunagakure to consider. Officially, Suna was Konoha's ally, or so Konoha's propaganda claimed. If IWA kept fighting and Kyomo withdrew, Raza could turn opportunist overnight, allying with Konoha to reclaim territories in the north that IWA had fought so hard to control. The balance of gain and loss was already tipped. Inoki slowly descended from the air, his expression grim. Change of plans, he said quietly. Kitsuchi, organize a phased withdrawal. Prioritize the wounded and essential supplies. Iwagakure will pull back. Lord Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi looked startled. Though the battle wasn't going well, it hadn't yet reached the point of full retreat. Execute the order. Yes. Kitsuchi saluted and hurried off to relay the command. Inoki watched him go, the weight of decades pressing down on his shoulders. He had invested everything into this campaign, even risked his Jinchuriki, yet in the end, the result was the same. Raza hesitated. The Raikage manipulated from afar. Surrounded by half-hearted allies, Iwagakure could never truly seize victory. He was old. He knew it. Would he live to see Iwagakure's next chance? Anoki didn't know. But one thing he was certain of. The time had come to entrust the future to the next generation. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 87, Insidious Strategy. 4 days had passed since Mori and Tenzo were placed under Jiraiya's command, yet the Canopy Bridge front remained eerily quiet. Konoha's defenses were being reinforced daily, traps, barriers, and detection seals layered one over another like a web of steel and chakra. Shikaku was practically fused to the sand table inside the command center, his eyes never leaving the shifting front lines. Jiraiya remained overall commander, occasionally heading out to inspect the defense sectors himself. On the second day of the stalemate, Mori accompanied the barrier squad to the front lines. They were specialists in sealing, valuable people to observe and learn from. By the third day, Jiraiya had taken notice. The Umbu operative codenamed Mori seemed particularly intrigued by Fuinjutsu, so the Sannin himself had decided to offer some personal guidance. With such a teacher, Mori's mastery of sealing techniques advanced rapidly, enough for Jiraiya to raise a brow in quiet approval. Meanwhile, Tenzo was starting to feel trapped. He couldn't rest properly, couldn't train properly, and couldn't figure out where to put his energy. He had to keep his would release a secret. He lacked aptitude for other fields. And as a key operative, he couldn't just exhaust himself through endless drills. He had once admired Mori, but now, he was beginning to miss Kakashi. The flap of the Umbu tent suddenly lifted. Jiraiya stepped inside, his usual easygoing smile gone. Pack up. Command center. Now, he said, his tone sharp. Kakashi just returned, with critical intelligence. When Mori and Tenzo arrived at the command post, the air inside was taut with tension. Shikaku was still rooted before the sand table, his eyes glinting under the lamplight. Jiraiya stood beside him, arms crossed. Kakashi, still in his Umbu gear, was caked with mud and grass, clearly just back from a long, stealthy run. Report, Shikaku said tersely. Kakashi's voice was low and a bit rough. As planned, I led my squad to infiltrate grass country territory near the old Canopy Bridge site for deep reconnaissance. For the first 24 hours, Iwagakure's patrol routes and defense grids remained consistent, nothing unusual. But 6 hours ago, we began observing multiple IWA squads moving north. Retreating for rest or rotation? Jiraiya asked. Unlikely, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. We risked getting closer. At least 10 full-strength units have systematically withdrawn northward from their defensive line. He paused, then continued, 3 hours ago, we confirmed 3 more units disengaging. Hyuga Tsukimi used her Byakugan, she spotted the Five-Tails Jinchuriki among them. And no reinforcements have arrived to replace them. Shikaku exhaled slowly. Withdrawing troops, even pulling out the Jinchuriki who anchors their assault formation. Anoki's preparing to retreat. Ever since the news of Hamura Mitokado's mission to the Land of Frost, Shikaku had anticipated something like this. It seemed the pieces were finally shifting in Konoha's favor. That old fence-sitter, Jiraiya muttered with a half-grin. He's nothing if not decisive. Shikaku didn't respond, he was already giving orders. Dispatch 3 elite recon teams. Spread them along the Canopy line. I want confirmation on Iwagakure's troop movements, every gap, every stronghold. The messenger ninja bowed and vanished in an instant. Shikaku turned back to Kakashi. Good work. Get some rest, but stay on standby. Yes, sir. Kakashi gave a curt nod and left. Jiraiya then looked to Mori and Tenzo. You two as well. If Iwagakure's pulling out, they might leave behind a rearguard or attempt a final strike. Stay sharp. Understood, Mori said, and the 2 Umbu exited the tent. Hours later, the scouts' reports confirmed everything. Iwagakure's defenses were thinning rapidly, the remaining traps and seals were hasty replacements for actual manpower. The assessment was sent back to Konoha. The response came swiftly. When Mori's team was summoned again, the atmosphere in the command center had grown heavier, not lighter. The latest orders from the village are in, Jiraiya said, his tone grave. We're to push forward on the Canopy front, immediately. Kakashi frowned. Why? Iwagakure is already withdrawing. If we just maintain pressure, they'll fall back on their own. Why risk a full offensive now? Jiraiya sighed. Because the Raikage is demanding reparations, and his patience is gone. If we refuse, he'll open another front tomorrow. Shikaku's expression tightened. And if Kumogakure attacks, Anoki will reconsider his retreat. He might even re-engage before pulling out. The Hokage's advisor, Mitokado, is already negotiating, Jiraiya continued. This is our narrow window. While Inoki's will to fight is wavering, we strike, seize Shinobi, drive them all the way back to the Earth Country border if possible. Silence followed. The unspoken question hung heavy in everyone's minds: what if Inoki takes the field himself? One dust release, and the entire offensive could be erased, literally. Then Mori spoke up. Captain Kakashi recently conducted deep reconnaissance in Grass Country, correct? What stance has the Grass Village maintained in this conflict? Jiraiya arched a brow. Grass. Their survival strategy is neutrality. As long as Inoki's here in person, they won't dare show a real attitude. They've been quietly allowing Iwagakure to move and camp within their territory. Shikaka nodded. They play both sides, always have. Even Suna, who's nominally allied with us, won't directly strike Iwagakure. Expecting Grass to take action is unrealistic. I'm not asking them to take sides, Mori said evenly. I just want to confirm something: have they ever openly declared loyalty or cooperation with Iwagakure? Shikaka frowned in thought, then shook his head. No. They've stayed ambiguous, as usual. That way, they can claim helplessness later, whichever side wins. Exactly, Mori said. His eyes sharpened. From Iwagakure's perspective, Grass Village's obedience only lasts as long as they have an overwhelming presence there. But if Inoki's army begins to retreat... Jiraiya's eyes narrowed with interest. Then a sudden shift in Grass's behavior could accelerate their withdrawal, Mori continued. If a few strong-willed Grass shinobi were to appear behind their lines, harassing supply convoys, striking retreating units, or even just creating the illusion of such attacks. He glanced between the two strategists. The fear of being attacked from both front and rear could make Iwagakure abandon Grass territory faster, maybe even collapse their rear defenses entirely. Shikaka's brows slowly relaxed, and a small, calculating smile appeared. It's worth trying. He paused. But such a mission would be incredibly dangerous: infiltration, disguise, deep behind enemy lines. Only a top-tier squad could pull that off. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 88, Inoki Outmaneuvered. Bonus chapter. News that Grass Village ninja had attacked Iwagakure outposts within the Grass Country borders quickly reached Inoki. The third Tsuchikage studied the intelligence report, his brow tightening. They dared to strike while I'm still here. But such matters couldn't be dismissed simply because they seemed unlikely. Iwagakure's frontline forces had been shuffling and withdrawing frequently. Konoha likely knew of these movements, and if they did, Grass Village, the host nation, certainly wouldn't be blind to it either. Just like every hidden village, Grass had both radical and conservative factions. If one of them saw Iwagakure's weakness and decided to take advantage, it wouldn't be impossible. With that thought, Inoki made his decision. Whether the attackers were truly Grass shinobi or not didn't matter, the priority was securing the withdrawal route. If this kind of incident wasn't contained quickly, then even if Grass wasn't behind it now, they soon would be. Kitsuchi. The tent flap lifted, and his burly son entered, bowing slightly. Tsuchikage-sama. You'll lead 3 elite squads. Deal with those rats swiftly, cleanly. And once it's done, take their heads to Grass Village as a warning. Kitsuchi nodded, turning to leave. Wait, Inoki called after him. Has Konoha's probing become more frequent lately? Yes, Kitsuchi replied. Small-scale infiltration and recon have increased by about 30%. Inoki's eyes narrowed. Seeing that his father had no further questions, Kitsuchi departed with his men. Watching his eldest son's back disappear beyond the tent, Inoki exhaled softly. Besides Kitsuchi, who else in Iwagakure can still be relied on? His mind returned to the problem at hand. Konoha's recent actions were off. Not just because they discovered Iwagakure's thinning front lines, but because of how they reacted afterward. Instead of feigning ignorance, they'd started probing more actively. Are they planning an assault? But why? Logically, Konoha should be holding their lines. They'd already pushed Iwagakure back into Grass territory. That alone was a strategic victory. If not for that reasoning, he never would have pulled back on first. Perhaps, a counterattack to test Konoha's resolve is in order. The idea flickered, and then Inoki crushed it. No. The retreat route came first. He'd wait for Kitsuchi to eliminate the Grass threat before making any further moves. For just a few enemy squads, it shouldn't take long. At least, that was what Inoki believed, until the next day came and Kitsuchi still hadn't returned. Just as Inoki prepared to check the situation himself, Bunta, the jonin temporarily in command of the front line, rushed into the command tent, face grave. Sachikage-sama. There's movement on Konoha's line, they're preparing a large-scale assault. What? Inoki snapped his head up, fury flashing in his eyes. They dare to attack while I'm still here. Have I gone soft from waiting too long? Boom. Rumble. Before his anger could cool, deafening explosions thundered from the direction of Canopy Bridge. Konoha's assault had already begun. The shinobi of Earth Country were not known for overwhelming offense, but their defenses were unmatched. Even caught off guard, the IWA lines responded with discipline. Shouts mingled with the roar of detonations. Hand signs flashed. Massive earth release walls erupted from the ground, intercepting volleys of explosive kunai mid-flight. The terrain warped under chakra control, sinking, shifting, to throw off Konoha's advance formations. Counterfire followed, dense clusters of stone bullets screaming through the air, colliding with Konoha's explosives and detonating them prematurely in midair. The first wave of Konoha's long-range assault was nearly nullified. Their momentum stalled. But only for a heartbeat. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fire release, Great Flame Technique. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. The second wave struck, this time, a wall of fire. Dozens of Konoha shinobi unleashed their jutsu at once, flames surging across the narrow bridge front. The heat forced Iwagakiru's front rank to fall back slightly, the air itself shimmering. But even that inferno couldn't breach the stone bulwark before it. The earth release walls blackened and cracked, but held. A few IWA nin chuckled from behind the barricades, sneering at Konoha's wasted chakra. Then, through the blazing curtain of fire. Lightning. Blinding streaks of white-blue tore through the inferno, colliding head-on with the flames. The resulting explosion was apocalyptic. The earth walls shattered. Rubble, sparks, and shards of stone rained down on Iwagakiru's line like a storm. Blinding light seared their vision, several shinobi screamed, clutching their eyes as chaos rippled through the ranks. Don't panic. Reform the line. Watch for follow-up attacks. Bunta's voice bellowed over the confusion. High above, Inoki's expression darkened. This wasn't a mere probe. Konoha intended to fight. He descended to the command post and summoned Rashi. The Four Tails Jinchuriki returned to the battlefield, ascending a high platform crafted by IWA nin through earth release. Under cover fire, a black sphere of dense chakra formed, and then launched toward Konoha's positions. Just as it tore through the air, a masked figure stepped onto the front lines. The ground erupted. Thick, twisting trees exploded from the soil, arching and coiling together into a massive wooden barrier that intercepted the tailed beast ball's path. Tailed beast chakra clashed violently with the living force of wood release. The black sphere crushed the wood, shredding it apart, but the regenerative vitality of the jutsu kept reforming, deflecting the blast's direction until it barely skimmed Konoha's flank and detonated far off in the distance, erupting into a towering mushroom cloud. The moment the tailed beast ball was diverted, Inoki appeared above the wooden bulwark, his hands forming seals. A transparent, cubic light flared in his palms. Dust release. But before it could fire, a blur shot from Konoha's line, a dark shadow slicing through the air toward his waist. Inoki was forced to twist away, breaking the technique, flipping backward awkwardly but avoiding the strike by inches. He steadied himself, scowling down at the source of the attack. And froze. From Konoha's position, a familiar figure stepped forward. Black combat armor. Shoulder guards. Forearm guards. A long staff in hand. And that unmistakable, calm killing intent. Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Inoki hissed through gritted teeth. So you've come too. And, check out my Patreon for plus 60 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 200 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 89, Hiruzen vs Inoki. Mori hadn't joined the infiltration operation deep into the grass country. Iwagakiru had withdrawn only the Five Tails Jinchuriki, while the Four Tails host, Rashi, remained on the front lines. He had to. Tenzo's would release possessed great destructive force, but his ability to suppress a tailed beast was limited. In the original story, even restraining Naruto's transformation required the necklace once worn by the first Hokage. Thus, the dangerous infiltration mission fell to Kakashi, Tenzo, and an elite jonin from the Hyuga branch family, responsible for long-range reconnaissance and counterintelligence. But what truly gave that small team the confidence to infiltrate enemy lines, and even hold off a powerhouse like Kitsuchi, was its fourth member, Jiraiya. Yes, Jiraiya himself had gone. There were two reasons for this. First, the rear base had been attacked. Inoki would certainly send a powerful commander to clean up the situation. Second, Hiruzen Sarutobi had arrived. The same professor whom Orochimaru once admitted could easily kill him. With Hiruzen on the front, Konoha's combat power was already more than sufficient. Because Jiraiya accompanied the infiltration team, Kitsuchi had been unable to eliminate or even repel them completely. As a result, intelligence confirming his absence from the front was successfully transmitted back to Shikaku, through the messenger toads of Mount Maiboku. And that intelligence had led to today's strike. I thought you'd die of old age in Konoha, Hiruzen, Inoki said coldly. You're still alive and kicking yourself, Inoki, Hiruzen replied mildly, that familiar kind smile on his lips. Since only you're left standing, I thought I'd drop by for a visit. Then why don't you come down and reminisce? It's been a long time, Inoki. The appearance of the two Kage instantly froze the battlefield. Rashi withdrew his tailed beast cloak and sat cross-legged atop his stone platform, though his gaze stayed locked on the masked Umbu. Mori silently retreated to Hiruzen's side, unfazed by Rashi's glare. Inoki slowly descended, stopping about 10 meters from Hiruzen. So, the old Tsuchikage asked, do you plan to kill me here, Hokage? The war has dragged on long enough, Tsuchikage, Hiruzen replied sincerely. Withdraw your forces. Konoha has never sought Iwagakure's destruction. Ending this war benefits us both. Inoki gave a short, mirthless laugh. That may be good for Konoha, but it does nothing for Iwagakure. Save your noble words. He folded his hands behind his back, eyes narrowing. How about this? Konoha paid a price to end the war with sand. And another for cloud. So tell me, Hokage, what price will you offer this old man to let your village live? Hiruzen said nothing. He merely met Inoki's gaze. It wasn't that he wouldn't negotiate, he couldn't. Iwagakure's military power was too vast. Konoha could negotiate with Tsunagakure, or even Kimogakure, but not with Iwagakure. Konoha's entire roster of 12,000 shinobi represented 50 years of growth. Meanwhile, Inoki had once mobilized 10,000 active ninja to attack the Raikage, and that wasn't even Iwagakure's full strength. The Land of Fire was fertile and rich, yet even Konoha didn't dare maintain such an army. The Land of Earth, barren and harsh, somehow did. Inoki kept his forces that large for one reason, expansion. And any price paid to him would only become fuel for the next invasion. Jiraiya has already infiltrated deep into the grass country, Hiruzen said evenly. Inoki's bushy brows twitched. The lines on his weathered face deepened, though his expression remained composed. Kitsuchi hasn't returned yet, has he? There was no need for further words. The implications were clear, Jiraiya's team had likely reached an understanding with the grass village. Kitsuchi's situation was unknown. The front showed no progress. The Hokage and a wood-release user were both present. Konoha had made up its mind to fight at any cost. Just 2 short sentences carried enough weight to make Inoki's mind churn. After a long silence, he gave a quiet snort through his nose. Hiruzen, it seems you're not so old after all. Hiruzen met his eyes. By tomorrow's sunset, Konoha's offensive will halt. With that promise made, the third Hokage personally oversaw the front line as Inoki began issuing orders. Under Hiruzen's watchful gaze, Iwagakure's forces started a disciplined, orderly withdrawal from the Canopy Bridge. Only after Konoha's reconnaissance and barrier units confirmed the area was clear of traps did their troops advance cautiously, reclaiming the blood-soaked ground. Kakashi's team and Jiraiya returned by noon the next day. And just before the deadline set by Hiruzen, sunset on the second day, Inoki led Iwagakure's main army in a full retreat beyond the grass country border. That afternoon, an envoy from the grass village arrived at Konoha's command post to meet the Hokage. Hiruzen, ever courteous, made no mention of Grass's earlier silence and hesitation. He merely smiled, stating that Konoha had always respected, and would continue to support, the interests of the grass village. Soon after, both sides dispatched personnel to establish joint outposts along the border between grass and earth, forming a new defensive line. For now, the western front had gone still. Shikaku told me you're still as sharp as ever, Rashi. Inside the temporary command tent, Hiruzen met with the young man, now out of his Umbu gear, alone. If not for your plan to create pressure through Grass Village's movements, it wouldn't have been so easy to corner that stubborn old man into retreat. The plan was mine, but the credit belongs to Kakashi-senpai, Rashi I replied calmly. Without his infiltration confirming Iwagakure's intent to withdraw, none of our later deployments would have been possible. His tone was even, his expression composed. For Rashi, now a jonin, military merit no longer mattered as much. With the strength and influence he possessed, recognition would follow naturally. What mattered more now was proving sound judgment, and demonstrating value. That was how his words would gain weight. Young people shouldn't be too modest, Hiruzen said with a faint smile. To read the flow of battle and find a workable path forward, that alone is remarkable talent. His eyes softened with admiration and something almost paternal. This Umbu mission ends here. You'll return to the Jonin Corps for now. But remember, if needed, you may still be called upon as Mori. He paused, then added, Kakashi and Tenzo have other assignments. For now, Rashi, return to the village and rest. As he spoke, a slightly helpless smile crept onto Hiruzen's face, almost sheepish. Though I should warn you, your two teammates seem rather upset about being left behind this time. Rashi blinked, genuinely puzzled. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 90, Rashi's Return. 3 days after Rashi's departure, word finally arrived. Iwagakure had been driven out of the Land of Fire. The exact battle details were classified, but the outcome spread quickly enough. The once restless village began to calm, its anxiety replaced by relief and newfound stability. Itachi, however, had his own suspicions. This must have something to do with my captain, he said quietly. Why do you think so? Izumi asked, resting her chin on her palm as she looked at him with curious eyes. It's simple, Itachi replied with certainty. A mission of that level would only be assigned to someone like him. His strength has always been unfathomable. We've been on missions together, but he's never once shown the full extent of it. He paused, thoughtful. The third Hokage must know that too. That's why he entrusted the task to him alone. Izumi gave a small, knowing smile. She was an ordinary ninja, talented, yes, but she knew her limits. Even after awakening her Sharingan, she was nowhere near the level of Itachi or his captain. If Itachi said so, it must be true. She nodded lightly. You're probably right. I'm going to train, Itachi said, standing. Good luck, Itachi, she replied softly. The village still hadn't summoned them. Anko was in the middle of training, but fragments of gossip kept floating to her ears. Iwagakure had retreated. Kumogakure was negotiating. The Tsuchikage had been driven out of the grass country. But there was still no word of Rashi. She didn't know where he'd gone, only that these victories surely had his hand in them. And yet, as a member of Team 5, she'd been left behind for being too weak. By the time she finished training, the sky had already turned dark. Dragging her tired body back to her apartment, she stopped short at the entrance. Row. Sure. Her voice trembled, uncertain, as if afraid she'd mistaken him for someone else. Didn't eat yet. Rashi looked up, scanning her with calm eyes. Not yet. Then open the door. I'll grab some water first, then we'll call Itachi and go eat. Anko's mind felt hazy, but her body moved on instinct. She unlocked the door, boiled some water, and watched as Rashi moved around her apartment, just like the first time he'd visited. He quietly picked up her scattered kunai and scrolls, muttering about her bad habits. Anko, too hungry to care, ripped open a cup of instant noodles. But there was only one left. With a sigh, she fetched a bowl so they could share. Hey. You gave me too little, she complained when Rashi pushed a small half-portion toward her. Is this how a captain treats his teammate? I'll treat you to real food later, Rashi said without looking up. Eat too many instant noodles and you'll turn into a potato. What potato? You, Rashi, she yelled, baring her teeth like an angry cat. But he merely reached over and pinched her cheek, easily stopping her rampage. She grumbled under her breath but eventually accepted her share, wolfed it down, tidied up a bit, and followed Rashi out to meet Itachi. Captain, you're back, Itachi greeted, eyes brightening briefly before returning to calm composure. Have you eaten yet? Rashi asked. Itachi hesitated, glancing at Anko's grin. Not yet. He lied without a flicker. Then let's go. Feels like there aren't many new restaurants these days. I want tempura. Anko raised her hand immediately. Itachi? Rashi asked. Tempura's fine. Then tempura it is. Anko had a dozen things she wanted to say, complaints, questions, maybe even a little scolding, but somehow, none of them felt necessary anymore. The war on the Western Front had ended. The streets were livelier. In the restaurant, laughter mixed with clinking cups as off-duty ninja celebrated hard-earned peace. We finally drove those Iwagakure bastards out. A scar-faced man cheered, raising his sake cup. Finally got our revenge. Even there. Hey, an older shinobi beside him interrupted sharply. Battlefield matters are confidential. Watch your mouth. Right, sorry, the man muttered, his tone softening. Just remembered Kento, he covered for us and they. The atmosphere dimmed instantly. Even Anko's chopsticks paused midair as her eyes flicked toward Rashi. The captain said nothing, only lowered his gaze and sipped his tea. I heard Kumogakure's still stalling, someone at another table asked, trying to lighten the mood. Negotiations have been going on forever. No result yet. They've got no right to blame us after what they did here first, another replied bitterly. If you ask me, a voice chimed in from the corner, the Hyuga clan shouldn't have gone that far back then. If they'd just subdued him instead of killing him, we wouldn't be in this mess. What did you say? The restaurant's liveliness shattered into arguments. The owner hurried out from behind the counter, bowing and pleading for calm. Regulars at nearby tables joined in, scolding both sides for fighting on a night of victory. To ease the tension, the owner sent out free plates of fried shrimp tempura. Slowly, the noise settled, replaced once again by the sound of clinking dishes and sizzling oil. But the damage was done. Words spoken still revealed an uncomfortable truth. Rashi bit into a piece of tempura. It was crisp and sweet, but the taste didn't reach his heart. His mind lingered on the Hyuga matter. During the two-front war, no one had time to dwell on details. But now, with external threats gone, internal cracks were surfacing. After the bloody battle with Iwagakure, the casualty list was staggering. Negotiations with Kimogakure were bound to be tough, possibly even humiliating. All that frustration, all that grief, needed somewhere to go. And so the people chose an easy target, the Hyuga clan. Even if logic said the Hyuga were victims, emotion demanded someone, anyone, bear the blame. It was far easier to resent the victim than to face the cruelty of war itself. If the higher-ups didn't step in to guide public opinion soon, that resentment would only keep festering. And the end result would likely be the same tragic ending he already knew. Rashi didn't know if Konoha in the original timeline had faced worse circumstances, bad enough to sacrifice one of their own to quell the storm, but from where he stood now, he couldn't agree with such a choice. Not yet. Not when it could still be stopped. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 91, Who Bent the Knee First? Konoha was incompetent. And even that old fossil Inoki had become useless. Despite Kyumo tying down a large number of Konoha's forces on the Eastern Front, they had still been driven out of the grass country. When the fourth Raikage received the news, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Lightning crackled faintly around them as he struggled to contain his fury. Inoki had stirred up such chaos, yet in the end, it was all bluster, noise without substance, fury without results. The first thing Hamura did upon arriving in the Hidden Cloud village was, of course, to face the Raikage head-on. Their verbal sparring began the instant they met. Both sides firmly denied any wrongdoing. At the negotiation table, Hamura deliberately avoided mentioning Danzo's internal report that there might be problems within Konoha itself. The discussion was confined to a single, controlled narrative: an unknown force had attacked the Kimogakure envoy. The official conclusion was almost laughably neat: perhaps Iwagakure, Sunagakure, or even Kirigakure had sent agents. Both parties even tacitly agreed that Iwagakure seemed the most suspicious. They had motive, capability, and their response to the incident had been suspiciously fast. But it didn't matter. The Raikage wasn't interested in theories, he wanted something Konoha possessed. So, unable to demand answers from Inoki, he focused his wrath entirely on Konoha. At one point, lightning surged so fiercely around him that his fist nearly smashed into Hamura Mitokado's skull. But the old advisor didn't even flinch. He calmly rolled up his sleeve, revealing the sealing formula etched into his arm. "If you kill me here," he said evenly, "a few of your cloud elites, and perhaps even you, Raikage-sama, will be buried with me. If you think that price is fair, then by all means, strike. Otherwise, please sit down, and let's continue our discussion." The negotiations deadlocked until the news of Iwagakure's rapid collapse arrived. And with that, the Raikage lost his biggest bargaining chip. Regarding the Land of Hot Water's border outpost and the mission quotas in the Land of Forests, Hamura said, his tone now steady and unyielding, "The terms proposed by Kimogakure are unacceptable to Konoha. Our final offer stands. Based on the consensus already reached, Konoha will provide the Land of Lightning with the most favorable rates for food and essential goods. Additionally, a portion of mission quotas from the Land of Hot Water can be reassigned to your shinobi." Bang. The negotiation table splintered under the Raikage's fist. His towering frame rose over the unshaken Hamura, lightning dancing angrily across his shoulders. Under quiet manipulation and collective frustration, public opinion had shifted. And when the so-called peace terms leaked, with phrases like severe punishment for the culprit and a life for a life, the resentment found a name, a clan, and a scapegoat. Rashi walked through the murmurs, brow furrowed. He never believed the Hidden Cloud truly intended to go to war. The Raikage's bluster was pressure, nothing more, meant to squeeze Konoha into concessions. And this logic spreading through the village, that sacrificing one Hyuga life could secure peace for thousands, was laughable. If that reasoning held true, then shouldn't the Raikage, whose father, the third Raikage, died trapped by Iwagakure, have already declared war on Inoki long ago? Climbing the steps to the Hokage building, Rashi paused outside the office. A familiar figure approached, Asuma Sarutobi, freshly shaven and visibly furious, storming out without noticing Rashi at all. Rashi glanced after him, then turned to the half-open office door. A heavy silence lingered within. He knocked lightly. "Come in. Hokage-sama." "Ah, Rashi." The third Hokage looked tired, though he still managed a faint smile. "Sit. What brings you here?" "Hokage-sama, I came to report some rumors circulating in the village," Rashi began. Hiruzen's gaze drifted back to the papers on his desk. "Oh. What kind of rumors?" "About the hidden cloud," Rashi said carefully, avoiding the direct mention of the Hyuga. "My assessment is that they have no intention of resuming hostilities." Hiruzen nodded slightly. "Since your recovery, Rashi, you've become increasingly perceptive. You've handled recent incidents admirably." He smiled faintly. "The village's future will depend on young men like you." Rashi said nothing. The Hokage's expression sobered. "We all understand what you're implying. But we can't simply dismiss the Rakich's anger, or gamble on his restraint. His demands, aside from that final one, are already more moderate than we expected. Ending this conflict quickly is still the best path forward. The Hyuga clan has already expressed their willingness to take responsibility for the greater good." He exhaled slowly, eyes heavy with weariness. If the Rakich truly goes to war again, even for half a month, how many lives would be lost on the front lines? How many avoidable deaths? "Our concerns are the same as Kimogakure's," Rashi said evenly. "But," Hiruzen interrupted, his tone firm, "we cannot place our peace in the hands of the Rakich's rationality. You, Rashi, of all people, know how Cloud Shinobi think." His voice softened, weighted by the years. "Let's end this discussion here. All the resentment, and the blame, will rest on my shoulders." Rashi didn't argue. He stood, bowed slightly, and left the room. After all, he was only a jonin. There was only so much he could do. In the end, the coward's game initiated by the Rakich was won by the side with the greater fear of loss, the one who bent the knee first. Outside, Rashi looked up at the Hokage rock. And a single thought crossed his mind. If it were Tsunade, would she have bent the knee first? Chapter 92, Realization. Hyuga Hayashi did not die. Just like in the original tale, it was his younger brother, Hisashi, who perished in his stead. The two brothers were identical in appearance. Hisashi, as a member of the branch house, bore the caged bird seal, a cruel curse that would destroy his Byakugan upon death, rendering it worthless. So, when Konoha handed over a corpse, it was his. Upon receiving the useless body and ruined eyes, the fourth Raikage didn't push further. All he wanted was to offer an explanation to his village, to prove that Kimogakure's dignity had not been trampled upon. Gaining the body of a Hyuga was the furthest he could go without plunging his people into another war. If he failed to negotiate a victory, the discontent festering in Kimogakure would soon erupt. Throughout the tense negotiations, Konoha's blockade of food supplies continued unabated. Merchants from the Land of Fire feared being hunted down, while route agents relentlessly intercepted any ship rumored to be bound for the Land of Lightning. Even when Kimogakure dispatched escorts, it hardly helped. Ninja were far better at killing than protecting. As for Konoha's tarnished reputation from attacking ordinary people, among the 5 great nations, everyone knew about Root. But for most common folk, the word meant nothing. And if anyone dared question Konoha about the attacks, the Hokage's office would respond with bureaucratic calm, "Konoha is a lawful village. Such actions are unthinkable. You may file an official request if you wish to investigate further." Soon after, Konoha and Kimo formally signed an alliance treaty. The smoke of war on the eastern front at last began to fade. Konoha then extended an olive branch toward Iwagakure. To everyone's surprise, Anoki agreed almost immediately, no conditions, no demands. He merely declared a cessation of hostilities, then swiftly turned his gaze westward, toward the vast lands beyond the Land of Silence. Years of failed southern expansion had worn him down. Fighting Konoha had become exhausting. Turning west, perhaps toward Sunagakure, or even employing rogue ninja like Akatsuki, seemed far more profitable. If they succeeded, he'd benefit. If they died, no compensation was required. Sunagakure was the only one to come out ahead, though even that would prove short-lived. Konoha, despite its victory over Iwagakure, was left bleeding. Pacifying Sunagakure and appeasing Kimogakure cost dearly. Even with the Land of Fire's vast resources, the losses could eventually be recovered, but trust and pride were not so easily replenished. The storm of public opinion against the Hyuga clan and Kimo's posturing hadn't gone unnoticed. There were plenty of sharp minds in Konoha. Most could understand the Hokage's reasoning, avoiding war meant fewer deaths, but that didn't make the resentment vanish. Hiruzen knew all of it. Still, he carried on with the calm rhythm of duty, handling paperwork, training academy students, and visiting families who'd lost loved ones. Quietly, without fanfare, Asuma Sarutobi left the village. Rashi heard about it from Hayami and the others during a gathering at the old residence. The third Hokage's son, he's got a screw loose, one of them muttered. Akai, who handled missions at the center, frowned. Protecting the daimyo, isn't that an honorable task? Hayami and Kachi Anju exchanged a look. Rashi answered before they could. It's necessary, he said evenly, but not something to be proud of. Kachi Anju leaned back. Just because we maintain good relations with the daimyo doesn't mean he's the heart of the land of fire. The real protectors of this nation are us, the shinobi of Konoha. The daimyo's got heirs and brothers, Hayami added coldly. As long as they aren't under foreign control, their lives or deaths don't matter much. Kachi shrugged. Better if they live, though. Less political chaos that way. The conversation faded into comfortable silence. Before leaving, they settled one last matter. Starting next month, they'd hold a shared meal once a month at the old residence. Attendance wasn't mandatory, anyone could drop by. It was Rashi's idea, approved by Grandma Momoka. He'd fund it himself, a simple dining hall, good food, and open doors. Everyone agreed. When the small meeting broke up, Hayami lingered. If nothing unexpected happens, the Chunin exam promotion ceremony will be held next year, he said. In your squad, that Uchiha kid, Itachi, right? He's still a genin. Rashi nodded. He'll be ready. Hayami smiled faintly. Of course he will. The village sure knows how to make things difficult, handing him to you like that. I had to pull some strings myself. Seeing Rashi's curious look, Hayami leaned back in his chair. You know, after Lord Hashirama disbanded the clans, not everyone was happy. But no one could oppose his will. When both he and Lord Tobarama were gone, that sense of order vanished. The Uchiha grew more defiant, and some of us began to have our own thoughts. Rashi stayed silent. He could understand that sentiment. After all, the Senju had fought and won the wars of the warring clans era, only to dissolve their own clan and let the Uchiha rise as Konoha's most prestigious house. Resentment was inevitable. So yes, Hayami continued quietly, some chose to back advisor Shimura. Rashi froze for a moment. So that's how it was. Before, Lady Momoka never voiced her stance, so we stayed quiet, Hayami said. But now that you're stepping forward, and you have an Uchiha under your command, I convinced a few of them to follow your lead. They may show up soon. Don't take it personally if they're blunt. Rashi didn't respond. But the realization weighed heavily. Among the factions most hostile to the Uchiha and most eager to adopt Danzo's hardline stance, there had always been Senju blood. No wonder, in the original timeline, after the third Hokage's death, Danzo, despite holding power and allies like Hamura and Koharu, was still utterly suppressed by Tsunade upon her return. It wasn't only her authority as Hokage that kept him in check. It was the silent will of her grandfather's legacy. And the loyalty of those who still carried the Senju name. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 93, Meeting Danzo Shimura. The implication of Hayami's subtly pointed reminder was quite obvious. The Senju who had previously supported Danzo were now starting to change their allegiance. Danzo Shimura would eventually come calling because his foundation was crumbling and his old allies were faltering. And he did, finally, in a courteous manner. Without his typical route ANBU behind him, he arrived by himself. The darkness of Konoha knocked softly on the front door of the Senju home, appearing more like an elderly bureaucrat than the dreaded spymaster. It was Grandma Momoka who responded. Danzo stood outside in a modest stance, bowing slightly. Pardon the intrusion, Lady Momoka. Momoka silently studied him for a moment, evaluating him with her keen eyes. Then she moved out of the way. Enter. Thank you. Rashi heard footsteps in the courtyard and turned. Advisor Shimura. Danzo approached him slowly and said, I used to think you were like Hiruzen, hesitant even on something as simple as a bandit suppression mission. His tone was oddly calm, with no hint of coldness. However, Danzo went on, I realized that you and I are not that different after reading your mission report from Sunagakure. He paused thoughtfully. This discussion ought to have happened sooner, shortly after your mission to Dei Port. His eyes darted to Momoka, who was standing silently close by. However, Lady Momoka personally stepped in at the time. I therefore held back. Rashi's eyes narrowed a little. That's what happened. Grandma had met Danzo on the day she left, in addition to Hayami and the others. It makes sense why there was no subsequent follow-up. It appeared that Grandma herself had blocked the issue, which he had previously believed had been suppressed by the Hokage or the Kimobikure incident. Regarding Danzo's unusual courtesy, it wasn't particularly startling. He had once smiled to win over Kakashi, even in the original timeline, soon after the fourth Hokage's passing. Danzo sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard without being invited. Hiruzen is old, he said in a calm yet firm voice. He sacrifices the village's stability and dignity in order to maintain the illusion of enduring peace through compromise. You must have discussed the Hyuga affair with him. Better options were available. Danzo's gaze awaited a response. Appeasement has no purpose. It only gives the enemy more confidence. Deterrence, power so strong that no one dares to oppose it, is the foundation of true peace. He leaned a little forward. You did a good job managing the Sunagakure situation. Phrases like alliances and moral unity are met with disdain from others. Instead of sentimental relics pursuing the ideals of a bygone era, Konoha needs people who are prepared to stand up for its interests. His tone softened as he added, there's room for cooperation between us. We can avoid needless conflict, inside and out, for Konoha's future. At last, Rashi said something. What sort of collaboration is Advisor Shimura looking for? Everything, Danzo said with ease. We can start with maintaining the village's internal stability, he said after a pause. He folded his hands and looked intently. The basis of external strength is internal order. Yet certain elements persist, deep-rooted, corrosive, impossible to remove cleanly. They weaken Konoha from within. His tone became softer. I used to work for Lord Tobarama. I even had Kagami, a comrade from the Uchiha clan. An extraordinary shinobi. According to Lord Tobarama, he was someone who went beyond the limited scope of his ancestry. Danzo's gaze hardened. However, such genius is short-lived. Kagami passed away too soon. He made no mention of Kagami's cause of death, but it was obvious. The Uchiha clan itself is that rot, Danzo said coldly. A malignant growth festering inside Konoha's body. This village, born from the Senju sacrifice, is coveted by those who only resent, take, and conspire. They've never really fit in here. Hiruzen's indulgence has only produced a tiger that will eventually eat its caretaker. He stood, his voice gaining weight. You've seen the border. You've watched comrades die. You should understand, chronic decay must be cut out cleanly. A short, sharp pain is better than endless bleeding. Danzo's one eye glinted. The sharpest blade suitable for that task is now in your hands. With the slightest fervor in his voice, he stepped closer. With your courage, determination, and my resources and faith, we can stop innumerable tragedies in the future. Konoha can become great once more. The atmosphere became tense. Rashi opened his mouth to speak, but was stopped by a slight cough. Danzo. Momoka's voice was calm and steady, yet authoritative. That's enough for today. Danzo's fervor faded. He turned to her, and for a moment, the old shinobi seemed merely old, a relic dulled by time. He bowed slightly. As you desire. I will not impose any more. He turned to Rashi and said calmly, I'll wait for your response. Don't take too long. Rashi might have taken those words seriously if they had come from someone else. Maybe they would have even carried conviction if they had come from a younger Danzo. However, like Hiruzen, Danzo was too old and unyielding to recognize it. Rashi was aware that the men would not give up easily, though. The remainder of that winter went by in silence. The ninja world was not shaken by any major upheavals. Although there were occasional border skirmishes, Konoha experienced a rare period of peace. Rashi's days flowed naturally, with missions, training, and short breaks in between. On the desks of the mission center, mission scrolls were piled high. In order to cover the Land of Fire and its surrounding areas, Team 5 worked diligently, leaving every few days to conduct reconnaissance, escort, suppression, and negotiation missions. No slack, no rest. And they weren't alone. Every shinobi in Konoha was busy tying up the loose ends of the year's turmoil. The urgent scrolls didn't start to fade until the final week of Konoha Year 54. As they prepared for a rare, quiet year-end, the entire village let out a collective sigh. Rashi, Itachi, and Anko had a simple meal at Ichiraku Ramen on the last day of the year. Curling into the winter air, steam rose from their bowls. The silence, laughter, and heat all seemed to be the turmoil of the previous year slowly dissipating into the night sky. And the chilly wind brought nothing but silence as they parted ways in the last of the light. Konoha Year 55 dawned quietly. And, check out my Patreon for plus 40 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter.